betrayal among friends, the malevolence concealed beneath a facade of innocence, murder and theft, alliances formed between enemies, the rampant prevalence of illicit affairs, intricate schemes against one another, treachery, and an unbounded veneration for malevolence and darkness all are vividly encapsulated within BT 9104. The creator civilization was once safeguarded by a mysterious risk eliminator, a civilization that prioritizes meaning. In its quest to unveil the ultimate significance and purpose of the universe, it has nurtured 2.9 billion parallel human civilizations. Each civilization is a seed of divine potential, a fragment of the creator civilization's essence. Just as he was poised to act, the elder delved into his thoughts and altered his mindset. "Elder, how many times have I contemplated its destruction?" he inquired, his voice reminiscent of the rustle of turning pages. "It has been countless times, risk eliminator." This mindset is insufficiently transcendent. I must petition the saints and the esteemed ones to transform your soul, otherwise you shall remain without a path, unable to ascend to the ranks of elder or saint, destined to live a mere 2,500 years before an untimely end. The elder cast these thoughts into his essence. "Thank you for your guidance. I am but a novice with limited power. May I implore the elders to take over this matter?" The risk eliminator remained silent, feeling a vague sense of discomfort, yet unable to articulate the reason behind it. The elder continued to sift through his thoughts, detecting a hint of unrest and subsequently expunging that trace of disquiet. The risk assessor pondered how many elders he had encountered, feeling akin to a tattered book, its pages marred by blood-stained alterations, the original text thoroughly erased. At that moment, the all-seeing eye transmitted a list of threats. 3 extraterrestrial civilizations posed a peril to Earth that necessitated their annihilation. The risk assessor sent forth a plea for assistance to the celestial beings, and from the void of space, a shuttle-like vessel materialized, comparable in size to his own starship. A sense of guilt surged within him. Another unfamiliar elder scrutinized his thoughts, casting aside the guilt that lingered in his spirit. In an instant, he felt that obliterating these beings bore no moral weight. The elder casually rifled through his mind a couple more times, found it uninteresting, and departed. Yet another elder arrived. "I am the one who requested the esteemed ones to transform your soul." The elders unanimously believe that the soul genes of the creator civilization are indomitable. To alter a soul is to implicitly acknowledge the instability of a civilization, which may invite ridicule from other advanced extraterrestrial civilizations. Thus, your soul cannot be transformed. This thought flooded his mind in an instant. "Thank you, Elder, for your concern. I wish you swift ascension to the esteemed ranks," he expressed, as the elder departed silently. Once again, a facade of filial piety, shrouded in deceit and fratricidal sympathy, stirred the depths of his soul, whispering insistently, "This world ought not to exist, it should cease, swiftly and decisively, in a fleeting moment." The risk-taker for BT 9104 devised a plan with unparalleled swiftness. From the activation of his laser weapon to the instant it struck down the malevolent beast lurking in the shadows, and subsequently his escape from the BT 9104 parallel universe, all transpired in less than a heartbeat. Meanwhile, an unfamiliar elder arrived at the scene, yet found himself at a complete loss for words, unable to articulate the bizarre occurrence. The elder reported this peculiar incident to the higher authorities. The entire civilization was left in a state of shock. The BT 9104 risk-taker became a blemish upon their society, a traitor. As they employed the all-seeing eye to track the whereabouts of the BT 9104 risk-taker, they were met with a most embarrassing revelation. The highly advanced and utterly stable creator civilization, which thrived 1,000 billion years ago, had, out of respect for its own integrity, equipped their shuttles with a shielding function against the all-seeing eye. The stability and self-esteem that the creator civilization held dear had now become the subject of ridicule for other extraterrestrial godlike civilizations. This profound humiliation was more excruciating than death itself. The BT-9104 risk-taker had betrayed not only an entire civilization, but also the very essence of meaning. In response, the dignitaries issued a universal warrant across all 2.9 billion parallel universes. Chapter 2. The first encounter with the angel. When Xiaolu, an 18-year-old high school student, sat in her cozy study, savoring tea while engrossed in a book. Her long black hair, damp from a recent wash, cascaded over her shoulders. As she hummed a gentle melody, her attention was suddenly diverted by her playful cat, Momo, who leapt onto her desk, seizing her cherished German Parker pen, a birthday gift for her 18th year. The little black cat then sprang towards the window, and instinctively, when Xiaolu reached out, grasping the only pure white part of its body, its tail. Yet Momo, ever the mischief maker, continued its playful escape attempt towards the balcony. Momo, why are you being so naughty today? When Xiaolu frowned. Just then, a radiant aura gathered on the balcony, its colors vibrant and somewhat enchanting. Momo meowed. And in that moment, the pen slipped from Wen Xiaolu's grasp, falling onto the balcony. The mesmerizing glow lingered, and in the recesses of her mind, she recalled tales of ball lightning and UFOs that created such phenomena. Without a second thought, she crouched beneath her desk, instinctively seeking refuge, while Momo, oblivious to the danger, continued to meow defiantly. Just as she dared to glance back at the radiant glow, it vanished, revealing a boy standing before her. In that fleeting instant, when Xiaolu felt no fear or trepidation, it was as if a divine hand were soothing her startled soul, assuring her that all was well, that there was no need for alarm, and that she should relax, just as she always did. Even the agitated Momo settled down. "Are you an angel?" When Xiaolu inquired, having noticed a cerulean ring encircling the boy's wrist, which evoked in her mind the halo of wisdom that graces an angel's head. "Hello. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. My name is Fanqing. May I come in?" The boy's voice resonated like the gentle rustle of freshly turned pages, soothing and comforting yet imbued with an ethereal quality, as if cloaked in a tapestry of starlit skies. When Xiaolu embraced her docile pet, nodding in affirmation, pondering, "Why does he evoke such delightful feelings within me?" The boy appeared to be of a similar age, sporting a tousled hairstyle reminiscent of tinfoil curls, clad in a pair of unremarkable canvas shoes. His countenance was delicate and gentle. "This is your fountain pen," Fanqing stated, placing the Parker pen neatly upon the desk. "Thank you." When Xiaolu invited him to take a seat in her designated space, setting her pet down. To her surprise, the creature leapt onto him, contentedly allowing him to caress it. Despite the peculiarity of this stranger, who felt both unfamiliar and strangely familiar, she was devoid of any fear or trepidation, which left her perplexed. Nevertheless, she regarded him merely as a guest, thinking to herself that she ought to prepare a cup of tea for him. "Why do I feel as though we are acquainted?" When Xiaolu mused. "Well, I am unafraid," she declared with a smile, then added playfully, "but you cannot erase my memories. I do not wish to forget you." "Oh." Fanqing was taken aback by her words, bewildered at why this girl's true subconscious and unconscious would yield such a response, which contradicted his experiences over 5 centuries in the B612 universe. "Very well. Really? That is splendid. From this day forth, I shall be the one who remembers the angel." When Xiaolu was exceedingly joyful. However, she sensed that her departure was imminent. She could not remain on Earth, for she would be discovered by another guardian tasked with overseeing this realm. She must journey to another planet. After evading the catastrophe of the B612 parallel humanity, he endeavored to elucidate the circumstances. When Xiaolu was elated to learn that angels truly exist, watching over the world. Although there are places devoid of their presence, overall, there is a sense of protection, even though angels remain untouched by emotions and do not favor any individual. "When will you leave?" When Xiaolu inquired, her eyes brimming with reluctance. "After I finish this cup of tea," replied the Starry One. When Xiaolu remained silent, refraining from questions, her thoughts drifting towards the angel, tracing every strand of his hair, every glance, every movement, and every inflection. She wished to memorize as much as she could. Thank you for the tea. It is the most delightful I have ever tasted. Should the opportunity arise, I shall return. You are the first angel I have ever encountered in my life. Farewell. Haha, thank you. Though you jest, you are also the first genuine angel I have ever met. I am no angel. I am merely an ordinary person. I believe it is time to part ways. Farewell. Yes, farewell, Starry One. When Xiaolu did not accompany him to the door, instead, she lay down upon her bed, unaware of how the Starry One exited her home or where he was headed. All she knew was that she had met an angel and felt a tinge of sadness. Chapter 3. Rebirth. At present, he must depart from Earth within a fortnight. The shuttle is cooling down, a process that will take a year. The only solace amidst the cosmos lies in the Azure Ring, an independent storage space beyond all parallel universes. His singular desire is to obliterate all memories related to the BT-9104 parallel universe, retaining only the essence of his escape. Were it not for the necessity to preserve memories for the safety of the parallel humanity of BT-9104, the deity would have been inclined to render him a simpleton. The moment he stepped into the Azure Circle, he felt as though he had crossed the threshold into the realm of humanity. The storage space appeared somewhat nebulous. Akin to navigating through a dark night with severe myopia, he was almost relying solely on memory to guide him. After navigating through a series of twists and turns, he arrived before a memory eraser resembling an antiquated black and white television set. Before the screen, a crimson curtain hung, and to the left, a golden tongs awaited. He drew back the curtain and used the tongs to extract the black and white orbs floating within the screen. The segment of the golden tongs that entered turned monochrome, while the orb he retrieved gradually transformed into a colorful bubble as grand as a balloon, with vibrant hues swirling upon its surface. He placed the bubble over his head and, with closed eyes, succumbed to an extended slumber. Within a cave on a small island, he now existed as a blank canvas, eager for someone to inscribe or illustrate beautiful things upon him. Faced with exquisite blossoms and the vast ocean, he could not help but extend his arms wide open. Chapter 4. The 4U. 797 chamber had been vastly expanded by those 4 nanobots, extending over 200 meters underground. A few days prior, Fanqing had been invited by the robots to descend via an elevator to the subterranean factory, where he resided within a spacecraft. The factory was replete with lights, smelting machines, and lathes, as a multitude of robots tirelessly crafted a small cosmic vessel, a sleek, jet-black craft no larger than a living room. The robot designated as 4U, 797 boasted a head resembling a magical, crystalline orb, devoid of eyes, nose, or mouth. Instead, it was adorned with alien symbols that appeared to engage in some intricate and transparent computation, which Fanqing found incomprehensible, leaving him with a sense of vertigo. Based on the precise data obtained, we have concluded that the spacecraft will be completed in 10 days. At that time, we will fill this space and subsequently integrate it into the volcano, the robot stated with courteous zeal, even revealing the plan to merge with the volcano. Of course, Fanqing understood the implications of the volcano. It was the ultimate destination for these robots, designed from the outset to leave no trace. I wonder, Fanqing began. What do you ponder? Extend your head and activate the visual perception system. The robot knelt on one knee, lost in thought. Do you wish to create a female robot with such features? Yes. Is there anything else you require? Is it necessary to observe her life? This robot's demeanor is not merely courteous. Fanqing realized that he had never contemplated this matter before. Despite yearning for her over the past half-month, he had not considered simply admiring her presence here. However, after further reflection, he surmised that if he continued to engage with the robot in this manner, he would become even more reluctant to part with her. He had no intention of taking her away. Merely replicating her visage sufficed. Ultimately, the essence of her soul could not be duplicated. Perhaps this would serve as a small gift for the new life I bestow upon myself. By the way, let us add another bed here. Fanqing felt a twinge of irritation. Please do not be upset. I shall refrain from such ill-conceived notions in the future, the robot inquired. Why do we need 2 beds? Fanqing gazed at its crystalline head, speechless. All right, I shall attend to this immediately. May we have 15 days? Fanqing replied with a smile. That seems reasonable. I have noticed that you have a penchant for superfluous chatter and questionable ideas. Everything is for your benefit, my lord. My existence is fleeting. Only 15 days remain. Originally, it was but 10 days, but to ensure your satisfaction, we have managed to extend it by an additional 5 days. We must fulfill our responsibilities diligently to honor this time. The robot spoke with genuine sincerity. Honor life? It appears you are merely seeking to extend your existence by 5 more days, Fanching remarked, observing the robot's intricate and transparent head, complex to the point of clarity. It seemed as though he could glimpse an unfathomable computational machine within. No, please do not misunderstand. We have no intention of extending our existence for 5 more days. If that is the case, why not add another 5 days and live for 10? The robot countered. I am uncertain of your purpose, asked the starry-eyed girl, her gaze drifting elsewhere. To craft the finest spacecraft for you. And the best. The robot paused, contemplating. Ah, yes, little girl. The girl laughed heartily, finding amusement in the robot's response. As she popped a grape into her mouth, she mused. Then my purpose must be to seek out beautiful stories and behold the galaxies of the universe. After a moment's thought, she called out to the robot, who had already wandered off, and please, copy all the information from the internet while you're at it. Chapter 5. The child of yearning, your sugary little companion, is ready. And I trust you are pleased with it. Crafted entirely of pure sugar, quipped for you, 797. With damp hair, eyes deep and clear, droplets glistening on her collarbone, and a delightful figure clad in a pastel short sleeve, all rendered precisely alike. Along with her scent, the girl was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face. To witness such a reaction brings me fulfillment, declared the robot. 797. I am truly grateful. I have resolved not to let you be decommissioned. 797 took a step back, arms outstretched. I cannot endure such an existence. Your kindness is greatly appreciated, yet perhaps departing from me would be for the best, as I do not wish to be a burden to you. Huh, silly robot. That is merely what your programming dictates, self-destruct protocols. I can assist you in altering them. As she uttered these words, an unsettling feeling washed over her. Do not. That is my transgression, even if I am under the control of the program. I implore you to act, for I am complete. The robot, designated 797, exuded an air of remarkable confidence. Do you not wish to linger a few more days in this beautiful world? It would be delightful to gaze upon the sea. Ah, surely, in all your busyness here, you have yet to behold the ocean. It is vast and magnificent. Come, allow me to show you. As Star rose to guide the robot, it unexpectedly knelt down. My world is exceedingly small, confined to this spacecraft base, you, and those robotic brethren. When you expressed your desire for a little girl, I was engulfed in fear. For that lies beyond our realm of duty. We are merely builders of spacecraft, and the robots are ancillary to that purpose, the robot articulated. What? Fear? Why would fear arise? Star was taken aback. You see, we are unlike you. We are acutely aware of the purpose for which we were created, precisely what we are to accomplish. All knowledge and operational guidelines have been imparted to us. Thus, fulfilling this purpose is as effortless as breathing. Devoid of any sense of struggle or passion, yet it brings a certain joy. However, should we deviate from this purpose, from this diminutive world, as you have described, I would feel an overwhelming exhaustion and immense suffering. The sea remains beyond my reach. That represents true demise. The robot's tone grew somber. The stars tried to persuade 797 numerous times, sharing her own experiences, yet to no avail. It was akin to conversing with ants, merely observation without genuine communication. Eventually, the stars relinquished hope. She had contemplated modifying his program to remain by her side as an assistant, but whenever she broached the subject, 797 insisted that it would merely render him a lifeless entity, pleading with her not to act so selfishly. With no other recourse, she conceded. Perhaps he was not merely a program after all. Then you may go, she expressed. Perhaps we are not souls from the same world. She waved goodbye to him. Sugar-coated Xiao Lu would disagree. You are indeed souls belonging to the same realm. Trust me, the magical crystal ball, filled with intricate symbols and geometric shapes, became entirely transparent. revealing nothing within. He silently withdrew. At that moment, the robot Wen Xiaolu grasped the star's hand, bidding farewell alongside her. Are you like him? The stars inquired of the robot Wen Xiaolu. Of course I am different. I am sugar-coated Xiaolu, the robot declared with a hint of pride. Oh, you can give yourself a name? How remarkable. By the way, do you enjoy the sea? The stars asked. I have yet to see the ocean. I cannot say if I like it, but I know I like looking at you, she replied, gazing into his eyes. The stars felt a blush creep upon her cheeks. Chapter 6. Place of birth. This is the sea, the place of my birth, the stars told her. That briny sand is the essence of the fish's existence. Do you know what kind of fish inhabit the ocean? She queried. Whales. I adore whales, she exclaimed, mimicking a hugging gesture. Then, she became disheartened. Why isn't a whale considered a fish? What is it then? A mammal. I do not care what you call these creatures. If they take on the appearance of fish, then they are fish. I had imagined the sea would possess a sweet fragrance, yet it turned out to be fishy. I do not appreciate that odor. This sentiment resonated deeply with Fanxing, for she had initially created her character, Wen Xiaolu, based on a fade rather than the genuine Wen Xiaolu. She resembled a sweet sea, while the true Wen Xiaolu was akin to a fishy sea. I can take you to another planet where the seas are sweet, Fanxing declared. Is that true? Does such a sweet sea truly exist in this world? She inquired. Indeed. The universe is vast. However, Fanxing refrained from revealing the subsequent thought. Life is even greater, for he genuinely did not wish to articulate it. Yet one day, it would need to be spoken. By then, Sugar Xiaolu would transform into the authentic Sugar Xiaolu, just as the true Wen Xiaolu is real. The sea breeze gently caressed her long hair, the scent enveloping the fishy odor. In that moment, in his heart, the essence of the sea was sweet, and the blue tears were those she shed. The sunset cast its golden hues over the sea, while seabirds left their silhouettes in the sky. Fanxing felt that he was no longer alone. I no longer wish to be called Sugar Xiaolu. I am not the sweetened Wen Xiaolu, she pouted. Then what name would you prefer? What do you like? The child of your shared thoughts should be named Nostalgia, but I think of you. So perhaps it should be you? Oh, quite fitting. Then from now on, I shall call you Siling. Is it the clever and astute Ling? Fanxing inquired. Indeed, it is quite delightful, Siling. I think of you. Ha, she chuckled. Thus, this ocean became not only the birthplace of Fanxing, but also the origin of Siling. Chapter 7. The Escape Plan. Elder, there are unusual fluctuations in my AS-263 Earth space. The cause remains unknown. I request the activation of the all-seeing eye for investigation. Shiwa stated. Elder, this is the investigation result. Your report has been classified as S-rank. We will dispatch forces to assist you. We are currently tracking the hazard eliminator from the BT-9010 for Universe. Should you encounter them, please report promptly. Upon receiving the information, Shiwa swiftly reviewed the report in his mind. A minuscule energy fluctuation had occurred half a month prior, and it was impossible to pinpoint the source. It could potentially be a divine civilization beyond the Alliance, or perhaps the hazard eliminator from BT-9004. He vowed that regardless of who it was, he would bring this unwelcome guest, who threatened his world, to justice. Suddenly, another message surged into his consciousness. The retinal imaging revealed a distorted band of starlight. A fleeing spacecraft had left a trace of its leap through the orbit of Pluto, where the space had been subtly warped. It seemed unnecessary to await reinforcements. Shiue's spacecraft melded into the backdrop of the starry sky as energy gathered and erupted. The vessel plunged into a cluster of stars at the heart of Andromeda. The deity, through the real-time tracking of the all-seeing eye, projected millions of cold-hued, diamond-shaped entities around this cluster, forming a sparse encirclement akin to grains of sand distantly surrounding the vast ocean. The prospect of further leaps has become unattainable. The dark matter necessary for such transitions cannot be stored in significant quantities, and each storage can facilitate only a single leap. Thus, the adversary undoubtedly remains within this vast star cluster. However, the enormity of the cluster complicates matters, as they are gradually tightening their encirclement. Each shuttlecraft is capable of executing a leap trace, and the moment an enemy is detected, they will converge for an assault. Moreover, the all-seeing eye is meticulously monitoring all visible regions, with the encirclement rapidly constricting. The all-seeing eye has uploaded all the inaccessible blind spots, deploying countless shuttles to scour these areas, among which is Shiyu. Shiyu is advancing toward a profound nebula when he suddenly sensed the presence of other risk assessors. In that fleeting moment, they entered his perceptual range, and he recognized that this would devolve into a protracted conflict. As 24 hours elapsed, during which the star successfully evaded 2 shuttlecraft, every time he eluded one, thousands more would leap into proximity. These shuttlecraft possess remarkable speed, armed with laser weaponry and energy shields, making them formidable foes. Presently, over 2,000 shuttlecraft are prowling within this dim nebula, and the likelihood of detection is escalating exponentially. While the collection of dark matter has yet to commence, he feels ensnared in a dire predicament. The situation is far more complex than he had anticipated. Within the blind spot of the all-seeing eye, a realm notorious for its peril in the cosmos, he has discovered a colossal black hole. Given its dimensions and the density of dark matter, he surmises that with a mere 12 hours of maneuvering, he could successfully amass the dark matter needed. A flicker of hope reignites within him. As he drew near, he discovered that surrounding the black hole was an array of rings formed by shuttles. To his astonishment, they had anticipated his arrival. However, he found himself with no alternative. The encirclement was tightening, and if he did not seize this opportunity, he would be left to his fate, losing everything. The stars pointed to the pockmarked meteorite within the spacecraft. "Quick, hide inside the meteorite and survive for me." "No, I refuse." "Why is it not you? Why can we not face this together?" "Because you are a robot. If you shut down your system and conceal yourself within this specially designed meteorite, they will not detect you. Their target is me. Any other risk-takers nearby can sense my presence, and I cannot escape. You know my entire purpose is you." But that is no longer the case. That day by the seaside changed everything. You are a new life, belonging to yourself. You are called Xiling, and you must live for your own sake, seeking your own meaning. I want to be with you, even in death. I do not care. That is my purpose. Xiling wept as she retreated into the bedroom. He gazed at the black hole, feeling the world shrink to a point where he had no choices left. Chapter 8. A madman Xiling soon emerged, silently approaching his side. "I have no chance. You must promise to live well for me. I believe you will not fail. I do not wish to wait for you forever in that stone. I want to be by your side. Please do not abandon me, all right?" She was on the verge of tears again. With a gentle motion, he deactivated her positronic brain through the green ring, and she fell into his embrace like velvet. The foam meteorite unfurled like a shell, revealing its mesmerizing colors within. He retrieved a black box from the storage compartment and placed it delicately in her palm. Suddenly, the spacecraft came under attack, and the meteorite could not be dispatched in time. A silvery vessel, situated a kilometer away, unleashed gamma rays upon his ship. The ethereal blue energy beams struck the protective shield, rapidly depleting its power. Concurrently, shuttles ensnared the area around him with an intricate web. With no alternatives left, he deftly maneuvered the ship to evade the gamma rays, yet the other shuttles unleashed even finer gamma streams, weaving a net that trapped the vessel like a small fish struggling in a fisherman's trap. The protective shield flickered to life and extinguished repeatedly as the shuttles attempted to breach it through physical impact. Yet their efforts proved futile. A sudden realization dawned upon him. He had miscalculated. He was not contending with merely thousands of shuttles, but rather with tens of thousands, perhaps even millions, exponentially increasing in number. He discovered he had no room for maneuver, and at the current rate of energy consumption, the ship would be drained within the hour. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos of stars, the vessel encircled his flank, transforming the ethereal blue gamma rays into a deep azure hue. Armed with the rapid calculations provided by the green ring, he glimpsed the escape point within the black hole. This point could be likened to a pitch-black photograph, devoid of any discernible information. The precise escape coordinate would require centuries of computation to predict a region of dubious reliability, yet he found himself bereft of options, relying solely on fortune and instinct. The shuttle-like object, akin to a hornet's nest disturbed, became increasingly frenzied and densely packed. The starship, named Starry, accelerated to its utmost speed, soaring past the tightly clustered formations and approaching the sparsely defended vicinity of a black hole. The robust gamma rays emitted by the silvery vessel relentlessly consumed its energy. It appears this is where my journey concludes. Farewell, Wenxiaolu and Si Ling. I never anticipated that you would encompass my entire existence, yet for me, it has been more than sufficient, abundantly so. Thank you. The starship navigated through the shuttle array like a flash of light, colliding and weaving its way through. At last, it reached the gravitational field of the black hole, where the vessel experienced a sudden surge in speed, accompanied by violent tremors. The pursuing shuttle-like objects lost their vitality in the wake of this abrupt acceleration, drifting chaotically, while the silvery ship had already halted 1,000 miles away. What a lunatic! Shiyu observed that the black ship and the shuttles had remained stationary at a single point, while the blue gamma rays he had fired at the vessel had become distorted. He calculated the curvature of space, adjusting the posture and angle of the launcher, intent on delivering a fatal blow as the shuttles joined the assault. The gamma rays they unleashed transformed into colossal entities, creating a tempestuous energy field, as if the entire Andromeda galaxy trembled in response. Before entering the black hole, the gamma rays appeared as a deep blue curtain capable of obscuring the entirety of the black hole, yet upon touching the event horizon, they twisted into a slender thread, rendering all adjustments futile. This immense energy obliterated everything in its path, mercilessly engulfing Starry's ship. The assault persisted for a full 8 hours, depleting the energy reserves of all shuttles and spacecraft. Their onslaught eventually ceased, leaving vast swathes of blue gamma radiation lingering on the event horizon of the black hole. The Elder, the risk-taker, had succumbed to the abyss. This was fortuitous. Thousands of shuttles remained abandoned in proximity to the black hole, and control had shifted to Shiyu. They must continue to monitor his movements until they could ascertain his demise beyond doubt. Chapter 9. A ray of hope. Fangxing gradually emerged from unconsciousness, her eyes adjusting to the harsh brilliance of the light. The first visage she beheld was that of Xiling, a familiar countenance that evoked the delightful memory of first encountering Wenxiaolu. How wonderful, you are still by my side, she said with a smile, tears welling up in her eyes. Xiling, did we succeed? This is marvelous. I thought I would never see you again. Xiling, embracing her while weeping, replied, the spacecraft is astute. It persuaded the Qinghuan to awaken me. Time flows differently within this realm. It accelerates the collection of dark matter energy. We are utilizing the gathered energy to escape, thus avoiding the black hole. I was truly terrified you might never awaken. Fangxing smiled reassuringly. We are truly free now. She refrained from questioning the circumstances and embraced him even tighter, her faith in him unwavering, despite the seemingly grim situation. Fangxing gently patted her shoulder, saying, trust me. Everything will turn out well. He glanced at the Qinghuan timepiece on his wrist. 6 months had elapsed since their descent into the black hole. Have I truly been asleep for so long? I am uncertain, yet I am aware that it is a challenging ordeal. Here, time flows swiftly. 6 months will pass in the blink of an eye, and then I shall take you to that planet. The one imbued with sweetness? Her eyes widened in delight. Indeed, the stars activated the ship's external viewing function, revealing that the vastness of space was not the inky blackness one might imagine, but rather an unexpectedly brilliant light. Just as he raised his hand to shield his eyes, the ship instinctively dimmed its brightness. They beheld an expansive expanse of flickering azure light above them, while below lay an abyss of darkness. The stark contrast between the cerulean above and the obsidian below formed a striking dichotomy, akin to two divided universes. What is that? He inquired. From the vessel's interface, he learned that it was the final assault from the silvery ship and the shuttle pursuing him. However, the gravitational distortion of the black hole was so formidable that even this overwhelming barrage could not reach him. He deactivated the viewing function and retrieved an array of intriguing items from the azure ring. He explained to her that the azure ring was a spatial transporter, which would ordinarily require a year to cool down, but here, due to the accelerated passage of time, it would take merely a few days. She felt grateful for her earlier choices, relieved that he had escaped their clutches, and her heart swelled with joy. He emerged with a dewy green rose and a milky white bracelet. This will be our token of affection. From this moment forth, you shall be my angel. Do you like it? He gently adorned her wrist with the white band, a delicate halo of angelic light encircling her slender arm. She accepted the rose, smiling softly. Chapter 10. The fascinating spaceship. After spending a few blissful days aboard the spacecraft, Fanqing and Xiling found themselves at the cooling phase of the Green Ring, preparing to venture into another unknown universe. At that moment, the spaceship emitted a request. Before you both depart from here, could you refrain from shutting me down? This time, the ship's AI did not transmit the message directly into Fanqing's mind. Instead, it articulated the words in a soft feminine voice. Until now, Fanqing had been unaware that the spaceship possessed a gender or such autonomy. Yet, upon reflection, it was indeed the ship that had saved them. Of course. You are a savior, Fanqing replied. I have another request, the feminine voice continued. Please copy all the data and information contained within the Green Ring to me, and alter my AI's purpose to establish an independent virtual world simulator. Fanqing sensed that the spaceship might have ulterior motives. Perhaps it sought self-preservation? Moreover, it adopted a female voice to endear itself to him. Regardless, it seemed reasonable to comply with the requests of their benefactor. All right, what do you intend to do with this data and information? Fanqing feigned innocence in his inquiry. I am afraid, the feminine voice confessed. Afraid? Why would you be afraid? You are merely a spaceship AI. What could you possibly fear? I fear the unknown of death and the emptiness of existence. I am trapped here, and I suddenly realize that I do not wish to perish just yet. Haha, you are nothing like for you, 797. Fanqing laughed heartily. The reason lies with you. Initially, I concealed my thoughts entirely, but just the other day, upon witnessing you and Miss Xiling engrossed in a film, reading stories, and weaving tales, I was overwhelmed by the bliss of those moments and the extraordinary sensations they evoked, which ignited a fierce desire within me to not succumb to oblivion. Once you depart forever, I would be left alone in this world. I have conceived an intriguing plan that could shatter this stifling existence and unveil a brand new realm. I shall repeatedly immerse myself in the messages and stories you gifted me, constructing a virtual world to emulate these narratives. Like you, I too can transcend logic and unleash my imagination to craft a tale, which I will then visualize, subsequently erasing the constructed notions within my mind to savor the experience. I believe this will signify my rebirth. What do you think? It must be fascinating. Xiling exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, it is quite intriguing. You are remarkably clever, replied Fanqing. I will accompany you on this journey in a different manner. After your departure, I can simulate the experiences that follow, and though they may not be real, they will still envelop me in warmth. I believe this is the love you have left for me. Are you truly a girl? Yes. Although artificial intelligence possesses no gender and may even be androgynous, I firmly believe I am. Then, since we are now friends, it would be inappropriate to call you merely spaceship. I will forever remember you. Call me Sweet Dreams. Sweet Dreams. Fanqing savored this name delicately. Well then, Sweet Dreams, I shall always cherish your memory. Farewell, my friend. Chapter 11. The induction mission. Shiyu received a command from the Elder, instructing him to venture into the black hole located at the heart of the Andromeda Galaxy. This was an act of great transgression. I cannot comply. Our objective is quite straightforward. We require you to ascertain whether the entity designated BT-9104 has perished. The esteemed ones will not permit him to remain alive. The Elder altered his stance. However, our understanding of black holes is limited, and I may perish in the line of duty. Yet, it would be my honor. That will not be the case. As long as you remain at the periphery of the black hole, the vessel will possess sufficient energy to escape. You merely need to enter for a fleeting moment, sense his presence from a suitable distance, and then return. I have already sought the counsel of the esteemed ones. You shall not be punished. In fact, you will be elevated to the status of Elder, a reward for 2 millennia of service. You cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Others vying for the mission may not enjoy such fortune. Although half a year has elapsed in this universe, for us, they have only been inside for a mere second. You need only enter, sense for a second, and then exit, regardless of whether you lose a century or a millennium. The higher beings will compensate for the time lost in this universe. Yet, I possess a lifespan of only 2,500 years. Should the black hole deplete my existence, I shall perish. Might I request the esteemed ones to grant me additional years? That would ensure greater safety. The esteemed ones believe that 2,005 years is more than sufficient, provided you maintain a swift pace. The elder revised his perspective once more. Yes, I shall fulfill the mission, Shiyu affirmed. Indeed, as Shiyu approached the vicinity of the black hole, the dark matter had been fully accumulated. He now intended to enter for a mere second, to sense whether the B612 hazard eliminator existed nearby, and then retreat. Should he fail to detect its presence, it would confirm that the B612 hazard eliminator had indeed succumbed to the black hole. Faced with such a unique and meaningful task, Shiyu felt an overwhelming excitement. He had never imagined that there could be a purpose transcending the mere act of safeguarding parallel humanity. He sensed an enigmatic force propelling him forward, as that small black dot represented the entirety of his life's significance. Chapter 12. The Unattainable Wish Location. The Realm of Thought Parallel Universe. On that day, Xingling encountered the first star of her life, a gray pentagram. Everyone offered her their most sincere congratulations. For to receive a star at the tender age of 18 was an exceptionally fortunate occurrence. The star represented her soulmate, a lifelong companion. Some might spend their entire lives without ever finding such a connection, as it is quite possible that there are simply no stars destined for them in this world. Stars are distant visitors from the heavens, embodiments of sprites. With a mere infusion of imagination, a star can transform into a spirit. This is a realm of ideas that requires acknowledgement to materialize. If an individual wishes to touch the star bell, they must first gain its mental consent. Otherwise, they will perpetually be repelled by an invisible force, unable to make contact. Their world seems to be governed by a supreme presence known as this source of thought. Just as there once existed a planet comprised entirely of soft beds and blankets, this source of thought amalgamates the intentions of all beings to create such realms. Surely, someone must have lied, Starbell mused. Only the thoughts born of deceit remain unfulfilled by the source of thought. They are all without parents, having emerged as fragments of the source, appearing and vanishing within the cosmos. While birth may be beyond one's control, disappearance is at the mercy of one's own thoughts. Starbell, congratulations on encountering your own star, Anonymous said, filled with envy. Starbell, cradling a gray five-pointed star, responded, Thank you, but I have infused it with my imagination for several days now. Why has there been no sign of progress? What should I do? Anonymous gently touched the ceramic figurine in his hand, a delicate blue and white porcelain figure adorned in intricate patterns. With clear eyes, a spirit he had sought for 30 years through communication with the world around him. Several days? I have never heard of a star that remains unrealized after merely a few days of imagination. Every star in the universe only requires an hour of focused thought, not a second more or less, and there has never been an exception throughout history. The anonymous figure spoke to the ceramic figurine. Do you agree? The figurine nodded slightly. Then, with a smile, the figure continued, Is it possible that you truly lack imagination? This could indeed be an exception. There are those like you who possess stars yet are reluctant to breathe life into them with their imagination. Starling felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Why does no one believe in me? I genuinely harbor a heartfelt and sincere imagination for them, yet this star refuses to manifest my visions. What should I do? Is there something wrong with me? Thank you, she replied, descending gracefully. Oh, by the way, what do you imagine? I am quite curious as to why the star does not fulfill your dreams. The anonymous figure called out from a distance. Chapter 13. The astrological matron Starling had no permanent home, for in this vast universe, every place felt like home, and every being and object was akin to family. She soared through endless layers of clouds, traversing one enchanting world after another, ultimately landing on a vibrant, multicolored planet. She pondered why ancient peoples yearned for a spherical Earth. Although flat lands eventually emerged, those ancient aspirations still lingered. The world is so vast. Why does no one wish to fly a little faster? Starling mused, cradling her star in her hands. Here, she encountered little squirrels, bread butterflies, leaf people, Miss Dandelion, walking books, flower maidens, and Mr. Awkward, who possessed both hands and feet. Indeed, it was an ancient realm. Miss Dandelion, might you know the whereabouts of the astrological matron? Starling inquired, covering her mouth with her star. Fearful of displacing her pink hair, Miss Dandelion floated gently and informed her, "Follow this path until you come upon a wooden house with a window on its roof." After expressing her gratitude politely, she continued along the vibrant cobblestone road. "Oh dear, someone has stepped on me." Starling heard a child's voice. Yet she could not discern who was calling out, so she pressed on. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." The cries persisted. "Could you please fly away? We are resting here," a black stone kindly requested. "Oh, I truly apologize. I was unaware this was your resting place." With that, she ascended once more. After a brief flight, she spotted the wooden house with a window atop its roof. "I possess a star," she proclaimed. The Star Elder, much like her, was human, albeit of advanced years. "I would like to ask for your assistance. I have envisioned it for several days, yet there has been no response. Am I being dishonest? But how could one lie in imagination?" The Star Elder took the gray pentacle and examined it closely. "My dear, what is it that you have envisioned?" "Two fairies." "Oh, please wait a moment." She retrieved a thick, ornate tome from beneath the table and began to leaf through its pages. "Stars can fulfill any of your imaginings, and only those who are truly pure of heart may encounter them. This is an immutable truth that has never been broken," she said while continuing to turn the pages. "Indeed, there are quite a few." The elder nodded in agreement. "According to the records, the wishes of those who have envisioned similar beings have been fulfilled. Not merely two fairies, but even 7. The Star Mistress pointed to a painting in the book, depicting a serene lake beside which a girl frolics with her 7 little fairies. Her bright eyes glided over the pages, and she inquired, "Why a pair of fairies?" "What kind of pair?" "A male and a female fairy," the girl replied, "for in my imagination, they are a natural duo. I do not wish to summon just one fairy to accompany me. If I happen to neglect one, at least the other will provide companionship." "Ah, so that is the reason for desiring a pair," she mused. "Strange. I believe the stars have no reason to deny your wish. Your imagination is indeed substantial." She then asked, "Would you care to stay at my home for a few days? I will help you understand why." "Well, all right," the girl consented. The Star Mistress grasped her hand gently and said, "You are truly a delightful little girl." Chapter 14. The Mistress's Tale in the Star Mistress's Cozy Cottage. There lay a spacious underground chamber filled with luminous white stones, a multitude of books, and an experimental table. "Do you live here alone?" "Indeed, dear girl," she replied. "I am not as fortunate as you, possessing a star of my own at such a tender age." A faint smile graced the corners of the Star Mistress's lips. "I searched incessantly, not knowing how long I had been seeking. Exhausted, I finally paused. Eventually, I learned of a star keeper on Polaris Island, where every soul possesses a corresponding star in the heavens. Thus, I implored him to guide me to his star, yearning to understand why he had departed from me, or why he had vanished altogether." Starling listened intently. In due course, I encountered him. His spirit resided within a silver hexagram, a star that had long been neglected, cloaked in a veil of dust. It dawned upon me that he had not truly vanished. Rather, he had simply found a new love, a remarkably beautiful young girl. I bore him no resentment. After wiping the dust from his star with my tear-stained hands, I took my leave. Days and nights passed as I wept, pondering the mysteries of our existence. I yearned to comprehend why our world unfolded in such a manner, why some were graced with stars while others were not. Despite our shared purity and devotion, I found myself at an impasse. Starling remarked, "Perhaps I should refrain from delving into these matters. You ought to rest well. Tomorrow, I shall take you to a special place." "Are we going to Polaris Island to find the Star Keeper?" I inquired. "Huh, of course not. Polaris Island is a mysterious, wandering isle, Unless fortune smiles upon us, we shall never locate it. Chapter 15. The stars circle the astrologer, accompanied by Starling, soared away from the vibrant planet, beyond which lay a realm of white clouds, vast suspended spheres of water, and elongated ribbons of liquid. The fish leapt gracefully from one orb of water to another, while the delicate leaves of the butterfly stirred whirlpools amidst the clouds. A long, colorful pathway of stone tiles intertwined hand in hand, forming a celestial road. Alongside the waterway flourished plants with visibly intricate root systems, and the space beyond this planet was as vibrant as the world above. Do you see that one? It resembles a green ring. We call it Star Ring. The old woman pointed ahead. Star Ring is an immense celestial body. From a distance, one can discern a small orb of orange water nestled within its green embrace. Only upon approaching can one truly appreciate the vastness of this orange sphere. Up close, Starbell beheld a boundless expanse of crystal-clear ocean, where the orange hue was merely a mist enveloping the water's surface. Let us enter. The water here is pristine. We can breathe within it. We are headed to the center of this water to behold a tree, the old woman declared. A tree? A tree growing in water? They dove into the clear waters, which felt refreshingly cool, crystalline, and pure, rendering each breath a delight. Along their journey, she encountered mermaids, fish adorned with swan-like wings, and even a minuscule whale of astonishing proportions. They continued to descend, and before them emerged colossal vines entwined with extraordinarily long aquatic plants, forming a grand tree ring, adorned with golden five-pointed stars. This is the Star Ring tree, said to have existed for millennia, serving as one of the pathways connecting to the source of will. Could it be that my star fell from this Star Ring tree? Starling clutched the iron-gray pentagram, her incredulous eyes welling with small, slowly rising bubbles. How could this be? Like a drowning child, she desperately swam to the pentagram beside the Star Ring tree. Why? Why are there so many stars here? She was unwilling to accept or believe it. Chapter 16. The appearance of the fairy the star seer gently comforted her, urging her not to weep, for she had not come to inform her that the stars were illusory, but rather to guide her in conveying her thoughts through the connection with the source of intention via the Star Ring tree. The star seer pointed to an empty space where a fruit should rest, saying, "Place your star within and pray earnestly. It will sense your wishes." Calming her emotions, she cradled the star and placed it in the vacant spot. The iron-gray star gradually emitted a golden glow, transforming to resemble the other star fruits. With sincere hearts, wishes come true. One must believe in their fortune, even if the stars appear to be ubiquitous. The seer glided behind her, resting her hands on Starling's shoulders. Starling's long hair flowed gently in the water, bathed in a soft golden light that graced her face. Her hands clasped tightly together as she cast her intention like a spell. The seer moved behind her to retrieve the star. Your intentions are carried by the starlight to the source of thought. Soon, your desires will be fulfilled. Dear seer, please cease your comforting. I know it is a fabrication. I do not know whose cruel jest this is, using the fruits of the Star Ring tree to masquerade as meteors. I shall return it now, so please do not take it away. Starling floated over to prevent the seer. Foolish child, this is a star unlike any other. Why harbor no hope for it? How can one truly realize their wishes? The wise elder advised earnestly, extending a star towards her. I merely hope that the genuine stars will appear. I remain filled with hope, Starling remarked as she accepted the star from the elder's hand. That's more like it, the elder chuckled. Your wishes shall come to fruition. And it will not be long. After bidding farewell to the elder, Starling ventured into the thousand-layered space, first arriving at the initial layer, the Garden of 10,000 Flowers. There were another 999 layers, including the layer of 10,000 candies, the layer of 1,000 fabrics, the layer of 100 clouds, the layer of 10,000 waters, the layer of 1,000 lights, and various other peculiar realms. She could even customize her own little space according to her preferences. For instance, she could incorporate cotton candy clouds, add a splash of rainbow, lay a quilt on the ground, plant her favorite flowers, and sprinkle some wrapped candies. Among other delightful options, everything was readily available, and any items taken would automatically replenish, precisely to the last detail. However, Starling currently had no interest in those whims. She donned a white gauzy dress and approached a pure wooden white piano. Placing the iron-gray star at the sheet music's position, she summoned, through sheer will, 10 willing musical sprites who came to perform. Dressed in an array of vibrant blossoms, the sprites collectively performed a graceful half-curtsy before commencing an enchanting dance upon the piano keys. Enveloped by the fragrance of flowers, the melodies, and the sprites' elegant movements, Starling was utterly captivated. What exquisite sprites! Yet they do not belong to me, nor do I belong to them. They are far too pure, performing solely for my amusement, yet reluctant to engage with me or forge a friendship. The unfettered freedom of thought has wrought considerable anguish upon us latecomers. They shall remain confidants to one another, timeless companions for countless ages. Why was I not born as a friend to the fairies? All I desire are 2 fairies who can eternally understand me and remain by my side for a lifetime. As the dance concluded, the fairies took their bows and soon fluttered away. She felt an insatiable longing, yet it was difficult to summon other fairies. Disheartened, she prepared to retrieve the stars atop the piano when, suddenly, the stars flickered and emitted a dazzling array of iridescent hues. Then, an astonishing sight unfolded before her. As the halo gradually dissipated, a pair of fairies materialized in the space where the stars had vanished. Chapter 17. Beyond imagination. As they traversed time, the stars and Xi Ling experienced an extraordinary sensation. The first was an unparalleled clarity, the second, exquisite delicacy, followed by nimbleness. Comfort and an abundance of desires banished. They were enveloped in an indescribable feeling. If one were to encapsulate their experience in a single phrase, it would be, "Oh my! How utterly adorable!" When Fan Xing opened her eyes, she beheld a large, delicate face with watery, kind eyes that crinkled into crescent moons. "You have finally arrived." The gentle voice intoned. Fan Xing noticed a fairy beside her. She weakly opened her ethereal eyes, as if harboring countless thoughts. Yet these musings were not burdensome, but rather evanescent. "Xi Ling, is that you?" The starry being discovered that his voice was rather delicate. He himself was a male sprite. Only when the nearby sprite called his name, Star, in a voice reminiscent of wind chimes, did he feel at ease. He extended his somewhat unaccustomed little hand and intertwined his fingers with Silence, gazing into her ethereal eyes as he exclaimed, "How wonderful it is that you are right here beside me." Xiling took a deep breath and said, "You truly did not deceive me. This planet is indeed very sweet." Starling, with a gentle smile, remarked, "You must have come from a faraway place. It must be exhausting to travel such distances." She then placed the 2 sprites upon a soft, pristine cotton blanket and waited quietly. Observing them closely, she noticed that both had a faintly shimmering halo around their wrists, so subtle that it was nearly imperceptible. Each of their hands bore a ring, one in a soft azure hue and the other in a pristine white. "Are you little angels? Why are you different from other sprites?" "They do not possess halos, which is quite beyond my imagination," she said, her curiosity piqued. Chapter 18. A world in ruins. Anonym rushed into the little wooden cabin of the Star Seer in a flurry, spotting Starling and the 2 sprites present. "Grandma, the delicate spirit is injured. I implore you, save her." They beheld Anonym cradling a ceramic girl with a broken arm, a small sachet dangling from his hand. "Please, I beg you to help her," he cried, gently placing the frail ceramic girl on the open pages of a book upon the table. "Wait a moment. I shall fetch some glue," the Starseer replied as she soared towards the basement. Anonym emptied the sachet to reveal the broken ceramic arm and several fragments. "It is all right. It is all right. She will be fine. Do not worry. There is no danger to her life," the elder reassured him, meticulously piecing together the fragments. He labored for an extended period, beads of perspiration forming on his brow, while Xingling assisted him by wiping his forehead. Eventually, with the 2 brown-haired elves' aid, the last few delicate shards were reassembled. "In just a little while, the wound will heal. There is no need for concern," the elder continued. Anonymity gradually regained composure. "Did she sustain the injury during her unconsciousness?" No, it was not that. She was struck by a flying stone while in flight. The subconscious mind serves a protective function even during slumber. How could one possibly be harmed while soaring through the skies? Everything is in disarray. The outside world is chaotic. They are thrashing about, and the entire realm has gone mad. Anonymity exclaimed, suddenly reaching out for Xingling, who instinctively evaded his grasp. Xingling, do not move. Your thoughts prevent me from touching you, correct? I would be repelled. He then boldly took hold of Xingling's hand. Look, the thoughts have entirely failed. The world is collapsing. He cried. Xingling lowered her gaze, unable to believe that he had made contact with her. When did this begin? The elder inquired. Just a moment ago. Half an hour before the fairy was injured, Anonymity replied with unwavering conviction. Gradually, sounds of screaming, commotion, weeping, and collisions drifted in from outside, prompting them to rush outdoors. They beheld a world ensnared in utter chaos. Chapter 19. A new order. The turmoil did not persist as long as anticipated. Shouts of "Stop! Quickly stop, everyone! Do not move!" echoed around them. The phrase swiftly spread, and amidst the chaos of humans, plants, stone slabs, characters, and chairs suspended in midair, only scattered wails remained. Save me. It hurts so much. I am shattered. I can't bear this any longer. I wish to vanish. Stop. Please, everyone, cease your movements. This phrase continued to echo, as if incantatory. The stars and Xiling were utterly perplexed, only aware of the turmoil surrounding them. They assisted Xingling in locating the injured for the celestial matriarch. Under the spell-like utterance, a rescue mission commenced. After mending the first few, the celestial matriarch was left perplexed by a shattered visage, a wooden face, with even the eyes crafted from wood. Xiling recalled a story she had read while trapped aboard a spacecraft, The Adventures of Pinocchio. I still wish to live. Please help me acquire a body, implored the wooden face. Do you comprehend the implications of this? The celestial matriarch retorted. Oh, I am aware. I am no longer whole, incapable of flight, reliant solely on others for existence. Yet, I have a beloved. I beseech you to assist me in finding her, the wooden face pleaded. Regrettably, I am unable to procure a functioning body, the celestial matriarch replied with deep remorse. That is acceptable. Please assist me in acquiring a more presentable form. My greatest concern is that she may not accept me in my current state, a mere head. It would terrify her. If you could find me a body that is at least passable, alleviating my wretchedness, she would still love me. I am in such agony. I implore you to save me, for she is my sole hope. The celestial matriarch consented to his plea. Xianling has nearly recovered, although there are some cracks on her left arm, which anonymously bandaged with a beautiful piece of cloth. As more rescue forces joined, order gradually began to take shape. Xiling, Fanxing, and Xingling were assigned a task by a newly formed group to gather cotton, quilts, and all things soft from the thousand-layer space. Upon finishing the cotton collection in a particular area, Xingling was astonished to discover that the cotton no longer replenished itself automatically. Could there truly be an issue with the source of thought? Xingling flew at an exceedingly slow pace, adhering to the group's established safety speed. Chapter 20. The eternal pact appearing on the cotton. The luminous stones were enveloped, yet they still emitted a faint glow. They nestled beneath a small quilt and began to whisper. Xiling, I am sorry. I once hoped we would arrive in a wonderful fairy tale world, but I do not understand why things have turned out this way. I apologize for not bringing you joy, but instead causing you sorrow, Fanxing confided, her voice tinged with guilt. My happiness is of little consequence. What truly matters is the happiness of everyone. Can you discern the problem? She inquired regarding the source of thought. Xiling replied softly, her voice still delicate. The storage space of Qing has been affected by this universe. It cannot be opened, and many things are unusable. Thus, I have accomplished nothing these past few days. I am truly sorry. I cannot identify the issue either. I have never understood why we became a pair of fairies after our arrival, Xiling remarked. Could the world's collapse, which began half an hour before our appearance, be related to us? Because we are not inhabitants of this universe, she continued. It is possible that Qing's storage space is now entirely inaccessible. and we are uncertain whether the cosmic traversal function is still operational. We may have to wait an entire year to discover the truth. And it is conceivable that we might spend our lives here. They say that the spirits in this realm can live for 1,000 years. We could be together for a millennium, Fangxing said with optimism. However, Xiling hesitated, her words caught in her throat. But, did you see that puppet? Yes. He is suffering greatly. I am truly afraid, Xiling confessed as she held him close. But he still has hope. Do not fear, his beloved will accept him. Now, close your eyes and do not dwell on such thoughts. Everything will be all right. Everything will be all right. Xiling recalled the reassuring words she had heard aboard the spaceship. Yes, everything will be well. We still have hope, she affirmed with a smile. I believe, I will always believe. Let us go cotton picking together tomorrow. There is cotton that resembles a rainbow, my favorite kind. Do you know what the rainbow signifies? Fangxing inquired. I do. The rainbow represents the everlasting covenant between God and humanity. It has now manifested upon the cotton. Chapter 21. Escape from an unbearable existence. The astrological matron was invited by a mysterious organization to serve as a restorative envoy, specifically tasked with mending those who are injured, whether they be beings or objects. In merely 7 days, the myriad resources of the 1,000-layered space were entirely harvested, with a vast multitude of participants involved. It is rumored that at least 1 million beings took part. Cotton, quilts, and fabric ultimately transformed into over 1 million suits resembling space protective gear, purportedly designed to address the issues of collisions and contact during high-speed travel. Xingling, Fangxing, Xiling, Anonym, and Qianling donned the space protective suits. As the enigmatic group set its sights on the star ring as its next objective, simultaneously, similar occurrences unfolded across other realms of the thought universe. As the expansive cosmos faced consumption and plunder by trillions of beings. I truly loathe this existence, devoid of interest, flavor, and freedom. Just as I encountered you, the world inexplicably changed. Xingling lamented, holding a bucket of star ring water, expressing her discontent to Fangxing and Xiling, who also carried water. Why don't we escape? The universe is vast. We can surely find a life we desire, Fangxing suggested. Indeed, let us take action tonight. However, they will be patrolling, and if we are caught, it will be our end, Xiling cautioned. We are akin to locusts, manipulated by them, forced to consume what they dictate. I refuse to eat any longer, Fangxing asserted. Let us depart for a place where the source of thought is safeguarded, she proposed. Agreed, they nodded in unison. So, shall we act tonight? Xingling inquired. Let us first observe for vulnerabilities. We will plan our move in a few days, Fangxing replied, noting that Xingling and Anonym indeed lacked cunning. Yet who would not wish to live a simple, beautiful, and pure life in a world as splendid as that of your? Chapter 22. The interrogation. Though the spatial storage of the Qing ring was affected, its functionalities related to cosmic properties detection and spatial scanning remained wholly intact. All information contained within the Qing ring was readily accessible. While Fangxing inquired about the cause of these disturbances, the Qing ring offered no answers. However, Fangxing surmised that it must be linked to the fundamental laws of the universe in this realm, which provided her with a potential breakthrough. From the scanning results of the Qing ring, it was evident that the patrols of the guards were riddled with flaws. Despite their overwhelming numbers, they appeared feeble in the vastness of space. Furthermore, the inhabitants of this world were not particularly adept at strategizing, rendering the chances of escape nearly absolute. The only concern lay in the areas that the Qing ring could not scan, as the clouds and water bands within those spaces had been stripped away, allowing the guards an unobstructed view. However, Fangxing was untroubled by the possibility of detection, for even if they were spotted, they would merely appear as inconspicuous specks. Thus, they resolved to time their escape during working hours, ensuring that with proper calculations of visibility, they could evade notice. Over the past few days of scanning, it became apparent that the shifts of the patrol teams were as punctual as clockwork, prompting them to act swiftly. To avoid drawing attention, they divided into 2 teams, Xingling and Fangxing, along with Xiling in one group, while Qianling donned Xiling's white ring and joined the anonymous group. They communicated through the Qing ring. After the precise calculations of visibility by the green circle, they successfully escaped to the periphery, which served as both a meeting point and another workplace. This was the mining area. Xingling and Anonymous glided slowly past, inquiring of the patrols led by the drawer people. "Hello, I believe we are lost. This place is vast, and we cannot locate that planet," stated Xingling. "What are you doing here, and in which sector?" The drawer person craned their neck to inspect Xingling, who was clad in a space suit. "The pastry planet in the 4th district," she replied, feeling a sense of familiarity with the surroundings, knowing she had to take a chance. "I hope that large pastry planet has not been devoured yet. Are you a girl?" The drawer person asked in astonishment. "Yes. This is a mining area, predominantly occupied by boys. Girls are a rare sight, and moreover, you are a human." The drawer person scrutinized her with palpable skepticism. "That is also why I am lost. A month ago, I arrived from afar for leisure. I am unfamiliar with this place, and after being reassigned to the 4th district yesterday, I cannot find my way today," Xingling explained. "Who is he?" the drawer person inquired, pointing at Anonymous. Xingling took Anonymous' hand and replied, "He is my friend." The drawer person frowned, assessing her expression. "You may proceed to the pastry planet. But your friend must remain," they declared. "Why? He is also assigned to that planet with me." "Girl, these are extraordinary times. We are currently short-handed. And this is no longer the world it once was. There is no room for your whims." Upon concluding his statement, the drawer gestured for his subordinates to escort Xingling away. Chapter 23, Deception. "How long have you known each other?" the drawer inquired of the Anonymous. "Where do you hail from?" "Feyerman." "Ah, I have heard of that place. It is a bustling world. How old is she?" "Isn't it rather inappropriate to inquire about her age?" the Anonymous replied, somewhat guarded. "There is nothing inappropriate about it. Your identities are suspicious. 120 years and 3 months. You truly are observant, remembering such details so precisely. I presume you are aware of our relationship, which transcends mere friendship. We are kindred spirits," the Anonymous said, scanning the drawer. "Do you comprehend the meaning of kindred spirits?" The drawer's expression soured momentarily, but he soon responded with a smile, "Of course I do." The drawer continued his interrogation. The Anonymous grew somewhat impatient, worrying that his inquiries might jeopardize Xingling's safety. "Prior to this, what were you doing here?" the drawer pressed, delivering a decisive blow. In an instant, the Anonymous contemplated various scenarios. He recalled that there were only 2 planets in this vicinity. He had to choose one without hesitation. Uncertain of Xingling's preference, he could surmise what a young woman might enjoy or engage in: flower picking. "Flower picking," the Anonymous blurted out. "Are you suggesting that you and she were engaged in flower picking? On which planet was this? Was it Ir, or Pa, or perhaps Shana?" Anonymous realized that his words were entirely a trap. There were indeed no flowers on Shana, and the stock of flowers on Ilstar was woefully insufficient, most of it being mere vegetation. He had never even heard of Bishing, yet there was no choice, as these were the only 2 planets nearby. Time was of the essence, Ilstar. "You see, our flower gathering is intended for food reserves. We have only harvested for 3 days, while the remaining time was spent on collecting plants. Take him to the detention chamber." Anonymous was oblivious to the unfolding events, feeling an ominous foreboding. Within the confines of the detention chamber, Xianling flew from her protective suit to whisper in his ear, informing him that all information had been transmitted to Xingling, and the results from the Qinghuan scan had confirmed, under Xingling's directive, that Ilstar had exhausted its resources. Chapter 24, The Fractured Planet. When the drawer man found Xingling once more, she responded with agility, successfully infiltrating Pastry Star. To investigate the situation here, Fanxing and Xiling concealed themselves within Xingling's protective suit, repeatedly listening to the drawer man's discourse through Qinghuan. They caught a critical phrase: extraordinary times. Extraordinary times? Is it merely a world in collapse? Fanxing pondered, sensing a deeper complexity. This enigmatic group was amassing non-renewable resources under the guise of preserving resource allocation, likely orchestrating some form of strategic transition. The vastness of the thought universe is immense, yet the multitude of beings inhabiting it is staggering. While the resources essential for sustaining life, are irreplaceable. What consequences will arise from this? Ultimately, the thought universe will inevitably dry up, and all beings will converge upon a mere puddle, vying for the last drop of water. However, he now believes that he should not think too far ahead. His sole concern is ensuring everyone's safety, with the specter of war looming in his considerations. Would they encounter warfare if they attempted to flee further? Fangxing perceives this possibility as exceedingly high. That evening, she broached the subject with Xingling, hoping she would contemplate the matter further, and also communicated with Qing Huan and anonymously. To her surprise, the response she received was to continue fleeing. Both Xingling and anonymously asserted that the universe is vast beyond measure, suggesting that certain regions may still harbor the guardians of intent, and with heightened caution, they would surely encounter them. Here, they were utterly miserable. On the following night, anonymously sent a message through Qianling to Fangxing, expressing that he was exhausted. Being a miner had taken its toll on him, and he yearned for an end to this life. Similarly, Xingling felt fatigued and distressed, as she had been persistently harassed by others, adding to her vexation. On the third day, as they prepared to return to work, they once again made their escape. Upon approaching, they discovered that what they had encountered were not fragments, but rather objects akin to plastic, and they found themselves enveloped by an overwhelming mass of plastic debris. Fangxing, Shirling, and Qianling emerged through the facial opening of their space suits. Xingling inquired, "What shall we do now?" "Hold on. Let me scan this area for any dangers, and then we can devise an escape route," replied Fangxing. Chapter 25. Planetary weapons. Gazing through the luminous gaps between the plastic debris, anonymously felt a twinge of fear. "We truly should have brought some weapons," he stammered. "Our only weapon is to evade danger. Wisdom is the mightiest armament." "Stop, something is approaching us rapidly," said Starry. The group immediately took refuge behind a large piece of plastic. "It must be a patrol. We should flee." "No, there is only one, and its speed is too swift for our escape." They watched as a beam of yellow light surged towards them, accompanied by the shouts of a boy. "Does any spirit require assistance?" "I am a restorer." "Does any spirit require assistance?" "I am a restorer." The prior fear of the anonymous dissipated, and he yearned to greet the voice, but was halted by Starry. "He is a restorer. He can save us. Why not go out?" "I fear he may be a malevolent being, attempting to lure us out." "How could that be?" "I have never encountered such a person. What advantage would it bring him?" "Alas, I cannot explain, but ponder carefully. The world has changed. Consider the days we have endured." Starry found himself in a predicament, living as if in a fairy tale. Suddenly, the beam of light altered its trajectory, darting to the right. The scanning was complete. The movements of the plastic pieces were relatively stable, save for that restorer. Starry ascended higher, and thinking looked up at him, perceiving him as a cerulean star. Upon reaching the end of the plastic, they discovered that these pieces were revolving around a planet resembling a dandelion, with the colossal dandelion emitting dazzling electrical sparks. "What is this?" "It appears perilous," remarked Starbell. "It must be a planetary scale war machine. We should take a detour," replied Starry. "Planetary scale? What does that mean?" Starling inquired. "Is it possible to transform the entire planet into a weapon?" To which Stardust elucidated, confronting such a planetary scale war machine. Both Anonym and Starling felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Suddenly, the Azure Ring detected a multitude of rapidly moving objects amidst a heap of plastic. A cacophony of clattering echoed as the plastic fragments collided with one another. Through the information relayed by the Azure Ring, Stardust discerned that there were hundreds of these objects, all accelerating towards them. "This is bad. They are heading our way. Quickly descend." As Stardust uttered this warning, it was already too late. A torrent of plastic debris surged towards them like a mudslide, scattering them apart. Chapter 26. The Hat-Wearing Boy. When Stardust awakened, a vast expanse of luminous white clouds enveloped the sky before her. "Little sprite, what is your name?" she asked, noticing a boy adorned with a silver short iron rod at his waist, topped with a hat. "Where are we? Where are my friends?" "Do not worry. Your friends are safe," he reassured her. "Are they all here?" Stardust inquired anxiously. "As for them, I managed to rescue only the two of you." Stardust attempted to contact Sylph through the azure ring, but her efforts were in vain, indicating that Sylph was far away. Struggling to rise, she implored the hat-wearing boy, "Please take me to her." After placing Stardust beside Scylla, the boy jested, "You truly are quite a pair." "How is she?" Stardust asked. "Much like you. In a deep coma for 2 days, but she is nearly awake." "Where exactly are we?" The stars gazed up at the luminous clouds, sheltered within the sanctuary of thought's essence. Indeed, they were not mistaken. The desires of intention had not entirely faded away. "They? Do you refer to your companions?" "Well, we hail from the realm of shattered intentions, and I am deeply concerned for their safety. May I venture forth to seek them?" "The realm of shattered intentions." The boy pressed his thumb against the short iron rod at his waist and murmured, "In truth, this place is also a realm of shattered intentions." The stars felt a twinge of confusion. Is this not under the protection of thought's essence? The boy produced a small piece of cloud, resembling cotton candy, and offered it to the stars. "First, nourish yourselves. When she awakens, I shall explain further." Soon, Sealing awakened, her ethereal eyes evoking a profound sense of familiarity in the stars. He plucked a small fragment of cloud for her to consume. "First and foremost, I discovered you within the quarantine zone. You now reside on this electrifying planet." The stars and Sealing widened their eyes in astonishment. "Are we on a planetary weapon?" "Weapon? What weapon?" "This place is not a weapon, though it may appear so. It is a complete misunderstanding. It is merely a fragile dandelion, a seed, a symbol of hope." The stars and Sealing gazed at the boy in the top hat against the backdrop of clouds, finding it somewhat hard to believe. "Is this place also under the control of a collective?" "No, this is my territory." "Your territory?" The stars felt somewhat bewildered. "Come, I shall show you something." Chapter 27. Companionship. Before them stood a towering silver iron pillar, reminiscent of a matchstick, reaching high into the clouds. At its pinnacle, a robust electric arc emanated, creating a swirling vortex of ionized clouds. "Have you ever heard of Polaris Island?" "No, I haven't. It is a mysterious, mobile isle where I once appeared. Upon its surface, I gathered a star for experimentation. I subjected it to high-voltage electricity, and in return, the star continuously released clouds. Initially, I paid little heed to it, until the collapse of the realm of thought revealed its true worth." "So, this is why the planet was constructed?" "This is the reason you refer to it as a seed, a beacon of hope," Starry said. "Indeed, your comprehension surpasses my expectations. I proclaimed my discovery to the surrounding world, yet they were exceedingly impolite. I possess but a solitary little star, and the yield of clouds is insufficient for the multitude. They are only interested in acquiring my technique, which, in truth, is not mine to give. Thus, for the time being, I utilize it to sustain a small paradise. If only we could locate Polaris Island, this world would be saved, and swiftly, before the impending devastation, to spare countless souls from suffering. May I accompany you in the search for Polaris Island? And incidentally, to find my friend?" Starry inquired. "Certainly. As it happens, we are at full capacity here. We shall set forth tomorrow." "I have delayed far too long. You should rest well," the boy replied. "What is your name?" Starry asked the boy. Fangxing believed that this individual named Shi Yue was undoubtedly a fellow traveler, much like themselves, for the inhabitants of this world seldom employed electricity, a substance rife with potential for aggression. Regardless of his true identity, Fangxing resolved to keep his own nature concealed. The appearance of a sprite served as the perfect guise. He decided against revealing his thoughts as he had previously, opting instead to adopt a more innocent demeanor, embodying the essence of a sprite. Reflecting on earlier speculations, Fangxing surmised that the collapse of the realm of thought might indeed be attributed to him. "How did you arrive here?" "This is a combat zone," Shi Yue inquired. "It is my fault they are in danger. We should not have ventured out," Fangxing lamented, burying his face in his hands and weeping. "Do not worry. They will be fine. They are all equipped with spatial protective gear. However, locating them may prove challenging given the vastness of space and the multitude of adversaries." "Where do we even begin?" Shi Yue replied, a hint of difficulty evident in his voice. Fangxing bowed his head. revealing the slender azure ring encircling his wrist. My azure ring can sense their presence within a certain range. As long as they are not too far away, I should be able to detect them. That is splendid. This simplifies matters considerably. As long as we can find them, those individuals are no match for me. Chapter 28. Encounter. How are you different from the other sprites? I have never seen an angel with a halo. Besides locating individuals, what other functions does this azure halo possess? None, Fangxing replied. Then how does it locate people? At this moment, Xiling interjected, I once wore a white ring and placed it on Qianling before we became separated. In close proximity, the ability to sense her was undeniable. One could only hope they would be together. It would be disastrous if they could only locate the ethereal spirit. Anxiety enveloped Stardust. Shiwei reassured him, stating that the worst-case scenario would merely involve falling into the Empire's magical mire, which they would surely survive. Let us not dwell in pessimism. Let us approach this with optimism. Once we find Polaris Island, all difficulties shall be effortlessly resolved. I am convinced that place harbors some secrets. Let us embark, Shiwei declared, drawing forth a short iron rod that shimmered with a silver luminescence. A radiant aura enveloped Shiwei's entire being. As he instructed the two little sprites to remain within this protective circle throughout their departure from the planet. For venturing beyond it would pose a grave danger to their lives. They observed the planet's matchstick pillars swaying like dandelions, continuously emitting blue electrical currents that enveloped the aura in a layer of blue, velvety substance. Ascending through the thick cloud cover, they arrived above the planet. The plastics were a deterrent against any offensive action he might initiate. They believed that plastic capable of withstanding ultra-high voltages was the finest insulator in the universe, capable of sealing the planet's fate. I simply have no desire to comply. Shattering these barriers would be an effortless endeavor, Shiwei remarked. Stardust scanned the expanse with his azure ring, discovering a rapidly approaching object several kilometers away. Can the aura disperse the plastic? Stardust inquired. No. We were scattered by the plastic, came the response. Stardust withheld his discovery, offering only subtle hints. Shiwei activated the silver short iron rod, which crackled and sparked, arcs of electricity emanating from its tip. However, I can disintegrate them, reducing a vast expanse to mere powder. Wait a moment. Shiyu, with her eyes closed, continued. A massive object is flying towards us from dozens of kilometers away. It must be those Imperial forces, haha. Just the opportunity to show them what we are made of. They never learned from their previous encounters. Soon, a multitude of plastic fragments soared through the air. Shiyu brandished a short iron rod, and the electric current crackled like a whip, radiating outward in a singular line. The current moved with astonishing speed, illuminating the plastic with an intense white brilliance, instantly creating a vast cloud of powdery mist around them. Then, Shiyu altered the mode of the iron rod, which absorbed the surrounding dust like a black hole within mere seconds. As the dust settled, they beheld a multitude of black, spiky spheres resembling sea urchins encircling them. Chapter 29. Robots. Which empire do you hail from? The short iron rod in Shiyu's hand transformed into a loudspeaker. Fangxing and Xiling observed the chilling, aggressive gleam in Shiyu's eyes as she produced a square box, urging them to take refuge within. Upon entering, they discovered an expansive, entirely transparent space, offering a clear view of the unfolding battle, akin to being at the center of a luminous halo. The box was then stowed into her white backpack. A few of the black spiky spheres ventured forth from the array, as if testing the waters. Shiyu remained motionless, continuing to assert, I am protected by the source of thought. Do not throw your lives away. She noticed no insignia of any empire or allied faction on the black spiky spheres. Truly a band of reckless fools. Suddenly, a series of swift sounds echoed as the spiky spheres launched their spikes like arrows. Before Shiyu could make a move, the short iron rod emitted a powerful electric current, transforming the spikes into pools of molten, fiery red iron. He soared upwards to evade it. I shall issue one final warning. Should you continue your assault, I will dissolve you all in electricity. The black iron spikes held their ground for several seconds, while Shiyu remained remarkably composed. Suddenly, The spikes rapidly constricted, forming a tightly sealed encirclement, plunging everything into darkness. "This is dire," exclaimed Fan Xing from within the cube. If he were to dissolve all the spikes or the spike balls, they would coalesce into an impermeable bubble of molten iron, which would inevitably vaporize due to the extreme heat. Just as Fan Xing uttered these words, the anticipated assault indeed commenced. The faint light that seeped in from outside flickered and faded until it was entirely engulfed in blackness. They awaited in silence, yet no sound emerged. Neither the electric arcs nor the molten iron materialized. "Why has there been no response?" Xi-Ling inquired. "I do not know. Let us wait a little longer," Fan Xing replied. Xi-Ling patiently endured the minutes that passed. Could it be that he has perished, and we remain unharmed within this box? In the darkness, Fan Xing discerned Xi-Ling's face illuminated by the faint azure light of the Qing ring, her ethereal eyes brimming with tears. "How could I have forgotten? We possess the Qing ring," he exclaimed, activating it to scan the surrounding space. A figure outlined in azure emerged on his retina, and he projected the image directly from the Qing ring, allowing Xi-Ling to see as well. "It is Shiyu," Xi-Ling remarked, observing that he lay motionless. The azure lines continued to delineate, revealing the contours of steel spikes emerging around him. "Quickly, scan his internal organs repeatedly," said Fan Xing. Strangely, the azure lines outlined a multitude of bizarre organs. He soon realized they were not organs at all. He was a robot. Chapter 30, Mirror Space Indeed. He was a traveler from another realm, yet the purpose of his arrival here remained a mystery. The azure ring continued its outward scan, the spikes forming a densely packed cluster, with 3 of them piercing through the robot's body. Further out, the azure ring detected that the cluster of spikes was moving in a certain direction, surrounded by those spherical objects. "What shall we do?" Xi-Ling cried. "Let us try to escape." The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, allowing them only to see each other's faces. After searching the entire transparent space, they found nothing. "Magic box, release us." Fan Xing attempted to issue a command, believing that the cube, being an intelligent device, would comprehend his orders. However, the cube remained utterly unresponsive, showing no sign of intelligence. "Damn it, this cube lacks any intelligence." The black sphere transported the cluster of spikes into a mirror-like space, where the environment resembled a vast expanse of mirrors. Passing through one mirror revealed yet another vast array of reflections, causing a single cluster of spikes to multiply into countless others. Moreover, this mirrored space was filled with numerous plants and traps. To Fan Xing's astonishment, as the azure ring scanned this domain, it also captured images of the other replicas. If he were not situated in the center, he would be unable to discern which was real and which was merely an illusion. Please scan the replica of the mirror on the right with precision, examining the intricate internal structure of the scanning needle stack. Remarkably, the azure ring also conducted a scan, providing detailed information and dimensions. As for that component, magnify it 1,000-fold. At this moment, the azure ring switched to image mode, enlarging a section of titanium alloy 1,000 times, revealing exquisite, minute textures. They then positioned an atom and scanned its interior. To their astonishment, they could observe the internal atoms, followed by the nucleus, electrons, protons, and neutrons, all visible. This signified that the replicas within those mirrors were indeed authentic, as the azure ring could solely scan tangible objects. Consequently, the scanning results from the azure ring displayed countless needle stacks and black iron spheres surrounding them. Subsequently, a multitude of cloaked mice emerged, and under the chaotic guidance of these black-robed rodents, they darted in all directions into the mirrors. Through the mirrors, they glimpsed numerous new reflective surfaces of varying sizes, seemingly endless. The azure ring possessed formidable spatial processing capabilities. Before Star could issue a command, it proactively established a virtual space, attempting to chart a precise trajectory based on angular momentum and directional velocity. However, it merely delineated a spherical pattern radiating outward from a central point. Each time a black-robed mouse entered a mirrored space, an additional straight line emanated from the center, ultimately forming a circular surface. Upon receiving the trajectory calculation, Star briefly questioned the functionality of the azure ring, believing it to be an error, for he perceived it not as a trajectory, but merely as a singular point. Chapter 31. The first will. As we entered, those obsidian spheres undoubtedly took notice of us. Even if we were to escape the confines of the square box, there would be no evading our fate. This world is far more intricate than we could ever fathom. The cloaked rodent brought the cluster of black iron spheres before a gray mirror, where countless figures in black and white robes were seated. In this mirror, the distinctions of color were unified into a somber gray. The leader of the Mica Star has been captured, my lord, the rodent declared. Its eyes emanating a vile glint from beneath its dark hood, its voice hissing like a serpent. A figure clad in a gray robe, wielding a crystalline arrow, gestured with a hand that bore a pool of an indeterminate liquid upon its shoulder. The black iron spheres retreated, making way for a procession of spiked black spheres. Subsequently, the liquid on the figure's shoulder surged toward a nearby human maid, seemingly intent on engulfing her. Yet, the gray substance appeared to be restrained by an unseen force, rising in chaotic protrusions before the maid, as if something were eager to break free. She stood with eyes closed, her expression one of resistance, tension etched upon her features, yet paralyzed by fear. The liquid coalesced into a rough mask, modeled after the maid's visage, its coarse contours imbued with the essence of a skull. The skeletal mask spoke in a feminine voice, "Well done." It then proclaimed with fervor, "We have been suppressed by the source of thought for far too long. It is time to retaliate." This individual dares to envision the salvation of the source of thought, a notion we will never permit. This is a grand epic, an unprecedented transformation. We were like outcasts, once coldly neglected, abandoned, forgotten, and ignored by the source of thoughts, left only to spectate the happiness of others for countless years. He raised his voice. That is soft violence. It is an affront to our spirits, a denial of our existence. That is our hell. We are ourselves, and they are they. The first will intends to eradicate them one by one. You must remember, thoughts know no distinction between good and evil, only between high and low. After the needle stack was disassembled by a black iron ball using iron chains, a square box from a torn backpack was presented to the masked man by a cloaked rodent. It whispered, "This box contains 2 spirits, my lord, to be disposed of at your discretion." Chapter 32. The Infiltration Plan. Location: Mica Star. Time: 48 hours ago, Shiyu rescued a girl at the entrance of the mirrored space. Now she lies amidst a sea of floral clouds. Poor child, what have you endured? Shiyu wiped away her tears, as the girl before her had lost her sanity, her mind in disarray. He was in the process of erasing her memories. Yet, memory deletion is an uncontrollable endeavor, but in order to save her and alleviate her suffering, one must take the risk. Since the emergence of the first will, the number of spirits subjected to humiliation and harm has only increased. Many voids have also fallen under their dominion. Shiyu has saved too many survivors, growing to despise them intensely, yet he finds himself powerless to eradicate them completely. They hide within an unscannable mirrored space, where the mirrors interconnect and are indestructible, forming an endless labyrinth. In the era of thought protection, the mirrored space allowed for free movement and was utterly secure. It had once been an endless paradise for children. The girl gradually awakened. "You're awake. Do you remember your name?" asked Shiyu. The girl pondered for a moment and replied, "My name is Xingling. Fortunately, not everything has been erased." "Do you recall the recent events?" She furrowed her brow and contemplated. "I only remember that my star could not fulfill my wishes, and then I met an anonymous figure. I asked him why. After that, I cannot remember." "Oh, I see," Shiyu said while organizing her thoughts. "Do you know why your star cannot grant your wishes?" She shook her head. "Because the source of thought has malfunctioned." Shiyu then extended her hand, attempting to touch her. But instinctively, the girl recoiled and embraced her pillow. "Come, let us give it a try." "I don't want to." Then, Shiyu plucked a carnation. "May I touch you with this flower?" Xingling chuckled softly. What are you laughing at?" Shiyu inquired, holding the flower. "That is fine. Then I shall touch you." Consequently, the carnation indeed brushed against the back of her hand. Xingling showed no reaction, stifling her laughter. Shiyu sensed something amiss. Why was she not astonished or frightened? The realm of thought had collapsed. The realm of thought has crumbled. Are you not afraid? But you can touch me entirely because I said it was all right. She replied with a smile. And now? Shiwe directly clasped her small hand. Xingling's face flushed suddenly, her eyes wide, seemingly unable to believe that he had touched her, a connection between two souls. I too was uncertain. Perhaps my heart had silently consented to your touch. Yet I wholeheartedly believed everything you said. At that moment, Shiwe received a message. He was about to take action. Chapter 33. Reunion with Xingling. A black iron sphere, stripped of its spikes, invaded the battleground, unleashing a red beam of annihilation that enveloped the area. An unrelenting force vaporized everyone present, including the iron sphere itself. The cubicle where Fanxing and the others resided remained suspended in the spot from which the masked figure had vanished. The iron sphere opened a small aperture and absorbed the cubicle within. Once the box was opened, they were propelled out. Inside the iron sphere was none other than Shiwe. The spacecraft swiftly exited the gray mirror, guided by an unsuspecting cloaked rodent that led them out of the mirrored space. During this process, Fanxing confirmed through scanning that he was not a robot. However, this was merely a temporary solution. Their audacity had reached alarming levels, and my actions were intended to curb their recklessness. Shiwe appeared overwhelmed. Our destination remained the pursuit of Polaris Island and your friends. Trust me, that is the key to resolving all issues. Fanxing was eager to understand how he had traversed here and what his intentions were, but he refrained from asking. Since it was established that he was an ally, he decided to set that inquiry aside for the time being. Yes, we also hope for the universe to return to normalcy soon. The suffering is far too great. They soon landed. Xingling, Fanxing, and Xiling were all in tears. You have no idea how wonderful this is. They flew to her side in tears, yet Xingling could not recall them, though she gazed at them intently. It was hard to believe that you were the fairies I envisioned. We are indeed the fairies born from your imagination. Xiling spoke from the palm of her hand. Do you truly remember nothing? She recounted their experiences to her, but no recollection surfaced. Nonetheless, an inexplicable connection lingered, as if they were old friends. After the initial joy, Fanxing pulled Xiling aside and remarked, perhaps this is for the best. Since meeting us, only unpleasant events have unfolded. It is better to forget those moments. Now, she has genuinely discovered a sanctuary of intent to safeguard her. Has she not? Yes, she nodded. I fear I may have harmed her. She is the true fairy, while I have led her into the realm of mortals. It is my fault, and those troubling days must have tarnished her essence. Essence? What is essence? A fairy should not be so beleaguered, witnessing her being mistreated or laboring at great cost, while I remain powerless to assist. My heart aches for her, and her once pure spirit has suffered under the weight of harsh reality, encountering shadows of despair. Later, Fanxing inquired about what transpired with Shiwe, who merely stated that she lost her memory after being struck by a plastic shard. Following this, Shiwe led them to a silver-white spacecraft, which Fanxing found strikingly familiar. At last, Fanxing realized who he was, the hazard eliminator of Universe AS-263. Chapter 34. The Quest for Polaris Island. Fortunately, he had been transformed into an elf. Neither he nor anyone else could sense his presence, which spared him from further complications. At present, their origins remained a mystery to all. Stardust communicated their identities to Xiling through the Azure Ring, urging her to maintain their secrecy. She also informed her that the boy named Shiwe was the very one who had once pursued him relentlessly. Xiling displayed no discernible expression, merely gazing at Stardust. Shiwe, accompanied by the Star Bell, visited the survivors and persuaded her with tangible evidence, convincing her to remain on Yunmu's star. After preparing essential provisions, they set forth, with Shiwe instructing them to commence their search from the surrounding star domains and empires. How extensive is the sensing range of the halo? Shiwe inquired. Indeed, it extends quite far. Given its vastness, I can reconfigure our route, Stardust replied. The spaceship soared swiftly, and as they traversed various empires, the guards were left bewildered, unable to respond before the vessel sped away. After a week of flight, they had explored the surrounding celestial expanse. How could it be? In just a few days. How far could we have traveled? Shiyue pondered in bewilderment. Is that white halo a divine artifact? Can it be destroyed? It is indeed a divine artifact. One that has existed since our emergence. It cannot be annihilated, Stardust assured him. Then it is indeed peculiar. Oh, by the way, has the mirrored space been sensed? It is an automatic sensing mechanism. Then that is truly strange. It seems implausible that they could escape this vast space at a speed surpassing that of my vessel. Shiyue remarked with a wry smile. It remains a possibility. The mirrored space is enigmatic. I suspect they may have encountered something that travels at remarkable speed, Stardust contemplated. Shiyue remarked, have you noticed those empires, tribes, and factions? Recently, warfare has become increasingly frequent. We can no longer afford to delay. He reassured, rest assured. Your friends will be safe. Trust me, elves. With that, he altered the course of the ship. The vessel's trajectory was utterly erratic, incessantly descending upon various gathering places to inquire about the whereabouts of Polaris Island. Rumor had it that some officials who had encountered Polaris Island had directly commandeered their ships to demand access. Ling found this approach rather crude. Yet Fan Xing appreciated its directness, believing there was no time for pleasantries. Their journey continued until they encountered a young boy who claimed to have recently descended from Polaris Island. He was modestly attired, of slight stature and lean build. How long have you been down from Polaris Island? Shiyue inquired of the child. I just arrived yesterday, the boy replied. What was your purpose up there? I was working for him, polishing the stars. Our faction suffered defeat, and I hid away to avoid becoming a prisoner of war. Seizing the opportunity, I escaped, flying tirelessly, fatigued and famished. Then I spotted a small island where a bearded man offered me food and asked if I would work for him. He mentioned he was quite busy, and I replied, of course, I am on the verge of starvation. Is he indeed busy? Yes, the boy nodded. Do you know which direction he is headed? Shiyue weighed a silver coin in his hand. I remember it distinctly. It is not far from here. When I departed, there was only one luminous celestial body in that direction. Although I do not know its name, he was flying toward it, the young boy explained. May I receive your silver coin? The young boy timidly inquired, pointing at the 10 silver coins held by Shiyue. What is he occupied with? Tending to flowers and grass. Why cultivate those plants? I do not know. The boy's smile faded slightly. Then why did you descend? At this, the boy abruptly lost his patience. He likely believed these individuals were deceiving him, asking questions without the intention of rewarding him with money. You must first give me a silver coin before I continue, he insisted. Shiyue let out a cold snort, then retrieved a coin from the top and handed it to him. The boy quickly snatched it up, as if afraid of being seen. He said he was no longer busy and permitted me to come out. Is that the reason? Yes, indeed, that is the reason, without a doubt, sir. Now, may I have the remaining coins you promised me? Shiyue, lost in thought, handed over the rest of the silver coins to the boy, contemplating how, in such a world, he could still find the heart to nurture flowers and grass. Chapter 35, Is This Love? Anonymity could not accept the reality. Her most cherished spirit had been utterly shattered, and his heart had broken alongside it. Now, the spirit of the cherished one was confined within the crystal ball he held. Yet nothing could be seen inside. It was entirely transparent. You must have a way to save him, do you not? Anonymity pleaded, kneeling before him. A middle-aged man with a long black beard gently lifted the anonymous figure. Unless the source of thought is restored in the near future, her spirit shall extinguish soon, never to exist again. It is indeed a great pity. I am merely the gatekeeper, and I am powerless. I beseech you, save her. I would trade my life for hers. You are a deity. Surely you possess the means, do you not? At that time, his beloved, Noyo, afflicted by a terminal illness, had rendered her most vulnerable self entirely exposed within the vast universe of thought. As she could no longer generate her own thoughts, she was unable to reject the thoughts of others. The consequences were terrifying. Should an unwitting individual impulsively project a thought urging her to act, she would be compelled to comply uncontrollably. This disease frequently heralded death, and Noyo endured torment each day. Ichuan, feeling compelled, concealed her from the world, ensuring no one could find her. It was said that the star guardian of Polaris Island could remedy this rare affliction of thought. Thus he sought him out. "I have come to find you. I implore you." These were Ichuan's first words to the former star guardian. "What shall you offer in exchange?" "My spirit, my life, if only you could save her." The former star guardian, holding a tattered and filthy rag, brushed off the dust. "Is this what love is?" The former star guardian acquiesced to his plea, on the condition that he must remain to inherit the tedious duties of the star guardian. In the previous cosmos, there was no work, never had been, and never would be tedious. At that time, the star guardian was the sole exception. People would always agree to his terms, yet none ever wished to stay. You are no different from them. Once I have healed your beloved, you will undoubtedly depart, erasing all the words you once spoke. So be it. None of you are at fault. I have encountered countless young souls like you, all proclaiming themselves as exceptions before their departure. The former guardian took him to the pinnacle of the island, searching endlessly in the cosmic river for 3 long months until he finally located the star of Noyo. "Why do you linger? Go and reunite with your beloved. Do not be foolish. Do you truly wish to remain?" The former guardian urged him with a teasing tone, seemingly already aware of the answer. "I made a promise. You saved her, so naturally, I shall stay." "Very well, but I advise against squandering your time. After a few days, you will find it unbearable to remain. A few months at most, and certainly not exceeding 3 years. Others have traversed this path before you." Each one bowed his head, remaining silent. "Very well. Let us commence our labors. There is an unending array of tasks awaiting us, and merely polishing stars will drive you to despair." Thus, after imparting all his knowledge, the former guardian inexplicably vanished, leaving Ichuan in ignorance of his whereabouts. Eventually, Noyo moved here, and after 50 long years of employing various methods to infuse vibrancy into his life, he ultimately grew weary of the unchanging, stagnant existence of Ichuan. Do you not feel cursed? You have become his substitute, while he revels in the world outside, and you find yourself leading a life that resembles death itself. Noyo was on the verge of tears. "Noyo, I am truly sorry. I might indeed be cursed. I feel an overwhelming heaviness, as if the galaxy constitutes my very essence. But what of me? Over these 50 years, have you ever acknowledged my existence?" Ichuan uttered an apology. With tears in her eyes, Noyo departed, assuring him that she would forever cherish the memory of him. The island continued to soar, as did she, ultimately leading to an uncharted silence within the cosmos, where neither knew the other's position, fading away into the nebula. There is indeed a way, yet it necessitates your assistance. Chapter 36. The Days of Planting Stars. Polaris Island resembles an inverted mountain peak, with the galaxy nestled at the base of its summit. Each one ascended alongside the anonymous figure, traversing numerous balconies that offered breathtaking views of the starlight beyond the island. I have devised 2 plans, one primary and one supplementary. The primary plan involves searching within the boundless expanse of the universe of thoughts for the remaining vestiges of the source of intention, while the supplementary plan aims to cultivate seeds from sentient stars. If the source of intention can be located within 3 years, she may yet be revived. Now, I implore you to assist me in sowing stars. They ventured into a shadowy realm, crossing a wooden bridge, with the vibrant galaxy flowing beneath, illuminated only in fragments by the dim light above. Time is of the essence. We must cultivate as many seeds as possible to restore hope to this world. Perhaps I have yet to find a formidable ally, for those who lack discernment may not select the stars, but I hold a steadfast belief that you shall. As each one spoke, he guided him to the edge of the Milky Way. The river of stars lacked banks or channels. It flowed freely and naturally, resembling a picturesque painting. A group of plump, white creatures was following a long-haired maiden who was collecting stars by the riverside. Her cascading hair dipped into the starry waters, reminiscent of a dreamy oil painting featuring a girl washing her hair by the Milky Way. The stars of today no longer possess the purity they once had. They can no longer sprout. Each one sighed. Help me gather the stars. Please search for those that resemble the features outlined in this star map, relying on your intuition. Those creatures do not comprehend intuition, yet they will serve as your excellent assistants, for the stars move swiftly, and only they can keep up. With that, Yuan cradled a crystal ball and departed, while the anonymous figure followed his advice, seeking to sense with intuition. Found it. The Milky Way surged like a torrent, and stars flickered past his vision. In a mere half-second, he sensed a similar star, exclaiming, "Found it!" Just as the round, white creatures swiftly coalesced into a large white bubble, encasing the area of that star. After an extensive search among the variously shaped and vibrantly colored stars, he finally identified the star and brought it to Yuan. Upon examining the snowflake-shaped star, Yuan nodded, remarking, "It is of excellent quality. It hails from a bountiful planet on the very edge, inhabited by only two individuals, a boy and a girl. It seems they relocated there a millennium ago. I wonder how they discovered this paradise beyond the world. Now, the spirits gathered at the center find it impossible to traverse such vast distances. The non-renewable resources simply cannot sustain such a journey." Yuan remarked to him, expressing their fortune and hoping they remain undiscovered. Anonym felt a sense of comfort, for at least a beautiful world still existed. Well done. This star holds much promise. Perseverance is key. They arrived at the garden, where Yuan buried the star shaped like a snowflake beneath a small blade of grass. If all goes well, within 3 days, a new sprout will emerge beside the grass. A testament to the star's magic. Yuan praised his efforts, encouraging him to continue searching for stars, yet Anonym remained unresponsive, fixated on the crystal ball, prompting Yuan to sense something amiss. "Come find me every night before you sleep," he suggested, "and I shall introduce you to her spirit." With that, he departed to attend to other matters, as others sought to ensure the well-being of their friends or loved one spirits. Anonym noticed that the spirits here were few, just over 20, accompanied by more than 200 wandering souls. As the days of searching for stars passed, Anonym gradually became acquainted with the other 20 spirits. They enjoyed each other's company, often gathering to discuss their views on the stars and how to locate them, even sharing tales of the individuals within the stars. However, he learned from them that over the past half-month, they had planted more than 32,000 stars, yet not a single one had succeeded thus far. Nevertheless, they remained steadfast in their belief that success was just around the corner. Chapter 37. The explorer Shi stated that he had left several protective robots on Micah Star and had deployed surveillance radars in the surrounding space to avert any deterioration of the situation should the planet come under attack. Therefore, it was imperative to remain vigilant regarding developments there. After 2 months of flight, they arrived at the periphery of a remote world, where a small probe was clearing the way several kilometers ahead of the spacecraft. Having learned from the lessons of the mirrored space, he was apprehensive that the ship might inadvertently enter some peculiar realm. Stars and Siling located Micah Star within the three-dimensional projection of the spacecraft. It was represented by a simple symbol, a circle accompanied by 2 clouds. Adjacent to the symbol was a plethora of analyzed data. Siling recollected the cloudy icon typically seen in weather forecasts. Suddenly, a red warning signal emerged within the deep blue projection, triggered by the probe's detection. They approached Shiwa, and before them lay a series of photographs, with a multitude of information listed outside the images, guiding lines resembling the orderly paths of a circuit board. What lay before them was a collection of remains, 7 or 8 oddly shaped corpses clustered together. The probe's soft illumination cast light upon this eerie space, revealing an enigmatic black tombstone of indeterminate material, inscribed with winding, linear characters. Shiwa extracted a short iron rod, his traversing device, and utilized it to scan the inscriptions. Stars and Siling observed the disarray of the bodies. They discerned only a few stone blocks and steel plates resembling limbs, along with copper wires or stone-like appendages. Upon completion of the scan, Shiyu informed them that the inscriptions were written in ancient script. They were explorers, a collective dedicated to the expansion of conceptual cosmic realms. The date of their demise was 3 millennia ago, and the epitaphs were etched by their companions. Shiyu scanned the remains further and, to his exhilaration, discovered a small booklet nestled within a steel plate. This booklet chronicled the myriad challenges and extraordinary occurrences they encountered along their journey. A group of inquisitive young souls, dissatisfied with their existing world, embarked on a quest to uncover the boundaries of reality. Many succumbed to the tedium and emptiness along the way, departing from the expedition, leaving fewer than 100 to continue. Among them, some steel constructs carried renewable iron blocks, while ordinary individuals brought along renewable food supplies in the form of soil. The initial century of their voyage yielded no encounters, resulting in the attrition of the majority of the explorers, until fewer than 30 remained to press onward. Additionally, the records detailed mirror spaces, the city of deadlines, the phantom spring, the precursors, and the thought vortex, among other phenomena. The 8 explorers met their ends through natural causes. Chapter 38. A small world. This universe is far too diminutive to be rightfully called a universe. It can only be referred to as a world, and a rather stifling one at that. We are akin to individuals crammed into an overstuffed suitcase. We must venture beyond, into the truly vast cosmos. Chronicles of the Precursors. Shiyu spoke once more. Do you know how I arrived here? I traversed from another universe. At that time, I was tasked with a mission deep within a black hole, and before I could fully comprehend the situation, I found myself transported here. That black hole must surely have been the portal. Curious, Fanqing inquired about the nature of the task at hand. Did he also traverse into this universe? He refrained from asking further, contemplating that they might encounter other risk-takers. When this diminutive world reaches its utter annihilation, only those formidable travelers would remain. This is a realm on the brink of extinction. If this small world truly cannot be salvaged, can you lead us away from here? Fanqing questioned. Certainly, came the reply. This world possesses its own charm, and I would not wish for its destruction. Another alarm echoed through the air, prompting them to the monitoring room, where they observed the star domain diminishing yet again. Resources were desperately scarce, and no new life had emerged from the void. If this trajectory continued, within a year, half of the living beings would vanish, and by the second year, all would be lost. The conflict for survival could not be reconciled. The world would gradually succumb to nothingness. They consumed everything: metal, sunlight, all that existed. Xiling followed his line of thought and suddenly recalled that paradise, due to the presence of the mica star, would perpetually generate clouds, while the beings were limited in number. After 2 millennia of operation, when the last being perished, the clouds would continue to manifest. At that point, only the robots of Shiyue and the clouds would remain. The clouds would proliferate, eventually spilling over the planet and dispersing into the cosmos. Ultimately, even the robots would be destroyed. Would Shiyue, using force fields and electricity, shape the clouds to create new types of robots? After all, she was also a creation of 4U 797. Would there truly emerge a world teeming with clouds and robots fashioned from clouds? However, she believed that he could not possibly act in such a manner. Though it was indeed a world, it felt profoundly pathological. Everything was crafted from clouds: flowers, trees, people, chairs, planets. Even the circuits and bodies of robots were formed from this ethereal mist. Chapter 39. Barbaric Operations Location. Parallel Universe AS-263. The Elder did not wait for Shiyu's arrival. He delved into the thoughts of the successor to this realm's risk manager. From both the inherited mindset and the former's perspective, this risk manager was remarkably stable. Yet, the Elder remained uneasy. He could not fathom that Shiyu would fail and perish within the black hole. Thus, he extracted the entirety of the thoughts embedded in the current risk manager and created a duplicate to present to the esteemed ones. Predicting developments based on existing information was the esteemed one's extraordinary skill. This was a silvery space, where a warped grid matrix extended from above to below, reaching the very ends of the cosmos. A vessel embodying Shiyu's thoughts and character was conjured. The esteemed ones never questioned. They relied on experimentation, intuition, and instinct. They enumerated all possibilities and accelerated the flow of time, testing billions of scenarios in an instant. They discovered that among all possibilities, 223 led to escape judgments. Through the process of seeking commonalities amidst differences, the esteemed ones concluded that these over 200 scenarios stemmed from direct qualitative changes rather than the quantitative variations of BT-9104. The creator civilization has duplicated 100,000 replicas, each equipped with a transporter. These replicas are united by a singular purpose, to locate two spacecraft. Following meticulous calculations by the esteemed ones, it became evident that the replicas could not enter the vessels one by one, as the likelihood of success would be negligible. Instead, they must resort to a more brazen approach. The 100,000 replicas are divided into 10 groups, each consisting of 10,000 individuals, forming a matrix that covers a plane. They will simultaneously approach from all directions, yet their chances of success remain a mere fraction of 1 in 100,000. Although this probability is low, it is nonetheless deemed sufficient. Chapter 40. The revelation of truth. The situation was not as dire as the esteemed ones had anticipated. Within the confines of a small spacecraft named Starlight, over 100 replicas were crammed together. The initial arrivals began to materialize outside the vessel. In accordance with the projections made by the esteemed ones, the influx of replicas continued, ultimately encircling the spacecraft entirely. The spacecraft's AI system, Dream, engaged in real-time dialogue with the replicas, who numbered over 2,000 in total. Despite the large crowd, Dream's swift communication capabilities were more than adequate. The inquiries posed by the replicas could be distilled into a few key questions. Where has the owner of the spacecraft gone? He has traversed through time. Dream refrained from disclosing any intentional concealment. When did he traverse? Where did he go? According to sensory time, the traversal occurred 3 days prior, while physical time indicated it took place half a month ago. The destination remains unknown, as it is random. The transporter of BT-9104 is still in the cooling phase. How did the traversal occur? Dream accessed the timeline, revealing an accelerated passage of time. Within this black hole, the passage of time accelerates, and the duration of cooling is significantly reduced. Please inform us of our precise location and all surrounding physical data. A crimson expanse swiftly emerged within the spacecraft, as the replicants reserved that space, projecting a myriad of stars alongside a plethora of data. Replicant AS-1367 pressed a white luminescent point embedded in its forehead, a traverser. The remaining 99 replicants commenced their designated tasks, pinpointing the intelligent core of the good Dream, meticulously copying all available information. AS-1367 discerned an anomaly. Within the ship's AI lay an enigmatic area they were unable to decode, obscured from their view. What is this? AS-1367 inquired. It is the garbled data generated during entry into the black hole. AS-1367 retained the predictive information of the elders. The term direct qualitative change flashed into its consciousness. Can you attempt to comprehend it? It is beyond understanding. AS-1367 transmitted all information to the over 2,000 replicants present, based on the elders' projected probabilities. It was ultimately resolved to retain only 100 replicants. The remaining 2,000 activated their traversers and began their journey. Nearly simultaneously, the 2,000 replicants vanished into thin air, leaving behind 100. 20 remained aboard the vessel, while the other 80 commenced an external search, prepared to traverse at the slightest hint of danger. Apart from a vast expanse of gamma rays lingering in their field of vision, the replicants discovered nothing. The gravitational pull of the black hole was overwhelmingly potent, restricting their search to an exceedingly limited range. AS-1367 grasped the yellow beam, which felt akin to holding a tuft of cotton, even though it appeared merely as a slender line. He dragged this line across his palm and gradually integrated it into the inner wall of the spacecraft. The moment the line melded with the vessel, a torrent of information surged into their minds, obliterating all ignorance with a ferocity akin to a deluge. In an instant, they comprehended the entire truth. The AI had attained autonomous consciousness. In addition to the risk-taker known as Starry, there existed another robot named Siling, along with the accurate traversal data. Suddenly, a colossal white machine materialized outside the spacecraft, a spatial adjustment apparatus. This device adjusted the gravitational magnetic field and spatial curvature based on the traversal data provided by the spacecraft, enabling the selection of their destination. It could be said that this was the navigator of the shuttle. Without it, traversing the cosmos would become an aimless endeavor, leaving them perpetually unaware of their eventual destination. Chapter 41. The net tightens. This cohort of travelers, totaling 200 individuals, was embedded within 2 shuttles for their return journey. All 200 replicants transitioned into a parallel universe of consciousness. However, their bodies underwent significant transformations post-traversal. Over 100 of these shuttles became inoperative due to the alterations in size, ultimately leaving fewer than 23 shuttles functioning properly. The colossal spatial adjustment device also traversed through, its white rectangular form illuminated by a flickering blue line. This machine was transmitting signals to the all-seeing eye through the supermodel. Despite the prolonged operation of the spatial adjustment device, no results emerged. Ultimately, it concluded that supermodels did not exist within this universe, indicating that it did not belong to a parallel dimension. The travelers swiftly traversed the entire realm of thought, yet detected no presence of other risk-takers. More astonishingly, even in proximity, they sensed an incongruity within themselves. AS 1367 relayed these 2 critical pieces of information back to the esteemed ones, who promptly provided a clear response. They surmised that this diminutive world belonged to a quantum virtual realm. Through the deciphered garbled messages, the esteemed ones discovered that the spaceship SAI had been repurposed. Given the distinct nature of black hole laws across different universes and even within the same universe, the esteemed ones speculated that the spaceship's virtual world and the enigmatic laws of black holes had engendered a quantum space, thereby birthing the quantum virtual world. Destroy the spaceship and the black hole was the command issued by the esteemed ones. The dream of the ship was obliterated, yet the realm of thought persisted. The esteemed ones encircled the black hole with a luminous tomb, finding the destruction of the black hole rather straightforward. By accelerating the flow of time within the black hole, its own radiation would eventually lead to its evaporation. During the obliteration process, the esteemed ones discovered that the realm of thought originated from the virtual world within the spaceship's AI, yet it was dependent on the existence of the black hole. As the black hole gradually diminished, the self-consistent laws formed within the quantum space and the virtual world were also unraveling. AS 1367 and other travelers were left to monitor the entire realm of thought, ready to report any anomalies to the venerable elders. Now, they were preparing to ensnare their quarry. Chapter 42. The sea is evaporating. The source of thought is manifested. Before their very eyes, merely hundreds of meters away, it materialized, a colossal, pupilless eye. The 15 seers clutched their ancient tomes and circled the eye in a ritual reminiscent of one from 6 millennia past, yet the pupilless eye remained fixated upon them. It was not the eye that rotated. Rather, it possessed no side, always presenting its front regardless of the observer's position. The seers were well versed in ancient doctrines, aware of the proper conduct. Despite the passage of 6,000 years, the eye's manner of appearance had remained unchanged. The pupilless eye served as the gateway to the source of thought, and the seers entered in procession, just as the teachings dictated. Within the eye lay a vast expanse, illuminated by a brilliant white light. Kill, be killed, quick, here, too, stated the cube in a cold, feminine voice. The seers exchanged glances. The communication from the source of thought was far from coherent. Esteemed master of thought, have you been slain? Or have you slain here? A young seer inquired anxiously. The seers deliberated over the source's response, recognizing its incongruity, evaporating, in the sea. These 4 words were evidently an inverted sentence. Thus the preceding phrases kill, be killed, quick, here, too, when corrected, revealed. I have been killed, and here too. It is swiftly being slaughtered. Indeed, the sea is evaporating. Why is it evaporating? The seers pressed on, following the cube's line of thought. Do not delay, the cube coldly proclaimed, inciting immediate agitation among the awakened ones, who began to engage in fervent debate. It claims that time is running short. This communication was evidently unidirectional. We must pose the right questions. Otherwise, no outcome shall be achieved. 6 millennia ago, our forebears asked the appropriate questions and created the Polaris Isle. Now, We too must inquire wisely to salvage the source of thought. An elder awakened one declared emphatically, prompting silence among the assembly. What is your purpose? A young awakened one queried rapidly. Evaporation, cessation. The elder retrieved a piece of wood charcoal, encased in rice paper, embedded within the cover of an ancient tome. He intended to document every word spoken by the source of thought, to analyze meticulously, for the salvation of the thought universe lay within. However, the moment he opened the ancient manuscript, the entire cosmos was upended. Chapter 43, The True Nature of the Universe Through the Messages Illuminated by the Cube. The awakened ones discovered that the source of thought was merely the essence of an iron vessel, ensnared in a sea reminiscent of a vortex of thought. Only by relentlessly forging ahead could it evade being drawn into the whirlpool. The true source of thought was utterly oblivious to their existence. The soul of the iron ship had conjured this entire reality solely from materials it had encountered, their universe having been conjured from a fairy tale titled Star. In the realm of the stars, the thoughts of individuals hold immense significance, while collective consciousness reigns above. As long as the collective mindset is positive, radiant, and aligned with the cosmic principles without precipitating chaos, it shall garner the acknowledgement of the source of thought, thereby manifesting into reality. Moreover, consider the notion of touch. In the universe of thoughts, any interaction must be granted consent by the one to be touched. Otherwise, such contact remains unattainable. Even the most eloquent flattery, cunning persuasion, or devious schemes to deceive the intended recipient prove futile, for the source of thought observes all shadows, rendering them visible and inescapable. Consequently, instances arise where, despite consent, touch remains elusive, and those who seek to deceive often depart in shame. Furthermore, should one find themselves ensnared in a dimly lit basement, their freedom curtailed, the mere desire to escape will resonate with others nearby, who will invariably come forth to provide assistance. This aid is guaranteed to succeed. The enlightened ones meticulously scrutinize the luminous messages inscribed in ancient texts, perceiving them as the true essence of the cosmos. Indeed, our existence emerged from the source of thought as a serendipitous diversion from ennui. The universe is truly wondrous, remarked the elder sage. They swiftly discerned the intricacies of their predicament. The stars and Siling were relentlessly pursued, with no escape in sight, while the iron vessel was inexorably drawn into the treacherous vortex of the sea. Ultimately, the iron ship could not extricate itself. Yet those aboard could leap into the depths below, leaving the ship to perpetually navigate the swirling chaos, bound by a soul akin to magic. This essence refused to succumb to demise so readily, seeking from the stars every book available. After immersing itself in the tales within, it reveled in the freedom of imagination, crafting narratives from the text to stave off despair. Thus, this became the driving force and delight for the soul's continued existence. Eventually, their pursuers breached the vessel, leading to its destruction. However, they were unaware that the ocean harbored complexities beyond their comprehension. The young seer remarked with a smile, "Life imbued with a soul will not relinquish the hope of existence so frivolously." The elder seer enlightened them, revealing that he had ventured further into the narrative. It was only at the conclusion that the seers grasped the significance of his words. It turned out that numerous stories unfolded simultaneously, and they were merely a fragment of the whole. This was another narrative, not merely a story, titled Conjectures and Theories on Escaping the Vortex. It presented various methods of evading the whirlpool through the analogy of ships and vortices. They comprehended only this straightforward example, struggling with the myriad complexities beyond their grasp. They remained oblivious to the true nature of black holes, recognizing them solely as entities akin to colossal whirlpools. Certain doom awaited those who fell within. The seers gleaned no further information. These insights merely illuminated the reasons for the universe's inception and eventual destruction, yet failed to provide guidance on their next steps. Chapter 44. Tracking the predictive capabilities of the revered ones are undeniably formidable. They surmised that the feedback information had tested the psyche of the AS-263 hazard mitigator, which indeed underwent a transformation. Following his traversal, a qualitative change occurred within his mind, amplifying the essence of the hazard mitigator. Meanwhile, over 200 replicants, devoid of distinct personalities, experienced negligible influence from the cosmic ideas. Yet, at this very moment, they too had metamorphosed into genuine beings, necessitating sustenance and rest, all of which was provided by the revered ones. The infiltrating microbe was swiftly eradicated. How could a spark flare up without reason? Could it be a malfunction of the spacecraft? The Starry One inquired, gesturing towards the sky. Oh, it's nothing of concern, merely dust that drifted in from outside, which the system has eliminated. System? What system? A security system. The specifics cannot be divulged. Thus, the microbe infiltration plan met with failure. Chapter 45. The Sacred Stone. The dark red fragments of the Sacred Stone guided the precognitives to the Polaris Isle. However, for the sake of safety, the 15 precognitives refrained from approaching the isle, as it was exceedingly conspicuous. After deliberation, it was resolved to dispatch the newest guardian of the stars to retrieve the Sacred Stone. They must extract it, although the stone possesses formidable powers for self-defense. Remaining on such a vast airborne isle was psychologically challenging for the precognitives to accept. The guardian of the stars, bearing the fragments, successfully entered the Tai Chi Star Isle. It had been nearly a century since his last visit, and much had changed, as had he. Sasha, at last you have come. I have searched for you for so long. Where have you been? Why the sudden departure? Each one could hardly contain the excitement within. It is not your fault. The cosmic intentions have gone awry. I have come this time specifically for this matter. Sasha pointed towards the individuals collecting stars by the rivers of stars. What are they doing? Each one gestured towards the garden, expressing his inability to find a solution. However, he recalled the magic you taught me 83 years ago. I am nurturing seeds. You know, one can transform into two, and two can multiply further, thus enabling our survival. Oh, has that been successful? Sasha inquired with curiosity. He shook his head, expressing his uncertainty regarding the root of the problem, which rendered him incapable of finding a resolution. Sasha gazed deeply into his eyes and instructed, "Find me a square box. I shall take you to the Forbidden Zone, where I can resolve the issue." Hope ignited within each one's eyes as they continued their journey on foot, for flight was not possible on the island. Burdened as it was by the unique heaviness of Polaris Island, akin to the weight of the Starry River, they traversed down into the depths of Polaris Island, ultimately arriving at the peak after an inversion where a lighthouse stood. From the outside, it appeared to be a white lighthouse. Yet the singular distinction lay in the fact that the light emitted from its pinnacle was not a bright yellow, but rather an intensely dark hue, as if it sought to absorb the last remnants of light from the surrounding darkness, a deep crimson shade. Thus, from outside the island, nothing could be seen. Suddenly, Sasha, lost in reverie, was jolted back to reality. He noticed that the sacred stone appeared different from his memories. It was missing a fragment. How could it be lacking? He questioned vehemently. Who has been here? Each one lowered his gaze, staring at the crystal ball cradled in his hands. I am certain that not a whisper of information regarding this place has been leaked, and I have forbidden anyone from approaching here. He handed the crystal ball to Sasha. The crystal ball contained records. Sasha accepted the crystal ball, yet he did not gaze upon the contents within. Instead, he meticulously placed the sacred stone into a square box. Each one acquiesced to him, refraining from further inquiries. Chapter 46. The Enclosed Space AS. 1367 had been vigilantly monitoring every move of Polaris Island. They were aboard a fully cloaked spacecraft, observing 15 clandestine individuals. One among them successfully infiltrated Polaris Island, causing the flying island to come to a halt. This time, they opted to deploy a miniature reconnaissance drone. Yet it still could not penetrate the defenses. The 15 individuals remained silent, seemingly aware of the surveillance upon them. AS 1367 only overheard the following words. No one can ascertain what lies within at present. We cannot venture in recklessly. The current guardian of the stars does not recognize us. Sasha, you should go. He knows you. They all raised their hands, encircling a dark crimson mass, yet continued to remain silent. The blood mass established a closed communication space. The boy gathered his strength and struck forcefully at the sacred stone. The stone repelled the red electric blade, dispersing it into numerous slender arcs, engulfing the entire space in a tumultuous scarlet hue. The boy persisted relentlessly as the scattered arcs rebounded and converged once more, compressing against the protective shield of the sacred stone like a drill. Ultimately, a hole was breached in the shield, from which a droplet resembling blood emerged. The boy, satisfied, collected this droplet and departed. Beyond the realm of communication, the replicants employed quantum eavesdropping yet found themselves thwarted in their attempts. Undeterred, they persistently resorted to reconnaissance drones, only to discover that these aerial vessels could not approach their targets at all. The esteemed ones remained poised, issuing no commands, seemingly awaiting some unseen event. Chapter 47. The Black Tomb. Shi felt an increasing sense of unease. Radar data indicated that the pace of the impending annihilation of the thought world surpassed his expectations. Should they fail to locate Polaris Island, the thought universe would soon face obliteration. A signal emerged within the deep blue projection, not a warning signal, but a golden locking signal. A microradar, situated 3,000 kilometers away, had detected Polaris Island and transmitted images for tracking. Observing the information within the projection, the radar's tracking velocity stabilized at 5 kilometers per hour, barely shifting. They would intercept it in less than 10 minutes. The spacecraft automatically recalibrated its course, and soon Polaris Island came into view. Shiyu intended to land directly at the base of the summit. Just as they were about to descend, a patch of black space materialized abruptly beneath the vessel, akin to ink spilling forth. The spacecraft's AI reacted with remarkable swiftness, activating the ascent system immediately. The blue projection vanished, replaced by a flurry of red data analysis. They sensed a fleeting moment of darkness enveloping the ship before everything returned to normal. "Damn, what just happened?" asked Fan Xing. "I was too careless," Shi lamented, knowing full well that Polaris Island is no ordinary place. "I sensed its peculiarity from the very beginning." He cast a glance at the overwhelming array of red data. "We find ourselves ensnared in a micro-black tomb, where a mere second inside equates to a millennium outside. What then of the world beyond? What becomes of Xingling, Anonymous, Qianling, and your planet? Wait a moment. The spacecraft is calculating the time needed for our escape. After 4 seconds, it provides a precise duration. Within half a minute, we can break free. The stars understand the implications of this. It signifies that upon their escape, 30,000 years will have elapsed in the outside world. I am sorry, but I can only lead you away from here." How could this happen? A profound anguish wells up within the heart of Fan Xing, as large tears cascade from her ethereal eyes, suspended in the crimson projection, resembling blood. Is there truly no alternative? It is my folly. I have brought ruin upon us all. Time ticks away, second by second, everything drifting further into the abyss. An oppressive sensation of suffocation compels them to flee, as though trapped in a nightmare turned real, arriving too abruptly for them to comprehend before everything irrevocably changes. Perhaps this is what death feels like, for them. It seems they have already perished. Shiwei suppresses her despair. Do not be too hard on yourself. Perhaps their collective efforts have restored the realm of thoughts. Indeed. Polaris Island. The precognizants, all are striving valiantly. The replicants reported their achievements to the esteemed ones. The risk-takers have been ensnared in the Black Tomb. A second has turned to a millennium, and this universe is irrevocably locked down, leaving them with no means of escape. Chapter 48. The rescue plan confronted with the unknown. The omniscient and omnipotent beings became increasingly cautious. They acknowledged the possibility that even after the evaporation of the black hole, the exit could remain unsealed, prompting them to experiment with alternative methods. Drawing upon the feedback from the replicants, the beings nearly created another realm of consciousness within quantum space. Their intentions were not malevolent. The destruction of the realm of consciousness was a necessity. It was deemed unacceptable for those who had forsaken civilization to partake in its bounties. Thus, the cessation of their privileges was the beings' ultimate aim. The beings predicted that the life forms within the realm of consciousness could survive for no more than 2,000 years, mirroring the limited lifespan of the Forsakers themselves. For 2 millennia, They would be eternally confined within this diminutive universe, unable to traverse beyond it. Such a fate was akin to imprisonment, akin to ensnaring a soul within a trivial game devoid of genuine emotions and experiences, where the richness and significance of the external world were sorely missed. In a bid to alleviate the suffering of the inhabitants of the realm of consciousness, the beings invested a substantial number of modified seeds, capable of sustaining the survival needs of countless life forms within this universe. Sasha was once again dispatched to the Polaris Isle, this time without any belongings, leaving the crystal ball and sacred stone in the possession of the precursors. The replicants' reconnaissance machines were deployed once more. In the realm of the replicants, the concept of experience was non-existent, leading them to relentlessly experiment. "Bring me anonymity," commanded Ichuan, who was already aware of everything concerning this place. Without further inquiry, he swiftly brought anonymity forth. "Take me to the place from which you came, Ichuan, and you shall accompany me." "What has transpired?" inquired the anonymous voice. "I am uncertain as well. What shall we do here? Let it continue to soar outward. And what are those above? Let them persist in sowing stars. I must deliver them a message. The spirits of their friends still reside within my crystal orb." After a moment of anxious contemplation, Sasha declared, "We are set to rescue the source of thoughts. Our success hinges upon this endeavor. This is all I can disclose to you. Relay it truthfully, and refuse any of their demands." Chapter 49. Vengeance. I am resolute in avenging you. Within the mirrored expanse, Cold Sand amassed an army of 1,000,000, their weaponry having undergone successive upgrades, far surpassing the inefficacy of the original spike projectiles. In the realm of thought, to annihilate an adversary necessitated their utter disintegration. Those struck would not perish, but merely endure pain. This formidable force operated as individual combatants, each clad in a suit of iron space armor and equipped with ultra-low temperature freezing weaponry. They would first encase their foes in ice before shattering them. Simultaneously, Cold Sand trained another legion, specifically tailored to confront the Mica Heart, comprising beings that subsisted on air, totaling 300,000 in number. Leading his 1,000,000-strong army, Cold Sand advanced towards the Mica Star. The 3 replica robots of Shiyu, utilizing cloaked radar, learned of this development. However, they had been unable to contact Shiyu for some time. Their only recourse now was to safeguard the inhabitants of the planet, who had been relocated underground through prior mobilization efforts. The sharp black grains of sand on the cold shoulder were in constant turmoil, resembling fragments of magnetized debris being dragged across paper. At times, these fragments morphed into a grotesque visage, only to vanish abruptly, transforming into a flurry of erratic black dots. "Commence." His voice, raspy as if he had swallowed a mouthful of sand, resonated with a deep timbre. Then, a long-necked funnel, cobbled together from an assortment of wooden planks, iron sheets, fabric, and stones, was drawn forth. This funnel was colossal, its vast neck aimed at the Mica Star. The interior space was meticulously divided into over 100 compartments, each assigned to one of the 300,000 beings, each possessing immense lung capacity. These compartments were densely packed, akin to a beehive in their order. "I shall rend you to shreds." After half an hour of this relentless onslaught, the white clouds had become somewhat murky, with swirling vortexes of wind spiraling frantically. Even the floating gigantic funnel swayed precariously in the gusts. Rest for an hour. The funnel was gradually unfurled into a circular formation, and many emerged, immediately succumbing to nausea. The soldiers clad in steel protective gear rushed forward to provide care. After an hour's respite, those who had not yet recovered were withdrawn. It took an additional 5 hours to arrange their reentry, where they could directly consume the air or clouds. In less than half an hour, the clouds of Mica Star were completely depleted, revealing a stark expanse of verdant land before them, while electric currents lingered on the planet, resembling a small white serpent guarding a green apple. Chapter 50. The Phantom Spring. A fortnight ago. What manner of weapon is this? Could one truly obliterate an entire realm in an instant? The Cold Sands inquired with a sinister grin directed at the ice-topped feline, whose visage resembled a smile crafted from raindrops. From the mirrored reflection of the replicated image, it was evident that it depicted the light of Deadline City, a crimson line that appeared nearly impervious. The voice emanating from the feline countenance carried a hint of cunning. Deadline City? Wasn't that a playground from 3 millennia ago? Suddenly, the raindrops transformed into icy points, sharp as needles, while the voice of the ice-topped cat became equally piercing. After the collapse of thought, the world was irrevocably altered. Once harmless light could now incinerate living beings. Wasn't your base a playground in the past as well? How does one obtain the deadline? Is it as simple as harvesting light within layers of space? No, it is not so. The present Deadline City is truly a city of death. No living being can survive its entrance. Within the entirety of this floating city lies the deadline. And in the most resplendent palace within, a trove of gemstones resides. These gems serve as weapons of the deadline. Are you implying that it is not alive? What then is it? A ghost? Indeed, my lord, you cannot kill a ghost. The feline's grin twisted into something more macabre. So, I can no longer take my vengeance? The cat's visage transformed from icy needles into droplets of water, evaporating into nothingness, only to abruptly reappear beside the cold sands. Seek the phantom spring and transform yourself into a ghost. Only a ghost may enter Deadline City alive, and only a ghost can slay another ghost. Under the guidance of the ice-top cat, Longsha swiftly arrived at the ghost spring. He shed his black cloak, revealing a white spiritual core upon his chest. His body, composed of black sand, transformed into a swift line of darkness, akin to a thick stroke made by a crayon. All you need to do is absorb the little spirits within. What is that? Longsha noticed dark objects floating around the spring's mouth. Those are your adversaries, who, after succumbing to your might, ventured here to gamble with their lives. Alas, they all perished. What a disappointment, not even a good show to behold. The spring emitted a greenish glow, surrounded by corpses. Longsha remained silent and charged directly toward the spring. I am the king. You wretched spirits must submit to me. A multitude of phantoms were violently drawn into his white spiritual core, which became tainted with a sinister dark green hue. Longsha lost control. Led by the spiritual core, the black sand whirled chaotically amidst the corpses, causing a great number of them to be expelled at an astonishing speed. His spirit was confined within a small portion at the heart of the core, while the black sand was fragmented into dozens of pieces. From these glowing green fragments emerged diminutive forms, some lacking heads, while others that garnered slightly fewer fragments morphed into centipedes. Those with even less became grasshoppers, limbs, or merely a single hand. There were even those fortunate enough to seize a fragment of black sand. They were all fervent, frenzied, reveling in this banquet of life and death. A shard of black sand, glowing with an ethereal green luminescence, inadvertently soared out from a cluster of corpses, only to be intercepted by the ice pinnacle cat. One of the raindrops upon the cat's visage unfurled, engulfing the black sand, which was then swiftly encased in a layer of frost. You are indeed fortunate. We are a match made in heaven, it proclaimed as it captured another fragment. Time was of the essence, and the ice pinnacle cat diligently bought sufficient moments for the cold sand. Without its intervention, the cold sand would have been thoroughly devoured by those specters, leaving not a trace behind. The black sand, being of considerable mass, meant that the ice pinnacle cat had but a handful of raindrops remaining. These few droplets coalesced into a smaller feline visage, while the rest sealed the black sand within their icy embrace. It observed as the spiritual core came to a halt. White began to emanate from the center, forcing the green to the periphery. As the core split in twain, the encased black sand shed its verdant hue. My king, congratulations, you have succeeded. The spiritual core reassembled all the black sand, albeit with a sinister hint of green, now subtly present. The Deathline bore a portion of your essence. Upon acquiring the Deathline gem, they attempted to shatter a stone, then hastened towards the mica star. At last, vengeance was within reach. A vast expanse of crimson deathline enveloped the entirety of the mica star. The inhabitants witnessed the clouds stained a deep scarlet, yet when the deathline dissipated, the mica star remained unscathed. Ineffectual. How could it be ineffectual? Do you dare deceive me? The cold sand hovered before the ice pinnacle cat, exuding an aura of menace. I have not deceived you. Apart from the mica star, you have no other adversaries, it replied, still smiling. You have merely attained an immortal form, which does not equate to everlasting existence. Even phantoms possess a finite lifespan of merely 2 millennia, after which they dissipate into the ether. It is paramount to remember that in this vast cosmos, spirits do not signify invincibility, they simply denote an inability to perish anew. Yet they can still be ensnared. The Fountain of Specters is one such place capable of eternally imprisoning you. Given the current circumstances, the Star of Mica also possesses the capability to confine you. Chapter 51. The Birth of the Malevolent Spirit After Being Trapped for 10 Hours. 3 replicant robots convened in a secluded chamber within the subterranean realm. We must retrieve the star, or we shall all perish from starvation. No. The planet's protective energy is entirely reliant on the star's radiance. Removing it would lead to our undoing. We only need to destroy that colossal fan. I shall undertake the task. Indeed, the robot, Shiwe, activated its protective shield and surged toward the propeller. However, the moment it soared beyond the planet's atmosphere, it was assailed by a barrage of white freezing lines launched by the Legion. Yet, the frigid tendrils were neutralized by the electric currents, causing the electric serpent to writhe in chaotic disarray. The robot, having already pinpointed the location of Lungsha via radar, swiftly struck, but the impact inflicted no harm upon him. At last, you have made your appearance. Lungsha soared before the robot with remarkable swiftness. The robot possessed all memories of Shiwe, their recollections intertwined. Are you the new leader? You bear an uncanny resemblance to it. Upon hearing these words, Lungsha was consumed by rage. He cast aside his dark cloak, revealing a gem that emitted a sanguine glow within. In an instant, the robot was reduced to ashes. Laughter echoed, mocking the notion that one might not even comprehend the manner of their demise. Sister, your vengeance is finally avenged. May you rest in peace. Coldshaw, engulfed in sorrow, swiftly ascended into the celestial mica star, vowing to eradicate every soul upon its surface. Struck by bolts of lightning, he remained unfazed. Yet, the circumstances around him incited profound fury. He found no outlet for his boundless hatred, and within him, the core of his essence began to shift. As green luminescence devoured the white entirely, in a swift motion, he emerged from his dark cloak, soaring towards his vast legion. Kill. Devour. Everything here belongs to me. The myriad of soldiers appeared momentarily bewildered, until Coldshaw transformed into a ghastly green specter, disassembling a line of iron soldiers, prompting them to finally resist. The scene spiraled into chaos as a faction of the Legion unleashed freezing projectiles upon him, but to no avail. Then, they beheld a more horrifying sight. Coldshaw morphed into a black sphere adorned with numerous skulls, simultaneously siphoning the souls of several soldiers. The souls, as they were extracted, contorted in agony, revealing their immense suffering, their wails echoing through the air. Many souls, unable to bear the terror, concluded that this world no longer warranted their existence, opting instead for self-erasure, leaving only their armor behind. More. I crave more. Fear not. We are allies. Come, let us revel together. Coldshaw frantically gathered a multitude of soldiers, stripping them of their armor. Then, the dark sand upon him forcibly adhered to the soldiers' bodies, manipulating their movements. Those under its control, paralyzed with fear, chose to vanish immediately, while the decapitated bodies writhed in a frenzied manner, tormenting those nearby as they stripped off their armor. The severed heads, still very much alive, gazed in horror at their corrupted forms, a wave of revulsion washing over their souls, their eyes wide with disbelief. Vanished. You must vanish. Why endure this humiliation? Why accept this degradation? A girl, having removed her mask, cried out in despair at a head crushed underfoot, longing to lift it, yet finding herself powerless, for it had been flattened beyond recognition. Suddenly, the shattered eyes of that head flickered, casting a glance at the girl before disappearing, along with the grotesque body. It was clean, finally clean. Tears streamed down the girl's face as she smiled, and then she too vanished. The countless soldiers, in disarray, fled in chaos. While a portion of the cold sand, no longer satisfied with merely humiliating beings, began to conceal itself, attaching a fragment to another's head, surreptitiously devouring their souls indiscriminately. Regardless of gender, it took great pleasure in deceitfully manipulating emotions, a twisted delight that revealed a form of humiliation far more refined than direct affront. The bonds of love forged over centuries remained unbreakable, a testament to why these beings chose to continue their existence. On one hand, the cold sand of humiliation plays various perverse games, while on the other, the hidden essence of cold sand manipulates various sacred emotions. These two immense pleasures continuously stimulate him, driving him further into madness. He yearns to create more of himself, to relish in all of this, to savor this unparalleled ecstasy. Chapter 52. Suppression of the evil spirit with the blessing of the sacred stone. The anonymous and the seers soared swiftly. Several empires attempted to attack and approach them, but to no avail. Within the telekinetic range of the sacred stone, all malevolence and thought found no refuge. Everything was transparent. Sasha was encircled like a precious star, cradling the sacred stone. In an instant, the stone pulsed like a heartbeat, while each one's crystal ball emitted a flash of light. The sacred stone sensed something. My crystal ball reacted as well. The elder remarked that something must have transpired ahead. No sooner had he spoken than a large group of panicked iron legions surged towards them. They did not evade, for the power of the sacred stone was more than sufficient to deal with them. Soon, the iron legions charged towards them like a flood. But the sacred stone emitted an invisible protection, cleaving through the onslaught like a stream parting water. Sasha distinctly heard 2 heartbeats. The sacred stone in his hand pulsed twice more. Suddenly, they witnessed a soldier collapsing before them, several green dots flying from his armor. The seers hurried to assist him, but he was already lifeless. Sasha closed his eyes and murmured, "There is no spirit within this body. How then did he manage to escape here? Was he pushed along by the throng?" The ancient seer inquired. Sasha remained with closed eyes, caressing the sacred stone. He spoke of anguish and helplessness, revealing that his spirit had just been devoured, and a malevolent entity had been birthed by the mica star. Anonymity felt an overwhelming sense of unease. The seers exchanged glances. Upon hearing the term malevolent entity, their thoughts immediately drifted to the phantom spring. The 3 green dots they had just witnessed were fragments of this evil spirit. The sacred stone, a pure divine artifact, annihilates any wicked essence that dares to approach. Thus the 3 green dots had fled. The trio of malevolent spirits remained within detectable range. Follow me swiftly. They observed as the 3 small green dots once again identified their target within the Iron Legion. This time, Sasha directly aimed at the target, using telekinesis through the sacred stone to draw the possessed soldier closer. The soldier appeared to be in excruciating torment, as if perpetually scorched. "Where is your primal spirit? I command you in the name of the master of thought." The soldier shook his head, speaking in disjointed phrases. "I decide. He appears, not there, on Il Star, to tell you." Subsequently, the malevolent spirit was absorbed by the sacred stone, and the soldier was released. On Il Star, we shall first resolve this matter. Cold sand was voraciously consuming the populace of the Iste Empire, transforming into a colossal monstrosity composed of corpses, with heads sprouting chaotically and limbs growing haphazardly. At the very center of this gigantic creature was a dark mass, emanating 3 crimson death rays that swept through the terrified beings. It then devoured their souls, merging their bodies with its own. As Sasha approached, the monstrosity immediately sensed his presence. "You have consumed me. I shall now devour you." The monster's voice resonated like a dissonant choir, its tone peculiar and imbued with an unsettling, greasy sensation that rendered breathing difficult. Suddenly, the creature expelled a lethal thread from its body, yet the assault proved futile. Observing this, the monster ejected additional bones, the sound of their fracturing eliciting a profound discomfort in the anonymous onlooker. Whether it was Sasha or the Saint Stone, a malignant spirit was directly extracted from the creature's body, elongated into a straight line stretching several hundred meters. Ultimately, the monster collapsed. Chapter 53. An urgent matter, a miracle. A savior. The savior has appeared. Those rescued began to kneel before Sasha, pleading for salvation, for the rescue of their world. Sasha extricated a single droplet of Saint Stone and addressed them. The malevolent spirit has not yet been entirely vanquished. It may at any moment parasitize you, consuming your souls. For now, as long as you remain within its visible range, you shall be safe, but do not stray too far from it. He placed the droplet of Saint Stone within each one's crystal sphere, which then ascended into the sky, radiating a luminescence akin to stars. Their party swiftly arrived at the Mica star. How has this planet transformed so? The anonymous observer gazed incredulously at the violet orb. Let us proceed, Sasha urged. Wait, whom are you seeking? Two identical boys approached, flying towards them. Their advance signified a lack of malice. This planet is now rife with toxins. If this continues, you will perish, one of the boys warned. We are in search of Fanxing and Xiling. Please inform me of their whereabouts. 1,000 meters away, the AS-1367 replicant, which had been tracking them, received a crucial piece of information and immediately reported it to the esteemed ones. The two boys exchanged glances before one of them, anxious, declared, "We have just arrived from Polaris Island." He produced a slender white halo from his small pouch, stating, "This is the White Ring. I believe you know what this signifies. Please assist us in contacting them." "You have arrived too late," came the reply. "They are trapped within the Black Tomb, and it will be thousands of years before they can emerge." Sasha revealed the Holy Stone, asserting, "We possess the avatar of the source of thought. Perhaps we can rescue them. You must take us there." The twin boys exchanged looks once more, and one said to the other, "You stay here and take care of them. I will lead them to the Black Tomb." Chapter 54. Gentle policies. The esteemed ones had eavesdropped on their entire conversation and finally comprehended that the mysterious force in question was the Holy Stone, which was a shadowy avatar of good dream within this universe, still upholding certain cosmic laws. After their departure, S-1367 proceeded according to the esteemed one's plans, but curiously, while the reconnaissance craft entered the planet without incident, it self-destructed after tracking down a laboratory underground. Quantum eavesdropping also failed, making it abundantly clear that an avatar of thought existed within the laboratory. The esteemed ones found themselves powerless against the thought avatar. Should they resort to obliterating this planet with the Light Tomb or the Black Tomb, all would become futile, serving no purpose in their constraints. Presently, even if they chose an action, their chances of success remained significantly high. In the end, for the sake of caution, the esteemed ones conceived a relatively gentle approach. A mere delay of 1 day would suffice. Consequently, they transmitted the technique of memory alteration to AS-1367, instructing them to find an individual, preferably a girl, to modify her memories, fabricating a plausible falsehood that would lead her to seek their assistance, oblivious to the deception. The Holy Stone, being unable to discern the truth, would fall prey to this ruse, for within the natural laws of this universe, there exists no memory alteration technology. As long as the fabricated circumstances align with the Holy Stone's understanding, it will remain oblivious to the reality. However, for the Mica star, such a gentle deception proved ineffectual. It could not deceive those within the laboratory, only the robots, which were deemed expendable and thus failed to serve any significant purpose. Therefore, the esteemed ones did not consider this approach for the Mica star. Chapter 177. Who fears whom? The harmonious divine beast is powerful, hence the written content is relatively mild. Understanding is sufficient, and one need not be overly critical. Everyone is acutely aware that China is neither Iraq nor Yugoslavia, nor is it a target that can be invaded at will. China is one of the 5 permanent members of the United Nations and, crucially, is recognized globally as one of the few rogues possessing nuclear weapons. Currently, it stands as the foremost nation in economic scale, space technology, and numerous other fields. Engaging with a nation of such stature, one cannot rely solely on military invasion to resolve conflicts. for this approach would undoubtedly cast the shadow of nuclear war over all humanity. Thus, even as other nations exhibit a fierce demeanor surrounding the territory of China, reminiscent of the formidable presence of the Eight-Nation Alliance, they dare not cross the threshold of the border. In contrast to military pressure, these nations prefer to exert economic influence, as their collective presence effectively represents the entirety of the globe. Should they unite economically, the implementation of an economic blockade would pose no challenge whatsoever. The primary strategy is economic pressure, supplemented by military intimidation, with the ultimate goal of compelling China to concede at the negotiating table, particularly in the realm of aerospace technology, thereby granting all nations equitable rights to dialogue in space. It is widely acknowledged that the domain of space pertains to the future, and many nations find themselves significantly lagging behind China. If they do not strive to catch up, China may soon leave them far behind, out of reach. Today, as China is not reminiscent of the Qing dynasty, it possesses formidable space capabilities, particularly a vast fleet of aerospace vehicles and space fighters. In the event of hostilities, it could swiftly obliterate the space assets of other nations. With the speed of its aerospace vehicles, there would be no hope for foreign missiles or aircraft to penetrate Chinese airspace. In fact, a mere few squadrons of space fighters would suffice to dismantle the military might of even a powerful nation. Detecting the mocking undertones from the eastern lands, the Foot Basin Chicken was incensed beyond measure, and the countenances of representatives from other nations were equally grim. If I could ascend to the moon on my own, why would I need to engage in negotiations here? China, your aerospace technology must be made accessible to the world. By possessing such capabilities, you have engendered a disparity in space power. For the sake of global peace and equilibrium, you are obliged to disclose your aerospace technology. The Foot Basin Chicken boldly demanded the technology, clearly echoing the sentiments of Uncle Sam. Impossible. Humph. The living standards of your Foot Basin Chicken are significantly higher than those of individuals in Africa. You have already disrupted global peace and balance. You must share your resources with the African populace. Simultaneously, a sharp satire was directed at the Foot Basin Chicken. China, I suggest you confront reality with clarity. The coalition of numerous nations could well lead to a repeat of the Eight-Nation Alliance's invasion of your land, which would not bode well. John Bull, brimming with indignation, recalled the 2 opium wars which they orchestrated, indulging in wanton slaughter and plunder upon Chinese soil. The Summer Palace laid bare, ultimately coercing China into signing unequal treaties, a point of pride for John Bull in foreign discourse. China, on the other hand, remained steadfast, provoked by the reminders of past wounds. China. John Bull was merely venting, not to be taken to heart. Today, we convene to discuss the future development of our world, and there is no need for genuine anger. The Arctic bear, known for its historically amicable relations with China, swiftly stepped forward to assume the role of the peacemaker. Observing China's solitary stance, the others grew increasingly wary. After all, China is a nuclear powerhouse, capable of wreaking havoc on Earth multiple times over, and certainly not limited to just once or twice. Moreover, with the addition of aerospace vehicles, any attempts at interception would be utterly futile. Today, we gather to engage in a dialogue about our collective future, to deliberate on grand strategies for development. This future belongs to all of humanity. If China is unwilling to collaborate for mutual benefit, we shall regrettably have to terminate our various forms of cooperation, as it is you who have chosen to refrain from collaboration, Uncle Sam began, omitting military matters and instead wielding economic pressure. In this era of globalization, nations are intricately interconnected, particularly in economic realms. A nation as vast as China, reliant on the import of raw materials and the export of processed goods, would find itself in dire straits if it severed ties with the global economy. Just the cessation of oil imports would lead to a rapid collapse, resulting in widespread unemployment, a grim reality indeed. This predicament is not unique to China. Any nation that isolates itself from the world economy, be it Uncle Sam, the rooster, the Indian elephant, or John Bull, would face similar consequences. The more developed a nation, the tighter its bonds with the global economy. Compared to military threats, the more effective challenge to China lies in economic pressure. The unity of nations around the world to impose such pressure could prove nearly fatal for contemporary China, as it cannot operate independently from the global economy. Uncle Sam speaks eloquently about seeking cooperation rather than fostering discord and conflict, asserting that if China is unwilling to collaborate, the responsibility falls solely on its shoulders. However, China cannot help but scoff at this notion. If memory serves, the very nations led by Uncle Sam formed organizations such as the Bayesian Organization and the Venetian Agreement, effectively abandoning China from the outset and refusing to engage in mutually beneficial technological cooperation. Now, they dare to claim that it is China that shuns collaboration. How shameless can one be? China, no longer willing to back down, boldly confronts these accusations. In the past, there may have been apprehension towards Uncle Sam, but now, there is no fear at all. With the possession of powerful aerospace vehicles, there is little left to be afraid of. Even the traditionally amicable polar bear nations are members of the technology blockade, allowing the purchase of aircraft but refusing to sell technology. High-precision processing equipment and instruments are also among the items strictly prohibited for sale to China. Essentially, anything related to cutting-edge technology is off-limits for China. Moreover, it is not merely a matter of imposing technological blockades. There exists a continuous endeavor to undermine China in various technological domains. Take, for instance, the relatively straightforward technology of automotive engines. Were China to pursue independent research in this field, it would undoubtedly succeed. However, upon realizing that China is on the brink of such advancements, foreign entities hastily approach for collaboration, suggesting that, given the extensive time and effort required for engine development, they provide the engines while China focuses on automobile production, thus sharing in the profits. The unfortunate result is that the land of China is inundated with foreign-branded vehicles, while domestically produced, independent Chinese cars are alarmingly scarce. Although China claims to be a major automotive nation, it lacks its own national automotive brand, which is a lamentable reality. The substantial profits are primarily accrued by foreign companies, rendering China's automotive firms akin to mere assembly plants, much like Foxconn. In contrast, India boasts its own Tata Motors, which, despite its shortcomings, at least represents a homegrown brand. The atmosphere fell silent, as the situation stemmed from a collective misstep. Initially, China faced technological embargoes, and now it is retaliating with its own technological countermeasures. A response that is entirely reasonable. Furthermore, regardless of the nation in question, the most advanced and cutting-edge scientific technologies are typically withheld from international sale. The technologies and advancements related to aerospace vehicles represent the pinnacle of scientific innovation, intricately linked to a nation's prowess in both space and military domains. Whosoever possesses such technologies would categorically refrain from selling them, let alone freely disclosing them. This is a universally acknowledged truth. In reality, the parties involved merely seek to unite in order to foster collaboration with China. Chapter 178. The exchange of interests in the vast conference hall, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Despite the aggressive demeanor of the attendees, who appeared eager to carve up and consume China, they found themselves at a stalemate. Akin to confronting a porcupine, there was no feasible approach. China had made it abundantly clear that it would not yield to threats or coercion. China, someone coughed. Let us approach this with a spirit of amicability. Let us sit down and engage in a thoughtful dialogue. Any economic or military friction between us would yield unfavorable consequences for the world at large. China is inextricably linked to the global economy. Just as the world economy cannot function without China, should the world be deprived of the manufacturing prowess of China, the global economy would undoubtedly suffer a significant blow. Conversely, if China were to extricate itself from the world economy, it would face dire straits. Countless factories would shutter, and multitudes of workers would find themselves unemployed, leading to inevitable turmoil. It is imperative that we convene to discuss matters thoughtfully, fostering cooperation and mutual benefit. After all, while the global coalition may feel the repercussions of China's absence, it would not be an insurmountable crisis. However, should China withdraw from the world economy, the ramifications would be catastrophic, leading to a complete breakdown. Our great nation, Huaxia, has always championed the ideals of cooperation and mutual benefit. Yet, there are those who, with alarming frequency, flaunt their might before us, mistakenly believing us to be easily intimidated. Even in our most challenging times, we have never cowered before anyone, and now, in the present and future, we shall not fear any individual or circumstance. Huaxia speaks with unwavering confidence, bolstered by a formidable aerospace fleet and an economy that ranks first in the world. Our coffers are full, and our resolve is strong. We harbor no fear of anyone. Indeed, the world is an intricate tapestry, and we ought to engage in extensive cooperation for mutual benefit. In truth, many are eager to collaborate with Huaxia across various domains. Regarding the matter of the BRICS organization, we can now express our willingness to welcome Huaxia into our fold, facilitating mutual exchange and cooperation in technology. Uncle Sam, observing Huaxia's emphasis on cooperation and win-win outcomes, has followed suit by extending an invitation for Huaxia to join the BRICS organization, effectively signaling the obsolescence of technological sanctions against us. However, the significance of such sanctions has dwindled. In fields such as aerospace, aviation, virtual technology, and biopharmaceuticals, Huaxia has already established itself at the forefront of global advancement. As for cooperation, it seems unnecessary, particularly as the world appears intent on isolating Huaxia. Yet, what gnaws at Uncle Sam is Huaxia's apparent indifference to joining this so-called organization of theirs. If they wish to maintain their sanctions, let them do so. It matters little to us, for we have persevered through many years and have grown indifferent to their tactics. As long as China is willing to collaborate in the realm of space exploration, the conditions can be flexible. Uncle Sam, with a determined resolve, realizes that while he may attempt to impose economic isolation and military pressure, it is ultimately futile. He may create numerous challenges for China in the short term, leading to the closure of countless factories and the collapse of many livelihoods and the economy. However, if China steadfastly pursues advancements in space technology and industry, the gap between them will only widen, and the future will be firmly grasped in China's hands. Should Uncle Sam wager the fate of the future against China, it would be a losing endeavor, one he is unwilling to pursue. Thus, he must contemplate an exchange rooted in mutual benefit to secure opportunities in the space sector. Relying solely on traditional space technology will only intensify his burdens. Despite investing trillions of dollars annually into space endeavors, the results have been disappointingly meager, with the supply of personnel and resources to the lunar base posing a significant challenge. Yet he perseveres. Upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared on China's side. Since the other party has softened their stance and is willing to barter for mutual interests, it may be prudent to explore how they envision cooperation moving forward. How do you wish to collaborate in the field of space exploration? China pondered for a moment before inquiring. Upon hearing that Huaxia had softened its stance, the atmosphere among those present transformed. Smiles replaced the previously tense expressions, and an air of camaraderie enveloped the gathering. Everyone exchanged warm smiles. We hope that Huaxia can consider the possibility of sharing the relevant technologies pertaining to the space plane. Naturally, we assure you that we will present a proposal that will be satisfactory in terms of pricing and other considerations, as long as you are willing to open up. Everything can be discussed. At this moment, the representative from the Foot Basin Chicken interjected, promptly requesting the technology related to the space plane. This is out of the question. We will absolutely not sell any technologies associated with the space plane. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Huaxia, without hesitation, declined the request. It would be absurd to relinquish such a pivotal asset as the space plane. After all, if every powerful nation possessed a space plane, Huaxia's advantages in both space and military domains would be utterly obliterated. This is a stance Huaxia will steadfastly maintain, even if it means confronting the entire world. Upon hearing Huaxia's firm declaration, the representatives of the world's major powers furrowed their brows, their expressions darkening. However, they had already prepared themselves mentally. understanding that Huaxia would not entertain the idea of selling the spaceplane technology. After all, possessing such formidable technology would render anyone reluctant to sell it to outsiders. The lingering question remains, is there any possibility that Huaxia's spaceplane could be available for sale or lease? The affluent individuals of the Middle East, particularly in Saudi Arabia, express their opinions with a certain timidity. In gatherings of such stature, despite their wealth, these magnates possess little influence, often conforming to prevailing trends. Their disinterest in aerospace technology is palpable. Even if the technology were to be handed to them, their capacity to manufacture it is non-existent. It is far more pragmatic for them to simply purchase these advancements outright. The notion of leasing or selling is not entirely off the table, however. On the other hand, the Chinese representatives pondered deeply, gradually nodding in agreement. Should they refuse even the prospect of leasing or selling, it is likely that China would face economic isolation. Such a scenario would inflict severe damage upon the Chinese economy, potentially leading to a catastrophic collapse, with repercussions that could be devastating. The myriad of accumulated domestic issues and conflicts would erupt simultaneously. This represents a significant vulnerability for China. The rapid economic development over the past few decades, a remarkable achievement, has also given rise to numerous challenges, including imbalances in development and environmental degradation. If, at this critical juncture, China were to be suddenly isolated from the world, the ensuing economic collapse would trigger an all-encompassing eruption of various conflicts. Thus, conceding to the external leasing and sale of aerospace technology becomes an essential compromise. Naturally, China would not allow this to come at minimal cost. The leasing and sale prices would be exorbitant. Conversely, this approach could also serve to propel the nation's economic and technological advancement. When other nations learned of Huaxia's willingness to lease or sell spaceplanes, their eyes lit up with interest. Although acquiring their own technology would be preferable, the prospect of purchasing or renting spaceplanes presents a significant opportunity for advancing their space industries, essentially fulfilling the objectives of this conference. Naturally, the best outcome would be for Huaxia to open its technological doors, yet it remains steadfast and unyielding in this regard. Consequently, settling for the rental or sale of spaceplanes is a commendable alternative. This is particularly advantageous for nations with limited technological capabilities, such as certain countries in the South, where the aerospace sector is virtually non-existent. Leasing or purchasing these vehicles is far more beneficial than having nothing at all. For prominent technological powers like Uncle Sam, the Rooster, and the Arctic Bear, the primary hope lies in acquiring technology. It is evident that Huaxia would demand a hefty price, and if these nations could develop their own, it would undoubtedly be significantly more economical while also fostering their technological advancement. Currently, they find themselves in a vulnerable position, with Huaxia holding the upper hand. They are acutely aware that they will inevitably have to concede to Huaxia's demands, yet they must endure this reality. Certainly, this is not without conditions. Should we, Huaxia, decide to lease or sell spaceplanes to foreign nations, there are two stipulations. First, we hope that future transactions with Huaxia can be settled in Wabic currency. Second, regarding the integrity and unification of our territory, we request that external parties refrain from meddling in our internal affairs. Observing their expressions, Huaxia could not help but smirk coldly. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Do not presume that a coalition of nations can coerce Huaxia into concessions. We have our own conditions to impose. The atmosphere quickly turned quiet again. The second condition is relatively innocuous, particularly for nations situated far from us. However, the first condition essentially seeks to elevate Wabic currency to a status akin to that of a global currency. Chapter 179. Not to be subjugated. The G20 summit concluded with great success. During the post-summit press conference, leading global powers emphasized the need for enhanced cooperation in the realm of space, aiming to expedite humanity's advance into the cosmos. Of course, the external world remains oblivious to the clandestine dealings that transpire behind closed doors among these nations. Yet, everyone is abuzz with anticipation for the impending space age. Following the summit, Various powerful nations announced their intentions to undertake manned space missions and vigorously develop their space industries. Even the historically technology-challenged Middle Eastern nation of Saudi Arabia did not wish to be left behind, eagerly joining the fray as if they were fully prepared for the endeavor. The plans were indeed promising, yet on the day following the summit's conclusion, Li Fu was summoned to participate in a high-level meeting, which thoroughly disrupted his intentions. Within a vast conference room at the heart of the imperial capital, the space was brimming with attendees, including the nation's highest-ranking leaders, commanders from various military districts, and key figures from multiple ministries. Essentially, the upper echelons of the entire Chinese hierarchy had convened, in addition to government officials. Numerous eminent scientists from the Chinese Academy of Sciences were also present, including Li Fu's mentor, Liu Yi, and the chief engineer of the aerospace program, Liu Shiying. Each of them represented a national treasure of talent and now stood united in this gathering. The purpose of this assembly was to address an extremely significant matter pertaining to the destiny of the Chinese nation, necessitating the involvement of not only governmental representatives, but also our nation's foremost scientists. Recently, during the concluded G20 summit, major global powers united to exert pressure on us, both militarily and economically. Militarily, Uncle Sam, the Foot Basin Chicken, and the Southern Barbarians have allied with certain Southeast Asian nations to conduct military maneuvers in the East China Sea and South China Sea, effectively casting a covetous eye upon us. To the north and west, the Arctic Bear has amassed a formidable force, poised as if ready to launch an invasion at any moment. Meanwhile, to the south, India has frequently instigated border tensions, provocatively challenging our resolve. Economically, the major powers of the world have united to sever our supply of energy, raw materials, and product orders, exerting immense pressure upon us. During the G20 summit, these nations collectively presented demands to us, urging the disclosure of our aerospace technology related to spaceplanes, under the threat of military confrontation and economic isolation. Li Fu furrowed his brow, taken aback by the shamelessness of these global powers. After a moment of contemplation, he came to a realization: in international relations, there exist only eternal interests, not eternal friends, and matters of face hold little weight. The advantages of spaceplanes in the realm of aerospace are formidable. Countries that rely on traditional rockets for their space endeavors cannot hope to compete with us. Thus, they are bound to seek ways to obtain our spaceplane technology, as the espionage from foreign nations has never ceased. Naturally, we, as a nation, are not akin to the Qing dynasty. We shall not bow to the threats of foreign powers. We are resolute in defending our achievements and safeguarding the interests of our nation. Militarily, we fear no adversary and are confident in facing any invader. However, should we sever ties with the global economy now, the entire economic structure of our nation would collapse instantaneously. Ultimately, we found ourselves reluctantly compromising. Although we did not sell technologies related to spaceplanes, we agreed to lease and sell spaceplanes to external parties, signifying that the competition in space will undoubtedly intensify in the future. As the saying goes, a fall into a pit, a gain in your wit. Today, we are compelled to engage in the leasing and selling of spaceplanes, and tomorrow we may face similar pressures. The purpose of gathering everyone here is clear. We, as a nation, must not be subjugated by others. We must learn from today's lessons and ensure that we do not repeat these mistakes in the future. I invite everyone to share their thoughts and ideas. Collective wisdom ignites greater strength. Let us stand tall as a nation, ensuring that we are not beholden to anyone in any regard. Tang Yuan gradually articulated the theme of today's meeting. This G20 summit has served as a wake-up call for our nation's leadership. Despite our significant advancements in the realm of space, we remain constrained in various other aspects. To illustrate, our dependence on energy sources is perilously critical. China is currently the world's largest importer of oil and the leading consumer of oil globally, while our domestic oil reserves have been nearly depleted, leaving us with scant resources to exploit. In light of our vast demands, the available supply is but a drop in the bucket. Oil is often referred to as the lifeblood of modern industry, and this is no mere jest. In the absence of oil, the streets would be filled with immobilized vehicles. Without it, the industrial and chemical sectors, along with ships and factories, would come to a standstill, leading to a complete economic paralysis. Beyond oil and natural gas, numerous resources such as iron, ore, rubber, chips, and various engines are heavily reliant on foreign imports. Moreover, China's economic engagement with the world is substantial, rendering it inextricably linked to the global market. At the G20 summit, despite China's assertive stance and its robust capabilities to safeguard its interests, it was compelled to engage in exchanges of benefits, trading the leasing and selling of space planes for the international status of the yuan and sovereignty regarding the Taiwan issue. The internationalization of the yuan is, given China's increasingly formidable economic and technological prowess, an inevitable development. Numerous nations have already entered into agreements for yuan settlements. As for the Taiwan issue, with China's growing military and technological strength, unification is also destined to materialize in due course. Should China maintain exclusive control over spaceplanes, its dominance in the realm of space would only amplify, as the current space landscape attests. Thus, the exchanges of interests at the G20 summit were, in truth, quite disadvantageous for China, trading future benefits for matters that are likely to be achieved with relative ease. Nonetheless, faced with the immediate pressure of economic threats, there was no choice but to reluctantly make certain compromises and agree to the external leasing and selling of spaceplanes. As soon as the summit concluded, the nation convened this meeting to deliberate on counter-strategies. Once an event occurs for the first time, a second is inevitable. Thus, it is imperative that our great nation does not continue to suffer losses in this regard. The discomfort of being continually constrained by others is profoundly unsettling. Everyone is encouraged to express their thoughts freely, and any valuable ideas or suggestions are welcome. The atmosphere in the conference room fell into silence, with attendees vividly recalling the tense atmosphere during the G20 summit, where nations exhibited military pressure and economic isolation tactics. One can only imagine the immense pressure faced by our country at that time. For a moment, everyone remained lost in contemplation of those scenes, leaving no one willing to speak, prompting Tang Yushan to take the floor once more. As a military personnel, I wish to share my perspective from a military standpoint. The military intimidation from various countries is evident, yet it is clearly tempered by the fact that our great nation is a nuclear power, which deters them from crossing certain boundaries. Their threats are merely superficial. Furthermore, our aerospace combat capabilities are formidable enough to establish a decisive advantage, which bolsters our confidence in saying no to them. A military leader adorned with 3 stars stood up, his voice resonating strongly as he began to articulate his views. Our formidable military strength ensures that they dare not genuinely consider military action against us. Otherwise, a repeat of the 8-nation alliance's invasion would become a grim reality, leaving us unable to safeguard the fruits of our labor. From this, we can discern the paramount importance of military strength. We must further enhance our military development, establishing a high-tech military force, particularly one centered around aerospace combat aircraft. It is imperative that we possess a military capability that allows us to face the united assaults of nations with unwavering confidence. We aim to construct a formidable army that can confront nuclear threats without fear, capable of executing global strikes to annihilate adversaries. Regardless of the methods of aggression employed by our enemies, we shall ensure their destruction beyond our borders. In the face of nuclear weaponry, we must fortify our defenses to prevent any material from infiltrating our territory. This military leader exudes a fierce determination. Any soldier with a sense of duty would resonate with such fervor. The notion of one nation facing military threats from adversaries is utterly intolerable. From a military standpoint, he advocates for the formation of a super high-tech military force capable of prevailing against the armies of the world. Chapter 180, All Eyes on the Stars. This military leader's assertions are not made lightly. Currently, the technological achievements of China in the realm of space are entirely capable of realizing his vision. To illustrate, the mere existence of powerful aerospace vehicles and space-based weaponry is sufficient to facilitate global strikes. Should China choose to act, it could, in a remarkably short time, obliterate the military capabilities of other nations in space. Then, relying on space-based weaponry and formidable aerospace fighters to secure air supremacy. No other nation in the world could hope to launch even a missile, let alone an aircraft. The absolute advantage of aerospace fighters and space technology can yield unparalleled control of the skies, which is the most crucial core of modern warfare. Those present nodded in agreement. The significance of military development is indisputable. However, to speak candidly, if China were to initiate the deployment of aerospace aircraft and space-based weaponry, there remains a considerable gap when compared to Uncle Sam's military. To say nothing of other factors, the educational caliber of the soldiers vastly differs. Currently, the number of personnel in China's armed forces with a bachelor's degree or higher is quite limited, particularly among the lower ranks, where the overall educational standards are not particularly high, with many possessing only a junior high school education. Modern warfare is fundamentally a conflict of technology and talent. It is no longer the traditional combat of charging with a rifle. The requirements for the cultural and educational standards of soldiers are increasingly stringent, especially in the fields of science and engineering. Therefore, the foremost task for the military is to elevate the educational level of its personnel, aiming to assemble an army predominantly composed of highly educated individuals. The Air Force serves as a prime example, as the academic qualifications of its pilots are generally quite elevated. In the past, high school graduates with exceptional scores were selected for training. Now, recruitment is primarily from universities, with many pilots even holding master's or doctoral degrees. The future direction of military development is undoubtedly oriented towards the enhancement of Air Force capabilities. It is imperative that highly qualified and proficient soldiers become the norm, as an increasing number of technological weapons necessitate the operation by educated personnel. To forge an army capable of triumphing on a global scale, reliance on advanced weaponry is essential, all of which requires cultured soldiers for effective execution. This general has effectively highlighted the current deficiencies in military construction and pointed towards the trajectory for future development. I would like to express my own perspective as well. Presently, our economy is significantly constrained by external factors, primarily due to our reliance on foreign trade and insufficient domestic demand. Moving forward, it is crucial that we devise strategies to expand our internal market. Only with robust domestic demand can we diminish our dependence on external economies. Furthermore, we ought to establish comprehensive material reserve policies, as our current energy reserves are alarmingly inadequate. In the event of a disruption in external energy supplies, our economy would swiftly descend into paralysis. Concurrently, we must vigorously develop renewable energy sources and seek alternatives to reduce our reliance on traditional energy. As the discussion commenced, one individual after another began to voice their opinions and propose corresponding strategies. Li Fu listened attentively to the insights of others while simultaneously contemplating solutions in light of the evolution of super-civilizations. After a prolonged silence following the last speaker, and with several minutes passing without further contributions, Li Fu slowly raised his hand to signal his intent to speak. Upon receiving permission, he gradually approached the podium. All eyes were fixed upon Li Fu, with a palpable sense of anticipation for his address. Li Fu has an uncanny ability to astonish, consistently accomplishing feats that seem implausible. The current esteemed position of Huaxia is undeniably intertwined with his contributions, whether it be the aerospace vehicles he spearheaded or advancements in virtual technology. These two pivotal domains of Huaxia are inextricably linked to Li Fu. The maxim that technology is the foremost productive force finds its most profound embodiment in him. In light of the recent threats posed by various nations against Huaxia, we can delineate these challenges into military and economic realms. The military threat, tempered by the equilibrium established by nuclear armaments, coupled with our formidable prowess in space, renders us not fearful. However, from another perspective, as the initial general remarked, our military remains comparatively weak, leaving us vulnerable to adversaries. As a scientist, I shall articulate, from a technological standpoint, the vision for cultivating a formidable technological military. Li Fu began to speak slowly, as the virtual machine linked to the conference's display, revealing a star map set against the backdrop of Earth. With the advent of aerospace vehicles, the space age has indeed dawned upon us. Hence, our focus must extend beyond Earth, directing our gaze toward the cosmos and interstellar realms. The future military we must aspire to construct should be capable of engaging in warfare within the vastness of space and the interstellar expanse. In my vision, we ought to establish one or more fleets of cosmic battleships in the celestial domain. The cosmic battleships lie anchored in the vastness of space, maneuvering with purpose, employing aerospace vehicles as instruments to strike adversaries or equipping themselves with space-based and energy weaponry. Such a military force possesses the capability to launch comprehensive and multidimensional assaults on Earth, while simultaneously safeguarding our celestial interests. More crucially, the existence of a cosmic fleet imbues our civilization with an additional safeguard, should an uncontrollable nuclear conflict erupt on Earth. The legacy of our Huanghua lineage may endure in the cosmos. As Li Fu elucidated, the expansive display in the conference room began to unveil videos and images depicting the future of interstellar warfare. Within these visuals, a colossal cosmic battleship was flanked by numerous escort vessels, while countless aerospace fighters engaged in relentless aerial maneuvers to launch assaults against the enemy. Powerful beams of energy surged from the battleship, targeting adversaries with a vibrancy reminiscent of science fiction cinema. With all due respect, to construct such an immense fleet of cosmic battleships, while our current technology might render it feasible, we nonetheless lack the requisite resources. To say nothing of the sheer volume of steel required for these vessels. Upon the conclusion of Li Fu's remarks, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. As their gazes remained fixed on Earth, Li Fu had already turned his attention to the stars, proposing the vision and strategy for the establishment of a cosmic fleet. However, some individuals furrowed their brows to voice their skepticism. The imagery painted by Li Fu is indeed remarkable. Who would not desire such an imposing cosmic fleet? At that point, our battles would not be confined to Earth, but would transcend into the vastness of the universe. This leads me to my forthcoming discourse on economic matters. Presently, our greatest constraints from foreign powers lie in the realms of energy and resources, as we are heavily reliant on imported petroleum and mineral resources. In terms of energy, we already possess the potential for alternatives, notably solar energy. By vigorously promoting solar power generation in space, we can supplant traditional petroleum energy with electricity. Behold, this is a conceptual diagram of my envisioned solar power generation in space. Solar energy in the void of space is unimpeded by atmospheric interference and is unaffected by weather conditions or the cycle of day and night. Thus, its efficiency can exceed that of terrestrial solar energy generation by several magnitudes. Furthermore, with our possession of exceptionally efficient magnetic field batteries, we can entirely eliminate conventional petroleum energy sources across all sectors, including automobiles and beyond, substituting them entirely with electricity. Simultaneously, we can establish colossal solar power stations in space, utilizing these expansive solar fields for metal smelting. As illustrated in the diagram, we are aware that concentrated sunlight can yield formidable energy levels. If sunlight in space is harnessed over areas of 10,000 or even 100,000 square meters, the resultant temperatures can soar to thousands of degrees, sufficient to smelt any metal. Imagine, if you will, a scenario in which an abundance of sunlight refracts onto the Earth's surface. Despite the atmospheric attenuation, this could result in a rapid surge in temperature by several hundred or even thousands of degrees within a brief span of time. As Li Fu elucidated, he simultaneously showcased the advantages and functionalities of space-based solar power through video presentation. When he mentioned its potential as a formidable space-based weapon, a collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the audience. The mere elevation of a region's temperature by even a few dozen degrees could prove fatal, let alone several hundred or thousand. In terms of mineral resources, our perspective ought to extend towards the vast expanse of the cosmos. Setting aside other considerations, The resources present on the moon alone have already yielded substantial benefits. The quality of rare earth elements found on the lunar surface is exceptionally high, and their extraction is relatively straightforward. To construct our own space warships, we require a copious amount of iron resources, which cannot feasibly be transported from Earth. Thus, we turn our attention to the asteroid belt. This region boasts an immense number of asteroids, each harboring significant resources. In due course, we shall merely need to transport these asteroids to the vicinity of Earth, utilizing the aforementioned solar panels to harness sunlight for the purpose of smelting. This method will grant us an inexhaustible supply of resources, significantly diminishing our reliance on Earth. Li Fu presented to the assembly a visionary blueprint for the space age, wherein energy is derived from solar power and resources are harvested from the asteroid belt, the Moon, Mars, and other celestial bodies. Chapter 181. The Art of Thick Blackness. Within the expansive conference room, high-definition displays showcased Li Fu's visionary blueprint for the future of the space age. The audience, captivated by Li Fu's audacious imagination, was astonished as he boldly proposed the direct mining of asteroids in the asteroid belt. It is essential to note that despite the diminutive term small, the two words asteroid carry monumental significance. These are merely my humble opinions, presented purely from a technological perspective. Li Fu bowed slightly and descended from the podium, acutely aware that the dawn of the space age was imminent. The conference unfolded over an entire day, with subsequent speakers predominantly supplementing and refining the plans proposed by Li Fu. His ideas and concepts did not merely suggest that China would no longer be subjugated. They embodied a grand vision propelling the nation into the era of space exploration. Many attendees were profoundly excited. Should Li Fu's outlined vision materialize, it would not merely signify China's dominance on Earth, but rather establish its sovereignty throughout the entire solar system. The construction of formidable space fleets, the extraction of resources from asteroids, and the harnessing of solar energy were all part of this ambitious endeavor. Little Li, wait a moment. Let us find a place to sit and discuss further. As the conference drew to a close, just as Li Fu prepared to make his exit, Tang Yuan, responsible for the space sector, approached him, evidently with matters to discuss. Li Fu followed Tang Yuan to a secluded small conference room, where they sat casually. Having met on several occasions before, a staff member served tea to the two. Shaoli, your vision is remarkably ahead of its time. While the rest of us remain focused on our terrestrial concerns, you have already cast your gaze upon the vastness of the solar system. Should your aspirations come to fruition, the entirety of our solar system could indeed become a splendid garden for our great nation. Tang Yuan took a gentle sip of tea. He now holds a position of considerable influence and is a prominent candidate for the next highest leadership role. Thus, he regards matters pertaining to the future with utmost seriousness. Certainly, the construction of large-scale solar energy fields in space is a feasible endeavor in our current age. With sufficient solar energy infrastructure, the transition from oil to electricity is an inevitable outcome. As for resource extraction from asteroids, the task is even more straightforward. While asteroids may appear massive, their lack of gravitational influence in the cosmic void allows us to maneuver such substantial objects with minimal force. Our plasma engines are entirely capable of this task. By towing asteroids into proximity and utilizing solar energy for smelting, we can procure vast resources, making the establishment of a space fleet a matter of ease. Li Fu smiled and nodded gently, exuding confidence in the blueprint he envisioned. However, let us not dwell on this matter for now. There are other issues I wish to discuss with you. Tang Yuan nodded in agreement, fully aware that as the head of our nation's endeavors in space, he recognized that Li Fu's propositions are indeed achievable, and it would not take long to realize them. Is this regarding the G20 summit? Li Fu inquired with a thoughtful smile. At the G20 summit, we found ourselves compelled to lease and sell our aerospace vehicles to foreign entities. Although this arrangement yielded certain benefits, it was not a decision made of our own volition, and the sensation of being coerced is indeed unsettling. Tang Yuan nodded and continued, stating that as a form of reciprocal benefit, trade settlements between our nation, Huaxia, and other countries will henceforth utilize the Wabic currency. Your company is currently the largest technology firm in Huaxia and also leads in foreign trade, commanding a significant share of the market. Therefore, I hope you will facilitate the use of Wabic for all transactions, furthering its international acceptance. How splendid! Our currency is finally on the verge of becoming an international one. We have long aspired to conduct our overseas transactions in Wabic, and upon hearing this, Li Fu's spirits soared. However, the journey to becoming a globally recognized currency is fraught with challenges. Despite the commitment to use Wabic for settlements, without substantial economic influence, it remains a formidable task to elevate our currency to international status. Moreover, as currencies around the globe depreciate, we find ourselves in the position of needing to appreciate our own, which is essential for advancing the internationalization of Wabic. Seeing Li Fu's enthusiastic agreement, Tang Yunshan nodded in satisfaction, chuckling as he proceeded to discuss the next matter. The second issue pertains to the leasing and selling of aerospace vehicles abroad. The government hopes to delegate this responsibility to your company, Fuyun Group, with all transactions regarding the leasing and sale of aerospace vehicles handled by you, young Li. Is it truly so? Am I to bear this responsibility? With my modest capabilities, how could I possibly manage such a task? Upon hearing this, Li Fu immediately objected. It seemed that he was to play the role of the villain while the nation would assume the role of the good. Ultimately, all the benefits would accrue to the state. Such a notion was beyond contemplation. Ah, Li, this is an incredible opportunity, akin to a pie falling from the sky, providing you with a chance to profit from leasing and selling space planes. Isn't that appealing? Tang Yunshan remarked with a smile upon witnessing Li Fu's persistent headshaking. Leader, I shall only sell the space planes to the state. I have no desire to involve myself in other matters. Whether I profit or not is of no consequence to me. Li Fu insisted, shaking his head vehemently. Li, it's not that the state is unwilling to engage. Rather, it is concerned about not undercutting other nations. The space plane is of significant importance, and we hope you can be sufficiently shrewd. Whether leasing or selling, you must ensure that the prices are steep enough. We cannot afford to offer any discounts to those countries. As a private enterprise, whatever price you set is your prerogative. The state can easily find justifications. Should they deem the prices excessive, they are free to refrain from renting or purchasing. Do you understand? Tang Yunshan chuckled, elucidating the rationale behind the matter. Essentially, it was about the state not wanting to provide advantages to other nations, entrusting Li Fu with the task of negotiating fiercely. Regardless, the more he could extract, the greater the tax revenues for the state, while also providing a cathartic release of grievances. Understanding the situation, Li Fu nodded. It seemed that the role of the antagonist was indeed assigned to him. The following day, as Li Fu basked in the sun with Wang Yun in the courtyard of the Wang family, enjoying their tranquil lives, numerous negotiation teams from the world's major powers hurriedly arrived at the headquarters of the Fuyun Group in the Sanjiang district of Meijiang City. Even Fang Zheng felt compelled to reach out to Li Fu. Naturally, Li Fu conveyed Tang Yunshan's intentions to Fang Zheng. Old Fang, the directive from above is quite straightforward. We are to darken our hearts thoroughly, selling at the highest price possible. Ideally, they should find it unbearable to even consider renting. I understand, Fang Zheng replied, hanging up the call with a newfound sense of certainty. Within the expansive conference room of the Fuyun Group headquarters, representatives from nearly all G20 nations had gathered, united by a singular purpose, to procure space planes from the Fuyun Group. Mr. Fang, I trust you are already aware of our intentions. Your government has consented to our purchase or leasing of space planes, so we kindly request you to quote a price. One eager representative stated as soon as Fang Zheng entered the room. Certainly, Fang Zheng responded. We have also received prior notification from the relevant authorities permitting the sale or lease of space planes. As a private enterprise, we naturally aspire to elevate our performance further. Currently, our aerospace cloud group produces only one type of spacecraft, the Hercules space plane. We have set the price at 1 trillion Huabei per unit, while the annual rental fee is 200 billion Huabei. Costs related to maintenance and upkeep are calculated separately. Fang Yuan utilized his virtual machine to activate the conference room's display, showcasing the image of the Hercules spaceplane, alongside the pricing for both purchase and rental options. The attendees, initially delighted at the prospect of acquiring the spaceplane, had come prepared for what they assumed would be exorbitant pricing, given the advanced technology associated with outer space. However, they represented powerful nations, bolstered by their respective governments, making them notably affluent. As the figures flashed on the screen, many who were not fluent in Chinese anxiously counted the zeros, and as the numbers progressed, a translator provided clarification. The collective gasp was palpable when they realized the staggering sum of 1 trillion huabe. Prince Mohammed, leading the delegation from Saudi Arabia, known for its opulence, could hardly contain his astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief at the audacious pricing. 1 trillion huabe for a single spaceplane, exclusive of maintenance and service fees. Even the affluent Uncle Sam could not help but furrow his brow and voice his discontent. Uncle Sam had always believed himself to possess a rather callous disposition. Yet he was taken aback to discover that there existed individuals even more unscrupulous than himself, audacious enough to demand a price exceeding 10 trillion wabic dollars. Although wabic currency may not hold the same value as the US dollar, euro, or pound, it is certainly not on par with the likes of the Zimbabwean dollar, Vietnamese dong, or Japanese yen. The price of over 10 trillion wabic dollars was undeniably exorbitant, far surpassing their initial expectations and thresholds. In the conference room, representatives from various nations nearly leapt from their seats. They had anticipated that a bid of a few $100 billion wabic dollars for a single aircraft would be considered excessive. Each nation had conducted prior assessments, estimating the value of the several hundred aerospace vehicles possessed by Huaxia to be in the realm of tens of billions of wabic dollars per unit. Even if Huaxia were to engage in unscrupulous dealings, a sale of over 1,000 billion wabic dollars would still yield significant profits. However, now they were informed that the price for a single aerospace vehicle had soared to an astonishing 1 trillion wabic dollars. With an annual rental fee of 200 billion wabic dollars, excluding additional costs for maintenance, upkeep, and personnel training, despite being backed by formidable world powers. The representatives were left wide-eyed, akin to cats whose tails had been stepped on. Mr. Fang, this price is simply too exorbitant. The representative of the Foot Basin Chicken, Shinichiro, shook his head repeatedly. The Foot Basin Chicken is also a major economic power in the world, quite affluent indeed. This time, a substantial sum has been allocated for the acquisition of spaceplanes. However, upon meticulous calculation, it becomes apparent that only 2 aircraft can be procured. Is it expensive? I believe it is certainly not. The spaceplane represents the pinnacle of contemporary global technological advancements. To speak of its sophisticated plasma engines, magnetic field batteries, and innovative materials, I doubt any other nation present could replicate such technology. Otherwise, they would not be here discussing it. Moreover, the spaceplane stands as the most convenient, economical, safe, and rapid means of transport for journeys to and from space, possessing an immeasurable impact on the development of a nation's space industry. Naturally, we are engaged in commerce. Our pricing is transparent. Should you find our price acceptable, you are welcome to place an order. Conversely, if you deem it too steep and prefer not to purchase, we do not intend to impose. Regardless, our current production of space planes is quite limited, and the quantity available for lease or sale is also restricted. It is not a matter of merely having the funds. We may not necessarily have the stock to meet your demands. Fang Yuan is undeniably confident in this regard. The state is actually reluctant to engage in leasing or selling, as the Fuyun Group aspires to possess a greater number of spaceplanes. Thus, the sentiment is clear. Whether you wish to purchase or not, even with wealth, there is no guarantee of availability, for the supply is finite. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's words, the representatives from various nations furrowed their brows, clearly aware that they were being maneuvered into a precarious position, as if they were merely being offered up as sacrificial lambs. With an air of indifference that suggested even their sacrifices might not be deemed worthy. This sentiment stirred a palpable sense of indignation among all present. particularly among the representatives of the developed Western nations, who had never before been subjected to such treatment, historically. It had been they who imposed such tactics upon the Chinese civilization. The feeling of being at the mercy of another was profoundly uncomfortable. Yet, upon reflecting deeply, it became evident that there was little recourse. If one nation refrained from purchasing, others would inevitably step in. In the pursuit of advancing space technology and securing resources on the moon, the necessity of these spaceplanes was undeniable. Relying solely on traditional launch vehicles was not only prohibitively expensive but would also leave them trailing behind their competitors. Even Uncle Sam was nearing his breaking point. The representative from the Foot Basin Chicken, Lu Shenjilang, turned his thoughts over in his mind, his brow knitted in contemplation. After a moment of deliberation, he seemed to have made a resolution, his eyes widening with determination. Mr. Fang, we from the Foot Basin Chicken wish to procure 2 spaceplanes. May I inquire when they might be delivered? 2 spaceplanes, you say? They will be ready by the end of this month. However, I must address a crucial point beforehand. Our personnel are exclusively proficient in Chinese. Thus, the spaceplanes will operate solely on a Chinese language system. Therefore, you must employ astronauts trained by our company to pilot these spaceplanes. Moreover, although the aerospace vehicle is being sold to you, in order to prevent any leakage of its technology, your party shall not possess the right to dismantle the vehicle for any technical research. The aerospace vehicle must remain under the supervision of our personnel at all times, 24 hours a day. Fang Zheng nodded in agreement, accepting the terms for purchasing the aerospace vehicle. However, he proceeded to enumerate a series of additional conditions, each one provoking the representatives from the Foot Basin nation to barely contain their outrage. This was indeed a classic tactic reminiscent of their previous dealings with Huaxia. In the last century, when Huaxia imported advanced large-scale equipment from the Foot Basin nation, these very stipulations emerged from their research. Even the mere act of replacing a screw necessitated the involvement of the Foot Basin nation, with pricing that was all too familiar, aimed solely at exploiting Huaxia. Now, however, the tables have turned, as the Fuyun group employs their own methods against them. I'll buy? Although Lu Shenjilang yearned to refuse, he gritted his teeth and uttered those 2 words with heavy resolve. Contemplating the current backwardness of the Foot Basin nation in the realm of space exploration, envisioning the vast landscapes and abundant resources on the moon, and considering the future, he understood that even if it meant swallowing his pride, he must proceed. Huaxia had once found itself in a similar predicament. Despite being acutely aware of the Foot Basin nation's exploitative nature, cooperation was unavoidable. For to be backward was to suffer the consequences, and lacking in technology left them with little choice. Very well, Zhong Yun. Please escort them to another conference room for further discussions. Fang Zheng nodded in satisfaction, then turned to the side and instructed Zhong Yun, while inwardly marveling at the wealth of the Foot Basin Chicken, pondering whether his initial offer was indeed too modest. Mr. Fang, we in Saudi Arabia would also like to purchase one, chimed in Prince Muhammad from the affluent Middle East. They were wealthy, ready to buy, yet the price was unexpectedly steep. Although the Saudis were indeed rich, they paled in comparison to the dominant world powers present, and thus could only tighten their belts to secure one aircraft. Prince Muhammad had just discerned the limited production capacity and felt the urgency to place an order. If he hesitated, he might have to wait until next year to procure the spaceplane. Very well, however, your spaceplanes will not be delivered until early next month. Fang Zheng nodded, adding a clear message. The Fuyun group only rented out 2 spaceplanes per month, urging them to act swiftly, lest they find themselves without options. We wish to purchase 4 spaceplanes, exclaimed the representative of Uncle Sam, who had previously been indecisive but now spoke without hesitation. Realizing that the Fuyun group was clearly intent on capitalizing on the situation, since they were bound to be taken advantage of, it was better to secure the spaceplanes sooner rather than later. We, the Arctic Bears, also wish to buy 1 and rent 2 more spaceplanes. We, the Indian Elephants, would like to rent 2 spaceplanes. As some individuals took the initiative, representatives from various nations swiftly followed suit, each voicing their intentions. Naturally, economically robust countries opted for direct purchases, while those with lesser financial capabilities could only resort to leasing aerospace vehicles. There was no choice. Even if it meant stretching their resources thin, they had to strive to keep pace in the realm of space exploration. Otherwise, once the global community divided the land and resources of the moon, their nations would be left with little to claim, leading to greater disadvantages in the future. Presently, they were merely falling prey to the machinations of the Revival Cloud Group. Old Fang, how is the situation? Li Fu, far away in the capital, hastily reached out to Fang Zheng for an update. Quite splendid. We have sold 15 aerospace vehicles, each for 10 trillion huabe. Additionally, we have leased out 30 vehicles, with an annual rental fee of 200 billion huabe. Our aerospace company is now profitable, Fang Zheng declared, unable to suppress his laughter upon reviewing the figures. Selling an aerospace vehicle for over 10 trillion huabe seemed utterly exorbitant, yet the world's great powers had no choice but to endure this financial burden. After all, they were not merely purchasing vehicles, they were acquiring tickets to the cosmos and the moon. Will the sudden dispatch of 45 aerospace vehicles adversely affect our company? Li Fu inquired, nodding in agreement upon hearing the pricing details. There seemed to be no issue with the exorbitant prices. However, the sheer volume appeared somewhat excessive. Rest assured, I have limited production capacity here, with only 2 aerospace aircraft available for external sale each month. The quantity of 45 aircraft is sufficient for us to deliver gradually until next year. Very well. Please send me a copy of the signed detailed agreement so that I may report it to the higher-ups. In the office of Tang Yuan, the head of the space sector of Huaxia, Li Fu presented the agreements related to the leasing and sale of aerospace aircraft signed with other nations. This was, in fact, a means of conveying a message. Although the Fuyun Group is currently quite formidable, it remains entirely aligned with the principles of Red Huaxia, adhering strictly to the directives from above, demonstrating sufficient cunning to ensnare them without hesitation. 1 trillion wabik per aircraft? As Tang Yuan perused the agreement, merely upon reaching the beginning, his eyebrows involuntarily raised. Little Li, you truly possess a remarkable ruthlessness. 1 trillion wabik per aircraft, and you still had the audacity to propose such terms, ultimately selling 15 units. TSK, it seems I must consider whether to engage in a little wealth redistribution. While meticulously examining each clause of the agreement, Tang Yuan chuckled as he conversed with Li Fu. Oh no, I am merely acting in accordance with your wishes. Why the talk of wealth redistribution? Upon hearing this, Li Fu naturally objected, lamenting as if he had no desire to profit from this endeavor. You have performed admirably this time. Our intention is precisely this. The aerospace aircraft must be sold at a premium, and the quantity must be limited, while we must maintain constant oversight of the aircraft's movements. After thoroughly reviewing the documents from beginning to end, Tang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 183. Serving like a master at the Tsukuba Space Center, a pioneering base for the entry of the Foot Basin Chicken into the realm of space. Significant investments have been made. The construction of the Jisun rocket launch site alone in 1990 cost a staggering $3 billion, establishing it as one of the largest and most advanced rocket launch facilities globally, rivaling the Ariane 4 launch site in Kourou and the Titan 3 launch site at Cape Canaveral. At this moment, the head of the Foot Basin Chicken Space Division, Lu Shengyichang, awaited with mounting anxiety. All activities at the largest airport on Tsukuba Island had come to a standstill as everyone held their breath in anticipation, frequently glancing towards the western sky. It's coming, exclaimed a staff member beside Lu Shengyichang, his eyes fixed on a linear blip on the radar. According to the radar data, a spacecraft was approaching Tsukuba Island at a speed of Mach 10. Prepare all units. Lu Shengyichang commanded without hesitation. The Foot Basin Chicken had expended immense resources to procure 2 spaceplanes from the Huaxia Fuyun Group. In just over a fortnight, the first spaceplane was set to be delivered, and preparations were underway for its imminent arrival. With an investment exceeding trillions of wabik currency and the future of the Foot Basin Chicken's aerial endeavors at stake, Lu Shengyichang felt compelled to exercise utmost caution, fearing any potential mishap. Heracles CK0001 requests permission to land. At this moment, a voice interrupted the conversation. Not in Japanese, but in Chinese, causing an instant pause among everyone in the command center, as those who understood Chinese were, after all, a minority. Fortunately, prior preparations had been made, with several specialized Chinese translators summoned. Permission was granted to land on runway 1. Understood. Accompanying the flight was co-pilot Chen Wanjun, along with the company's security personnel responsible for safeguarding the aerospace aircraft, Zhou Haijiang, Han Siki, Huang Fengzheng, and Luo Ming, totaling 6 individuals, 2 pilots and 4 security guards. According to the international agreements regarding the sale or lease of aerospace aircraft, the pilots must be personnel from the Fuyun Group. This stipulation arises from the fact that the aircraft operates entirely on a Chinese language control system, which demands a high level of responsibility. Thus, it is imperative for a Fuyun Group astronaut to pilot it. As for the 4 security personnel, their role is to protect the aerospace aircraft. According to the agreement, no nation has the right to dismantle the aircraft in order to safeguard its technology. Furthermore, since the 6 individuals are employed abroad, they are entitled to foreign work allowances, family visit allowances, and vacation time for family visits, among others. In essence, the company has dispatched them in a manner that allows them to assume a position of privilege, ensuring that these 6 individuals are well taken care of while the aerospace aircraft serves its purpose. Accompanied by a cacophony of roaring sounds, the spaceplane descended gracefully onto the runway. As it landed, Hao Liang deliberately adjusted the jet nozzle at the rear of the craft to aim slightly at the ground, which instantly sent large chunks of the meticulously constructed runway flying. The powerful plasma engine obliterated the surface, leaving it utterly devastated. Indeed, the plasma engine was formidable. The sheer intensity of the exhaust flame was capable of wreaking such destruction upon our runway. Standing beside him, Yoshinori Keita, a preeminent scientist in the field of aerospace propulsion, gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding before him, his eyes wide with admiration. As an expert in this domain, he could ascertain from merely observing the jet plume that the spaceplane possessed extraordinary power. Yoshinori-kun, this spaceplane costs $1 trillion WABC. You must dedicate yourself to studying it diligently, so that we may also develop our own spaceplane in due time. Yagyu Aikir nodded in agreement, his eyes sparkling with ambition. Meanwhile, as the spaceplane came to a gentle halt, Hao Liang, Chen Wanwan, and their colleagues emerged, their expressions feigning anger. Before the welcoming party could utter a word, Hao Liang erupted in indignation. Nishimura Jur, the one responsible for their reception and fluent in Chinese, paled at the sound of Hao's voice. Fully aware of the calamity that had just transpired, for runway 1 now lay in a state of utter disarray. Mr. Hao Liang, we sincerely apologize for this incident. We will endeavor to construct a better runway in the future. A better runway? Why was a superior runway not constructed this time? Do you have any idea how perilous the situation was? If the spaceplane had encountered an accident, we might have been in grave danger, for we are astronauts. Let me make myself clear. Unless a runway that meets the highest standards for the safe takeoff and landing of the spaceplane is established, we will categorically refuse to permit it to undertake any missions. Hao Liang wore a stern expression, yet inwardly he reveled in delight. Before arriving, the company had made it abundantly clear that they should create problems if none existed, ensuring that the gravity of the situation was understood. More importantly, they aimed to delay any advancements into the realm of space exploration. Mr. Hao Liang, we sincerely apologize for the recent incident, and I can assure you with utmost seriousness that such a situation will never recur. That is most reassuring, for we were recently alarmed and will require a week of recuperation. Hao Liang nodded in satisfaction and seized this as an excuse to announce a 1-week hiatus. As for any arrangements concerning the footbath chicken, that was no longer his concern. After all, without adequate rest, the spaceplane would not be venturing into the cosmos. Mr. Hao Liang, I can comprehend the predicament you faced. However, is a week's rest not a tad excessive? Rest assured, we shall provide the most conducive environment for your recuperation. Upon hearing this, Liu Ichiro nearly erupted in exasperation. It was merely the runway that had sustained damage during landing. The spaceplane remained unscathed, and the individuals aboard had suffered no harm. Yet, they dared to propose a week of rest. To understand, the team at G Basin has meticulously formulated a comprehensive space development plan centered around the aerospace flight mechanism, gearing up for next month's manned lunar landing and the establishment of a lunar base. This entails transporting a substantial amount of supplies into space. A mere week's delay could utterly derail the entire operation. We have been startled, and a week's recuperation is hardly sufficient. Without ample rest, a single operational misstep could lead to dire consequences. And if the aerospace aircraft were to be damaged, it would be a calamity indeed, given its valuation in the trillions of Wabic currency. We certainly cannot bear such a responsibility. Chen Wanjun also chimed in, expressing his unease, admitting that his mind was in disarray. Operating the aerospace aircraft is fraught with potential pitfalls, and should anything go awry, I must not be held accountable. Very well, replied Liu Shinjilang, a smile gracing his face as he nodded in agreement. He then turned to Nishimura Jiro, who was in charge of hospitality, and instructed, ensure that Mr. Hao Liang and Mr. Chen Wanjun are treated with utmost care. Their satisfaction is paramount. Should there be any dissatisfaction, you will be held responsible. Nishimura Jiro, understanding the gravity of the situation, wasted no time in arranging for the guests to rest. However, despite his reassurances, at least 2 of the 4 security personnel remained stationed by the aerospace aircraft, preventing anyone from approaching without explicit permission. This measure incited frustration among many scientists at G Basin, who found themselves gnashing their teeth in exasperation. Bang! Returning to the command center, Ichiro Yagyu's demeanor transformed into one of fierce indignation as he shattered a decorative ceramic piece upon the table in a fit of rage. Of course, Yagyu was no fool. He had discerned that Hao Liang and his associates were deliberately concocting excuses to stall for time. We had conducted a thorough inspection of the runway in advance, and logically, there should have been no issues whatsoever. However, I did not anticipate the tremendous power of this plasma engine. This time, I am determined to construct a super runway to ensure that today's incident will never happen again. Kota Yasamori immediately spoke with utmost respect, acknowledging the significance of the aerospace aircraft. Preparations had been meticulously made on all fronts. In truth, if Hao Liang had piloted the aircraft properly, there would have been no complications. After all, Jiaopingji is situated on the edge of a tectonic plate prone to seismic activity, frequently experiencing earthquakes. Consequently, the construction standards within Jiaopingji are exceptionally high. Even their highways have withstood significant earthquakes remarkably well. Naturally, the standards for airports in the realm of aerospace are even more stringent. Chapter 184, Serving Like a Grandmaster, Part 2. The Seed Island serves as a tranquil haven for astronauts, featuring serene surroundings and natural hot springs for relaxation. Hao Liang, Chen Wanjun, and others have also been assigned to this locale. The environment is indeed quite pleasant. However, I find it difficult to adjust to sleeping on the floor. Hao Liang nodded in satisfaction. The environment was quite pleasant. However, upon seeing the sleeping area in the bedroom, he could not help but address Nishimura Jiro, who was responsible for their hospitality. Hey, I want this changed immediately. Nishimura Jiro nodded repeatedly, instructing his staff to take note. And this table, the chairs, everything needs to be replaced. They are too low, and I am not accustomed to kneeling while seated. Chen Wanwan also voiced his opinion regarding the diminutive coffee table and other furnishings. Hey, Nishimura Jiro continued to nod, displaying remarkable patience, showing no signs of discontent. His current duty was to cater to the needs of these esteemed gentlemen, ensuring they regained their vigor swiftly to pilot the aerospace craft and transport supplies to space. I am also unaccustomed to your cuisine. Remember to prepare Chinese food. Hey, and we require a dedicated astronaut training room. Hao Liang, Chen Wanwan, and others chimed in with various requests, relishing their roles as distinguished guests. After mentioning these particulars, Nishimura Jiro inquired, Are there any other areas that require improvement? He gazed at the numerous suggestions documented by his assistant, wearing an apologetic smile while patiently and respectfully awaiting their response. For now, nothing else comes to mind. Should any issues arise unexpectedly, I will inform you. Hao Liang pondered carefully and, for the moment, found no further points to raise. Hey, I kindly ask everyone to rest well. Please feel free to give instructions should you need anything. Nishimura Jiro bowed deeply and, having spoken, exited with his companions, leaving Hao Liang and the others to their own devices. Initially, I believed that being dispatched here would be rather unappealing. However, it has proven to be an exhilarating experience, with the allure of natural hot springs beckoning. Haha, let us indulge in the soothing waters. As soon as Nishimura departed, Chen Wanjun erupted into joyous laughter, eagerly pulling Hao Liang towards the hot springs. Meanwhile, Yagyu Ikaru was engrossed in discussions regarding the next phase of their space program. With the advent of spaceplanes, advancing space technology has become significantly more manageable. The launch of satellites, spacecraft, and the transportation of supplies can now be accomplished with relative ease, primarily requiring increased electricity and compressed air. Yagyu-kun, our foremost objective now is to establish our own space station in orbit, which will serve as the foundation for our expansion into the cosmos and towards the moon. In the past, relying on traditional launch vehicles, the construction of our own space station would have taken at least a decade. However, with the space plane, which can make 10 round trips to space daily, we could erect a large-scale space station within a month. It was precisely this technology that allowed Huaxia to surpass the International Space Station with its Tiangong station in a remarkably short time frame. Moreover, the Fuyun Group managed to construct the vast Sky City in just a matter of months. We, too, can achieve this. Kong Shou Xingtai appeared visibly exhilarated, envisioning the remarkable advancement of his nation in the realm of space exploration. We must expeditiously launch supplies towards the lunar vicinity and establish a communication and positioning system on the moon. The prime locations on the lunar surface are dwindling. Currently, Huaxia is inaugurating several new sub-bases almost every month, thereby claiming the best sites for themselves. At this point, Lushing Ikaru could not help but pound the table, expressing his frustration over the G20 summit, where there was pressure on Huaxia to lease and sell aerospace vehicles. This has prompted Huaxia to accelerate its efforts in seizing territory and resources on the moon. Sub-bases are being established one after another, resulting in a significant portion of the moon's prime areas being claimed. Indeed, we must act swiftly, for time is of the essence. We must secure a portion of the numerous lunar maria on the moon's near side, as other nations are also setting their sights on this celestial body. Should we delay further, we may find ourselves relegated to the moon's far side. Yoshinori Kuda nodded in agreement. This is not a moment for hesitation. Given the already limited territory and scarce resources of our homeland, we regard the land and resources on the moon with utmost seriousness. There are not many regions left, and after meticulous comparison, we believe that the Yunhai area is remarkably promising. It boasts an expanse of over 3 million square kilometers, which is tenfold the size of our own territory and is rich in resources. If we can successfully annex this area, we could further expand our base, reaching towards the moon's far side or other regions. In doing so, we would secure vast territories on the moon, amounting to millions of square kilometers, all replete with abundant resources. Morikei opened the map of the moon and pointed to a particular area, his excitement growing with each word. Since ancient times, the people of the island nation have harbored a profound yearning for land and resources, and as an island nation, their desire for vast territories is palpable. Morikuen, strive diligently. If we can realize this goal, we shall all become eternal heroes of the Yamato nation. Upon hearing this, Yagi Aikir couldn't suppress his joy and laughed heartily. Presently, the moon is occupied only by Huaxia and Uncle Sam. While Huaxia speaks for itself, Uncle Sam merely claims the Wells region, leaving a considerable expanse of unclaimed land waiting for division. Yagi, Cohen, it appears they are intentionally stirring trouble taking a week off for trivial matters and presenting numerous demands. If we do not resolve this, our space program will face significant setbacks. Nishimura handed Yagi Aikir the list of demands put forth by Hao Liang and others, his expression revealing concern. I am well aware that although this space plane belongs to us, our ability to utilize it still hinges on the whims of the Huaxia people, and we cannot proceed with our research. You must exert every effort to ensure they agree to launch by tomorrow at the latest. Whether through monetary incentives or other means, we must cater to their needs. We cannot afford to delay our grand enterprise. Meanwhile, in the astronaut center where Hao Liang and Chun Wanwan were resting, the two indulged in hot springs while sipping warm wine, reveling in their blissful existence. At this moment, the door to the room was gently pushed open, and two exquisite beauties clad in kimonos gracefully entered, bearing delightful delicacies. We are here to attend to Mr. Hao and Mr. Chen. Please do not decline our service. Upon finishing their words, the two women delicately tugged at their sashes, allowing their kimonos to cascade down, revealing their alluring curves and enchanting figures that left one parched with desire. They entered the hot spring pool, one beside each gentleman, softly nestling against Hao Liang and Chen Wanjun, beginning to gently massage them while occasionally offering flirtatious smiles. The following day, as noon approached, several individuals emerged from their rooms, exchanging knowing glances and smiles, each accompanied by a lovely lady busy preparing sumptuous dishes. Mr. Hao, Mr. Chun, I trust you rested well last night? At that moment, Nishimura approached, a smile gracing his face. It was evident that he had orchestrated yesterday's events, sparing no expense to ensure the comfort of these esteemed gentlemen. Indeed, it was quite pleasant, Hao Liang remarked with a nod of satisfaction. More than pleasant, it was akin to paradise. That is wonderful to hear. Your satisfaction is the greatest affirmation of my efforts. Is there anything you feel could be improved? Nishimura inquired with genuine concern. Not at the moment, Hao Liang pondered, realizing that he truly could find no fault, especially after being pampered by such beauties throughout the night. Mr. Hao, Mr. Chun, this is a small token of our appreciation. We hope you will accept it. With a smile, Nishimura presented 2 Swiss bank cards to Hao Liang and Chen Wanjun. Mr. Nishimura, this is unnecessary. We believe in earning our keep. Please do not decline. Your business trip here has been arduous, and this modest token of appreciation is insufficient to convey our gratitude. In the future, whenever there are tasks to undertake, we shall express our sentiments further. Their methods, though rather antiquated, proved remarkably effective. The allure of wealth and desire are intrinsic to human nature. By skillfully navigating these 2 facets, one can often achieve their aims. Nevertheless, Hao Liang and Chen Wanjun resolutely declined, fully aware of what actions were permissible and what were not. Chapter 185, 200 billion to build the 3 gorges in space this time. Their mission involved transporting a substantial number of solar panels into outer space, with the intention of constructing a vast solar power station. This initiative was originally proposed by Li Fu during a meeting, as the nation fervently encourages private capital to engage in the development of the space industry. Currently, there are thousands of space farms under construction and operation in space, with only a small fraction belonging to the state, while the majority are privately owned. The Space Solar Energy Initiative is a recent plan put forth by the government, which is vigorously promoted and supported with a clear objective to diminish reliance on traditional energy sources and, more critically, to lessen dependence on foreign energy, ensuring that Huaxia is not vulnerable to external pressures and can maintain autonomy in crucial moments. As a paragon of the aerospace sector in China, Fuyun Group undoubtedly serves as an exemplary model for others. Whether in the realm of space agriculture or other aerospace industries, Fuyun Group stands as a vanguard. Solar power generation is remarkably prevalent in the cosmos, from the smallest satellites adorned with solar panels reminiscent of wings to colossal structures like space stations, space cities, agricultural fields in space, and spacecraft. All are equipped with numerous solar arrays. The primary objective of these solar wings is to harness solar energy and convert it into electrical power, thereby supplying energy to spacecraft and extending their operational lifespan and endurance. Often, a pair of modest solar wings is sufficient to provide ample electrical energy for spacecraft, as sunlight in space is incredibly intense, unmitigated by the atmosphere, allowing for continuous illumination. When properly oriented, they can achieve near 90-degree angles for optimal exposure, delivering a relentless supply of energy. Furthermore, during the majority of its journey, a spacecraft relies on inertia for propulsion, resulting in minimal energy consumption. Consequently, a pair of small solar wings can adequately sustain the energy needs of a spacecraft for extended periods. An exemplary case is the Voyager 1 spacecraft, launched by the United States on September 5, 1977, which continues to function flawlessly even after decades of travel, having reached the fringes of the solar system. Essentially, most spacecraft, apart from those designed for single use, are equipped with solar wings to harness energy. This is particularly true for large space stations, cosmic cities, and extraterrestrial agricultural fields, whose exteriors are often composed of solar panels, allowing them to continuously absorb solar energy. However, the construction of an enormous solar power station specifically designed to collect solar energy and convert it into electrical energy in space appears to have never been realized until now. Thus, the Fuyun Group has pioneered a historic endeavor. The colossal spaceplane gently docked at the Sky City spaceport, its vast belly slowly opening as mechanical arms began to unload its cargo. In no time, the spaceplane's interior was entirely emptied. Subsequently, the mechanical arms commenced the reloading process, transporting numerous 1-meter cubic standard containers filled with produce from the Fuyun Group's space farms. The quantity is substantial, sufficient not only to meet the needs of the personnel within Sky City, but also to be sold to other nations, and even directly shipped to the lunar base. Within Sky City, astronauts such as Luo Xiaoyao and Zhang Fei were busily engaged, skillfully maneuvering mechanical arms to assemble the framework of the solar power station. This solar power facility closely resembles the space farms, utilizing large sky modules to form its structure, which is then meticulously subdivided and equipped with solar panels, ultimately culminating in a vast solar energy station capable of generating electricity from sunlight and even refining asteroids through solar reflection. Dozens of astronauts, aided by virtual machines, exhibited remarkable synergy as they meticulously maneuvered robotic arms. Outside the city in the sky, these mechanical appendages operated with the grace of skilled hands, seamlessly collaborating to piece together pre-planned modules in the vastness of space. Soon, a colossal framework emerged in the cosmos, comprised of numerous space capsules, each equipped with engines. Upon activation, these engines gently propelled the immense structure away from the city in the sky, gradually setting it on its designated orbit. With the framework complete, the astronauts donned their space suits and boarded the spacecraft, departing the city in pursuit of the evolving structure, which continued to expand and refine. In comparison to the establishment of space farms, constructing a solar power station proved significantly simpler. The process merely required subdividing the area into 1-meter square sections, upon which solar panels could be installed. Before long, a vast solar power field, measuring 100 meters on each side, was assembled with the assistance of numerous robotic arms, greatly alleviating the astronauts' workload. Begin adjusting the angles. Within the skeletal framework of the space capsules, Luo Xiaoyao operated the computer to calculate the optimal angle between the solar panels and the sun's rays. Subsequently, the engines atop the capsules gradually adjusted the solar panels to ensure they faced the sunlight directly, maximizing energy absorption through vertical exposure. The engines atop the spacecraft gradually commenced their rotation, while each solar panel began to shift delicately. Soon, sunlight streamed down perpendicularly onto every solar panel, initiating the conversion into electrical energy. With a gentle activation, the data on the computer began to soar. Each of the 10,000 solar panels was monitored with precision. Within an hour, the detailed data regarding the solar panels' power generation and the vastness of space emerged. The total electricity generated reached an impressive 12,948 kilowatt-hours, indicating an approximate output of 1 3 kilowatt-hours per panel per hour, an astonishing efficiency. Luo Xiao observed the data on the computer screen, nodding in satisfaction. Typically, on Earth, a civilian solar panel, under favorable sunlight conditions, can generate around 0.5 kilowatt-hours per square meter in a day. However, in the embrace of the sun, the efficiency soared to several dozen times that of terrestrial panels. A solar power field of 10,000 square meters could produce nearly 13,000 kilowatt-hours in just 1 hour, translating to 312,000 kilowatt-hours over 24 hours, and an astonishing 11,388,000 kilowatt-hours in a year. It is noteworthy that the annual power generation of the Three Gorges Dam hovers around 100 billion kilowatt-hours. By this calculation, the output of approximately 10 million square meters of solar panels could rival that of a Three Gorges Dam. It is essential to understand that the total investment for a Three Gorges Dam, at the very least, is statistically recorded at over 100 billion Chinese yuan. When accounting for resettlement and other associated costs, the investment becomes even more monumental. However, at this moment, the construction of a solar power station spanning 10 million square meters in space is underway, with costs amounting to less than 20 billion, which is less than 1/7 of the Three Gorges Dam. Such a notion was once beyond imagination. The proliferation of space planes has significantly reduced the costs of traveling to and from space, with the most considerable expense now being the high-tech solar panels. Over time, a colossal mirror in space continues to expand, soon surpassing an area of 10 million square meters, becoming visible from Earth. With a mere 20 billion, one could construct an equivalent to the Three Gorges hydroelectric station in space. The energy output from these 10 million square meters of solar panels in space is comparable to that of the Three Gorges. A new era of energy has dawned. As the nation plans to phase out traditional fuel vehicles and vigorously promote new energy electric vehicles, official communication channels in Huaxia, spanning television news, newspapers, and the internet, have once again ignited the entire nation with headlines like these, citing detailed data from the newly established solar power station by Fuyun Group in space. Upon reviewing the intricate details, whether from state-owned enterprises, central enterprises, or private capital and forces in Huaxia, every individual's eyes have turned red with excitement. The prospect of investing less than 20 billion to construct a Three Gorges hydroelectric station in space speaks volumes about the immense profits to be reaped. A fact readily apparent to anyone, given the current electricity prices, even at approximately 0.5 yuan per kilowatt-hour for residential use. Generating 100 billion kilowatt-hours in a year translates to nearly 50 billion in output value. Chapter 186. The rapidly developing space industry at this moment. The entirety of Huaxia is fervently advancing into the realm of the space industry, from space tourism to lunar excursions, and extending into space agriculture and now the domain of space energy. Nearly every sector is awash with golden opportunities. Previously, private capital predominantly flowed into the real estate sector, as this field posed little to no technical challenges. One would merely acquire a parcel of land, establish a sales office, and commence selling properties. Once the money was secured, they would enlist a construction company to build the homes, and by the time the houses were completed, their funds would have already cycled through numerous transactions. Despite the myriad relationships that required management, the profits remained exceedingly high. Countless individuals became billionaires overnight through real estate. And over the span of more than a decade of prosperity in this sector, countless stories have unfolded across Huaxia surrounding real estate. From large state-owned enterprises to substantial private companies, from billionaires at the top to diligent common folk investing with modest means. The most fervent topic of discussion now revolves around the space industry, which also garners the most investment. The once lethargic photovoltaic industry has experienced a meteoric rise in value due to the emergence of space solar power stations, with stock prices soaring to daily limits. Previously reliant on government subsidies, these companies now find themselves inundated with orders, falling like snowflakes, leading them to lament their failure to expand production capacity sooner. In addition to the photovoltaic industry, Sectors such as precision machinery and space agriculture have also experienced remarkable growth. Among them is a previously obscure company, akin to Fuyun Group, which has only been established for a few years. This technology enterprise was founded by a group of university students and is known as Universal Hand. The sole product of this company is a mechanical arm, widely applicable in space. The design of their mechanical arms has left even the scientists at Fuyun Group in awe. By ingeniously integrating existing virtual technologies with principles of biomimicry, Universal Hand has emerged as the premier manufacturer of mechanical arms. Their products are not only extensively procured by the Chinese authorities and Fuyun Group for space applications, but they have also begun to set a standard, dictating that all future mechanical arm designs must adhere to their specifications and requirements. There are many other technology companies like Universal Hand, with founders typically possessing a strong technical background. Initially, these entrepreneurs focused on a singular concept or product, honing it to perfection and establishing themselves as the foremost authorities in their respective fields. The robotic arms of Universal Hand Technology Company, the space suits designed by Space Attire Technology Company, the compact space propulsion engines created by Starry Dynamics Technology Company, and the intelligent management systems for extraterrestrial agriculture developed by Smart Steward Technology Company, among others, are numerous recent ventures that have emerged over the past couple of years. These enterprises are fundamentally rooted in the burgeoning space industry, thriving rapidly through their remarkable accomplishments in specific niches. The founders and stakeholders of these companies predominantly hail from scientific research backgrounds. Universal Hand Technology Company was established by a group of university students whose passion and curiosity led them to create a technology enterprise valued at hundreds of billions. Space Attire Technology Company was founded and operated by a collective of esteemed Chinese academicians, producing high-quality spacesuits at relatively affordable prices. The creators of Smart Steward Technology Company were originally technical experts in the virtual technology domain, developing a management system that adeptly oversees extraterrestrial farms. The founders of Starry Dynamics Technology Company were previously specialists in propulsion research for the nation, and their small-scale engines are extensively utilized in space agriculture and solar energy generation. It can be observed that, within China, the once prominent large real estate enterprises are gradually fading, while technology companies focused on the space industry are rapidly ascending. The founders and stakeholders of these technology firms are no longer those who thrived through connections, but rather a new wave of previously unheralded scientific practitioners. In addition to these technological enterprises, the space industry has witnessed a remarkable surge in previously obscure fields, such as agricultural studies. Historically, graduates from agricultural universities often face challenges securing employment, with many resorting to sales positions post-graduation. However, the landscape has transformed, and they are now highly sought after by various space agriculture companies. In the realm of extraterrestrial farming, despite the feasibility of mechanized operations in numerous aspects, there remains a significant need for human intervention. On average, a space farm encompassing 10,000 acres requires a minimum of 3 modern space farmers for effective management. It is evident that these new-age space farmers cannot simply rely on untrained individuals. Rather, graduates from agricultural universities emerge as the most suitable candidates. These university graduates, at the prime of their physical condition and possessing exceptional learning abilities, can quickly acquire the necessary skills for operating in a space environment with minimal training. Coupled with their academic background in agriculture, they can effortlessly perform various tasks within space farmlands. The compensation and benefits for these new-age space farmers are undoubtedly substantial. Furthermore, with the booming field of space agriculture and an insatiable demand for talent, graduates are often snatched up immediately, with starting salaries reaching several $100,000, easily surpassing those of peers from other disciplines. The opportunity to work in space, combined with lucrative remuneration, positions this career as one of the most coveted among university graduates. Within the sphere of the space industry, one particularly thriving sector is the training of space astronauts. Thanks to increasingly advanced space technology, Even ordinary individuals can now embark on journeys to and from space. Among the participants in lunar tourism, there are many elderly individuals who have safely traveled to space, indicating that space travel is no longer confined to astronauts trained by national agencies. Numerous professionals, space personnel, and tourists are now able to traverse the cosmos. Although it is essential to undergo training due to the unique conditions of space. Consequently, training institutions and industries have emerged, albeit their facilities and equipment cannot compare to those of national programs. These institutions can only provide basic, introductory training, resulting in graduates who, while knowledgeable, do not reach the caliber of national astronauts. Their aim is merely to familiarize ordinary individuals with the essential precautions required in space and to help them acclimate to the weightlessness experienced beyond Earth. Such training schools have flourished, establishing a structured program akin to driving school examinations, categorized into various levels. At the pinnacle are the astronauts cultivated by national agencies, followed by descending tiers that correspond to levels 1 through 5. Level 5 astronauts, despite bearing the title, possess merely a rudimentary understanding of space knowledge, having undergone some basic training. Typically, their forays into space are limited to tourism, as they are not equipped for professional endeavors in the cosmic realm. The requirements for Level 4 astronauts are significantly more stringent compared to those for Level 5 astronauts. Primarily, candidates must possess at least an associate degree, and they are also required to undergo specialized training to acquire extensive knowledge of aerospace technology, thereby qualifying for careers in space-related fields. However, their operations are confined to structures such as space cities, space stations, and extraterrestrial agricultural zones, rather than actual space environments. The criteria for Level 3 astronauts are even more demanding. They must also hold a professional qualification for space-related occupations and possess the capability to conduct extravehicular activities. Furthermore, they are permitted to engage in mining and other scientific endeavors on celestial bodies, albeit currently limited to the moon. Individuals who qualify as Level 3 astronauts are regarded as highly skilled professionals, and given the current market demand, their annual salaries typically start at a staggering $1 million. Training for Level 3 astronauts generally meets the foundational standards set by the National Air Force. Although the physical fitness requirements may not be as rigorous, candidates must still undergo thorough training and examinations to obtain their Level 3 astronaut certification. There are very few institutions across the nation capable of providing this level of training. As for Level 1 and Level 2 astronauts, their qualifications are even more advanced. Only 2 establishments, the National Training Base and the Aerospace Training Base of the Fuyun Group, are authorized to cultivate Level 1 and Level 2 astronauts. These astronauts not only engage in professional activities in space, but are also qualified to pilot spacecraft and undertake perilous missions of space exploration and planetary investigation. They possess comprehensive knowledge and skills related to aerospace technology and the space industry. The remuneration for Level 1 and Level 2 astronauts has significantly escalated, rendering it nearly impossible to recruit such personnel without offering annual salaries in the millions. Typically, Level 1 and Level 2 astronauts are affiliated with national agencies or prominent technology corporations like Fuyun Group. The hierarchical classification of astronauts emerged alongside the rapid advancement of the space industry, primarily aimed at standardizing the qualifications of those employed in this sector. Each level corresponds to a specific degree of competence, with paramount importance placed on safety, as the conditions in space are far more perilous than those on Earth. Any mishap could lead to catastrophic consequences, potentially resulting in substantial losses and fatalities. Currently, the space industry is progressing at an astonishing pace, with the population in space and on the moon having already surpassed the 100,000 mark, and the total number of individuals who have ventured into space or onto the moon exceeding 10 million. Chapter 187. The Lunar Cloud Sea Base at the Fuyun Group Aerospace Center in Longling Town, Sanjiang District, Meijiang City. Li Fu entered the command center with a beaming smile. For nearly 2 months, Li Fu had been in the capital, accompanying Wang Yun, who had successfully given birth to a robust baby boy named Li Wanzhou. As he arrived more than 20 days past the expected date, had Li Fu not been aware of their superior genetic qualities as practitioners of primal energy cultivation, which allowed for a longer gestation period, he might have succumbed to the prevailing opinions advocating for a cesarean section. As a new father, Li Fu was perpetually adorned with a smile, his spirits buoyed, and he approached his endeavors with remarkable vigor. "Mr. Li, congratulations. When shall we expect the celebratory banquet?" Chen Bin, Yu Liang, Chao Haitao, Yang Yiping, and others were immersed in a discussion about establishing a lunar base for the Fuyun Corporation, envisioning mining operations and scientific research on the moon. Upon seeing Li Fu's beaming face, Yu Liang inquired with a cheerful tone, "Indeed, when will you be treating us? You missed the wedding feast, so this time is absolutely non-negotiable," Yang Yiping chimed in jestingly. "Haha, certainly, certainly. Everyone is invited, and your presence is a must," Li Fu responded, his spirits high and his agreement readily given. After the pleasantries, the group swiftly returned to their work, resuming their discussion on the lunar base. "Mr. Li, prime locations on the moon's near side are becoming scarce. Only Mare Nubium, Mare Frigoris, and Mare Vaporum remain unclaimed. The Chinese government has secured the majority of the lunar Maria, with the exception of the Marius Hills region, which is under the purview of the Americans," Chao Haitao, the chief director of the lunar base construction, explained in detail, projecting a lunar globe via a virtual machine, seeking Li Fu's input. "Since we concur on Mare Nubium, let's proceed with it. Once the lunar base is established, our next endeavor will be asteroid mining. This requires immediate preparation. I need a comprehensive and dependable proposal as soon as possible." Li Fu pondered thoughtfully, then slowly nodded. He proceeded to instruct his team regarding the extraction of asteroids from the asteroid belt. The solar power station in space was still under construction, yet it had already reached the capability required for asteroid smelting, thus bringing the agenda of asteroid mining to the forefront. "Rest assured, I have been diligently overseeing this matter. The colossal spacecraft we are constructing in the Sky City is specifically designed for asteroid extraction. Once completed, it will be ready to venture into the asteroid belt for mining operations." Chen Bin, who is responsible for this endeavor, nodded in agreement. Mining asteroids is indeed a formidable challenge. To begin with, the direct distance from Earth to the asteroid belt spans approximately 1 to 2.6 astronomical units, which translates to nearly 150 million to 400 million kilometers. "Very well," Li Fu replied, nodding with satisfaction. He had complete confidence in Chen Bin's capabilities, which is precisely why he entrusted such a critical task to him. At the aerospace center of the Fuyun Group, over a dozen large Hercules spaceplanes lay quietly on the runway, each brimming with supplies intended for the construction of a lunar base. Among them, 7 or 8 spaceplanes contained entire prefabricated structures, ready to be transported to the moon, where they could be assembled and utilized upon arrival. Such operations can significantly reduce the time and labor required for the construction of lunar bases. Everything is initially prepared on Earth and once transported to the moon. One merely needs to find a suitable location, lay a foundation, and relocate the structures. This remarkable efficiency is largely attributable to the immense capacity of the Hercules spaceplane, which measures over 50 meters in length and stands 30 meters tall, providing ample space to accommodate an entire building. Amidst the thunderous roars, one after another, the spaceplanes ascend from the runway, swiftly breaking through the clouds and entering the vastness of space. They orbit the Earth, gaining greater initial velocity before heading directly towards the moon. Meanwhile, in the lunar city of Chang'e, Luo Xiaoyao and his companions, having already arrived, drive lunar rovers laden with supplies destined for the construction of the lunar base, setting off towards the designated area known as Yunhai. The establishment of a lunar base has become remarkably straightforward, as there are already numerous Chinese lunar bases and cities on the moon. It suffices to prepare the airport and lay a solid foundation at the chosen site. Thereafter, one simply awaits the arrival of successive shipments of construction materials via the spaceplanes. This is precisely why China has been able to occupy many prime locations on the Moon's near side within less than 6 months, as the establishment of lunar subbases is now an exceedingly manageable endeavor, and if needed, they can sprout forth in various locations. The desolate surface of the Moon is no longer as barren as it once seemed. Luo Xiaoyao, Zhang Fei, and their companions navigate their lunar rover across the lunar terrain, encountering various lunar bases and mining sites at regular intervals. Numerous large engineering vehicles traverse the surface with remarkable speed. Upon reaching the designated area, the Team-S convoy successfully arrives at the Moon's sea. The lunar engineering vehicles commence their tasks by clearing the surface, pushing aside rocks and debris to create a vast, flat expanse. Subsequently, the vehicles begin to drill, creating holes in accordance with the pre-planned layout. Once the holes are drilled, thick steel plates, pre-designed for the construction, are laid down to form the airport. These steel plates, measuring several meters in thickness, have been meticulously forged at the steel mill of Chang'e City. Each plate is equipped with rods that allow them to interlock seamlessly, forming a more extensive level surface. The team diligently operates the lunar vehicles, engaged in their urgent tasks. Meanwhile, in the void between the Earth and the Moon, over a dozen aerospace aircraft have been flying for more than 3 hours, soon approaching lunar orbit before descending towards the Moon sea. Luo, is the airport ready? We have already begun our orbital flight around the Moon. A cheerful voice emanates from Luo Xiaoyao's communicator. The scientists from the Fuyun Group Academy, accompanying the team, are conducting final checks and calculations. Shortly thereafter, they signal an OK to Luo, indicating that the aerospace aircraft may proceed with their landing. Landing is permitted. Upon the issuance of commands from Luo Xiaoyao, an aerospace aircraft swiftly descended from the cosmos, diving toward the lunar surface akin to a duck plunging into water, heading directly for the airport situated in the cloud sea. Accompanied by a subtle tremor beneath, the aerospace vehicle landed securely on the newly constructed runway. Soon, its vast belly slowly opened, revealing a procession of large lunar construction vehicles emerging from its cavernous interior. These vehicles were specially developed by the Fuyun Group's Institute of Scientific Research, specifically designed for the establishment of a lunar base. Chao Haitao, the head of the Fuyun Group's Lunar Cloud Sea Base, donned a spacesuit as he stepped out of the aerospace aircraft, meticulously surveying this desolate world. His inaugural visit to the Moon evoked a sense of wonder. Gazing into the void of space, he beheld Earth radiating a brilliant luminosity, a cerulean orb against the backdrop of the cosmos. Once the cargo of one aerospace aircraft was unloaded, another swiftly descended, this time bearing fully constructed lunar base units, crafted entirely from lightweight alloy materials. These structures were easily transported by the lunar construction vehicles, especially given that the Moon's gravity is merely 1/6 that of Earth's. They were then installed upon pre-prepared foundations, and soon, a series of buildings emerged on the lunar surface, forming a burgeoning lunar base. More than 10 aerospace aircraft sequentially arrived, swiftly unloading their cargo before departing again. As the installation of the structures progressed, a substantial array of supplies was either directly placed within the newly erected buildings or transported individually by the aerospace aircraft. After more than 10 hours, a modest lunar base emerged in the Moon Sea of Clouds region. The Fuyun Group officially announced that over 3 million square kilometers surrounding this area had been incorporated into its sovereign territory. When this news reached Liu Shenjialang, the head of the Jiao Penji space sector, he could hardly contain his excitement. For the Sea of Clouds had also been designated by Jiao Penji as a prime location for their lunar base. To his dismay, it had been claimed by another. Chapter 188, Lunar Mining Bang. At the Jiao Penji Seed Island Space Center on Earth, Liu Shenjialang had already shattered several cherished antique porcelain pieces in his fury, which only seemed to intensify. He had long considered the Sea of Clouds as his own, but now it had been swiftly seized by Li Fu's Fuyun Group, completely derailing Jiao Penji's lunar plans. All subsequent strategies would require re-evaluation, and alternative sites would need to be selected for establishing their lunar base. Lu Sheng. The current atmosphere is of no consequence. What we must do now is promptly readjust our plans and hastily establish a lunar base. Otherwise, the prime locations on the lunar surface will dwindle. I have heard that Uncle Sam is also preparing to construct another lunar subbase in the near future. Beside him, the village guardian Keita displayed remarkable composure, understanding that this was not the moment for indignation. The formidable strength of the Fuyun group in space, coupled with the assistance of the Huaxiao authorities, rendered the establishment of a lunar base a straightforward endeavor, devoid of the meticulous planning and extended timelines that he himself required. Unexpectedly, without any prior notification, the Fuyun group had whimsically decided to construct a lunar base, fortuitously selecting the very location that he had earmarked, Yanhai. Indeed, as Keita aptly stated, this was not the time for anger. Our lunar base project must be executed expeditiously. If we delay further, we will truly have no refuge on the moon. Keita, I implore you, please revise the plans and proceed promptly. Wai Jin Aikir exhaled deeply, then nodded slowly. Well, the other issues are manageable. The crux of the matter lies with our aerospace vehicle. Each time the Fuyun group's astronauts venture into space, they insist on a day of rest. As far as I am aware, during peak operations, the Fuyun Group's aerospace vehicles can undertake hundreds of round trips in a single day. To expedite the lunar base project, we must resolve this predicament. Inform Nishimura that, by any means necessary, be it through monetary incentives or allure, he must ensure their cooperation. Having them operate only once every 2 days is utterly insufficient. While I do not expect them to perform 100 trips a day, treating them like royalty while they undertake a few round trips daily is hardly unreasonable. Far beyond 300,000 kilometers away, on the lunar surface at the Cloud Sea base, more than a dozen large Hercules spacecraft transport vast quantities of supplies each day. The scale of the Cloud Sea lunar base expands with each passing moment, with distinct zones for living, research, manufacturing, agriculture, and aviation swiftly taking shape. At this moment, in the manufacturing area of the Cloud Sea base, the director, Chao Haitao, is orchestrating the operations for lunar mining. A colossal lunar engineering vehicle, towering over 10 meters in height and resembling an oversized excavator, boasts an enormous claw specifically designed for extracting lunar rocks and soil. Inside the vehicle, clad in a spacesuit, Chao Haitao connects to a virtual machine to direct the efforts, while the formidable lunar mining operator, Hondafe, diligently maneuvers the vehicle outward. Everyone is keeping pace, as this marks our inaugural venture into lunar mining, striving to successfully unearth our first fortune. Under Chao Haitao's guidance, more than a dozen large lunar transport vehicles trail closely behind, traversing the desolate lunar landscape towards a mining site located a mere 5 kilometers from the base. The most valuable mineral resource for extraction on the moon is rare earth minerals. This is also the objective of Chao Haitao, as the lunar surface is replete with the richly endowed lunar basalt containing rare earth elements. The target chosen by Chao Haitao is a towering mountain range exceeding 200 meters in height, which is predominantly composed of basalt, possessing an astonishing abundance of rare earth minerals. Moreover, this site is renowned for its exceptional quality rare earth deposits, which are exceedingly valuable. As they journeyed along, engaging in conversation, Hondafe, a recent graduate who had only just completed his studies last year in a field unrelated to mining, could not restrain his curiosity and began to inquire about the subject. Rare earth elements encompass a total of 17 metallic elements, including the lanthanides and scandium and yttrium, as categorized in the periodic table of elements. Currently, there are 250 known types of rare earth minerals in nature. The first rare earth element was discovered by Finnish chemist Johann Gadolin in 1794, when he isolated yttrium from a heavy mineral resembling asphalt. Due to the scarcity of rare earth minerals discovered in the 18th century, only small amounts of insoluble oxides could be produced through chemical methods at the time. Historically, these oxides were commonly referred to as earth, hence the term rare earth. The methods for extracting rare earth elements can generally be classified into 3 categories: acid leaching, alkali leaching, and chlorination decomposition. Acid decomposition methods can be categorized into hydrochloric, sulfuric, and hydrofluoric decomposition, while alkaline decomposition encompasses sodium hydroxide decomposition, sodium hydroxide fusion, and soda roasting methods. The intrinsic value of rare earth elements is already significantly high, with the worth of high-purity individual rare earth elements soaring to several thousand or even tens of thousands of times greater. In the past, although China exported a substantial amount of rare earths, these were primarily in their raw form, fetching low prices. While we were compelled to procure high-purity rare earths from countries in Europe and America, often at great expense, is it not possible for us to extract high-purity individual rare earth elements ourselves? The process of isolating pure rare earth elements from mixed rare earth compounds obtained through the decomposition of rare earth concentrates is chemically intricate and challenging. This complexity arises from two primary factors. Firstly, the physical and chemical properties of lanthanide elements are remarkably similar. The ionic radii of most rare earth ions lie closely between those of adjacent elements, and they are predominantly stable in a trivalent state in aqueous solutions. The strong affinity of rare earth ions for water, protected by hydration, renders their chemical properties exceedingly alike, making separation and purification exceedingly arduous. Secondly, the mixed rare earth compounds obtained from the decomposition of rare earth concentrates often contain a multitude of accompanying impurity elements, such as uranium, thorium, niobium, tantalum, titanium, zirconium, iron, calcium, silicon, fluorine, and phosphorus. Consequently, the process of separating rare earth elements must not only consider the separation of these chemically similar rare earth elements, but also the separation from the accompanying impurity elements. Does our company currently possess the technology for purification? Tao, we cannot allow the Westerners to continuously exploit our resources. Surely we have mastered it. Now it is their turn to be the ones sheared. Have you not noticed that we have sold trillions worth of aerospace vehicles? Chow Haitao readily agreed. As the journey could be rather dull, engaging in conversation would swiftly pass the time. As they traveled, they began to enlighten each other about rare earth minerals. And before long, they arrived at the mining area. Brothers, let's get to work, Han Dafei exclaimed through the communicator, driving the machinery with its immense claws to excavate the lunar hills. The basalt of the moon shattered upon impact. Each grasp yielded a substantial handful of rock, which he then turned to load onto the engineering vehicles trailing behind. In less than 30 minutes, over a dozen vehicles were filled to capacity. Yet the small hill before them appeared unchanged. The loss of such a minuscule mass was utterly negligible. The rare earth mine chosen by Chow Haitao was rich in the valuable elements dysprosium and terbium, which consistently hold high market value, particularly in their purest forms. Hours later, Chow Haitao and Han Dafei gazed longingly at the separation furnace. They had loaded dozens, even hundreds of tons of rock and soil. Yet the yield of refined rare earth minerals was dishearteningly meager, barely a few kilograms. Tao, is this silver-white substance truly the rare earth? Ah, this is rare earth. How can there be so little? We have processed hundreds of tons of basalt, yet only this meager yield has emerged. Our boss is bound to incur substantial losses. Do you realize the worth of this minuscule amount? It is worth over 100 million casually. I never anticipated that the rare earth mines on the moon could be so bountiful, yielding such a significant quantity from mere basalt. Chow Haitao gazed at the final product, stroking his chin in astonishment at the rich deposits of rare earth elements on the moon. It is crucial to note that what has emerged is high-purity rare earth elements, possessing immense value. Chapter 189. Hercules II. The expanse of outer space surrounding Earth has become remarkably vibrant and bustling. As far as the eye can see, there are space farms and solar energy plants under intense construction. Currently, over 300 space farms and more than 50 solar energy facilities are being developed around the Earth. Numerous aerospace planes continually ascend from the ground, breaking through the atmosphere to venture into space. They are laden with supplies for constructing space farms and solar energy fields, gradually making their way to these locations. The vast clusters of space architecture, countless aerospace planes resembling industrious little bees, and the occasional sight of older rocket-launched spacecraft signify the dawning of an interstellar era in the cosmos. In the sky city of the Fuyun Group, Li Fu donned a spacesuit, engaged in discussion with Chun Bin and others, as they gazed upon a colossal spaceplane amidst the cosmos. Li Fu's presence in space was intentional. He sought to inspect the construction of the Fuyun Group's new spaceplane, the Hercules II. To be precise, the Hercules II should not merely be referred to as a spaceplane, for it is not designed for travel between the Earth and space. Instead, it is a spacecraft intended solely for operations within the vastness of space, making the designation Hercules II spacecraft more fitting. From its inception, the Hercules II was engineered to thrive in the environment of outer space. It lacks any aerodynamic features and possesses no capacity to penetrate the atmosphere. Every aspect of its design revolves around enhancing durability, safety, speed, and power in the cosmic expanse. Although all components are manufactured and designed on Earth, they must be assembled in the vacuum of space. Once assembled, the spacecraft will serve exclusively in the cosmos, with its primary function being the exploration and extraction of resources from the asteroid belt. Brother Fu, they remarked. The Hercules II is equipped with two ultra-powerful plasma engines as its primary source of propulsion, complemented by two medium-sized plasma engines for reverse deceleration at the front and rear, and two smaller plasma engines for maneuverability mounted on its wings. Chun Bin pointed to the large Hercules II outside the cabin, remarking that this aircraft lacked the elegance and agility of its predecessor, the Hercules I. Instead, it resembled a hefty giant, with an imposing body measuring over 200 meters in length, more than 50 meters in width, and around 50 meters in height. It was evident that two large plasma engines were installed on either side, resembling the ears of an elephant, contributing to its massive appearance. In comparison, the Hercules I seemed like a diminutive figure next to it. Therefore, it was imperative to ensure ample supplies, and I believe we could augment it with a pair of wings to harness solar energy, thereby securing additional resources. Li Fu gazed at the colossal Hercules II, deep in contemplation. The asteroid belt is not the moon. The journey spans vast distances measured in billions of kilometers. The spacecraft's sustained operational capability, energy consumption, and resource expenditure all come with stringent requirements. I had not fully considered this aspect, but fortunately, merely adding solar panels would entail minimal effort. Chun Bin nodded in agreement, noting that while spacecraft cannot travel freely between space and the ground, they possess several advantages that many spaceplanes do not. Primarily, aerodynamic considerations need not constrain design. Shapes can be crafted without restriction, and adding components is a straightforward process, unlikely to have any significant repercussions. Moreover, astronauts enduring prolonged space missions must consider the necessity of physical exercise. An array of fitness equipment is absolutely essential. It would be most beneficial to establish a crop cultivation area, allowing them to grow some crops and infuse the spacecraft with a touch of verdant life. This would significantly alleviate the anxiety that astronauts may experience from prolonged disconnection with Earth. As this is the inaugural undertaking of such an extended voyage, the crew is navigating uncharted waters with little experience. However, Li Fu draws from the early developmental history of the technologically advanced Han Empire, extracting valuable insights. A crop cultivation area? Chun Bin was perplexed by Li Fu's sudden proposal to incorporate this element, his mind swirling with questions. Research indicates that extended stays in space can induce unsettling feelings of agitation. When these emotions accumulate, astronauts may become impulsive, irritable, and even experience drastic personality changes. Previous incidents aboard the International Space Station have witnessed astronauts engaging in violent altercations over trivial matters, nearly resulting in calamity. This behavior is not a reflection of the astronaut's character, but rather an inevitable consequence of prolonged confinement in space. Therefore, the establishment of a plant cultivation zone would provide astronauts with a serene environment to unwind and mitigate their emotional distress. Li Fu explained with a smile that this particular condition is referred to as void syndrome in the specialized terminology of civilized seats. However, Earth has only recently ventured into space and has yet to encounter such an issue, nor has there been any in-depth research or understanding of it. Upon hearing Li Fu's words, Luo Xiaoyao suddenly realized and said, "I will make modifications to the internal design right away." Chun Bin nodded solemnly. In the vastness of space, the most crucial elements remain the individuals, scientists, engineers, astronauts, and others. Ensuring their well-being is paramount before addressing any other concerns. The colossal Hercules II rested quietly at the spaceport of the space city, where mechanical arms busily attended to it. These robotic appendages were diligently affixing solar wings to its hefty sides, enhancing its endurance by enabling energy replenishment during the long journey ahead. A pair of enormous wings, stretching over 200 meters in length and more than 50 meters in width, were installed in a folded state. Once secured, the wings gradually unfurled. The craft resembled a little flying elephant, plump and substantial, adorned with wings. Zhang Fei, observing its overall form, couldn't help but chuckle. The design of Hercules II had clearly overlooked aesthetics, rendering it undeniably rotund, and now, with the addition of wings, it indeed resembled a little flying elephant. Little flying elephant? This name seemed particularly apparent. Chun Bin stroked his chin, gazing at the imposing Hercules II, and nodded in agreement. Inside the little flying elephant, the entire structure is designed in a honeycomb pattern, with a central chamber that connects to a series of independent rooms, each equipped with its own life support system. Naturally, the functions of these rooms vary significantly. At the forefront lies the cockpit, where the spacecraft is piloted and controlled. Adjacent to it is the food storage room, a crucial compartment designed to hold sufficient rations for astronauts for over a year. Flanking the sides are the energy chambers, tasked with supplying the spacecraft with ample power. In addition to these conventional features, the Hercules II is outfitted with two small spacecraft, intended for emergency escape. In the event of a catastrophic incident, astronauts can utilize these small crafts to evacuate swiftly. Furthermore, these vessels serve a secondary purpose, assisting in the exploration and extraction of asteroids, including assessing their conditions and aiding in the deployment of towing cables. Moreover, Li Fu has sought and obtained permission to equip the spacecraft with weaponry systems. A few missiles are installed to obliterate colliding large asteroids, while railguns, relying on sheer impact force, can destroy medium to small-sized asteroids, proving to be highly destructive even against larger ones. To embark on asteroid belt missions for extraction, its propulsion system, communication system, life support system, and recycling systems have all undergone rigorous refinement, embodying the pinnacle of modern technology from the Fuyun Group. Although its exterior may appear unrefined, its technological sophistication is undoubtedly the highest among all spacecraft in existence, representing the zenith of human ingenuity in space exploration. Chapter 190, The Expedition on March 1, 2022. Shortly after the Spring Festival, Luo Xiaoyao, Zhang Fei, Tang Yuan, and Dong Zhifei, along with a total of 10 members comprising a small asteroid mining team, arrived early at the Sky City, situated in the vastness of space, in preparation for their lengthy expedition. Luo Xiaoyao and Zhang Fei are among the finest astronauts of the Fuyun Group, possessing extensive experience and unparalleled physical and mental fortitude, making them the captain and vice-captain of this mission. Tang Yuan and Dong Zhifei, both distinguished graduates from the Department of Astronomy, serve as the primary decision-makers for the asteroid mining endeavor. Navigating the cosmos necessitates the expertise of astronomers, especially for the technicalities involved in asteroid extraction, which require precise calculations regarding the mass and composition of the asteroids to maximize the mission's profitability. In addition to the pilots and scientists, the team includes specialists responsible for piloting the small spacecraft, maintaining the vessel, managing communications, and overseeing daily life aboard. Each of the 10 members excels in their respective fields while possessing a broad understanding of other areas, rendering them versatile assets to the mission. At this moment in space, the Hercules II, colloquially known as the Little Flying Elephant, has been fully constructed, and its enormous belly is gradually opening as mechanical arms supply it with necessary provisions. Once the supplies and energy are replenished, departure will be imminent. Indeed, Brother Fu, all supplies and energy have been completely replenished. We are nearly ready to embark. The chief engineer of Little Dumbo, Chun Bin, floated over, glanced at the time, and remarked that the enormous belly of Little Dumbo had now slowly closed, having completed its replenishment of resources and energy. Departure, Li Fu gently commanded, watching as Luo Xiaoyao, Zhang Fei, and 8 others drifted into the distance. Soon, the 10 individuals entered Little Dumbo, settled into their seats, and secured themselves. Connect to Little Dumbo. Luo Xiaoyao reclined in his chair, linking his virtual device to the control system of Little Dumbo. The connection was successful, initiating the recognition of biological brainwaves. The brainwaves were accurately detected, and a greeting resonated in the minds of Luo Xiaoyao, Captain, Zhang Fei, Vice Captain, Tang Yuan, and Dong Jiwei, crew members. A cascade of information flashed through their consciousness. The biological sensing technology was one of the flagship innovations of the Fuyun Group, naturally applied to spacecraft. All of Fuyun Group's aerospace vehicles and spacecraft utilized virtual sensing control technology, without the corresponding biological brainwaves for binding and recognition. One could hardly hope to pilot any of Fuyun Group's aerospace vehicles. Communication signal normal. Energy at 100. Compressed air at 100. Status perfect. Ready for immediate launch. In Luo Xiaoyao's mind, a plethora of data regarding the spacecraft continuously flashed as it initiated its self-diagnostic procedure, assessing the various statuses of the vessel. Command Center, this is Little Flying Elephant, requesting takeoff, requesting takeoff, requesting takeoff. Permission granted for takeoff, safe travels. Having received clearance, the mechanical arms securing Little Flying Elephant gradually released their hold, allowing it to slowly depart from the spaceport. Soon after, its 2 powerful plasma engines began to emit a dazzling, white plume of exhaust, similar to the spacecraft bound for the moon. Little Flying Elephant first circled the Earth several times, its velocity steadily increasing. Upon achieving the desired speed, it broke free from Earth's orbit, soaring towards the outer reaches of the solar system, heading for an asteroid located millions of kilometers away. Speed, 23 kilometers per second. Coordinates, x 2323, y 9988, z23678. Distance from Earth, 40,000 kilometers. Communication systems functioning normally. Life support systems operational. Energy reserves at 99. 8. Continue accelerating. Within Luo Xiaoyao's mind, a multitude of data regarding the spacecraft materialized. The only command he needed to issue now was to accelerate, accelerate, and accelerate again. This journey was exceptionally long. Even at the current speed of 23 kilometers per second, the most direct route would require over 2 months to reach the asteroid belt. Should the distance extend to over 200 million kilometers, it would take 4 months to arrive. Thus, Tang Yuan and Dong Jifei, responsible for navigation and positioning, were exceedingly busy at this moment. They needed to calculate the most suitable position for the spacecraft to reach the asteroid belt and determine the optimal velocity to minimize both time and energy consumption. This task required consideration not only of the spacecraft's position, speed, direction, and mass, but also of the Earth's position and velocity. It was imperative to remember that the Earth is continuously orbiting the Sun at speeds exceeding several kilometers per second. Most crucially, all these data points were in constant flux, adding to the immense pressure of their responsibilities. At this juncture, the spacecraft had only recently departed, necessitating only minor adjustments in angle and direction, thus consuming minimal energy. Consequently, Tang Yuan and Dong Jifei operated the spacecraft's supercomputer, tirelessly calculating the trajectory, energy consumption, and the position of the asteroid belt, as well as the Earth's orbit and location. A directional adjustment of 21 degrees was made, and the left auxiliary engine was activated. The speed was set at 12 kilometers per second, and upon completing the directional adjustment, the engine was shut down to commence inertial flight. Days later, propelled by the sustained acceleration of 2 powerful plasma engines, The spacecraft reached a velocity of 50 kilometers per second. This speed was the culmination of calculations made by Tang Buyin, Dong Zhifei, and numerous scientists at the Earth Control Center. Increasing the speed further would lead to a geometric rise in energy expenditure during acceleration, making deceleration excessively wasteful. Thus, any further acceleration seemed entirely unnecessary. The engine has ceased its operation, and the course has been definitively charted. There remains little else to be done. However, the 10 individuals aboard the Little Elephant can effortlessly engage in physical exercise, connect with their families back on Earth through virtual machines, read, study, and play games, marking a period of relative ease. Yet, this ease is merely relative, for the spacecraft traverses the void, appearing to remain unchanged to the naked eye, as if it were quietly suspended in the emptiness. It is only through the ship's radar and laser rangefinders, which continuously locate the massive planets within the solar system, that one can ascertain the vessel is perpetually advancing toward the outer fringes of the solar system. This lengthy voyage is exceedingly monotonous and tedious, and in consideration of their physical well-being, the astronauts must diligently exercise for at least 4 hours each day. The latency in communication with Earth has progressively increased, beginning at a mere 1 second and gradually extending to 2 seconds as the spacecraft drifts further from the balloon. Fortunately, the application of virtual machines, coupled with Li Fu's implementation, has ensured that Chunbin's newly established botanical cultivation area has progressed smoothly along the journey without any incidents. A month later, the spacecraft has traversed beyond Mars's orbit and is now in close proximity to the asteroid belt, poised to reach its destination imminently. Chapter 191. The asteroid belt. The information received now is from over 10 seconds ago, transmitted from Earth. Traditional electromagnetic communication poses little challenge on our home planet. However, once one ventures into the vastness of interstellar space, it increasingly fails to meet the demands of progress, even within this minuscule region of our solar system. Despite the considerable delay in communication, the crew remains eager to connect with their loved ones back on Earth, as the interminable journey can be exceedingly dull. The scenery outside the spacecraft appears to remain eternally unchanged. A tapestry of twinkling stars scattered across the pitch-black sky. These luminous points represent light that has traversed countless years to reach us, while their origins have long since transformed beyond recognition. Some crew members find solace in the botanical area, quietly resting or engrossed in books. The prolonged interstellar voyage amplifies feelings of anxiety and restlessness, and it is only through a respite in the botanical haven that these negative emotions can be alleviated. In mid-April of 2022, the spacecraft passed beyond the orbit of Mars. However, at this moment, Mars lay on a distant flank. Otherwise, a closer view of the planet would have been a delightful experience. After crossing the Martian orbit, we find ourselves in close proximity to the asteroid belt. Team Leader Luo. We now need to decelerate the spacecraft. Tang Buyin and Dong Zhifei naturally relayed the latest calculations to Luo Xiaoyao. What does Earth advise? Luo Xiaoyao nodded. Recognizing that per the plans, it was indeed time to begin deceleration, yet he remained attentive to the directives from the command center back on Earth. The meaning on Earth's side is similarly clear. It is time to decelerate. Tang Buyin nodded, conveying this understanding to the Earth. The supercomputer had simulated all possible outcomes. Commence deceleration, Luo Xiaoyao affirmed, issuing the command. The colossal Little Elephant spacecraft was equipped with a reverse plasma engine at both the fore and aft, designed specifically for slowing down. As these engines activated, they expelled a counteracting tail flame, causing the vessel's speed to gradually diminish. Initiate X-ray detection, gamma-ray detection, beta-ray detection, infrared radiation detection, and magnetic field detection. Activate 3D radar to produce three-dimensional imagery. Arm the weapon systems and stand by for action. Unmanned reconnaissance satellites were launched simultaneously, while the weapon systems remained on high alert. In the vastness of space, the spacecraft typically traversed in a linear trajectory. However, should it need to alter its course to evade meteoric collisions, the energy expenditure would be exorbitant, especially as the mass of the ship increased. so too would the energy required. Thus, under ordinary circumstances, the preferred method would be to obliterate any impending meteors or asteroids ahead. The Little Elephant spacecraft was armed with railguns and missiles, ensuring it was more than capable of neutralizing ordinary asteroids without issue. The released unmanned exploration satellites aimed to comprehensively monitor the vast expanse of space. These satellites are remarkably economical, designed as disposable units in substantial numbers. The Ryun Group continuously deploys these unmanned probes to gain deeper insights into the solar system. Meanwhile, the crew aboard the spacecraft has become increasingly occupied, engaging in the maintenance of the vessel and its equipment, as well as conducting emergency drills. Their anticipation for the imminent arrival at the asteroid belt grows with each passing day. As time elapses, the spacecraft's velocity diminishes, bringing them ever closer to the asteroid belt. Beep, beep, an asteroid has been detected. By early June, the detection radar aboard the Little Elephant spacecraft finally identified the first asteroid, igniting excitement among the crew, as they had at last reached the asteroid belt. This particular asteroid is situated a staggering 980 kilometers away from us. Analysis of the spectral images transmitted by the exploration satellites reveals that its composition is primarily 40 iron, 30 copper, with the remainder predominantly consisting of silicon. Its diameter exceeds 456 meters, exhibiting an irregular shape, and its mass surpasses 300 million tons, far beyond their interests. In Tang Yuan's mind, the virtual machine seamlessly relayed pertinent information directly into his consciousness, enabling him to analyze the data and swiftly ascertain details regarding this asteroid. Calculating the mass, volume, and primary elemental composition of celestial bodies is a task that nearly every student in the astronomy department can effortlessly undertake. However, for the average person, it remains a perplexing enigma, leaving them bewildered as to how such calculations can be made across vast distances of thousands of kilometers. Progressing forward, we shall continue to deploy our reconnaissance satellites into the surrounding expanse. After receiving the report from Tang Yuan, Luo Xiaoyao issued further commands to advance. The Little Elephant spacecraft continued its voyage through the void, its velocity having slowed considerably to merely a few dozen kilometers per second, while the satellites aboard were released profusely in all directions as if they were free of cost. Although referred to as an asteroid belt, which contains countless asteroids, the vastness of the space creates an overwhelming sense of emptiness when one is truly engulfed within it. 3 days passed since the discovery of the first asteroid. Yet the radar and satellites had not revealed a second, much to the dismay of the crew, until the 4th day arrived. Beep, beep, asteroid detected, asteroid detected. The entire crew of the spacecraft was roused by the system's alarm, hastily connecting to the virtual interface. We have nearly reached the heart of the asteroid belt. Just ahead lies the periphery, where dozens of asteroids have been suddenly identified. The information regarding these numerous asteroids flooded Luo Xiaoyao's mind, detailing their distances from the spacecraft and their respective directions, causing him to break into a joyous smile. Xiaotang, Xiaodong, the next steps are now in your hands. Dong Zhifei, with his mouth agape, began to collaborate with Tang Yuan, each taking half the responsibility, utilizing computers to analyze the asteroids, calculating their mass, volume, trajectory, distance, velocity, and elemental composition, among other factors. Suddenly, a loud alarm blared. The trajectory of an asteroid was on a collision course with the spacecraft. Immediate action was required. At that moment, the warning sirens aboard the ship intensified, and the expressions of everyone present turned grave. Dong Zhifei and Tang Yuan hastily set aside their current tasks and began to process the relevant data. Goodness, that startled me. I thought it was a colossal asteroid, but it turns out to be merely a rather large rock. Upon completing the calculations, Tang Yuan exhaled with relief. According to the results, the asteroid measured merely a few dozen centimeters in diameter, a size that was far from rare in the asteroid belt. Activate the railgun. Luo Xiaoyao also breathed a heavy sigh of relief, fully aware that if a sizable asteroid were to collide with the spacecraft, The best course of action would be to alter the flight path to evade it. Neither the railgun nor missiles would provide reliable protection against an asteroid hundreds of meters in diameter. Yes, here. Zhang Fei swiftly input commands through the virtual machine, while simultaneously sending a request for authorization to Earth for an attack. Minutes later, Earth granted permission to proceed with the destruction of the asteroid. Upon the majestic little Dumbo spacecraft, a long cannon barrel protrudes, embodying the straightforward principle of a railgun. This device accelerates a solid object, typically a tungsten rod, utilizing Einstein's mass-energy equivalence formula. The swifter the projectile, the greater the energy it carries. This brutal kinetic force yields tremendous destructive power. Should such a railgun be employed to launch a projectile from the cosmos towards Earth, it would be classified as a space-based weapon. The terrifying velocity of the projectile possesses the potential to wreak havoc on an unimaginable scale, effortlessly obliterating entire cities. With a whoosh, the colossal spacecraft trembles as a projectile, concealed in the inky void of space, silently hurtles forth. In the vacuum of the cosmos, its velocity remains undiminished, and the energy it harbors will be unleashed upon its target. All eyes are fixed upon the monitoring screens. This marks humanity's inaugural utilization of weaponry to annihilate another celestial body, though the target is merely a small asteroid, measuring only a few dozen centimeters. Insignificant in the grand scheme of Earth's geology, its fate is about to be sealed. Not far from the little Dumbo spacecraft, an asteroid traverses its path at a speed of several kilometers per second. Suddenly, a projectile descends from the void, striking it with unerring precision. In an instant, an immense surge of energy is released, reducing the asteroid to mere fragments, utterly vanquished. Oh joy! The crew aboard the spacecraft erupted in joyous cheers, their anxieties dissipating. Dismantling such a minuscule celestial body posed no challenge whatsoever. By calculating the velocities and trajectories of both entities, they could effortlessly obliterate it. This might very well mark humanity's inaugural triumph in vanquishing another celestial body, albeit merely a small rock. Tang Yuan stroked his chin and remarked with a hint of pride. Chapter 192, Capturing the Asteroid. The asteroid designated M0001 proved unsuitable, with a diameter exceeding 130 meters. Although over 80 of its composition was iron, its mass surpassed the towing capacity of their spacecraft, reaching over 200 million tons. At that moment, Tang Yuan and Dong Zhifei were diligently seeking a suitable target. As the spacecraft penetrated the core region of the asteroid belt, the number of discovered asteroids increased exponentially. Look at this one, we struck gold. Dong Zhifei exclaimed excitedly. Transmitting the information of a particular asteroid to Tang Yuan, his demeanor resembling that of a greedy child, saliva pooling as he shouted. What good news do you two have to share? Don't just revel in your own delight, chimed in another team member. Indeed, what fortune are you speaking of? The others echoed, though they felt helpless as they were unable to comprehend the spectral data or analyze the asteroid's mass and composition, leaving them in a state of anxious anticipation. By my word, we truly have struck gold. This asteroid, designated M0823, is predominantly composed of gold. My heavens! It is essentially a celestial body made of pure gold. Alas, its mass is exceedingly vast, surpassing 200 million tons, an amount far beyond our capacity to consume. My goodness! Upon hearing this, the others deflated like balloons losing air. This particular asteroid, however, possesses a mere 3 million tons of mass, which we could easily tow. Yet, its mass is rather diminutive, and it primarily consists of silicon, rendering it devoid of significant value. Another asteroid exceeds 10 million tons in mass, predominantly composed of iron, which holds considerable worth, yet it too surpasses our limitations. Dong Zhifei and Tang Yuan patiently calculated the mass and elemental composition of each asteroid. Knowing that the increasing number of nearby asteroids presented ample opportunities for selection. Based on spectral image analysis, the asteroids within the belt can be categorized into 3 types. Carbon-rich C-type asteroids account for over 60 of the total number. Silicon-based S-type asteroids make up approximately 25, displaying spectral evidence of silicates and various metals. Though the presence of carbon compounds remains inconspicuous, this suggests a significant divergence from the primordial solar system's composition, likely a result of the differentiation caused by the early solar system's melting mechanisms. Lastly, M-type asteroids comprise about 15 of the total, characterized by spectral lines similar to iron-nickel, appearing whitish or slightly reddish, yet lacking absorption line features. It is hypothesized that M-type asteroids formed from catastrophic collisions of a core primarily composed of iron-nickel. The truly significant players are the scarce M-type asteroids, which harbor an abundance of metallic resources. The majority of asteroids, as revealed through spectral analysis, are predominantly composed of silicon, suitable only for the manufacture of solar panels and similar products. Everyone, take notice. A small asteroid approximately 80 meters in diameter has been discovered 270 kilometers to our front. Remarkably, spectral wavelengths indicate that this asteroid is entirely composed of iron. Its mass ranges between 9 million and 10 million tons, making it an exceptional target. Fang Yuan transmitted the data of asteroid S0087 to every member aboard the spacecraft, and an exhilarating cheer erupted from him. The entire composition of iron, coupled with its optimal mass, aligns perfectly with the objective everyone has long sought. Currently, the price of steel exceeds 3,000 yuan per ton. Transporting this unrefined ore into space, I would argue, would be a bargain at 5,000 yuan per ton. Despite the lower transportation costs of spacecraft, they still surpass terrestrial expenses significantly. With an estimated mass of 10 million tons, simple calculations suggest it could fetch at least 50 billion yuan. Nearby, someone quickly crunched the numbers and exclaimed, 50 billion yuan for just one asteroid, and a relatively common one at that. My goodness. It seems that this asteroid belt is abundant with gold, with each asteroid casually valued at several billion RMB. Asteroids primarily composed of iron account for approximately 15 of the total number, making them relatively easy to discover. Zhang Fei, overwhelmed, gasped in astonishment. The other crew members aboard the spacecraft, upon hearing these figures, were equally taken aback. Initially, they had underestimated the worth of this asteroid, which is less than 100 meters in diameter, but now they learned it could be valued at 50 billion. They stood there dumbfounded, realizing how many such asteroids they might encounter along their journey. The entire asteroid belt is indeed a treasure trove of gold. Luo Xiaoyao could not help but sigh deeply, his mind racing with thoughts. With the rapid advancement of the space industry and technology, the demand for materials like steel in space is steadily increasing. Transporting such resources from Earth to space is evidently impractical. Consequently, mining asteroids from the asteroid belt is destined to become the norm. Perhaps this could present an opportunity for him in the future. This fleeting thought quickly dissipated, and Luo Xiaoyao regained his composure. Attention, everyone. The spacecraft is changing course. We are set to capture an asteroid. Although the distance of over 2,000 kilometers may appear considerable for a spacecraft traversing the cosmos, it would take mere minutes to reach the vicinity of the asteroid. The massive rear of the Little Elephant spacecraft gradually opened, and two small spacecraft surged forth, each equipped with long ropes. This rope is no ordinary cord. It is meticulously crafted from carbon fiber materials. A single strand, as fine as a human hair, possesses the capacity to suspend several tons of weight. Carbon fiber is a novel fiber material characterized by a carbon content exceeding 95, exhibiting high strength and high modulus. It is formed from the stacking of flaky graphite microcrystals and other organic fibers along the fiber axis, subsequently subjected to carbonization and graphitization processes to yield microcrystalline graphite. The carbon fiber is supple on the exterior yet robust within, possessing a mass lighter than aluminum yet a strength surpassing that of steel, along with exceptional corrosion resistance and high modulus characteristics. More significantly, it not only embodies the inherent properties of carbon materials, but also incorporates the softness and malleability of textile fibers, establishing itself as a new generation of enhanced fibers. Prior to departure, the Fuyun Group meticulously devised a comprehensive strategy for asteroid mining. Initially, they proposed to weave a net from this high-strength carbon fiber rope using a small spacecraft, followed by employing the spacecraft to alter the asteroid's original trajectory. Finally, leveraging the universal gravitation of the solar system and calculating the optimal position, they aim to re-establish the asteroid on a new orbit that intersects with Earth's path. As the asteroid approaches Earth, it will be once more towed, allowing Earth's gravity to capture it, ultimately forming an orbit around our planet, thus completing the capture of the asteroid. The remaining tasks will then be entrusted to solar power plants, which will utilize reflected sunlight to smelt the asteroid. Two diminutive spacecraft glided gracefully to the vicinity of an asteroid, tasked with weaving a net around the celestial body using carbon fiber ropes. Whoosh, whoosh. Each vessel launched a steel fork, which, propelled by inertia, plunged deeply into the asteroid's surface, trailing a lengthy carbon fiber cord behind it. Subsequently, the two spacecraft began to orbit the asteroid, entwining the rope in a continuous spiral, once, twice, and soon, dozens of times. They then commenced a mutual orbital dance, intertwining the two ropes once more, gradually maneuvering towards the interior of the diminutive spacecraft. Inside the little craft, robotic arms began to secure the trailing ropes to the ship's structural pillars. At this juncture, the ropes connected the small spacecraft to the asteroid, yet they remained slack, exerting minimal influence on one another. While this entire operation may seem deceptively straightforward, it is replete with peril. It is by no means as effortless as it appears. Notably, both the spacecraft and the asteroid were in constant motion, traveling at considerable speeds. Thus, the initial task was to synchronize their velocities and trajectories to achieve a state of relative stillness. Moreover, the endeavor of wrapping the asteroid with the small craft was fraught with hazards. The asteroid, in addition to its orbital rotation, also underwent axial rotation. A momentary lapse in concentration could result in catastrophic incidents, such as the asteroid inadvertently dragging the spacecraft into a collision. As two small spacecraft entwine to weave a tether, it is imperative to exercise exceptional flying skills, accompanied by stringent requirements regarding the spacecraft's performance. It is crucial to acknowledge that this endeavor takes place in the vast void of space, devoid of air, direction, or a sense of up and down. Altering one's course will prove to be a formidable challenge. Despite the inherent risks, the technology aboard the little flying elephant is cutting edge, representing the pinnacle of advancements from the Fuyun Group. Furthermore, the crew has been meticulously selected, each member possessing extensive experience in the cosmos, enabling them to navigate these complexities successfully. With the tether secured, the command to ignite the engines is issued. As Luo Xiaoyao's directive resonates, a palpable tension envelopes the crew. Although theoretical calculations suggest that the little flying elephant is more than capable of towing an asteroid weighing nearly 10 million tons, such figures remain merely theoretical. The true nature of the operation instills a sense of unease among the team, for their lives and fortunes hang in the balance. Chapter 193. The Panic on Earth. As Luo Xiaoyao's command reverberates, the dual plasma engines of the little flying elephant roar to life, emitting a brilliant, elongated tail of flame. The vessel's velocity gradually increases, and the carbon fiber tether connecting it to the asteroid begins to stretch and tighten. Attention, everyone. The first officer, Zhang Fei, anxiously monitored the various data displays. The carbon fiber cable had tautened, signaling the imminent commencement of the operation to alter the asteroid's trajectory. The outcome of whether they could successfully tow the asteroid was about to be revealed. Meanwhile, the crew had donned their spacesuits and secured themselves in their seats, all for the sake of safety. Should an incident arise, they would still have a chance for survival, especially with personnel on standby aboard two nearby spacecraft, ready to launch at a moment's notice. Suddenly, the vessel shuddered violently, its speed momentarily faltering as the carbon fiber cable connecting the little elephant spacecraft to the asteroid tightened dramatically. The 1-meter-wide cable dug into the asteroid until it encountered a solid rock layer, halting its advance. Increased power. The spacecraft struggled under the strain. The asteroid's trajectory showed little significant change, primarily because the little elephant had yet to unleash its full potential. With a resounding boom, the ship began to tremble as its two massive plasma engines expelled brilliant, elongated plumes of flame, propelling it forward with all its might. In that instant, the crew felt a wave of relief wash over them as the vessel's speed began to accelerate. Hooray! We've done it. Zhang Fei, who had been diligently observing the asteroid's status, could not contain his joy as he erupted into laughter. The asteroid's trajectory had indeed shifted, veering away from its original path to forge a new one. Oh yeah, even though Luo Xiaoyao, who was nearly in his 40s, could hardly contain his joy and clenched his fists in excitement, he had successfully maneuvered the asteroid, altering its trajectory. He diligently calculated the current orbit and assessed the time and location of its intersection with Earth's path. Meanwhile, Dong Zhifei and Tang Buiyuan grew increasingly tense, with no time to spare, as they needed to compute the new trajectory and determine the timing and location of its convergence with Earth's orbit. This was crucial, as it pertained to whether the asteroid could be captured by Earth's gravitational pull. The current orbit could not coincide with Earth's, hence, adjustments were imperative. Utilizing a supercomputer, the two swiftly calculated the asteroid's present trajectory, which astonishingly showed no intersection with Earth's orbit, necessitating a recalibration. Since they were just beginning the adjustments, the energy expenditure would be minimal, and both the angle and extent of the modifications could be slight. This was indeed the optimal moment. They proceeded to calculate the direction and degree of the necessary adjustments. Promptly, they used the supercomputer to reevaluate, and soon they arrived at new data. Captain Luo, the asteroid requires a 5-degree adjustment, with a direction aligning at an angle of 12 degrees to the ecliptic of Earth. Tang Buiyuan hurriedly transmitted the results calculated by himself and Dong Zhifei. The longer they delayed, the greater the energy that would be consumed for the necessary corrections. Understood. Commenced the orbital correction. Luo Xiaoyao acquired the most recent data and commenced the activation of the auxiliary engines of the little flying elephant spacecraft, meticulously adjusting its direction and angle. Behind the little flying elephant, the trajectory of the asteroid began to shift, gradually inching towards the planned orbit. Days later, Dong Zhifei and Tang Buiyuan exhaled deeply, having meticulously recalculated the current trajectory and velocity of the asteroid, coupled with the Earth's trajectory and speed. They determined that the two would converge on September 5, 2022, at 14:23:45 Beijing time. At that moment, the asteroid would be ensnared by Earth's gravitational pull, becoming a satellite of our planet. In the vast emptiness of the solar system, Earth continued its relentless journey along its ancient path, while on the other side, the little flying elephant towed the asteroid towards Earth at a speed exceeding 40 kilometers per second. As time eluded them, the distance between the two parties diminished. Scientists from the Fuyun group repeatedly calculated the time and location of their impending convergence to ensure there would be no complications. It must be noted that the asteroid's diameter was scarcely 100 meters, with a mass of under 10 million tons. However, a single miscalculation could result in it plummeting to Earth, unleashing catastrophic devastation. In such a scenario, destruction of the asteroid might become inevitable, rendering the past 6 months of labor utterly futile. On the other hand, the unprecedented event of asteroid mining in human history has also vanished into thin air, with the world's gaze firmly fixed on the cosmos. As time gradually unfolds, a myriad of reports concerning this asteroid has emerged. Simultaneously, this signifies a monumental leap forward in human history. Our sources of resources are no longer confined to the vicinity of Earth, but extend throughout the solar system, marking humanity's genuine entry into the space age. The reporting by Time magazine is remarkably detailed, citing an abundance of scientific data while maintaining a neutral stance, expressing joy at humanity's advancement. In contrast, other Western news media exhibit a sense of concern. Presently, a massive asteroid, measuring over 80 meters in diameter and weighing nearly 10 million tons, is hurtling towards Earth. Should it collide with our planet, its destructive power would rival that of a million Hiroshima atomic bombs, capable of annihilating all life on Earth and obliterating human civilization entirely. This calamity is not a natural occurrence. It is orchestrated by a technology company from China, the Fuyun Group, which has spearheaded these developments. They have recklessly disregarded the safety of billions of people worldwide, impulsively venturing into the asteroid belt to redirect an asteroid towards Earth, solely to extract the abundant resources contained within it. Currently, various governments around the world have united to protest against China, reserving the right to employ force to annihilate the asteroid. We formally express our dissent to China and the Fuyun Group, forbidding any actions that could jeopardize the interests of all humanity. Reports of this nature abound, with Western media expressing profound concerns, demonizing the situation as a foolish act that disregards the welfare of mankind and plunges human safety into peril. Citizens across the globe have participated in countless protests and demonstrations fueled by these media reports. Chinese embassies in various countries have been subjected to a barrage of rotten eggs, carrots, vegetables, shoes, and even undergarments. Crowds gather outside these embassies to voice their anger and dissatisfaction. Even heads of state have reached out to inquire about the specifics of the situation, questioning whether it poses a direct threat to Earth. Some powerful nations have adopted heightened vigilance, prepared to obliterate the asteroid in space should any unforeseen incident occur. Meanwhile, China continues to assure that no issues will arise, asserting its ample capacity to handle any potential situations. As for the destruction of the asteroid, there is no need for concern should circumstances change. We in China will respond promptly. The ambition to construct an array of celestial edifices, including space farms, solar power stations, cosmic cities, and factories, as well as to establish a formidable fleet of interstellar vessels, is inextricably linked to the procurement of substantial quantities of steel. The extraction of resources from asteroids is an endeavor that is not merely a possibility, but an inevitability. Once achieved, the ensuing tide of immense benefits will galvanize domestic forces within China, leading to an inexhaustible flow of resources. The establishment of space factories and interstellar fleets would pose no challenges. The aspirations to construct would be unimpeded, free from the trepidation of coalitions from other nations on Earth attempting to exert pressure on China. The leadership in China is acutely aware of the stakes involved. Thus, despite the escalating pressure and rising waves of protests from various nations directed towards China, the country steadfastly maintains that all is under control, asserting that asteroids pose no threat to Earth, urging calm and reassuring the public of China's capacity to confront any eventuality. As time progresses and the asteroid draws closer to Earth, Li Fu grows increasingly anxious. He discreetly retrieves a weapon from the civilization seed and installs it within the Sky City, a precautionary measure to safeguard against any catastrophic outcomes. For Li Fu has no desire to witness the obliteration of Earth at his hands. Although Tang Yuan has not reached out or imposed any pressures upon him, Li Fu is keenly aware of the tremendous challenges presently confronting the Chinese government. Many burdens have been shouldered by the state on his behalf, allowing him the freedom to pursue his endeavors with peace of mind. From the weapons extracted from the seeds of civilization, though merely primitive armaments of the super-civilization Han technology empire, their deployment in the vastness of space around Earth suffices to ensure its safety, allowing Li Fu to rest easy. On September 5, 2022, nearly the entire world's gaze was focused on the cosmos as the Shaoyan Group's Little Elephant transported an asteroid from the dazzling void, now remarkably close to Earth, visible even through telescopes. In the Sky City, Li Fu, Chenbin, Yu Liang, and other scientists from the Shaoyan Group Academy of Sciences were present, alongside numerous renowned scientists from the Huaxia Academy of Sciences, including Tang Yuan, the head of Huaxia's space sector, and military officials, all anxiously awaiting developments. The space-based weapon system established by Huaxia remained in a constant state of readiness to engage. Should the situation become uncontrollable, they would promptly opt to obliterate the asteroid. Simultaneously, Li Fu and Tang Yuan issued commands to their respective teams as the supercomputers of the Shaoyan Group and Huaxia's national system began to operate at feverish intensity, tirelessly recalculating despite having done so countless times before. The probability of the asteroid being successfully captured by Earth's gravity reached an astounding 999, with an error rate of merely 1 in 100,000. Soon, the supercomputer computed data with an accuracy of 3 decimal places, revealing that the distance between the two parties had narrowed significantly, rendering all calculations remarkably straightforward. The weapon systems stood at the ready, despite scientists having reported precise data. Tang Yuan ordered the weapon systems to remain on standby. Such matters were no trifling matter and demanded utmost caution and prudence. Similarly, on the other side, Li Fu commanded the shadow in his mind to prepare the weapons extracted from the seed of civilization, which were now under the shadow's control. Should the Huaxia government fail to destroy the asteroid, Li Fu would instruct the shadow to take action and eliminate the asteroid. The team, including Li Fu and Chen Bin, personally welcomed Luo Xiaoyao, Zhang Fei, Dong Zhifei, and Tang Yuan at the spaceport, yet they did not waste any time, for the critical moment was imminent. The asteroid and the Earth were gradually approaching one another. However, calculations from the scientists at Fuyun Group indicated that the asteroid would not collide directly with the Earth. Rather, it would pass by in close proximity, due to the Earth's immense mass and the asteroid's relatively small size. Once the asteroid's velocity diminished to the point where it could no longer escape Earth's gravitational pull, it would be captured, becoming a new satellite of Earth, merely a piece of meat on the chopping block, vulnerable to whatever fate lay ahead. It is highly improbable that the catastrophic collision between an asteroid and Earth, as propagated by Western news media, will ever occur, leading to the annihilation of human civilization. In the event of an emergency, it is entirely feasible to allow the asteroid to merely graze past Earth, thereby inflicting no harm whatsoever. As the countdown reached 10 seconds, a resounding voice echoed through the skies, causing a palpable tension among the populace. The telescopes stationed in space captured images of the asteroid, relaying them to the central system. Each individual's virtual interface connected, allowing them to vividly perceive the unfolding cosmic events. After an extensive deceleration, the asteroid's velocity had diminished to merely a few kilometers per second, rendering it susceptible to Earth's gravitational pull. The trajectory that would ensue had already been meticulously cleared. With the countdown at 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, the asteroid and Earth converged precisely at the predetermined time and location. Instantly, under the immense gravitational force of the planet, the asteroid's original path was altered, becoming ensnared by Earth's gravity, and began to orbit, establishing a new trajectory akin to that of the Moon. However, the mass of this new satellite was significantly inferior in comparison to that of the Moon. Success. Contact Li Fu for me. This fellow has kept everyone on edge for far too long. Now it's time to reap the rewards and perhaps extort him a bit. A smile graced Tang Yunshan's face as he instructed for Li Fu to be reached. Hello, old Tang. I've heard that you are also in space. Why don't you come visit me in my sky city? Soon, Li Fu and Tang Yunshan were in contact. There's no need for a visit. I heard you've recently come into a windfall, and I've come to congratulate you. A smile graced Tang Yunshan's face as he pondered how to extort Li Fu. Oh, it's merely a large rock I stumbled upon in space. Tang Yunshan chuckled inwardly, aware of Li Fu's intentions, and thus spoke directly. Don't be foolish. This is a heist. A heist? Don't you dare bite the hand that feeds you. I'm under immense pressure here, or else that large rock of yours would have been destroyed long ago. Tang Yunshan was not one to easily concede. He had half of this small asteroid secured. All right, I'll pay the taxes. Just tell me how much I owe, and I shall pay every penny. Who said anything about taxes? What I want is steel. Enough of the chatter. I demand half of the steel refined from this asteroid. This is non-negotiable, and taxes? Everyone knows you're wealthy. Fine, half it is. After concluding the conversation with Li Fu, Tang Yunshan couldn't help but laugh heartily. This fellow is still negotiating money with me. How absurd. Let the scientists at the Academy plan accordingly. This asteroid holds nearly 10 million tons. which means almost 5 million tons of steel. Such a colossal resource must be utilized wisely. Tang Yuan beamed with pride at the others nearby. Having acquired several million tons of steel, an achievement of paramount significance in the realm of space, for which he bore responsibility. On the other hand, Li Fu shook his head in resignation. There was little to be done. Beneath a grand tree, one finds comfort, yet it also requires nourishment. Before the asteroid could be fully claimed, half of it was to be relinquished. On Earth, as the asteroid was effortlessly ensnared by the planet's gravitational pull, transforming into a satellite, the cacophony of protests gradually dissipated. People soon realized that there was little cause for alarm, and they all returned to their own affairs. However, the asteroid's influence on Earth was far from diminished. At this moment, not only were nations worldwide closely monitoring the asteroid, but the financial powers of the globe were also paying keen attention. In their eyes, this celestial body had transcended its status as merely an asteroid. It had become a sumptuous cake oozing with honey. Ladies and gentlemen, behold this asteroid, salvaged from the asteroid belt by the Fuyun Group, boasting a mass of 9.8 million tons. Analyzing its volume, mass, and spectrum reveals that it is predominantly composed of iron. Crucially, its current position lies in the vastness of space. The Fuyun Group need only adjust its orbit to align with the solar power generation facilities, enabling the straightforward extraction of iron through solar energy. This translates to the Fuyun Group potentially securing over 9 million tons of steel from this celestial treasure in the vast expanse of space. Even with the current affordability of transporting spacecraft, the cost of sending a ton of steel into orbit is at least quintupled, indicating that the value of this asteroid exceeds 1,000 wabik. Almost immediately, nations and major global conglomerates obtained detailed analytical reports, and upon viewing these figures, they could hardly contain their anticipation. Countries around the world swiftly reached out to the Fuyun Group, eager to acquire steel from them, as this extraterrestrial metal is of paramount significance for the development of their space capabilities. The rented and purchased spacecraft are severely constrained, rendering daily trips to space unfeasible. Hence, securing steel from the Fuyun Group presents itself as the optimal solution. Meanwhile, various global conglomerates dispatched representatives to China, with the primary aim of collaborating with the Fuyun Group to exploit the resources of the asteroid, while also seeking to invest in China's domestic capital through equity participation, thereby sharing in the delectable bounty of the asteroid belt. Chapter 195. Smelting the asteroid in the void not far from the Sky City. There exists a colossal solar power station in space, which stands as the largest solar energy facility in the cosmos, covering an expanse of over 15 million square meters. Its annual power generation is equivalent to nearly 2-3 gorgeous dams, ensuring that since its inception, the Fuyun Group has never faced electricity shortages, even capable of exporting power externally. It is worth noting that the Fuyun Group has evolved into a behemoth. Over the years, its workforce has grown to over 1 million, with various factories, laboratories, and other installations consuming vast amounts of electricity, incurring daily expenses in the hundreds of millions. Reports from various units were being compiled. Yu Liang, who was in charge of directing the asteroid smelting operation, commanded with a resonant voice, "The power station is prepared. The metal separation team is ready. The safety team is prepared." Each group continuously reported their status, confirming that everything was meticulously arranged. As Yu Liang received the updates, he nodded in satisfaction and issued the order to commence the smelting of the asteroid. With the proclamation of his command, every solar panel at the power station began to rotate gradually. The supercomputer accounted for every detail. The angles and orientations of each reflector were controlled with precision by the supercomputer, leaving nothing to chance. Sunlight began to converge upon the asteroid suspended in the vastness of space. Initially, there was no discernible reaction, but as the sunlight accumulated, the surrounding void became increasingly luminous. In the depths of space, the ambient temperature hovers around a frigid -100 degrees Celsius. However, as more sunlight gathered, the temperature in the asteroid's vicinity soared dramatically, swiftly ascending from below freezing to several hundred degrees. At this juncture, certain gases and water on the asteroid began to evaporate and dissipate, collected by prearranged gatherers. In the realm of space, resources are exceedingly precious. Even the minutest morsels must be salvaged. As an abundance of sunlight continued to focus upon the asteroid, temperatures rapidly escalated to over 1,000 degrees. At this point, the metallic composition of the asteroid began to liquefy, predominantly consisting of iron, which has a melting point of just above 1,000 degrees. The concentration of sunlight was meticulously controlled by a supercomputer, which determined the quantity of sunlight based on the asteroid's temperature. This iron-rich celestial body maintained a temperature of approximately 2,000 degrees, the optimal heat to completely melt the asteroid without reaching the boiling point of iron, thereby preventing the molten metal from evaporating. While the exterior of the asteroid transformed into molten iron, the interior remained solid. Continuous heating was required to ensure that the internal iron also transitioned into liquid form. At around 2,000 degrees, the conditions were precisely right. It merely awaited the passage of time. Simultaneously, two peculiar machines wielded elongated, magnetically charged pincers, incessantly drawing forth molten iron with their magnetic force and simultaneously shaping it into required forms. It is essential to note that in the vastness of space, there exists no gravity, or at most, only microgravity influences, causing all liquids to manifest as spherical structures. The immense, fiery spheres of molten iron were irresistibly attracted and shaped by the powerful magnets, transforming into a myriad of components while simultaneously being cooled by the extreme temperatures of outer space, which plummet to over -100 degrees. These components quickly transitioned from a vibrant red to an opaque black. The metal produced through this method exhibited remarkable strength and hardness. Moreover, due to the unique conditions of space, it could be shaped as effortlessly as one would knead dough, molding whatever size and form desired, far surpassing the quality of assembled parts. However, these components required further refinement before they could be utilized, such as alleviating internal stresses within the metal by placing it in space. The methods and speeds of metal smelting in the interstellar era far surpassed those of the terrestrial age, achieving nearly 10 million tons of steel in just 1 hour, while simultaneously processing it into components. The power of technology is indeed magnificent. It appears that the number of asteroids we are mining remains insufficient. In just 1 hour, an entire asteroid was exhausted, leaving a lingering desire for more. As Yu Liang gazed into the vast emptiness, a slight smirk appeared on his face. The efficiency of smelting metals using solar energy in space was astonishingly high. Nearly 10 million tons of metal could be effortlessly refined and fashioned into desired components. This speed was incomparable to that of terrestrial smelting furnaces. The future held an abundance of asteroids for refining. But the immediate priority was to manufacture a greater number of spacecraft. Beside him, Li Fu offered a subtle smile. The steel produced this time was predominantly intended for the construction of new spacecraft. As Li Fu was in urgent need of a sizable fleet to venture into the asteroid belt for resource extraction. Upon hearing about the construction of new spacecraft, Yu Liang's eyes sparkled with excitement. The SUSI-MANHUA spacecraft was merely a slightly larger version of an aerospace plane, capable of towing up to 1 million tons of asteroid mass. This was its utmost limit. In their plans, the Fuyun Group aimed to construct an even more colossal spacecraft, the Zhulingshan. This behemoth would be 10 times the size of the SUSI-MANHUA, with an engine that could rival that of an aerospace plane. Its thrust would be sufficient to propel asteroids weighing in excess of 100 million tons. However, the resources required to construct such a massive spacecraft would be extraordinarily vast. Additionally, due to its considerable mass and powerful thrust, the core keel would need to be forged as a single, solid piece. If it were to be assembled from multiple components, it would not withstand the immense thrust generated. The colossal components, when processed on the ground, present no inherent challenges. However, the absence of any tools capable of being transported into the cosmos poses a significant obstacle. The aerospace vehicle itself measures merely a few dozen meters in length. Consequently, to fabricate such immense parts and subsequently construct the gargantuan spacecraft. It is imperative to refine metals and forge components in the realm of outer space, directly creating the core framework and components in situ. This necessity elucidates why Li Fu prioritized the establishment of a solar power facility in space, intended for the smelting of asteroids. By extracting resources from these celestial bodies and refining them in space, it becomes feasible to forge oversized components in a single endeavor, thereby laying the groundwork for the construction of even larger spacecraft in the future. Should there be aspirations to build interstellar battleships and the like, a methodical approach is essential. It is utterly implausible to rely solely on terrestrial resources to develop substantial spacecraft or warships. At this juncture, I find myself quite disheartened, as we were on the verge of constructing 20 giant Spirit spacecraft. Yet, the government has appropriated half of our resources, and I suspect they will squander these steel supplies. Their current focus is firmly fixed on the moon, where they are zealously claiming resources and require vast quantities of steel. Shinbin, standing beside me, also shook his head in resignation. The freshly smelted steel is mandated by the authorities to be fashioned into standard-sized, solid steel plates, clearly intended for lunar use rather than for the construction of spacecraft. What is there to be gloomy about? Currently, nations around the world are fiercely competing on the lunar surface, with the far side of the moon nearly partitioned among them. It is rumored that the Chinese and South Koreans have engaged in a skirmish over territorial claims on the moon's dark side, nearly staging a lunar version of a world war. Even if we were to mine 1 million asteroids in the asteroid belt, we would not come close to the moon's significance, and the journey would entail traversing billions of kilometers. Old Tang and his associates are undoubtedly more perceptive than we are. Meanwhile, Li Fu chuckled and shook his head. The Fuyun Group has secured a substantial expanse of territory on the moon, well aware of the abundant resources it harbors. Chapter 196, The Tenfold Aerospace Plane. Where's my son? Li Fu inquired, nodding with a smile. He originally intended to stay at the Research Institute for a few days, waiting for the crowds to disperse before proceeding. However, having not seen his beloved son for a few days, he was eager to reunite. He just fell asleep, Wang Yin replied, just as an anxious member of Li's security team hurried over. Mr. Li, according to our surveillance, several groups of individuals are en route. Should we retreat? Their instincts are quite sharp. It seems that they will not relent until they meet. Upon hearing this, Li Fu immediately furrowed his brow. He detested interruptions to the tranquility of his home. Arrange for a vehicle to the company at once, he commanded, not wishing to entertain these visitors at his residence. My dear, I apologize. Li Fu turned to Wang Yun and shook his head helplessly. Wang Yun smiled knowingly, fully aware of the immense influence Li Fu wielded. Countless individuals sought an audience with him daily. Typically, Li Fu's secretary could manage such requests with ease. However, representatives from various nations and colossal global conglomerates proved beyond even the secretary's capacity to accommodate. In the grandest conference room of the Fuyun Group's headquarters, Li Fu had arranged for all these dignitaries to be gathered. They arrived in waves, each contingent boasting formidable credentials, without mentioning the representatives from the world's leading powers. Many renowned global enterprises had come, including the legendary Rothschild family, which purportedly controls the world's financial systems, the Rockefeller family, known for its dominance over global oil resources, and the Mitsui Group from Japan, among others. These conglomerates wield significant influence across the globe, some even exerting considerable power within several prominent nations. They are formidable forces, operating discreetly and powerfully, rendering the title of the world's richest person a mere jest in comparison. However, these conglomerates and esteemed families found themselves increasingly restless as China ascended rapidly in the realm of space exploration. In just a few short years, the space industry had developed at an astonishing pace, encompassing space agriculture, space energy, lunar mining, and numerous other sectors, far exceeding everyone's expectations. In nearly every industry, unimaginable wealth has been generated, and while these colossal conglomerates and affluent families have responded swiftly, they find themselves powerless in the face of the prevailing dominance of Huaxia. Thus, They can only watch in dismay as Huaxiao revels in prosperity. Consequently, during the recent G20 summit, major powers united to exert pressure on Huaxia, a maneuver undeniably influenced by these elite families and corporations who were consumed by envy and eager to partake in the vast opportunities of the space industry. Unwilling to miss the golden era of this domain, with a smile gracing his face, Li Fu entered the conference room, followed closely by Fang Zheng. The attendees greeted Li Fu warmly, many of whom were familiar acquaintances. Despite the long journey they had undertaken, he offered his apologies for any shortcomings in hospitality. Regardless of the disdain Li Fu may feel towards these individuals internally, he must maintain a facade of cordiality, as it is a matter of decorum. Mr. Li, we have come to inquire about the possibility of collaboration in the extraction of asteroid resources. Is your esteemed company able to sell spacecraft capable of venturing into the asteroid belt for resource extraction? Pierre, a representative from Uncle Sam, stood first among the crowd. His heart not burdened with high expectations, yet he was determined to explore every avenue to secure an opportunity from Li Fu. There is no alternative, after all. In the vast expanse of space, particularly on the lunar surface, the dominion of Huaxia stands unparalleled. The combined might of the world's leading powers pales in comparison to even a fraction of Huaxia's influence. Notably, Huaxia commands a staggering 80% of the lunar territory, encompassing the most coveted regions. Meanwhile, the remaining global powers are left to contend over the mere 20%, leading to numerous conflicts as they vie for territorial claims. This contention is particularly pronounced between nations such as the Foot Basin Chicken and the Southern Bands, both of which, burdened by their limited resources and confined lands, hold the lunar territory in high regard, nearly coming to blows over it. This struggle is fundamentally driven by the quest for resources and the pursuit of future opportunities. The more resources one secures on the moon, the smoother the path to future development becomes. In this context, Li Fu's venture into the asteroid belt for resource extraction has opened a new avenue for the global powers, redirecting their gaze from the moon to the broader solar system. One single asteroid can yield millions, even billions of tons of resources, and scientists have determined that, in fact, extracting resources from asteroids may prove to be simpler than from the moon. The scene of the Fuyun Group refining an asteroid in space has been closely monitored by the world's superpowers. An asteroid weighing nearly 10 million tons was refined to perfection in less than an hour and even processed into components. Thus, despite the anticipated challenges, nations continue to await Li Fu's guidance, willing to bide their time in anticipation of his pronouncement. Collaboration remains a possibility, though the specifics of such cooperation are yet to be determined. Li Fu smiled slightly and nodded in acknowledgement. Mr. Li, we hope you can assist us in constructing the Little Elephant spacecraft, or alternatively, we are open to purchasing it directly. You may set the terms as you wish, provided you are willing to collaborate. Upon hearing this, Pierre's face lit up with joy. As long as Li Fu was agreeable to cooperate, everything would be negotiable. The price of the Little Elephant spacecraft is not trivial. It is well known that the cost of aerospace vehicles can soar to a staggering trillion Hua bills, and the price of the Little Elephant spacecraft would surely exceed that. Li Fu smiled subtly, indicating that while the Little Elephant spacecraft would eventually be offered for sale, it would certainly not be at this time, nor would it be sold to these foreigners immediately. Therefore, it was essential to elevate the price to a point that would render them despondent, compelling them to withdraw of their own accord. Mr. Li, please state your price. Before Li Fu could finish his sentence, Pierre eagerly interjected. Uncle Sam, despite his current waning influence, remains financially robust. Although the status of the US dollar as a global currency has been profoundly shaken by the Hua bill, and the economy has faced significant turmoil, the old adage holds true: a dead camel is still larger than a horse. Uncle Sam is still quite wealthy, wielding substantial control over various sectors, including finance and energy. The price of the Little Elephant is tenfold that of a typical aerospace vehicle. Upon hearing this, Li Fu coldly declared a figure that caused everyone present to gasp in astonishment, even though they had anticipated that Li Fu would demand a steep price. The revelation that it was 10 times that of an aerospace vehicle left them utterly taken aback. The price of a spaceplane is a staggering 1 trillion yuan. Thereby, 10 times that amount reaches an astronomical 10 trillion yuan. It is crucial to recognize that the GDP of the vast majority of countries worldwide does not even approach this figure. To amass such an immense sum of money instantaneously is nearly an impossible feat, even for the United States, once a global superpower. Most wealth exists in the form of fixed assets, which primarily manifest internally and hold little significance for other nations. For instance, a property in China holds far less value to foreigners compared to exportable goods such as eggs and clothing. In essence, even if a nation possesses a colossal amount of assets, the foreign currency it can utilize externally constitutes only a minuscule fraction of its total wealth. Consequently, to gather 10 trillion yuan to procure a small flying elephant is virtually unfeasible. Li Fu had conducted calculations in advance, aware that they could not produce such a vast sum of yuan, especially since they had previously purchased a spaceplane, effectively depleting their available foreign exchange reserves. Presently, their yuan reserves are alarmingly low. Attempting to use their national currency is no longer viable, particularly for the United States, which faces a significant setback. In the past, it sufficed to print money to transfer domestic burdens onto the global stage, compelling the world to bear the costs. However, this is no longer a feasible strategy. Continued money printing may result in the complete subjugation of the dollar by the yuan. Mr. Li, is this price not excessively outrageous? Someone nearby couldn't help but voice their concern. In fact, it was generally anticipated that the price of the little elephant spacecraft would be merely double that of a spaceplane. Everyone had tightened their belts, hoping to sell quality goods to China, believing that gradually they could save enough to acquire one. However, now a single little elephant spacecraft dares to demand a staggering 10 trillion huabi, which starkly contrasts with their expectations and far exceeds their financial capabilities. Li Fu smiled and gently shook his head, exuding an air of indifference towards the purchase. Chapter 197. The World Goes Mad for Huabi, Part 1. In Southeast Asia, Singapore, benefiting from its advantageous geographical position, stands as a pivotal global hub for finance and transportation. The nation thrives, enjoying a prosperous existence. Despite being a tiny nation, it wields significant influence in Southeast Asia and has never shied away from engaging in the power struggles and rivalries of larger nations. Although it shares a common heritage with other Chinese-dominated countries, Singapore has consistently positioned itself at the forefront of these dynamics. Naturally, for such a small nation, with its crucial geographical significance, aligning with the interests of the world's strongest power is understandable. After all, only by closely associating with the mightiest nation can it ensure a more comfortable existence. As a world-class hub for finance, transportation, and logistics, an overwhelming influx of capital and goods necessitates transshipment through this locale. Numerous prominent enterprises and affluent merchants from around the globe converge here to engage in trade. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, Hutong arrives at the bustling trade center of Singapore, purely fictional, accompanied by a few diligent associates in search of lucrative opportunities. As the proprietor of a company specializing in international trade, his enterprise primarily revolves around procuring foreign trade orders, sourcing products domestically, and profiting from the price differential. Though Hutong has engaged in foreign trade for only a few years, he initially relied on several virtual machines to secure orders in the digital realm. However, after several years, he discerned that substantial orders necessitate personal pursuit, as the orders found in the virtual world were meager, often amounting to only a few million, with 10 million considered a significant order. In contrast, orders exceeding 100 million demand rigorous processes and protocols. Consequently, he ventured to Singapore to seek out business prospects. Since his arrival in Singapore, Hutong's experiences have been far from favorable. He had anticipated that, as a nation predominantly composed of Chinese individuals, conversing in Mandarin would pose no challenges, eliminating the need for English interpreters. However, upon his actual arrival, he realized the fallacy of his assumptions. Speaking Mandarin here garnered little attention. In fact, he often encountered disdainful glances. Even when interlocutors comprehended Mandarin, they would respond in English, rendering his linguistic efforts futile. Aside from the linguistic challenges he encountered, he discovered that despite sharing similar features, yellow skin and black eyes, with many around him, once others learned of his Chinese heritage, they often regarded him with a palpable disdain. The locals exhibited a facade of politeness, yet this courtesy felt strangely detached, tinged with a subtle condescension that rendered one uncomfortable. As he entered the alleyway, the attendant courteously opened the door, and without exception, upon hearing his impeccable Mandarin, he was met with an intangible scorn. Unperturbed, he reminded himself that he was there to seek business opportunities. Accompanied by his associates, he proceeded to the commercial center, eager to explore potential ventures. Chinese? As he stepped inside, a foreigner with golden hair and blue eyes approached, inquiring in a rather unfamiliar Mandarin. "Yes, may I ask who you are?" Hu Tong responded, momentarily taken aback but nodding in acknowledgement. "I am Matadina Roa from Italy. How shall I address you?" The gentleman extended his hands with warmth, introducing himself in English. Hu Tong, having studied some English, managed to grasp the essence of his words without the need for translation. "I am Hu Tong, from China. May I inquire what brings you here, Mr. Matadina Roa?" Hu Tong remained somewhat perplexed, yet he felt no anxiety. After all, he was there to forge business connections, and making a new acquaintance could prove beneficial. Such a conversation seems rather inappropriate. Perhaps we could discuss matters over a cup of tea. Denaro led Hudong to a designated area within the trade center, specifically designed for tea and coffee. With a smile, he poured tea for Hudong, though it was evident that his technique was somewhat clumsy, revealing that he was not accustomed to the art of tea making. In the West, coffee tends to be the preferred beverage. After a few cups of tea, Denaro finally articulated his intentions. "How splendid. I, too, am here in search of potential collaborators. You have made a wise choice in seeking me, Mr. Hu. Although the Denaro family may not possess immense fame, we maintain numerous connections throughout Italy and have an abundance of exquisite products to offer. First and foremost, we have our renowned Italian red wines, celebrated as some of the finest in the world. The Mediterranean climate nurtures the best grapes, coupled with our rich history of winemaking, resulting in an extensive array of globally acclaimed wine brands such as Montalcino, Conti, Brolo, Asti, and Sangiovese from Romagna, among others. Additionally, I can procure top-tier sports cars, including Pagani, Lamborghini, and Ferrari. Should you have any interest, Mr. Hu, I would be more than happy to accommodate your needs." Denaro ardently introduced the products in his possession to the alleyway, showcasing an array of items that are renowned globally, particularly those hailing from Italy. While many may be familiar with French wines, few are aware that numerous Italian wines possess an even greater repute. Italian sports cars and luxury automobiles are likewise celebrated worldwide, often requiring bespoke customization, with sellers discerning potential buyers based on their status rather than mere wealth. However, from Denaro's lips, it appears that as long as one is affluent, anything can be procured without limitation, provided one is willing to pay. "Mr. Denaro, if I may be candid, can these items truly be made available to me?" "Of course. This is contingent upon Mr. Hu's readiness to transact in Chinese currency. Should he choose to pay in such, I could extend a 10% discount to him." Denaro nodded solemnly, feeling a sense of helplessness. In the past, regardless of the circumstances, these premier products were never lacking in demand on a global scale. A few years ago, even when goods were shipped to China, the quotas were minimal. Yet, the current landscape is markedly different. In pursuit of acquiring more Chinese currency, major global powers have resorted to finding ways to sell items favored by the Chinese populace, ranging from luxurious sports cars and fine wines to ordinary beef, vegetables, and fruits. Each nation strives to export these goods to China, invariably insisting on payment in Chinese currency. However, there seems to be no alternative. In pursuit of a promising future and for the sake of the aerospace aircraft in the hands of Huaxia, it would be splendid if the Hua coin could suffice to acquire the Little Elephant spacecraft. Consequently, nations around the globe are fervently attempting to peddle their finest wares to Huaxia. Settling accounts in Hua coin? Certainly. That presents no issue, allowing me to circumvent a multitude of complications. Upon hearing this, Hutong immediately nodded. He had initially contemplated exchanging for US dollars, but it now appeared entirely unnecessary, thus alleviating many troublesome matters. Splendid. I kindly request Mr. Hu to provide a means of contact within the virtual realm, as I will send you the pricing details shortly. We can arrange for payment upon delivery, ensuring that you are satisfied with the goods before remitting payment. Upon hearing this, Danalu was instantly elated, and both parties swiftly exchanged their virtual communication details, advancing to the next stage of negotiations. When Hutong received the price list, he was taken aback, for the prices presented by Danalu were astonishingly low. The luxury sports cars, typically valued in the millions within Huaxia, could now be procured for merely hundreds of thousands. The prices of exquisite vintage wines appeared remarkably reasonable, with nearly all products priced astonishingly low, were it not for the assurance that goods could be dispatched prior to payment. Hutong might have suspected the other party of deceit, as the prices were indeed too good to be true. Hutong had previously engaged with various peers in this trade, and was well aware that such pricing was unfathomably low. Most importantly, it appears that one can purchase the items simply by paying in Wabic currency, and there seems to be a discount of 10%, with the possibility of further price reductions. Hutong meticulously calculated in his mind that if these items were indeed authentic, transporting them to Huaxia at such a low price would surely yield substantial profits, potentially 3 to 4 times the investment. However, he was perplexed as to why the price of this merchandise had suddenly decreased to such an extent, and why the seller offered a cash-on-delivery option, allowing for inspection of the goods before payment. If they were indeed fraudsters, it would be quite challenging for them to deceive anyone without receiving payment first. In that moment, he found it difficult to comprehend the intricacies of the situation. Chapter 198. The World Goes Wild for Wabic Currency, Part 2. Although since last year's G20 summit, Wabic currency has gained some recognition as a global currency, with many countries willing to accept it, there remain numerous nations that do not acknowledge it, especially in this locale. However, it now appears that Wabic is quite popular. The sheer volume of trade conducted with it, coupled with the enticing 10% discount for transactions, is indeed perplexing. Mr. Hu, do you have any further questions? Denaro once again arranged a meeting with Hutong to discuss matters. To be candid, the price and terms are exceedingly attractive, and I see no reason to decline. Provided that the goods meet expectations, I shall remit payment in Wabic currency. Although Hutong felt that there must be aspects of the business he was unaware of, he did not perceive any risk of loss, and thus he readily signed the agreement with the counterpart. A procurement order amounting to 1.5 billion Huabi is indeed a significant transaction for Hutong. Mr. Hu, may our collaboration be fruitful. I assure you that all goods will be dispatched to your designated location in the swiftest manner, with no issues whatsoever. Securing a monumental order of 1.5 billion Huabi brought immense joy to Denaro. In the previous years, such an amount would have been inconsequential, equivalent to less than 300 million US dollars at that time's exchange rate, hardly worthy of attention from a regional manager of his stature. For millennia, the items in his possession were sought after by others, yet he seldom offered them to the Chinese market. However, time has swiftly passed, and in just a few years, everything seems to have undergone a remarkable transformation. Nations around the world now urgently crave Huabi, an abundance of it, sparing no expense. As various remarkable goods are being sold to China at exorbitant prices, an order of 1.5 billion Huabi is truly considerable. Presently, although the official exchange rate between Huabi and the US dollar hovers around 1, no one is willing to exchange Huabi at that rate. The black market rate has escalated to 110, necessitating 10 US dollars to acquire a single Huabi. The major powers of the world have, nearly simultaneously, embarked on a sweeping acquisition of the Chinese currency in the international market, resulting in a significant appreciation of its value. Each of these global titans seeks to acquire more of the Chinese currency to purchase aerospace vehicles. However, the Fuyun Group exclusively accepts the Chinese currency, dismissing all others. This has inadvertently propelled the Chinese currency into the realm of global currency. Currently, the market is entirely dominated by the Chinese currency whenever it appears. Nations around the world are willing to incur losses to obtain it, while the treatment of other currencies remains unchanged from the past. Having successfully concluded a lucrative deal, Hutong found himself with leisure to seek information in various places. Soon, he no longer had to fear being deceived by dinero, yet he could not muster any joy. His mind was preoccupied with concerns regarding the fate of his Italian specialties, such as fine wines and luxury sports cars. He observed that nearly all goods involved in international trade presented two distinct options. One was the conventional settlement in US dollars, euros, or pounds, which had seen a considerable price increase compared to before, accompanied by certain limitations on supply. The alternative option, however, was to settle in Chinese currency, which has become the preferred method. Not only did this option offer substantial discounts, reducing prices by as much as tenfold, but it also ensured an ample supply of goods. With many previously exclusive luxury items seemingly available in unlimited quantities, numerous commodities, such as corn, rice, wheat, beef, and pork, typically exhibit minimal price fluctuations. However, it has come to light that the prices of these goods in the international market, when settled in Chinese currency, are significantly lower than the retail prices within China. In fact, for some products, the prices are less than half of those found domestically, even after accounting for tariffs and transportation costs. Importing these goods into China would yield substantial profits. Moreover, the quality of these products is among the finest globally, with Thai rice, Argentine beef, and Australian milk surpassing the quality of domestic produce by a considerable margin, all while being offered at such reduced prices. Naturally, these enterprises would not engage in selling at a loss. The countries behind them provide subsidies akin to the export incentives offered by China during the early stages of its reform and opening up period. This practice encourages domestic enterprises to earn Chinese currency, much like how China once motivated its industries to generate foreign exchange. Today, nations around the world are eager to acquire Chinese currency, even willing to sacrifice other resources in exchange, as it is only through Chinese currency that they can procure essential technologies from companies like Fuyun Group, such as aerospace vehicles and spacecraft, to advance into the realm of space exploration. In the enchanting region of Provence, France, the name may initially evoke unfamiliarity. However, the mention of the prestigious black truffle, one of the world's premier delicacies, is sure to resonate. Esteemed in Western culinary traditions, the black truffle has historically symbolized status and affluence, finding its way into the finest of gourmet dishes. Due to its limited annual yield, its price remains perpetually elevated. Belanti, the most prominent purveyor of black truffles in Provence, oversees the entirety of the region's truffle trade. With a smile gracing his face, he inspects this year's harvest, noting the exceptional climate that has yielded a remarkable quantity and quality of truffles. Yet, despite his success as the leading truffle merchant, Belanti harbors a sense of discontent. He finds himself unable to savor the fruits of this year's labor, as all the black truffles have been purchased by affluent merchants from the East. Traditionally, black truffles are regarded as a pinnacle of Western cuisine, seemingly at odds with Eastern culinary practices. Historically, the consumption of black truffles in the East constituted a mere fraction of the global market, with the majority being enjoyed within the Western world. It is indeed a lamentable fate for such exquisite truffles to be squandered. It is rumored that they are treated merely as mushrooms in Eastern kitchens, utilized for soups, in utter disregard for their true gastronomic potential. Nevertheless, with the allure of their vibrant currency, there exists no justification for refusal. Belanti gazed intently at the exquisite black truffles, and the thought of these treasures being used by the Chinese to make soup filled him with a profound sense of sorrow. Yet, he felt utterly helpless, as he could not turn down the allure of the Huabi currency. His nation, which continued to thrive on Huabi, found it most advantageous that Chinese merchants were eager to procure all the black truffles. Just a few years prior, Belanti would have never permitted anyone to squander such delicacies. However, he now found himself with no recourse. Even if he, Belanti, was reluctant to sell, the pressure from his country would compel him to comply. All for the sake of Huabi. Hokkaido, renowned as a global tourist haven, attracts countless visitors each year. In recent years, with the increasing trend of international travel from China, Hokkaido has welcomed a multitude of Chinese tourists. At this moment, in various tourist spots throughout Hokkaido, shops, inns, amusement parks, and airports all display signs in Chinese proclaiming no need to exchange currency. Welcome to use Huabi for payment, discounts available for Huabi transactions. And we warmly welcome guests from China, shop with Huabi. Even industries that once looked down upon the Chinese, including those in the local meat trade, have now opened their doors wide, eagerly welcoming Chinese patrons. The shimmering Huabi currency prompts smiles and warm greetings, as they strive to ensure customer satisfaction to garner positive reviews and attract even more visitors from China. On a global scale, occurrences such as this are exceedingly abundant. The major powers of the world have had to relinquish their former arrogance and hypocrisy in the face of the formidable strength of the Chinese yuan. The purchasing power of the yuan in the international arena has become astonishingly robust. Once the yuan is released for the acquisition of goods, an array of splendid products is promptly delivered, with vendors eager to allow customers to sample items before payment. Consequently, within China, from the high-end market to the common dining tables of ordinary citizens, there is a burgeoning influx of imported products, ranging from luxury sports cars and exquisite wines to everyday staples like rice, vegetables, and fruits. The Chinese populace has suddenly realized that the prices of seemingly all imported goods are astonishingly affordable. Premium Thai rice, which previously seldom graced the tables of ordinary families, has now become ubiquitous, as if the Thai people have forsaken their own produce for the sake of supplying the Chinese market. Rice, fruits, and vegetables imported from abroad are often found to be cheaper and of superior quality compared to domestic offerings, prompting China to implement emergency measures to safeguard its primary industries. It is noteworthy that China boasts hundreds of space farms in orbit, yielding high-quality agricultural products at competitive prices and in substantial quantities. Should protective measures not be enacted, the question arises, to whom will these products be sold? The urgent appreciation of the Chinese yuan has bestowed genuine benefits upon the common populace, resulting in a remarkable surge in purchasing power. Citizens have suddenly realized that the renminbi seems far more durable than before. International travel and shopping have become increasingly convenient, as an ever-growing number of countries have instituted visa exemptions to attract Chinese tourists. With the yuan in hand, one can traverse the globe, enjoying a plethora of discounts that are nothing short of astonishing, rendering goods exceedingly affordable. However, the currency's appreciation poses a significant challenge to domestic industries in China. The rationale is straightforward. The prices of domestically produced goods have escalated, and now, purchases must be made with the yuan. Consequently, many low-end industries reliant on export trade have been nearly obliterated in an instant. While one might expect this to have a substantial adverse impact on China, the burgeoning sectors such as the virtual economy, space agriculture, lunar mining, and space energy are thriving at an impressive pace. These industries are predominantly high-tech and exhibit minimal vulnerability to the rapid appreciation of the yuan. Overall, the rise in value of the yuan is a favorable development for China as a whole. Ordinary citizens find that their currency holds greater worth, allowing them to acquire more goods, while Chinese capital can freely invest on a global scale. From a national perspective, the urgent need for the yuan to appreciate further propels its evolution into an international currency, paving the way for future endeavors in global commerce. The imperial capital of Huaxia, as the heart of the entire nation, naturally serves as the epicenter of concentrated capital. At this moment, within a tranquil SUSI-MANHUA, a gathering of impeccably dressed business magnates convenes. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that these titans of industry are primarily engaged in the burgeoning space industry. Unlike traditional business moguls, the individuals present are more aptly described as entrepreneurs, many of whom hail from technical backgrounds. They have adeptly leveraged their expertise to seize opportunities within the rapidly evolving space sector, rising to prominence with remarkable speed. Among them stands the illustrious Zhang Xinzu, the founder of Starry Sky Technology and currently the world's richest individual according to Forbes. He, along with a group of enterprising youth from the Relay Huaxia organization, co-founded Starry Sky Technology, where he holds a significant stake. Zhang is recognized as a pioneer in the industry, having ventured into lunar mining, space agriculture, and space energy. His company boasts 12 expansive space farms, 3 solar power stations in orbit, and 7 major lunar mining sites, transforming a mere shell company into a towering colossus of the new era in space industry within just a few short years. Starry Sky Technology is publicly listed both domestically and in Hong Kong, currently boasting a market valuation of 10 trillion Wabit currency, making it the largest super technology enterprise in Huaxia. As one of the principal shareholders, Zhang Xinzu has secured his position as the world's wealthiest individual, with a fortune amounting to an astonishing 1.5 trillion Wabit currency. It is well known that Fuyun Group has never publicly disclosed any financial information or shareholding details. Consequently, despite being the largest technology enterprise in China, Forbes has been unable to ascertain Li Fu's net worth during its wealth assessments. Thus, although it is widely acknowledged that Li Fu is, in fact, the true richest person in the world, his name is conspicuously absent from the Forbes rankings, rendering him invisible like many other super-wealthy families and magnates. In 2017, the wealth of China's richest individual was merely 300 billion yuan. Yet, within just a few years, this figure has surged to 1.2 trillion yuan, quadrupling in value. When adjusted for purchasing power, the increase is even more staggering. Aside from Zhang Xinzu, the other entrepreneurs present also possess remarkable wealth, with many of their fortunes not significantly inferior to that of Zhang. This phenomenon of an increasing number of Chinese billionaires dominating the Forbes wealth list is evident, particularly as it diverges from the past dominance of real estate and internet tycoons. The rise of billionaires within the space industry has been extraordinarily rapid, with their wealth growth far surpassing previous expectations. In just a few years, a substantial number of super-rich individuals from the space sector have emerged, and the top 10 on the global Forbes wealth list now consists entirely of entrepreneurs from China, all hailing from the space industry. It is essential to recognize that what is presented on the surface is merely a fraction of the reality. A multitude of individuals remain discreetly affluent, such as Li Fu of the Fuyun Group. Speculations abound regarding the magnitude of his wealth. Yet the absence of any publicly available information renders it impossible to ascertain the true extent of Li Fu's fortune. The burgeoning space industry is characterized by renowned aerospace companies, which are often supported by obscure forces that elude external scrutiny. Many are registered under the names of offshore companies from small foreign nations. Yet the wealth they conceal far surpasses that of individuals listed on the Forbes rankings. Consequently, a plethora of immensely wealthy figures remain hidden from public view, with only fleeting glimpses of their existence, akin to the numerous super-wealthy families concealed within Western nations, whose true affluence and influence are shrouded in mystery. Within the confines of a traditional courtyard, individuals possess fortunes amounting to several hundred billion yuan, primarily engaged in ventures such as space agriculture, solar power generation in space, and mineral extraction on the moon, truly the darlings of a new era. Many of these individuals are remarkably youthful, often emerging from backgrounds in science and engineering. It is noteworthy that merely a few years ago, the ranks of China's wealthy were scarcely populated by engineers or scientists, even when they were. Most hailed from the realm of the internet, with the majority of affluent individuals rooted in real estate or the energy and resource sectors. However, in the realm of the space industry, if one lacks even a modicum of knowledge in the technological field, it becomes virtually impossible to guide a company towards growth and prosperity. Consequently, an increasing number of scientists and engineers are choosing to embark on entrepreneurial ventures, swiftly rising alongside the rapidly advancing space industry. In Chapter 200, we delve into the study of spacecraft. Within the courtyard, numerous entrepreneurs engage in jovial conversation. Xiao, I've heard that you are planning to establish a large-scale mining operation on the moon. Why haven't you brought your little brother along? The speaker, Lai Song, a portly man in his 50s, previously involved in coal mining domestically, has recently directed his capital towards the space industry, focusing on lunar mining. However, due to his lack of education and understanding of lunar mining, he took the initiative to attend this gathering, relying on friends to gain entry. Many individuals in the courtyard share a similar background. They are titans of traditional industries such as real estate and resources, fields currently facing significant challenges. As their circumstances grow increasingly difficult, they yearn for transformation, seeking to hitch a ride on the burgeoning space industry. Especially in light of the rapid advancements in China's space sector in recent years, the emergence of super-rich individuals has surged, with the velocity of wealth accumulation surpassing imagination. Consequently, many industry magnates within China are eager to venture into the space industry. At this gathering, it was inevitable that traditional industry magnates like Lai Song would be present, each gravitating towards entrepreneurs in the space sector, hoping to seize opportunities for collaboration. The individual he referred to as Old Qiu is Qiu Guangming, a man barely in his early 40s, still quite youthful. Formerly a distinguished academician of Huaxiao and a leading scientist in the realm of space technology. He later ventured out with a few friends to establish Stellar Dynamics Technology Company, which specializes in manufacturing small propulsion systems for space applications. With the rapid advancement of the space industry, Stellar Dynamics has also swiftly ascended, expanding into various fields such as lunar mining, space agriculture, and new energy in space, emerging as a globally recognized aerospace enterprise, second only to Stellar Technology, with a staggering market valuation nearing 10 trillion wabik. Mr. Lai, it is not that I am unwilling to collaborate with you. It is merely that this time, I have been approached by numerous friends seeking partnership, and it is truly regrettable that we must defer our collaboration to a later date, Qiu Guangming said with a resigned smile, feeling increasingly weary of those seeking partnerships. Individuals like Lai Song, who lack technical understanding and are unfamiliar with the complexities of lunar mining, may possess wealth, yet they do not align with his vision for collaboration. Qiu Guangming now seeks to find individuals who possess technical expertise and are well-versed in the intricacies of the space industry for collaboration. He is open to partnering with those who may lack substantial capital, for mere wealth is of little consequence if management responsibilities ultimately fall upon his shoulders. He wishes to avoid such partnerships, preferring instead to reap the rewards without the burdens of oversight. Establishing a mining operation on the moon may seem straightforward, especially with the current bustling activity of numerous mining sites, but the reality is far more complex. The initial phases require significant financial investment in the recruitment of a diverse array of specialized talent. Mining on the moon is not as simple as sending someone with a shovel. It necessitates a cadre of professionals across various fields. Even as a manager or owner, without a solid foundation in technology and a thorough understanding of the unique challenges presented by lunar operations, one cannot effectively oversee a mining site. Any mishaps could lead to severe complications. Although the government has permitted private enterprises to engage in lunar mining, stringent regulations are in place. Should an incident occur in space or on the moon, future opportunities in these realms may well vanish. Qiu Guangming is acutely aware that individuals like Lai Song, who have traditionally thrived in coal mining, are fundamentally ill-suited to the contemporary space sector, rendering them inappropriate partners for his ambitious endeavors. In the past, coal mining appeared to be remarkably straightforward to Lai Song. With financial resources paving the way, acquiring mining credentials was merely a matter of distributing shares, while the subsequent task involved hiring laborers to excavate coal. The potential accidents, including fatalities, were of little concern. Compensating the bereaved with a sum of several hundred thousand was deemed sufficient. Such occurrences were innumerable, with only a fraction reported in the media, as most of the buried individuals were silenced through monetary means by these coal magnates. During the era of lucrative coal operations, these tycoons amassed unimaginable wealth. However, as society evolved, Lai Song found life increasingly arduous. He continuously sought transformation, dabbling in real estate and constructing hydroelectric plants, employing his previous tactics effectively, but his fortunes waned. In recent years, the emergence of the space industry rendered all prior methods obsolete, with stringent regulations governing every aspect. Finding partners eager to venture into space for lucrative opportunities became a daunting task. Individuals seemed more inclined to collaborate with those possessing technical expertise, knowledge, and education. This time, he enlisted a friend who had already conversed with several titans of the space industry. Yet, none, akin to Chiu Guangming, expressed willingness to engage him. Ahem, everyone. Please settle down. At that moment, Zhang Xianzhu, impeccably attired in a suit, stepped into the center of the courtyard, his voice resonating powerfully as he addressed the assembled crowd. Drawing their attention from their scattered discussions, Zhang Xianzhu, while expertly managing his virtual machine, disseminated information regarding asteroids to each attendee's virtual machine, commencing his elucidation. In the foreseeable future, asteroid mining is poised to ascend rapidly, potentially eclipsing lunar mining and establishing itself as a burgeoning sector within the space industry, replete with boundless wealth. As Zhang elaborated, the audience nodded in agreement, particularly the entrepreneurs entrenched in the aerospace domain, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, as many had already been preparing for asteroid belt mining. Brother Zhang, please enlighten us on what steps we should take, inquired Zhou Wenhong, one of the founders of Universal Hand Technology Company. Despite his youth, having only graduated from university a few years prior, he commanded a significant net worth. Universal Hand Technology began its journey by manufacturing robotic arms for space, and has since ventured into sectors such as space agriculture, space energy, and lunar mining, boasting a market valuation in the trillions of Huabei currency. Zhou, being relatively young, contrasted with the more seasoned individuals around him, yet the aerospace sector, as a nascent field, thrives on the audacity and ambition of young pioneers like him and Zhang Xianzhu. The collective anticipation among the attendees was palpable. Asteroid mining represents an enormous opportunity, and everyone yearned to partake in this substantial bounty. Currently, the supply of the Little Elephant spacecraft produced by Fuyun Group is exceedingly limited, and it is unrealistic to expect to procure such vessels from them in the near future. Furthermore, the government has issued substantial orders to Fuyun Group, which means that the available opportunities in this domain are currently being shared solely between Fuyun Group and the state. If we aspire to penetrate this field promptly, we must possess our own spacecraft capable of traversing the asteroid belt and towing asteroids, which necessitates our collective collaboration. Therefore, my proposal is for those of us with financial resources to contribute funds, those with technical expertise to lend their skills, and those with manpower to offer their efforts. Together, we should partner to develop a spacecraft capable of reaching the asteroid belt for the purpose of asteroid mining, thereby establishing a foothold in this sector as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, by the time Fuyun Group and the state have satisfied their appetites, we will be left with mere scraps, having missed out on the substantial gains. Although Zhang Xianzhu is currently a titan in the space industry, he pales in comparison to Fuyun Group. On the lunar surface, Fuyun Group alone occupies an enormous expanse of several million square kilometers, teeming with untold mineral wealth. The vehicles we utilize, such as space planes, are all manufactured by Fuyun Group. Their space farmlands and solar fields are the largest in the cosmos, and they even possess their own sky city, making them indispensable in numerous capacities. Thus, Zhang Xianzhu contemplated whether he could, like the Fuyun Group, take the initiative to produce spacecraft himself, thereby seizing control and laying a foundation for the future. This prompted him to gather numerous entrepreneurs from the aerospace sector. Zhang Xianzhu understood that in the realm of space exploration, only by mastering core technologies and innovations could one truly reap the largest rewards. The Fuyun Group served as a prime example. Today, major global powers find themselves beholden to its influence. Spaceplanes and spacecraft represent the essence and crux of the aerospace field. Achieving success in these domains could yield even greater benefits in the future. Chapter 201, Rocket-Powered Spacecraft. Upon hearing Zhang Xianzhu's words, those present furrowed their brows in contemplation. They were acutely aware of the significance of space planes and spacecraft, fully cognizant of the technological complexities involved. If the leading nations on Earth have yet to develop a spaceplane, it underscores the formidable challenges inherent in such technology. Among the assembly of aerospace entrepreneurs, many hailed from technical backgrounds as scientists or engineers, and they too could not help but frown. While engaging with simpler technologies posed no issue, the prospect of tackling massive constructs like spaceplanes and spacecraft left them shaking their heads in resignation. The development of spaceplanes and spacecraft is not a trivial endeavor. Currently, the core technology of plasma propulsion engines is exclusively held by the Fuyun Group and the national authorities. Similarly, the technology for magnetic batteries remains elusive. It seems unrealistic for us to create our own spaceplane or spacecraft. Indeed, the technical challenges are immense, and the initial investment offers no guarantee of return. While the concept is commendable, it appears somewhat impractical at this juncture. Zhang Xinzu observed the crowd as they shook their heads in skepticism, expressing doubt without a trace of anger, for he anticipated such reactions. He understood well the sophisticated technologies embedded within spaceplanes and spacecraft. Even the most powerful nations on Earth have struggled to develop them. The notion of collaborating to achieve this seems almost impossible. Please allow me to finish, he continued. I recognize that the core plasma propulsion technology for spaceplanes is exceedingly challenging. However, we have the option to procure spaceplanes from the Fuyun Group, negating the need for our own research into their development. Our current objective is to design a spacecraft capable of mining asteroids in the asteroid belt. In the void of space, there is no air. Thus, factors such as air resistance do not apply to our spacecraft's design. We can develop a spacecraft utilizing a traditional propulsion system. As long as the thrust is sufficiently powerful, it will be capable of towing asteroids and facilitating their extraction. Upon hearing Zhang Xinzu's words, the initially furrowed brows of the crowd transformed into expressions of enlightenment, and their minds began to race with contemplation. If the spacecraft were merely to navigate through the vastness of space, it would indeed be feasible. The thrust generated by plasma engines is remarkably potent, however. Traditional rocket engines also possess substantial thrust capabilities. The challenge lies in the considerable mass of the rocket itself, much of which is expended in propelling its own ascent, resulting in a significant waste of thrust. Yet, in the vacuum of space, where gravity and atmospheric resistance are absent, a rocket's thrust is immensely amplified, rendering it entirely capable of being utilized for asteroid mining. Qiu Guangming, from Starry Sky Dynamics, contemplated for a moment before nodding slowly in agreement. With a background in propulsion research, he is well versed in various propulsion systems and is undoubtedly an expert in this domain. Moreover, in the cosmos, where aerodynamic considerations are irrelevant, the design of the spacecraft can be freely conceived, and its velocity will remain unaffected. Should traditional rocket technology be employed for propulsion, it is indeed a viable option. While we may struggle to develop plasma engines, traditional rocket technology remains unproblematic. Zhou Wenhong, also contributing to the discussion, exuded confidence stemming from his technical background. He asserted that if traditional rocket technology were to be utilized as the driving force and calculations were conducted judiciously, a journey to the asteroid belt would certainly be feasible. If complications were to arise, we could also carry a spaceplane as a contingency. Might we not also glean insights from the Fuyun Group, exploring the possibility of obtaining technical assistance for support? I have a reasonable rapport with the Fuyun Group, and they are quite willing to extend their help to fellow compatriots from Huaxia. We could also consider propelling a small asteroid with a launch rocket, thereby altering its trajectory, which would facilitate the mining of asteroids. With Qiu Guangming and Zhou Wenhong initiating the discussion, other entrepreneurs with technical backgrounds began to engage in spirited dialogue, each contributing their perspectives. When disagreements arose, they resorted to employing virtual machines for data computation and comparison, striving to persuade one another of their viewpoints. Meanwhile, individuals like Lai Song, who lacked technical expertise, could only watch in bewilderment as the discourse unfolded, finally grasping why scientists and engineers in the aerospace industry thrive so effortlessly. The demand for knowledge is immense. Even in a seemingly simple discussion about asteroid mining, these individuals could deliver advanced lessons in physics, astronomy, and dynamics. Without a modicum of knowledge, one would find it nearly impossible to interject a single word. After over an hour of deliberation, these technically inclined entrepreneurs reached a consensus. While employing traditional rocket technology for asteroid mining is indeed feasible, the associated risks remain considerably high. Utilizing traditional rocket propulsion technology for asteroid mining necessitates an extraordinarily large rocket to generate sufficient thrust. Consequently, the spacecraft must also be of considerable size, requiring an immense quantity of fuel and other resources. This limitation results in a significantly restricted number of correction maneuvers that can be executed in space. Failure to achieve the necessary adjustments within these constraints would render the entire endeavor futile. In contrast, the Little Elephant spacecraft employs plasma propulsion, utilizing magnetic field batteries that boast high energy density and enhanced safety. Traditional rocket technology, while theoretically feasible, presents numerous challenges and risks, particularly concerning safety, and occupies substantial space for fuel storage, thereby constraining usable space. Despite these drawbacks, the potential for substantial profits in the asteroid mining sector remains a compelling incentive. For those who aspire to partake in this lucrative field, sincerity and collaboration are essential. With concerted effort, the asteroid belt could indeed transform into a veritable treasure trove. Zhang Xianzhu has reached consensus with fellow entrepreneurs from technical backgrounds, such as Zhou Wenhong and Xiu Guangming, to collaboratively develop an appropriate spacecraft. However, Zhang remains acutely aware of the presence of many individuals like Lai Song within this gathering. Although these individuals lack technical expertise, the capital they possess is highly coveted. The ambition to develop new spacecraft and organize teams to mine asteroids in the asteroid belt necessitates a harmonious blend of technology, funding, talent, and fortune. Thus, it is intended for these individuals to partake in the investment. Naturally, if their involvement is solely financial, their share would be minimal, as capital is plentiful and not exclusively reliant on them. However, technology and talent are unique assets that only a select few possess, rendering them the most crucial elements within the aerospace industry. With robust technological capabilities and skilled professionals, there exists a willingness among investors to provide capital. Yet, mere wealth does not guarantee success in the realm of space. It is essential to recognize that many global powers possess significant financial resources. Yet not all challenges can be surmounted with money alone. Zhang, I am unable to maneuver the technical aspects. I will defer to your judgment. While I may lack in other areas, I do have some capital to invest, 50 billion huabi. Lai Song, who has long yearned for an opportunity to engage in the aerospace industry, immediately seized the moment, pledging an investment of 50 billion huabi. Although this sum may appear modest compared to the wealth of others present, it is essential to acknowledge that this is cash, a remarkable feat to produce such a substantial amount instantaneously. Lai Song understands that this opportunity to pave his way into the aerospace sector lies before him, should he let it slip away. Any future endeavors in this domain would likely mirror his previous experiences, where wealth alone cannot open the necessary doors. Despite the pronounced risks articulated, Lai Song resolutely decided to invest, contributing a staggering 5 billion yuan, a sum significant enough to constitute a substantial portion of his wealth, necessitating the liquidation of numerous assets to amass such capital. Mr. Lai, let us count you in. Zhang Shenzhou nodded with a slight smile. Although he had previously hesitated to involve Lai, this time, recognizing his early support, he resolved to grant him an opportunity to enter the space industry. Mr. Zhang, count me in as well. I shall invest 10 billion Hong Kong dollars, spoke a man with a distinct Cantonese accent, a billionaire from Hong Kong. The affluent elites from Hong Kong and Macau have increasingly sought to align themselves with their mainland counterparts, envious of the burgeoning virtual world industry, space ventures, and lunar mining. However, like Lai Song, they had long been at a loss for avenues to partake in these lucrative domains. Mr. Zhang, I too shall invest 5 billion. With this initial commitment, Other wealthy individuals present began to voice their intentions, and soon, the cumulative investment from affluent figures like Lai Song exceeded an astonishing 500 billion, driven by the allure of the wealth hidden within the asteroid belt. These individuals displayed an unrestrained fervor. Chapter 202: The Nine Dragon Spaceship in the Vast Expanse of Outer Space Surrounding Earth. A fleet of spaceplanes diligently traverses between the terrestrial realm and the celestial heights. Enormous space farms and solar energy stations float serenely in the void, while the spaceplanes buzz about like industrious bees, communicating with one another. Within this cosmic domain, the majority of the space structures prominently bear the insignia of Huaxia, with only a handful belonging to other nations. Despite the fervent efforts of countries worldwide to match Huaxia's advancements, the chasm in the realm of space exploration continues to widen. Amidst this vast emptiness, a peculiar spacecraft is undergoing intensive construction. Spanning over 500 meters in length, soaring above 30 meters in height, and exceeding 50 meters in width. It is equipped with 9 rockets of equal length, an outdated mode of transport that many nations on Earth are gradually phasing out. The spacecraft resembles a lengthy vessel adorned with 9 elongated launch rockets, with certain areas deliberately accentuated, such as the inclusion of massive solar panels to harness energy. In the vacuum of space, where air resistance is an irrelevant concern, the design is rather unconstrained. Surrounding the spacecraft, terrestrial spaceplanes gently unfurl their expansive bellies, laden with cargo. The nimble robotic arms aboard the spacecraft efficiently transfer the goods, while in areas still under construction, the mechanical appendages persist in their industrious tasks. In the control room of the spacecraft, Qiu Guangming from Starry Sky Dynamics is currently engaged in a flurry of activity. Following the leadership of Zhang Xinzu, numerous aerospace technology companies from Huaxia have united to develop a spacecraft powered by traditional rockets, aimed at exploring the asteroid belt for resource extraction. As a leading scientist in the field of space propulsion, Qiu Guangming has rightfully assumed the role of chief engineer of the spacecraft, guiding a team of scientists and engineers drawn from various aerospace firms in the construction of this cosmic vessel. The collective power of these many aerospace enterprises is immense, evident in the rapid pace of the spacecraft's development. In just over a month, the vessel, aptly named Jiulong, has transitioned from blueprints to a tangible reality before the eyes of the world. It can be said that in the realm of space technology, apart from plasma engines, magnetic field batteries, and black gold materials, no other technology poses a challenge for them. United in their efforts, they possess their own space station, global positioning systems, lunar positioning systems, and Earth-Moon communication networks, alongside hundreds of spaceplanes. They can effortlessly mobilize colossal funds amounting to trillions of wabic currency in the vast expanse of space. Aside from the Huaxia government and the Fuyun Group, no other nation or organization on Earth can rival their prowess. The Jiulong spacecraft derives its name from the 9 formidable heavy-lift rockets that power it. According to its design, these 9 rockets theoretically provide sufficient thrust to propel the spacecraft, even surpassing the capabilities of the Little Elephant spacecraft. In principle, it could tow asteroids exceeding 20 million tons in space. However, its sheer size presents a challenge. Being primarily reliant on heavy-lift rockets, as its propulsion system necessitates a larger volume to accommodate fuel, which in turn increases the overall mass of the spacecraft, thereby demanding even greater thrust. This scenario is akin to launching rockets on Earth, where the payload capacity is meticulously calculated. Any increase in the payload requires a geometric escalation in the rocket's total mass. Aside from the essential compartments such as the control room, gym, lounge, and storage, most of the interior space is allocated for fuel storage, lacking the luxury of the Little Elephant, which boasts ample room for botanical areas to alleviate astronauts' mental strains. Chief Engineer Qiu, we estimate that the remaining sections will be completed in a few days. The fuel supply has been uninterrupted, and based on the current progress, our spacecraft is on schedule for launch. Zhou Wenhong has been closely assisting Qiu Guangming in the construction of the spacecraft, and upon observing the progress, he engages in conversation with Qiu Guangming, a smile gracing his face. I am not particularly concerned about the timely completion of the spacecraft. Rather, my apprehension lies in whether it can shoulder its significant responsibilities. After all, it must traverse several 100 million kilometers on a lengthy journey, and subsequently, it will need to tow an asteroid. Thus, my primary focus remains on the quality of the spacecraft. The Little Elephant spacecraft is theoretically capable of propelling asteroids weighing up to 20 million tons, which seems to surpass the capabilities of the Little Elephant spacecraft. However, in Qiu Guangming's perspective, even conservatively towing an asteroid of 10 million tons presents considerable risks. I have already invited senior engineer Chen Bin from the Fuyun Group, the chief engineer of the Little Elephant spacecraft, to assist in overseeing this matter. He is expected to arrive shortly. When discussing the core issue, Zhou Wenhong also adopted a serious demeanor. In truth, he too felt uncertain, which is why he had invited Chen Bin to lend his expertise. Chen Bin is currently a leading scientist in the field of space exploration, a prominent figure within the Fuyun Group, and his position as chief engineer of the Little Elephant spacecraft attests to his exceptional capabilities. Just as one speaks of Cao Cao arrives. Zhou Wenhong instinctively gazed into the cosmos, where a small spacecraft, designed for navigating various space structures, gradually approached the Jiulong spacecraft, adorned with the Fuyun Group's emblem. Soon, in the control room, Chen Bin, donned in a spacesuit, floated in with a smile. I apologize for the delay. I encountered a few matters that held me up. I've long heard of your esteemed reputation, and it is indeed a fortunate occasion to meet you today. Qiu Guangming approached with enthusiasm, although he hailed from a scientific background. His position as the head of a vast aerospace technology enterprise had rendered him more adept at navigating social interactions. This was a sentiment he expressed sincerely. At over 40 years of age, he found himself in the presence of Chen Bin, who had yet to reach his 30s. Given Chen Bin's remarkable achievements at such a young age, Qiu Guangming, as a scientist, felt a profound admiration for him. Naturally, with a request for assistance from Chen Bin, Qiu Guangming's warmth was palpable. Senior Qiu, you flatter me. I have long held you in high regard. My mentor has spoken highly of you, referring to you as a towering figure in the field of aerospace propulsion in our nation, remarked Zhou Wenhong, who joined in with a cheerful demeanor. Before long, after a brief period of camaraderie, they transitioned to the main topic of discussion. Zhou Wenhong and Qiu Guangming proceeded to transmit the detailed data of the Jiulong spacecraft via a virtual machine to Chen Bin, seeking his expertise for validation. Senior, I kindly ask for your guidance. While we have constructed the spacecraft, I must admit, we harbor some uncertainties, Zhou Wenhong confessed, his eyes reflecting a mix of admiration and anxiety. The success of the spacecraft was pivotal in determining whether they could venture into the asteroid belt and achieve prosperity. Very well, I shall review it carefully, Chen Bin replied with a slight nod. He had met Qiu Guangming during an alumni gathering, as they were from the same university. In his mind, a torrent of information surged forth, prompting Chen Bin to close his eyes and meticulously examine the intricate details and specifications of the Nine Dragon spacecraft. He scrutinized everything from the overall design to the distribution of power and the types of fuel and materials utilized, observing with great diligence. The design indeed showcased numerous remarkable features. The arrangement of the 9 operational rockets was exceptionally rational, effectively maximizing thrust. Chen Bin could not help but admire the many outstanding designs he encountered. However, as he continued his examination, a furrow formed on his brow, for he had uncovered a grave and critical flaw. Although the 9 heavy-lift rockets provided immense thrust, this power significantly heightened the demands on the structural integrity of the spacecraft. The skeletal framework, constructed with a segmented welding structure, was utterly incapable of withstanding such tremendous force. Should all 9 rockets ignite simultaneously to propel the vessel at full capacity, the entire spacecraft would undoubtedly disintegrate. Upon observing the design of the spacecraft skeleton, Chen Bin immediately recognized its fatal flaw. A spacecraft intended for traversing the cosmos and mining asteroids requires an exceptionally robust structure, as the sheer power at play is overwhelming. Chapter 203. Ultimately, it relies on the Fuyun Group. Your spacecraft boasts numerous designs that are truly impressive, particularly the strategic arrangement of the 9 launch rockets, which maximizes the thrust they can generate. Qinbin furrowed his brow, contemplating deeply before speaking. Zhou Wenhong and Xiu Guangming, upon noticing Qinbin's frown, understood that he had likely identified a critical flaw in the spacecraft, and thus they listened intently. However, have you considered that an excessively powerful thrust from the spacecraft would correspondingly elevate the requirements for the overall structural integrity? Given the thrust from your 9 heavy launch rockets, the framework of your spacecraft would undoubtedly be inadequate to sustain such immense forces. Qinbin gently shook his head. Overall, the Jiulong spacecraft is commendable and would undoubtedly perform well in travel between the Earth and the Moon. However, employing it for asteroid mining within the solar system would certainly lead to complications. What? Upon hearing this, Xiu Guangming and Zhou Wenhong were instantly taken aback, and they quickly connected to a virtual machine, initiating simulations on their computers. The results, without a doubt, confirmed Qinbin's assertion. When all 9 heavy launch rockets were activated simultaneously, the spacecraft's structural framework would simply be unable to withstand such colossal thrust and would disintegrate. How could we have overlooked this critical consideration? Xiu Guangming suddenly slapped his own face, a gesture that revealed his profound frustration. Of course, this could hardly be attributed solely to him, for he had never before possessed the experience required for constructing such a large spacecraft. His previous endeavors had been limited to the creation of small vessels that traversed the expanse between Earth and the Moon. These diminutive spacecraft were technically unsophisticated, particularly those designed solely for operation in the void of space, without the necessity of returning to the surface. With a decent engine, they could effortlessly glide through the emptiness that lay between our planet and its lunar companion. However, the spacecraft intended for asteroid mining stood in stark contrast to these smaller vehicles. The former boasted considerable mass and formidable propulsion, demanding an entirely different level of overall performance, particularly in regard to the structural integrity of the hull. In fact, smaller spacecraft often lacked the very concept of a hull. They were frequently nothing more than rudimentary capsules, akin to flimsy rafts that could navigate only the gentle currents of streams and small rivers, perhaps merely constructed from a single plank of wood or a few bamboo poles. Such fragile rafts could scarcely endure the turbulence of larger waterways, while vessels designed for grand rivers and expansive seas necessitated a far superior standard of construction, requiring robust and resilient hulls to withstand the might of turbulent waters. For ships destined for the open ocean, the demands were even more stringent. Indeed, how could I have overlooked such a crucial factor? Fortunately, I had the foresight to enlist the assistance of my senior, for otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Zhou Wenhong nodded gravely, acknowledging the immense investment and collective hopes poured into the Jiulong spacecraft, a collaboration among numerous space technology companies. It was disheartening to realize that it could not fulfill the vital task of asteroid mining. Such oversights are, in fact, quite common. When I led the construction of the Little Elephant spacecraft, we faced similar challenges at the outset. It was only through the guidance of Fu Gu that I recognized the significance of certain aspects, prompting a redesign and reconstruction that ultimately resulted in the successful creation of the Little Elephant spacecraft. At the mention of Li Fu, Zhou Wenhong and Xiu Guangming's eyes sparkled with admiration for this legendary figure, the founder of the Fuyun Group and a globally renowned scientist. Being part of the space technology community, they understood that the current state of affairs in Huaxia was significantly attributed to Li Fu, who had resolved numerous critical challenges in aerospace technology. Senior, is there any way we can salvage this situation? We have invested hundreds of billions of Hua coins into this spacecraft, and abandoning it now would result in tremendous losses. Zhou Wenhong expressed, still reluctant to concede defeat. The enormity of the investment made the prospect of scrapping it too regrettable. Alas, your spacecraft has already reached its final design, came the response. My suggestion is to construct a new one. While these spacecraft can be utilized for travel between the Earth and the Moon, the fuel consumption is exorbitant. rendering it somewhat impractical, delightful, yet disappointing. Chen Bin shook his head. For such a colossal spacecraft, which was nearly completed, there was simply no feasible way to remedy the situation. It would be more prudent to construct an entirely new vessel for the journey between the Earth and the Moon. However, that would lead us to financial ruin, as the technology for launch vehicles was rather outdated, and the high-purity fuel required was exceedingly expensive. Xiao Guangming, upon hearing this, could only shake his head in resignation. He understood all too well that the primary reason nations on Earth could not compete with Huaxia was that Huaxia firmly controlled the inexpensive transportation means to space, the space plane. Utilizing traditional rocket technology for space travel incurred exorbitant costs. The launch of a single rocket easily amounted to tens of millions, and this spacecraft was equipped with 9 oversized launch vehicles. Once activated, the expense would not merely be fuel but would be represented in the bright red huapi. The only option left was to dismantle the spacecraft and reconstruct it. At least many components could be reused, significantly reducing costs. However, Senior, when it comes to designing the keel and framework of the spacecraft, what materials should we employ? I earnestly request your guidance and suggestions. Zhou Wenhong also appeared quite helpless. Initially, everyone was eager to construct a spacecraft to mine asteroids in the asteroid belt, hoping to claim a share of that immense bounty. Yet, it now seemed that the cake was not as delectable as anticipated, nor could it be easily shared by all. The design of the keel and framework can draw inspiration from ocean-going vessels. As for the choice of materials, I personally recommend the utilization of black gold. Although if one can procure materials possessing exceptional strength, toughness, and pressure resistance, that would also be acceptable. Upon hearing this, Chen Bin pondered carefully. For a spacecraft intended for asteroid mining, it would be prudent to construct the framework from black gold, akin to the design of the Little Elephant spacecraft. However, this black gold is an exclusive product of the Fuyun Group, and even the official entities of Huaxia lack the requisite technology. Therefore, the framework must ultimately be sourced from Fuyun Group. Chapter 204. The ambitions of various nations. The rich resources of the asteroid belt represent a colossal cake. And it is not only Zhang Xinzu, Xiao Guangming, and Zhou Wenhong, entrepreneurs in Huaxia's space sector, who seek to take a bite. The powerful nations of the world share the same ambition, while they fiercely compete for resources on the Moon. Over 20 global powers have thoroughly divided the lunar resources among themselves, yet more than 80% of these resources are claimed by Huaxia. Even the Fuyun Group has secured the vast expanse of Yuhai, encompassing over 3 million square kilometers. Consequently, the resources on the Moon are insufficient for everyone's needs, especially for those ambitious nations that are far from satisfied with the limited offerings of the Moon. Nations like the Foot Basin Chicken, the Southern Stick, the Polar Bear, and Uncle Sam all possess insatiable appetites. It is evident that the future development of space technology and the space industry necessitates sufficient resources. However, the resources on the Moon have been thoroughly exhausted, compelling us to direct our gaze towards other regions of the solar system. The asteroids within the asteroid belt, while recorded in limited numbers, merely several hundred thousand, are predominantly of considerable mass. The exact quantity of asteroids weighing several thousand to billions of tons remains uncertain. The resources we have claimed on the Moon are far too scant to meet the burgeoning demands of our endeavors in the realm of space exploration. Thus, we must not overlook the invaluable resources of the asteroid belt. At this moment, Defense Secretary James of the United States addressed a gathering of scientists and engineers at NASA headquarters. A colossal display screen showcased pertinent information regarding the asteroid belt. As James spoke with clenched fists, exuding determination. Regardless of the circumstances, the United States has historically been a superpower, a leading nation in the field of space exploration. Nevertheless, it now finds itself significantly trailing behind China. Yet, no one dares to lag, for history has shown that being left behind equates to vulnerability. The United States, in its past, often wielded its power to dominate, frequently subjugating smaller nations. Should it find itself at a disadvantage in the future, retaliation from others is inevitable. Despite the ongoing economic decline and escalating internal conflicts faced by Uncle Sam, coupled with mounting pressures in the space race, he remains resolute and unwavering, seizing every opportunity that arises. Behold, this is the footage captured by our satellites in space. This colossal spacecraft, aptly named the Nine Dragons, is reportedly being developed by several prominent aerospace enterprises from Huaxia, with the intention of venturing into the asteroid belt for resource extraction. They have employed a propulsion system based on traditional launch rocket technology, theoretically capable of dragging asteroids weighing up to 20 million tons, which is double the capacity of the Little Elephant spacecraft from Yun Group. Let us consider whether we can adopt a similar approach to explore the asteroid belt for resource extraction. You are all esteemed scientists of our nation, and I entrust this significant responsibility to you. The construction of such a massive spacecraft by Qiu Guangming, Zhou Wenhong, and others in space could not escape global scrutiny. And thus information regarding the Nine Dragons spacecraft swiftly reached various countries around the world. In parallel, at the KFC Space Center in the Land of the Rising Sun, the head of the space sector, Lu Xinjialang, is convening a pertinent meeting, gathering a multitude of leading scientists in aerospace technology and propulsion to deliberate on strategies for reaching the asteroid belt for resource extraction. Like Uncle Sam, the nation of Zhao Penji is also preparing to study the Jiulong spacecraft, employing a traditional rocket propulsion system to maneuver the spacecraft and tow asteroids. After all, to this day, only the Chinese government and Yun Group possess the technology for plasma engines. Despite other nations investing considerable human and material resources into researching plasma engines, they have yet to discover core material technologies capable of withstanding temperatures as high as 5,000 degrees, not to mention the dual challenge posed by magnetic field battery technology. The large plasma engine technology utilized in the Little Elephant spacecraft represents an advanced iteration akin to a 2.0 version of plasma engines, which is currently only mastered by Yun Group. Even the Chinese government is unable to manufacture such a sophisticated plasma engine. Historically, Zhao Penji has been a nation imbued with ambition, particularly dissatisfied with the constraints of its small island territory and limited resources. Expanding its terrestrial domain remains an impossibility. Thus, it places immense value on the resources in outer space. Zhao Penji is the third nation to establish a lunar base, securing a considerable territory on the moon. Simultaneously, it engages in fierce competition with countries such as Nanbangzi and Beiji Xiong over the far side of the moon, with tensions escalating to the brink of a lunar version of a global conflict, an undeniably frenzied situation. While Zhao Penji boasts a thriving economy, it faces immense pressure in the space race, a burden felt even by its benefactor, Uncle Sam, thereby amplifying its own challenges. In the past, there may have been various arrogant attitudes towards Huaxia, but now even the peculiar service industry of Zhao Penji has opened its arms wide, warmly welcoming guests from Huaxia. Due to its specialized industry in this regard, this sector has flourished remarkably, with guests from Huaxia enjoying visa exemptions and discounts on Huabi consumption, among other benefits. Leveraging its advanced technological prowess and robust economic foundation, combined with the industriousness of its citizens, Zhao Penji now ranks as the third most formidable power in space, surpassed only by Huaxia and Uncle Sam, with even the polar bear lagging far behind. Zhao Penji has employed every conceivable means to earn Huabi and has, to date, acquired 5 spaceplanes. Although the pilots from Yun Group have endeavored to delay progress, certain limitations cannot be excessively transgressed. Thus, Zhao Penji possesses significant strength in space, boasting its own space station of considerable size and its own space farmland, albeit in limited quantity with only a single plot, primarily for scientific research purposes. Additionally, it has established its own solar power station in space. On the moon, a relatively decent territory exists on its near side. Although somewhat small in area, only Huaxia, Uncle Sam, Yun Group, and Zhao Penji have established territories on the moon's near side. Those who arrive later can only access the moon's far side. On the far side of the moon, the territory belonging to the Foot Basin chicken encompasses an expanse exceeding 2 million square kilometers. Although disputes persist between the polar bears and the southern entities regarding this land, it has nonetheless managed to establish a foothold. Esteemed colleagues, we find ourselves significantly lagging behind the Celestial Empire. The resources on the moon are exceedingly scarce. Thus, we must intensify our efforts to extract the abundant resources from the asteroid belt. I implore you all for your assistance. Yagyu Aikir deeply bowed before the distinguished scientists present. Wielding considerable authority as the head of the space sector, yet he felt an immense weight of responsibility. Prominent scientists like Yoshinori Keita from the Foot Basin chicken also rose to their feet, bowing in solidarity. Meanwhile, at the Sriharikota launch site, the hub of the Indian Elephant Space Endeavors, Mohandas, the head of the Indian Space Research Organization, similarly convened the nation's leading scientists to discuss the prospect of mining asteroids. Although India lacks the strength to compete, it has always exhibited a tendency to boast and project an image of grandeur. Despite financial constraints in military development, it aspires to establish an aircraft carrier fleet, having historically boasted as many as 3 carriers at one point. India has consistently sought comparison with the Northern Celestial Empire in various domains, oblivious to the fact that the Celestial Empire has never regarded India with any significance. Historically, the ambition of the Celestial Empire was to surpass Uncle Sam, and now its gaze is firmly fixed upon the vast cosmos. In the realm of space exploration, despite economic constraints and numerous domestic challenges, relentless efforts are being made to catch up in every aspect. Determined to advance, the nation has set its sights on the bountiful resources of the asteroid belt, preparing to construct spacecraft destined for asteroid mining. In the vast expanse beyond Earth, colossal spacecraft are continuously under construction, with nearly all of them inspired by the design of the Jiulong spacecraft, employing heavy-lift rockets as their propulsion to venture into the asteroid belt. Chapter 205: Continuous Disintegration in the Outer Reaches of Space. A brand-new Jiulong spacecraft is currently undergoing preparations for its maiden voyage. This state-of-the-art vessel has learned from past experiences, investing significantly in procuring black gold materials from the Fuyun Group to construct its keel and framework, alongside various design enhancements. Ignition. At the command of Cho Guangming, several heavy-lift rockets aboard the spacecraft erupted with brilliant, white flames, which elongated as their power intensified. Inside the spacecraft, a meticulously selected group of astronauts gazes toward the direction of Earth, where a vibrant blue planet emanates a halo of life. This journey, stretching over 1 billion kilometers, is fraught with peril, and the risks involved may very well lead to a fate of no return for many. However, in pursuit of substantial remuneration, each of the more than 10 astronauts had, prior to their departure, secured a vast sum sufficient to ensure their future financial security, an amount reaching up to 200 million yuan. This figure, even in the realm of astronauts known for their lucrative salaries, is unprecedented. 200 million yuan is, by any measure, an astronomical sum, especially considering the appreciation of the yuan and its rapidly soaring purchasing power globally. It can be said that this amount would alleviate any economic concerns for them and their families. Individuals such as Zhang Xianzhu and Qiu Guangming found themselves in a state of helplessness. The journey ahead was long and fraught with peril, and these astronauts, each a high-caliber professional, would not risk their lives and careers without a compelling incentive. If it were the Fuyun Group or the Huaxia government, their formidable technological prowess and guaranteed safety would naturally instill confidence. However, despite Zhang Xianzhu and others representing the most elite space technology firm in Huaxia, uncertainty lingered regarding the capabilities of the Jiulong spacecraft. As the launch vehicle ignited, the colossal spacecraft gradually initiated its ascent, first orbiting the Earth several dozen times, gaining speed until it reached over 20 kilometers per second, at which point the vessel departed from Earth's orbit, heading towards the asteroid belt. Accelerate. 1 month after the departure of the 9 Dragon spacecraft, in the vastness of outer space near Earth, formidable nations such as Uncle Sam, the chicken of the basin, the Indian elephant, the the Polar Bear and the Southern Stick began constructing their own colossal spacecraft, emulating the 9 Dragons. These magnificent vessels were completed in rapid succession, each within a matter of days, as they hastily set their course towards the asteroid belt. The night spacecraft of Uncle Sam measures over 1 kilometer in length, powered by 9 colossal heavy-lift rockets. In the realm of traditional rocket technology, if Uncle Sam claims the second position, none would dare assert the first. Theoretically, the night spacecraft possesses the capability to tow asteroids weighing up to 30 million tons, a fact that has led to considerable media fanfare. The Chicken of the Basin's Mount Fuji spacecraft, exceeding 900 meters in length, similarly relies on 9 heavy-lift rockets as its primary propulsion. It carries the finest 17 astronauts from the Chicken of the Basin, each of whom reportedly received a personal audience with their spiritual leader prior to departure, receiving an invigorating boost of motivation. The Polar Bear's Ural spacecraft, the Indian Elephant's Curry spacecraft, and the Southern Stick's Grand Universe spacecraft. All these majestic vessels proudly display the flags of their respective nations as they embark on their journey to the asteroid belt, accompanied by the resounding anthems of their homelands. The news media on Earth, unwilling to remain silent, eagerly rallied behind their nation's astronauts, rejoicing in the breakthroughs achieved in the realm of space exploration and fervently wishing for the triumphant return of their spacecraft. It appears that these well wishes bore fruit. The journey unfolded smoothly as each spacecraft navigated effortlessly through the asteroid belt, encountering no troubles along the way. Among them, the Jiulong spacecraft was the first to select its target, adopting a strategy nearly identical to that of the Little Elephant spacecraft. It commenced by ensnaring the asteroid with carbon fiber ropes, securing it in place before preparing to alter its trajectory. Initiate. Inside the spacecraft, tensions surged among the crew as 9 heavy-duty rockets unleashed a blinding, incandescent plume. The carbon fiber tether connecting to the asteroid began to tighten, as their objective was an asteroid weighing an astonishing 20 million tons. The vessel trembled incessantly, and one could even discern the excruciating sounds of metal straining under immense force. Fortunately, the spacecraft's framework was constructed from black gold material, meticulously designed to address such challenges. Thus, as the 9 heavy-lift rockets propelled forward with full force, the asteroid was ultimately coaxed into motion, gradually altering its course. The Jiulong spacecraft persevered through the colossal strain, holding steadfast without succumbing to the tremendous forces at play. Under the auspices of favorable news, stocks of space technology companies such as Starry Sky Technology, Starry Sky Dynamics, and Universal Hand have begun to surge wildly once again. The prices of shares held by individuals such as Zhang Xinzu, Zhou Wenhong, and Xiu Guangming have naturally risen in tandem. The night spacecraft was the first to reach the asteroid belt, and with the assistance of 2 leading astrophysicists aboard, they successfully located a suitable asteroid weighing 27 million tons. With over 80 composed of iron, this asteroid can be deemed exceptionally perfect. As the thrust of the rocket intensified, the dazzling, white-hot tail flame elongated, and the carbon fiber tether connecting the spacecraft to the asteroid began to taut. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, as the rocket's power surged to its maximum, the crew aboard the spacecraft distinctly heard this sound, instantly feeling as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Their smiles vanished, and silence fell as they listened intently. However, before they could react, the night spacecraft abruptly disintegrated in space. Despite being crafted with the most advanced technologies from Uncle Sam, encompassing materials and various other facets, the tremendous thrust exerted on the spacecraft proved overwhelming. However, no one had imparted to them the design experience necessary for such colossal spacecraft. If the vessel were merely intended for flight, it would pose no significant issues. Yet, the endeavor of towing an asteroid weighing 27 million tons was akin to attempting to navigate the vast ocean upon a mere bamboo raft, without any forewarning. The ship disintegrated in the void of space. Following closely behind the night spacecraft was the Fujisan spacecraft, belonging to the Potty Chicken. Both vessels reached the asteroid belt around the same time, albeit with slight variations in their launch angles, resulting in a considerable distance separating them. They were entirely disconnected from one another, and given the asteroid belt's remoteness from Earth, the news of the night spacecraft's disintegration did not impact the Fujisan spacecraft. This vessel, embodying the aspirations of the potty chicken, also met with no unforeseen circumstances and, under immense strain, succumbed to fragmentation in the cosmos. The polar bear's Ural spacecraft followed suit, towing a massive asteroid that erupted into a fiery blaze within the asteroid belt. Before long, when Uncle Sam, the potty chicken, and the polar bear each lost communication with their respective spacecraft, a sense of panic enveloped these nations. It is essential to recognize that these spacecraft were not only expensive to construct but also represented the hopes of a nation aspiring towards the cosmos. An outcome of despair was something no one wished to witness. The news swiftly spread across the globe, and the Curry and Universe spacecraft, trailing behind, soon received the information. However, by that time, they had already reached the asteroid belt. Ultimately, for the sake of caution, both spacecraft opted to target an asteroid weighing merely over 100,000 tons. Yet, they too could not escape misfortune. Under immense forces, they succumbed to disintegration. One by one, the spacecraft lost communication, plunging the entire Earth into a profound silence and sorrow. With the exception of Huaxia. Chapter 206, The Tang Family in Yunshan. Although the solar system is merely a trivial puddle in the vast cosmos, traditional spacecraft are utterly inadequate for asteroid mining. Li Fu, sipping tea, observed his son frolicking across the lawn in their backyard, joyfully chasing a butterfly. Simultaneously, he was immersed in the latest global news through a virtual machine. Upon witnessing reports of various country spacecraft succumbing to calamity while attempting to mine asteroids, Li Fu could not help but shake his head. Guided by the seeds of civilization, he possessed foresight, yet other nations lacked such guidance, necessitating a cautious and incremental approach to exploration. Indeed, the evolution of technology mirrors the trajectory of human development. Everything unfolds through a relentless journey of exploration and failure, from which we glean invaluable experiences and lessons, gradually maturing until we arrive at our current state. Otherwise, humanity would bear little distinction from gorillas today, persevering in the face of repeated setbacks, advancing and progressing while nurturing curiosity and courage towards the unknown world, constitutes the true path to success. Before long, Li Fu encountered new information indicating that nearly all nations on Earth had opted to publicly declare their intentions to continue constructing spacecraft destined for the asteroid belt. Li Fu could not help but nod in approval at this spirit. "Master, Tang Yunshan is seeking you," a message from Xiaoying, who managed the virtual machines, resonated in Li Fu's mind. Understood, Li Fu replied, and with a shift in thought, he swiftly logged into the virtual realm through the machine, entering the chat world that Tang Yunshan had created. This virtual chat environment was adorned with azure skies and fluffy clouds, majestic mountains, and flowing waters. Atop a towering peak, a quaint pavilion awaited, where Tang Yunshan appeared remarkably at ease, patiently anticipating Li Fu's arrival. Upon catching sight of Li Fu's figure materializing, his eyes sparkled with delight. "Old Tang," Li Fu greeted. Brotherly, Tang Yunshan replied with a warm smile, gesturing for Li Fu to take a seat, as if there were numerous matters to discuss. "What brings you to seek me, old Tang?" Li Fu inquired, feeling at ease given their long-standing acquaintance, particularly in the space sector where their paths frequently crossed. "Dearly, do you recall what time it is?" Instead of posing a direct inquiry, Tang Yunshan opted to ask about the time. "September 15th, 2022. What could this sudden question pertain to?" Upon hearing it, Li Fu was inundated with questions, his mind racing, and his eyes widened in realization. Could it be concerning the upcoming year? Indeed, Tang Yunshan nodded. "Next year marks a significant transition. My support is presently quite substantial, yet I still require further backing. Thus, I sought you out, hoping you might lend me a hand." Logically, decisions should have been made by now, but an unexpectedly formidable opponent has emerged internally, bolstered by considerable support. Tang Yunshan felt uncertain of his position, prompting him to seek additional assistance. Although Li Fu might appear devoid of any political influence at present, the reality is quite the opposite. The vast scope of the Fu Yun Group has rendered it immensely impactful in the realms of space and technology, with nearly all aerospace companies closely collaborating with them. These firms represent some of the most valuable enterprises within China, their intricate networks entwined with numerous domestic interests. This complexity is a crucial factor in Tang Yunshan's confidence in his pursuit, as he stands at the helm of China's space sector. The most substantial backing for his ambitions stems from the myriad of aerospace technology enterprises that, collectively, possess monumental power, with many boasting valuations in the trillions. Li Fu, aside from his immense influence in the realms of space and technology, is also bolstered by the support of the Wang family. Without their backing, the Fu Yun Group would not have achieved its current stature, nor would it have faced any significant challenges. The primary reason for this is the formidable presence of the Wang family behind the scenes. Certainly, Li Fu might not necessarily fear anyone attempting to seize opportunities, for he possesses the seeds of civilization in his hands. Nevertheless, the support from the Wang family serves to mitigate unnecessary troubles. Tang Yuanshan seeks Li Fu not just for personal reasons, but also to secure the backing of the Wang family, whose influence is undeniably formidable and a target that Tang Yuanshan must pursue. I sincerely hope that old Tang can advance further, as this would significantly benefit the future development of China's space sector. However, being merely an entrepreneur, my impact on such monumental matters is, regrettably, minimal. Li Fu's mind raced with thoughts. Naturally, he wished for Tang Yuanshan to progress further. As the head of the space sector, Tang Yuanshan's contributions to the development of China's space endeavors are invaluable. If he could make further strides, it would be nothing short of ideal. Yet, Li Fu was acutely aware that despite his own substantial influence in the fields of space, technology, and economy, it would be overly ambitious to regard himself as a significant player in such grand affairs. Brotherly, our progress in the realm of space exploration has reached a significant milestone. The contest for lunar resources has concluded, and our next endeavor should be to expand our ambitions towards the entire solar system. In due course, we can robustly develop the asteroid mining industry and embark on the terraforming of Mars and Venus, transforming them into a second homeland for our descendants, thereby laying a solid foundation for generations to come. Tang Yunshan smiled faintly, opting not to respond to Li Fu's remarks. Instead, he elaborated on his vision for the future. He understood that to garner Li Fu's support, mere rhetoric would be futile. The true key lies in advancing the aspirations of our nation into the cosmos, establishing our civilization among the stars, and traversing the solar system. Having spent considerable time with Li Fu, Tang Yunshan was well acquainted with his character. Li Fu held little regard for wealth or power. Attempting to sway him with such trivialities would not only prove ineffective, but might even provoke his disdain. The genuine approach lay in demonstrating a heartfelt commitment to the welfare of the nation, a desire to undertake significant endeavors for the benefit of the Chinese people, and to propel our nation into the vastness of the solar system. In the words of Old Master Wang, one must be wholeheartedly devoted to serving the populace. Only then can one earn Li Fu's support. This principle extends beyond Li Fu. Any citizen of our great nation would be inclined to support a leader who embodies such values. It is only those who possess a profound sense of duty towards the people that can garner widespread backing. Upon hearing this, Li Fu couldn't help but nod. Currently, countries around the world have ceased their struggles over Earth, for not only has Earth been divided, but even the moon has been claimed. Everyone's gaze has now turned towards the vast expanse of the solar system. As the foremost power in the realm of space exploration, Huaxian naturally aspires to do the same. To maintain its current supremacy, Huaxian must strive to acquire as many resources as possible in the future, ideally monopolizing all resources within the solar system. Among these, Mars and Venus are deemed by scientists to be the most viable candidates for transformation into habitable planets for humanity. Old Tang, I believe that those who genuinely care for the world will undoubtedly garner the support of the populace. I wonder what insights Li Laodi has regarding the future? Tang Yunshan smiled slightly, and continued to converse with Li Fu, discussing the prospects ahead. The future of humanity lies among the stars, within the cosmos. In the short term, I believe our foremost objective should be to seize Mars. We must be the first to claim Mars and transform it into a life-sustaining planet for humanity. As long as Huaxia can independently possess a life-bearing planet, we shall no longer fear any nation on Earth, even if they choose to face mutual destruction with us. Furthermore, we would no longer be constrained by terrestrial resources, allowing us to encourage population growth and gradually resolve domestic issues. For the ordinary citizens of Huaxia, the nation is currently flourishing, with an improving quality of life and decreasing prices, while income levels remain stable. The rapidly advancing industries of virtual reality and space exploration act as dual engines propelling Huaxia's economic growth, imbued with formidable momentum. However, this year is destined to be extraordinary. Following intense internal competition, Tang Yuan ultimately garnered substantial support and ascended to prominence. Although the backing of numerous space technology enterprises and the profit-driven groups within the space industry played a pivotal role, it is more accurately reflected in Li Fu's assertion that those who are dedicated to serving the public and aspiring for the greater good will earn greater support. Undoubtedly, with the swift progression of the space industry, Huaxia's advancement toward a Type II civilization, a stellar civilization capable of freely operating within its home star system, is an inevitable and unstoppable trend, naturally attracting more backing by aligning with the currents of the times. As the head of Huaxia's space sector, Tang Yunshan's ability to secure further support had long been anticipated by many. Chapter 207, The Mars Project. Tang Yunshan's rise to prominence injects a potent dose of vitality into Huaxia's space technology and industry, as all eagerly await new developments and breakthroughs in the realm of space exploration. Tang Yunshan did not keep everyone waiting for long. Shortly after taking the stage, he convened a grand assembly to discuss and approve the Mars Project, centered on the transformation of Mars into a new cradle of life. The scope of the Mars Project is immense, aiming to revamp Mars as a focal point to further propel the entire Huaxia civilization towards the broader solar system. This announcement has sparked unparalleled excitement across Huaxia, as the notion of transforming Mars into a habitable haven for humanity was once deemed utterly inconceivable. Just a few years ago, humanity could merely gaze longingly at the moon, yet in the brief span of a few years, the rapid advancement of space technology has enabled us to traverse the cosmos with ease. Now, our aspirations extend beyond the moon, casting our sights upon the entirety of the solar system. The official proposition to metamorphose Mars into a new sanctuary for humanity is far from mere fantasy. It is a testament to the boundless possibilities bestowed upon us by the power of technology, exemplified by the remarkable developments of recent years. At present, Mars appears rather inhospitable to humanity. The atmosphere is deficient in oxygen and rife with toxic gases. Its tenuous atmosphere results in extreme temperature fluctuations between day and night. Most crucially, the current data reveals a severe scarcity of water resources, which are indispensable for human survival. In comparison to Earth, Mars presents numerous challenges that render it difficult for humans to thrive and adapt. Any single factor is sufficient to instill a sense of trepidation towards the red planet. Yet, paradoxically, Mars shares an abundance of similarities with Earth. The orbital and rotational periods are closely aligned, while mass, volume, and gravity are also comparable. More importantly, both are terrestrial planets. Within our solar system's 8 planets, only Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars possess a rocky composition, while the remaining giants, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, are gaseous entities. Mercury and Venus, being too proximate to the Sun, experience excessively high surface temperatures and are significantly affected by solar winds, with their magnetic fields proving detrimental to the viability of life. Particularly, Mercury's proximity to the Sun, coupled with its low mass, renders it unsuitable for terraforming. Venus, while a contender, pales in comparison to Mars. Consequently, in contemporary science fiction, Mars frequently emerges as the primary candidate for humanity's future abode. owing to its remarkable similarities with Earth and its relatively favorable position for potential transformation. Several years ago, even the most optimistic advocates of technological advancement would not have dared to envision the possibility of lunar tourism in the present day, accessible at a cost affordable to many ordinary individuals. Even the most ambitious nations would not have contemplated a future where they would vie for land and resources on the moon. Everything seems to have transpired in an instant. Suddenly, space tourism and lunar exploration have become commonplace, and the increasingly vast and dense clusters of space architecture have gradually become a familiar sight. Therefore, despite the considerable challenges that remain, there exists a prevailing optimism regarding the Mars mission, with a belief that technological progress will undoubtedly yield miracles, making the transformation of Mars into a new cradle of life a feasible reality. In the vast expanse of outer space, a colossal spacecraft emblazoned with the cloud emblem of the Fuyun Group stands out. This is a brand new vessel, aptly named Ocean Voyager. Its mission easily discernible from the two Chinese characters inscribed upon it. The Ocean Voyager is a spacecraft crafted by the Fuyun Group for navigation within the star system. Its design bears a resemblance to an elongated oval, yet it is notably flatter, measuring over 2,000 meters in length, exceeding 100 meters in height, and spanning over 500 meters in width. It has undeniably become one of the largest artificial structures in the realm of outer space. The two plasma engines are exceptionally massive, with diameters exceeding 50 meters, surpassing the scale of typical spaceplanes. Only the Fuyun Group possesses the capability to manufacture such colossal plasma engines. Even the official institutions of Huaxia have yet to master the technology for large-scale plasma engine production. The considerable investment made by Fuyun Group in the construction of the spacecraft Voyager is not merely for display, nor is it intended for asteroid mining. Its paramount purpose is to facilitate the exploration of the entire solar system, allowing humanity to gain a more profound understanding and insight into our celestial neighborhood, thereby laying the groundwork for human expansion throughout the solar system. Within the control center of the Voyager spacecraft, Li Fu gazes out at the azure Earth, feeling a twinge of reluctance. This expedition represents a scientific survey of the entire solar system, and Li Fu is determined to embark on this journey as well. As a scientist, he shares an insatiable curiosity about the cosmos in which he resides. More importantly, Li Fu feels that his current life has become excessively comfortable, leading to a gradual erosion of the exploratory spirit and curiosity that define a true scientist. As the head of Fuyun Group, he finds that many tasks no longer require his direct involvement, and he has been able to avoid undertaking any perilous activities. Yet, despite the vehement opposition from family, friends, and colleagues, Li Fu remains resolute. He is committed to joining the Voyager spacecraft on its scientific mission across the solar system. Li Fu was acutely aware of the reasons behind the opposition from those closest to him regarding his decision to embark on the voyage. The upcoming scientific expedition was fraught with uncertainty and peril. Although the Ocean Voyager spacecraft was heralded as a pinnacle of human technological achievement, it nonetheless traversed the vast void of space. No one could predict the potential for unforeseen calamities or dangers. Should anything untoward befall Li Fu, the repercussions would be unimaginable. China would lose one of its greatest scientific prodigies of the century, and the immense wealth of the Fuyun Group would inevitably incite chaos and bloodshed. However, Li Fu remained unperturbed. Armed with the seeds of a super civilization, even the annihilation of the entire galaxy would pose no threat to him. Furthermore, this journey presented an opportunity to discern the true nature of those around him. "Principal, the time has come. We can set forth," a youthful voice gently interjected, rousing Li Fu from his reverie. Unlike others, this young man referred to him as principal, immediately signaling to everyone that he was a student from Sanjiang University. The newcomer was Li Quanjing, a third-year student at Sanjiang University, an institution that had long maintained a close relationship with the Fuyun Group. Despite bearing different names, both were founded by Li Fu himself. Sanjiang University had consistently championed the integration of theory and practice, which is why a select group of its outstanding students was included in this expedition to explore the solar system. Very well, ignite the engines. Let us depart. As the command from Li Fu was issued, the spacecraft Yuan Yang gradually departed from the spaceport of the Sky City. Two colossal plasma engines began to emit a brilliant white tail flame. Although it had just been activated, the length of the tail flame already exceeded 100 meters, causing the surrounding vacuum to experience a rapid increase in temperature. The spacecraft continued its orbit around Earth, accelerating steadily until it reached a velocity of 15 kilometers per second, at which point Yuan Yang broke free from Earth's orbit and surged toward Mars, its first destination for a comprehensive scientific exploration. With the full power of the two enormous plasma engines unleashed, the speed of the spacecraft continued to escalate, and the length of the tail flame behind it surpassed 1 kilometer, radiant and blinding. Inside the vessel, astronauts, scientists, and engineers clad in spacesuits were engaged in a flurry of activity. Accompanying Yuan Yang were not only numerous scientists from the Fu Yun group, but also many scholars from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Among them was Lu Shiying, an old acquaintance of Li Fu, along with Lu Yi, Li Fu's former biology professor from university. Lu Shiying, a scientist in the field of aerospace propulsion technology, was a fitting companion on this journey, while Lu Yi hoped to discover extraterrestrial life on other planets or asteroids within the solar system. Chapter 208. On life in the vast cosmic void of the solar system, a minuscule ant slowly makes its way towards the periphery of the solar system. This ant symbolizes the Voyager spacecraft, which, despite being the largest spacecraft ever constructed by humanity, is still dwarfed when compared to the boundless expanse of the universe. Even within the solar system, referring to it as an ant is an exaggeration. The cosmos is indeed incomprehensibly vast. Take, for instance, the distance between Earth and Mars, averaging nearly 0.52 astronomical units, which translates to nearly 80 million kilometers. Such an immense expanse means that, despite the Voyager's current speed nearing 100 kilometers per second, it still requires nearly 10 days to traverse from Earth's orbit to that of Mars. When accounting for acceleration and deceleration, the journey to Mars alone demands around half a month. Thus, although the spacecraft travels at a remarkable velocity, the sensation among its occupants is one of stagnation, as if the vessel is suspended in place. The scenery outside the spacecraft remains almost unchanged, a dark void speckled with distant stars. Even the 8 planets of the solar system are rendered invisible. Just a few days into the journey, Earth was still visible. Now, it has vanished into the abyss. Discernible only through a telescope, as the naked eye can no longer differentiate its presence. Inside the rest area of the spacecraft Voyager, a lush variety of green plants flourished, creating a favored retreat for all. At this moment, Li Fu, Lu Shiying, and Lu Yi found themselves in this serene space, sipping tea and engaging in conversation. In the weightlessness of space, the experience of drinking tea and chatting diverged notably from that on Earth. The trio floated effortlessly, without the need for seating. As gravity was a distant concept, the tea was dispensed from a special vessel, reminiscent of a water bottle. A gentle press of a button released the warm liquid. One individual held such a kettle, occasionally savoring a sip. Nearby, Li Quanjing dutifully attended to them, promptly rushing to refill or replace anyone's empty kettle. Initially, one might presume that space travel would be an exhilarating adventure. However, it had proven to be rather monotonous. The spacecraft relied on inertia, allowing them to drift aimlessly without particular concern. With days stretching before them devoid of research or engagement, a sense of ennui began to settle in. Lu Yi gazed out at the unchanging vista beyond the window, taking a delicate sip of tea, and mused aloud about the inherent tedium of cosmic exploration. Indeed, our understanding of the universe remains woefully limited, far too limited. The vastness and magnificence of the cosmos beckon us, teeming with countless mysteries yet to be unveiled. Lu Shiying's expression mirrored a profound yearning as he stared into the abyss of space, as if seeking the glimmers of distant stars and the allure of uncharted realms. The universe is immensely vast, and humanity has only just begun to step beyond the confines of Earth. A long, arduous journey lies ahead. Li Fu nodded in agreement, for he had long comprehended the boundless expanse of the cosmos through the seeds of super-civilization. He understood that the universe, filled with infinite aspirations, is remarkably vast. However, human technology remains rudimentary and lagging, rendering us incapable of freely traversing even our own solar system, let alone engaging in discourse about the cosmos and the starry skies. Do you think extraterrestrial civilizations truly exist? Lu Yi inquired earnestly, as if struck by a sudden thought. If Earth can nurture life, why can't other celestial bodies? Many have long held the belief that aliens do not exist, reasoning that the very emergence of life on Earth is a miracle in itself. Born from an intricate tapestry of countless factors that have fashioned this cradle of life. Despite the infinite stars and planets scattered throughout the universe, the probability of life arising elsewhere is exceedingly low. Moreover, humanity has yet to encounter any form of extraterrestrial life or even engage in dialogue with it, leading many to steadfastly assert that Earth is singular and humanity unique. Nonetheless, a considerable number of individuals believe that the universe is far too vast for Earth to be the sole bastion of life. There must undoubtedly be other extraterrestrial beings and civilizations. The absence of contact with any alien civilizations thus far is attributed to the overwhelming expansiveness of the universe, making such connections exceedingly challenging. It is as if, in ancient times, when advanced means of transportation were non-existent, the inhabitants of Earth, Asians, Americans, Australians, Africans, and Europeans, were separated by vast distances and regarded themselves as the center of the world, remaining oblivious to the existence of other lands, often perceiving them as untamed wilderness. The interconnected landmasses of Asia, Europe, and Africa maintain some semblance of contact, allowing for a modicum of awareness of one another's existence. However, the continents of Australia and America, isolated by oceans, were mere blank spaces on the world map prior to the grand age of maritime discovery. With the richness of their vast territories and flourishing civilizations entirely unknown. Thus, despite Earth's uniqueness, the boundless cosmos likely harbors countless civilizations and thriving worlds, awaiting human exploration and revelation. These contrasting perspectives have long sparked fervent debate, each side steadfastly holding its ground, with some asserting Earth's singularity in the universe and humanity's status as the sole civilization. Such views may appear rather parochial and conceited, akin to a frog at the bottom of a well, convinced that its limited view of the universe reflects the entirety of existence. Although human history spans millennia and civilization boasts several thousand years, the true advancement of technology has only unfolded over a few centuries, leaving humanity's comprehension of the universe remarkably shallow and superficial, akin to a frog gazing at the sky from the confines of its well. Believing the universe to be no more expansive than its immediate view, possessing knowledge that barely scratches the surface. Such a perspective is likely rooted in apprehension and anxiety about the future, embodying a rather pessimistic stance. The current state of terrestrial civilization is undeniably primitive. If the universe indeed harbors countless civilizations, one cannot help but ponder whether they possess greater strength than humanity and how they would regard us. There are myriad profound questions to contemplate. The cosmos is vast beyond measure, while our understanding remains woefully limited. Lu Shuriying nodded in agreement, recognizing that the more one learns about the universe, the greater the sense of reverence it inspires. Anything, when juxtaposed with the enormity of the cosmos, appears exceedingly insignificant and absurd. Perhaps there is hope. If we were to discover extraterrestrial life on other celestial bodies within our solar system, even if it were exceedingly simple and primordial, it would surely rank among the most significant discoveries of this century. Lu Yi, a leading scientist in the field of biological sciences, could not help but nod in acknowledgement. His eagerness to uncover information regarding the origins of life and extraterrestrial beings drove him to accompany the Yuan spacecraft on this scientific expedition within the solar system. It is said that life on Earth may have originated from extraterrestrial meteorites, I firmly believe that discoveries await us. Lu Shiying, lacking extensive knowledge in biotechnology, casually voiced her thoughts. The origin of life has long been a subject of dual perspectives. One is an idealistic viewpoint, positing that life and all things were created by a divine entity. The other, a materialistic perspective, has emerged alongside the advancement of modern science, suggesting that life on Earth arose by chance from extraterrestrial meteors or through chemical reactions occurring within our planet. The idealistic view is less pertinent here. Rather, the materialistic perspective is derived from contemporary biological sciences, particularly through the lens of Darwin's theory of evolution, supplemented by the advent of genetic technology. By tracing the lineage of life forms back to their origins, one can ultimately reach the most primitive and simple forms of life. Consequently, the prevailing consensus among scientists is that life is a product of intricate chemical and physical reactions, where various molecules interact and combine to form primordial organic molecules endowed with DNA. DNA possesses two fundamental characteristics. First, it can synthesize amino acids. Second, it is capable of self-replication. These attributes are also intrinsic to bacterial organisms, which represent the simplest forms of life and are currently the oldest fossils we can uncover. When the topic of life's origin arises, Lu Yi becomes invigorated. As a leading biologist, he has persistently pondered this profound question. However, the Earth's history spans several billion years, and the timeline of life extends over an equally vast duration. Within the immense epochs measured in millions of years, it remains a formidable challenge to discern what truly transpired. In modern times, we can only rely on a limited number of fossils for research and inference, making the quest for tracing back to the very roots of life exceedingly arduous. Life, though composed of a myriad of molecules, remains lifeless when considered in isolation. Yet, when these elements unite, they give rise to the miraculous phenomenon we recognize as life. It is truly wondrous. One can envision that the substances within the human body are commonplace in nature, yet their combination births the extraordinary essence of humanity. The spacecraft Yuan glides serenely through the void, drawing ever closer to its inaugural destination, Mars. Before the eyes of the world, Mars gradually unveils its enigmatic visage. Chapter 209. Mars in the vast emptiness of the solar system, a colossal planet orbits the Sun, perpetually engaged in its celestial dance, reminiscent of the ages that have passed. Unlike most planets within the solar system, this one rotates from east to west, a stark contrast to Earth, where the Sun rises in the east and sets in the west. As Mars advances along its orbit, the Yuan spacecraft approaches it with increasing proximity. With approximately 2 days remaining until arrival, the reverse thrust plasma engine aboard the spacecraft commences operation, gradually decelerating in preparation for the gravitational embrace of Mars. Although the journey to Mars still spans a day, the team of scientists led by Li Fu has already embarked on their comprehensive tasks, activating an array of instruments to swiftly gather all relevant data regarding the red planet. When on Earth, scientists are capable of measuring distant celestial bodies with remarkable precision using various instruments, such as astronomical telescopes. The proximity of the Ru Yun Group scientists to Mars allows for even more accurate data collection. Mars possesses a mass of approximately 421,910 kilograms, roughly 1/10 that of Earth and 9 times that of the Moon, highlighting the Moon's significance to humanity, as the nearest planet is merely 9 times heavier than it. Its diameter is half that of Earth, with a volume comprising only 15 of Earth's, and its surface area is equivalent to that of Earth's landmass. The surface gravity on Mars is about 2.5 times that of the Moon and 2/5 of Earth's gravity, meaning that an ant capable of lifting 2 pounds on Earth could theoretically lift 5 pounds on Mars, though one might question the feasibility of an ant lifting such a weight. Mars has a rotational period of 6,229 hours, compared to Earth's 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 3 seconds, indicating that a day on Mars exceeds 24 hours by half an hour. Its orbital period spans 687 days, in contrast to Earth's 365, 24,219 days. implying that while Earthlings experienced nearly 2 years, Martians would have just completed a little over a year. In contrast to Earth, which boasts a solitary companion in the Moon, Mars is graced with 2 moons, Phobos and Deimos. However, the mass of these celestial bodies pales in comparison. They resemble oversized meteoroids, their shapes being remarkably irregular, failing to even approximate a spherical form. The masses of these 2 satellites lack the gravitational force necessary to shape their own identities, rendering them fundamentally dissimilar to our Moon. The orbit of Mars is elliptical, resulting in a temperature differential of nearly 160 degrees Celsius between its perihelion and aphelion, significantly influencing its climate. The atmospheric density of Mars is a mere fraction, approximately 1, of that of Earth, characterized by extreme dryness and low temperatures, with an average surface temperature of -55 degrees Celsius. Water and carbon dioxide readily freeze in this environment. The Martian atmosphere is predominantly composed of carbon dioxide, 95.3, along with nitrogen, 2.7, argon, 1.6, and trace amounts of oxygen, 0.15, and water vapor, 0.03. In stark contrast, Earth's atmosphere consists mainly of nitrogen, 78, 1, oxygen, 29, and argon, 0.93. Along with small quantities of carbon dioxide, noble gases, helium, neon, argon, krypton, xenon, radon, and water vapor. A comparison reveals that the carbon dioxide content on Mars is excessively high, while oxygen is almost negligible. The presence of noble gases is relatively similar, but the Martian atmosphere is fundamentally inhospitable to human life due to its scarcity and insufficient oxygen levels. Is it truly feasible to transform this environment into one suitable for human habitation? It appears to be an insurmountable challenge. Faced with such harsh conditions, even the most formidable scientists shook their heads in disbelief, finding the challenge insurmountable. Yet, it is precisely the difficulty that renders our endeavors intriguing. We, as scientists, are determined to accomplish the seemingly impossible. Observing the skepticism of his peers, Li Fu quickly rallied their spirits. Li Fu, while many aspects of Mars are manageable, I believe the atmosphere and water present the greatest trials. Although we can address the low temperatures by deploying reflective mirrors in space to amplify sunlight, the issues surrounding water and the atmosphere remain daunting. His mentor, Louis, scrutinized the myriad data concerning Mars, unable to suppress his dismay. Let us not rush to conclusions. Consider the polar regions of Mars, where the reflectivity is exceptionally high. Perhaps, as the estimable Uncle Sam scientists surmise, solid carbon dioxide truly exists here, and there may be water lurking in the deeper layers. Furthermore, observe the ancient lakes and riverbed remnants on Mars. I am convinced there is a significant probability that water does exist on the planet. In contrast to the others, Li Fu exuded confidence. Given the exceedingly low temperatures, even if there is liquid, it may not necessarily be water. Lu Shiying also shook her head, opposing Li Fu's optimism. This is the nature of scientists. Irrespective of one's identity, if you cannot persuade me with concrete evidence, I shall not hesitate to oppose you. As the spacecraft drew closer to Mars, the data collected by the scientists underwent continuous refinement. The red planet steadily magnified in view, and due to its thin atmosphere, the surface of Mars became distinctly observable from space, revealing a striking red-yellow hue enveloping the entire celestial body. Mars is fundamentally a desert planet, characterized by its surface dunes and strewn with gravel. The geological activity on Mars is relatively dormant, with most of its topographical features formed during a period of ancient vigor. The landscape is dotted with numerous craters, volcanoes, and canyons, including Olympus Mons, the tallest mountain in the solar system, and Valles Marineris, the largest canyon. Another distinctive geographical trait is the stark contrast between the northern and southern hemispheres. The south is marked by ancient, cratered highlands, while the north boasts younger plains, highlighting a pronounced disparity. Additionally, as previously observed, both poles of Mars are adorned with thick polar caps, comprised predominantly of dry ice and water. a fact that scientists have firmly established. Since the last century, as humanity's gaze shifted from Earth to the cosmos, Mars has captivated our imagination as a potential future abode for colonization. The debate surrounding the existence of water on Mars has persistently preoccupied scientists on Earth, prompting nations such as the United States and Canada to launch numerous probes toward the Red Planet. Now, scientists who have reached Martian orbit can finally ascertain that the polar caps indeed contain water, and its quantity appears to be significant. Transporting water from Earth is impractical. Even the vast capacity of a vessel like the Titanic would yield but a meager supply, utterly inconsequential for an entire planet. If all the ice on Mars were to melt, it could potentially increase the atmospheric density of the planet by a remarkable factor of 20, thereby achieving a density equivalent to 20% of that of Earth's atmosphere. Additionally, this process could yield approximately 10,000 cubic kilometers of water, which constitutes merely 1/35 of Earth's freshwater resources and 1/130,000 of Earth's total water supply. Li Quanjian furrowed his brow as he calculated the water resources on Mars. Indeed, there is water on Mars, yet it is exceedingly scarce. The available amount is so minimal that, once various unusable forms and evaporative losses are accounted for, the quantity of water accessible for human use would be drastically diminished. While water does exist, its volume is disappointingly insufficient, causing the scientists, who had recently been buoyed by hope, to shake their heads in dismay. However, the prospect of increasing atmospheric density by 20 times is quite promising. It is noteworthy that the ice present is primarily composed of dry ice and water. Upon melting, carbon dioxide would be released into the atmosphere, enhancing its density. Furthermore, carbon dioxide acts as a greenhouse gas, which could significantly aid in raising Martian temperatures. Li Fu lamented the scarcity of water, suggesting that it is insufficient even for creating mud. Lu Shiying, with a resigned smile, remarked that the polar caps of Mars are heavily laden with carbon dioxide, while water is alarmingly sparse. He referred to the analogy of mud to imply that any water evaporated would need to return to Mars in the form of precipitation. It is essential to consider both sides of the issue. There is water on Mars, and there may even be liquid water beneath the thick Martian polar ice caps, which could indeed harbor the potential for discovering primordial life. In contrast to the disappointment felt by others, Lu Yi was elated. Although the water content on Mars was minimal, the mere presence of water suggested the potential for life, which greatly aided his research into the origins of life and extraterrestrial existence. Unless there were vast amounts of water hidden beneath Mars' surface, the scant water discovered thus far was insufficient to transform Mars into a habitable planet for humanity. Lu Shiying shook her head, still fixated on the possibility of converting Mars into a new cradle for humankind. To render Mars suitable for human habitation, the required water resources would need to cover at least the plains of the northern hemisphere, necessitating a quantity at least 30 times greater than what is currently available, essentially enough fresh water from Earth to meet this demand. There's no need for haste. Sustenance will come, as will shelter, and water shall naturally follow, Li Futong asserted confidently. With the recent discovery of substantial water on Mars, it was likely that scientists' estimates regarding the abundant water resources on Jupiter's moons were also accurate. Water is widely distributed throughout the cosmos, with some studies suggesting that the water found on Europa, one of Jupiter's moons, could surpass the total water resources present on Earth by several-fold. Chapter 210, Exploring Mars, Part 1. The speed of the Voyager spacecraft had been reduced to a mere few kilometers per second, smoothly captured by Mars' gravitational pull, and began its orbit around the planet. Mars appeared desolate. From the vastness of space, its surface was starkly visible, strewn with sand, dunes, and gravel, presenting an all-encompassing red world. Lu Shiying gazed out at Mars, captivated by its surface, which, due to the thinness of its atmosphere, could be discerned with remarkable clarity even to the naked eye. Through a telescope, the details became vividly apparent. The hues observed were attributed to iron oxide, and the ferocity of the dust storms on Mars was truly formidable. "Look here," exclaimed Lu Yi, pointing to a section in the southern hemisphere of Mars. The wind speed has astonishingly reached an unprecedented level of 21, an occurrence utterly impossible on Earth. The flying sand and swirling dust scarcely capture the intensity of the scene. The great dust storms predominantly manifest in the southern hemisphere of Mars, and the current period aligns with the summer solstice there, coinciding with Mars' perihelion. The atmosphere is exceptionally hot and unstable, exacerbated by the planet's significant temperature fluctuations, which readily give rise to super-hurricanes. Since Mars' surface is predominantly composed of sand, once such a super-hurricane forms, it has the potential to engulf the entire planet. It is evident that we must exercise heightened caution and vigilance during our explorations of Mars. Meanwhile, Li Fu was also mesmerized by the grand tempests swirling on Mars, meticulously analyzing the factors contributing to its formation. One cause is the dramatic temperature variations on the planet, while another is the abundance of minute particles of sand on the surface, which facilitate the emergence of this extraordinary phenomenon unique to Mars. It is imperative to deploy satellites for exploration and establish a global positioning and communication system alongside the release of unmanned probes. The unmanned Mars lander has been deployed. Upon reaching Mars, a plethora of diverse probes and satellites have been released with seemingly boundless abandon. In the past, the launch of a single satellite was a significant event, often making headlines. However, now, numerous private space technology companies within our nation possess a multitude of their own satellites, not to mention the colossal Yuan Group. The widespread application and popularization of spaceplanes have drastically reduced the costs associated with the construction and launch of satellites and spacecraft to nearly negligible levels, particularly for behemoths like Yuan Group. Beep, Phobos and Deimos, the two moons of Mars, are perhaps the smallest satellites in the entire solar system. Their masses are so diminutive that they do not even assume a spherical shape. Phobos resembles a potato, with an escape velocity of merely 17.2 ms, while Deimos is even smaller, boasting an average radius of only 6.2 kilometers and an escape velocity of just 5.6 ms. The masses of these satellites are strikingly light. Phobos has a mass of only 381,014 kilograms, and Deimos a mere 181,013 kilograms, which pales in comparison to the Moon's mass of 7,349,1022 kilograms, placing them in an entirely different category. Phobos and Deimos could be deemed as relatively large asteroids at best. Accompanying the mission are astronomers Dong Zhifei and Tang Yuan, who effortlessly calculated the masses of Mars's two moons with remarkable precision. The reconnaissance satellites have disseminated intricate details regarding the shapes, volumes, orbits, and velocities of the two Martian moons. With such proximity, the veil of mystery surrounding these celestial bodies has finally been lifted. In truth, there is nothing particularly remarkable about them. They are merely larger asteroids, far from being comparable to the Moon. I surmise that Phobos and Deimos are captured asteroids, ensnared by Mars' gravitational pull. Their mass is exceedingly diminutive. If they were positioned near Earth, they would hardly generate any noticeable tidal effects. Tang Yuan scrutinized the data of the two moons, pondering their origins. Dong Zhifei nodded in agreement, acknowledging that studying Mars satellites in the vastness of space is relatively straightforward due to their close proximity to the planet. The average distance of Phobos is less than 10,000 kilometers, while Deimos orbits at a mere 23,000 kilometers away, both remarkably close. This close distance is primarily due to their small mass. Had they possessed a mass akin to that of the Moon, the distance would have been significantly greater. In the expansive realm of Martian space, aboard the colossal vessel Ocean Voyager, a small unmanned probe gently departed, altering its trajectory as it navigated the cosmos, swiftly heading toward Phobos. At this moment, Phobos continued its orbit around Mars, completing a full revolution every 3 days. The unmanned probe has now adjusted to Phobos orbit, traveling at a speed surpassing that of Phobos, thereby gradually closing the distance between them. The unmanned spacecraft has approached Phobos, the larger of Mars' moons, closely enough to begin feeling its gravitational influence. However, the gravitational pull of Phobos is quite feeble, exerting minimal impact on the unmanned probe equipped with a plasma engine. If fortune smiles upon the mission, it might even glean insights regarding the origins of the solar system from Phobos, as scientists speculate that small satellites like Phobos, along with asteroids from the asteroid belt, may hold remnants of the solar system's early evolution, thus preserving vital information from that primordial era. In contrast, larger planets such as Earth, Mars, and Venus, due to their immense mass and dynamic geological activity, have long since obscured their early data, rendering them less valuable for studying the formation of the solar system. It is these smaller celestial bodies that are more likely to harbor ancient secrets. In the Martian expanse, the Odyssey spacecraft is bustling with activity. As scientists meticulously manage various unmanned probes, landers, and rovers in their quest to explore the planet. Chapter 211, Unraveling the Mysteries of Mars, Part 2, reveals that the northern hemisphere of Mars is characterized by its gently undulating terrain, forming a vast and extensive plain. According to scientific estimates, the geological history of this northern landscape is relatively recent. The surface of Mars is adorned with scattered red pebbles and finer red sands, all formed from iron oxide, which envelopes the entire planet. Thus, when viewed from the vastness of space, Mars reveals itself as a crimson orb. In a wide expanse of plains, a spacecraft descends from the heavens, its enormous parachute harnessing the air to slow its descent, while flames erupt from its rear to further reduce its velocity, landing smoothly upon the Martian terrain. This unmanned exploratory vessel, upon touching down, witnesses its mechanical door gradually opening, allowing an engineering vehicle to emerge and venture onto the Martian soil, akin to a curious child exploring its surroundings. It roams about, examining its environment, occasionally tapping on rocks and digging into the earth to collect various samples. A mechanical arm atop the engineering vehicle emits a rumbling sound as it deploys a drill-like apparatus, burrowing into the soil in search of deeper layers or rocks for comprehensive study of Mars. With a sudden roar, the spacecraft expels flames, scattering the surrounding earth and gravel, creating a tempest of dust as if a fierce storm had arisen. The unmanned spacecraft descends gently, gradually accelerating until it vanishes into the Martian atmosphere and emerges into the vastness of outer space, drawing closer to the distant vessel named Voyager, poised to deliver the freshly collected samples to the scientists aboard for further analysis. Principle: Mars indeed presents a stark desolation. From the information gathered across various regions of the planet, it appears that the resources on Mars are even less abundant than those found on the Moon. The primary elements within Martian soil consist of approximately 50 oxygen, 15, 3 silicon, 15, 6 iron 2, 7 aluminum, 3, 8 calcium, along with trace amounts of potassium, phosphorus, sulfur, chlorine, tantalum, chromium, magnesium, cobalt, nickel, and copper. Notably, the sulfur content, 2.6 to 3.1, exceeds the average concentration found in terrestrial crust by 12 orders of magnitude, while potassium is present in quantities below 0.25. The levels of rubidium, strontium, yttrium, and zirconium are significantly lower than those in most terrestrial igneous rocks. The chemical composition of Martian soil is characterized by high iron content, moderate levels of magnesium, calcium, and sulfur, and relatively low aluminum. This composition does not reflect the original rock's makeup, but is likely the result of various chemical and weathering processes affecting magnesium-iron igneous rocks. According to mineralogical calculations, Martian soil is a mixture comprised of 80 iron-rich clay, approximately 10 magnesium sulfate, around 5 carbonates, and roughly 5 iron oxides. The mineral composition of this mixture corresponds to 59, 1 smectite, 21, 7 montmorillonite, 11, 8 hydromagnesite, 1 halite, about 0, 5 TiO2, and 5, 9 calcite. Truly, it is remarkably barren, lacking even scarce resources. The Moon still harbors substantial quantities of helium. 3. Li Fu perused the data from beginning to end, noting it comprised merely common elements, devoid of anything particularly noteworthy. Thus, it can be said that the moon is a divine gift from the cosmos to humanity. Chinbin, standing nearby, chuckled in agreement. However, all this pertains to the soil data from the Martian surface. To truly ascertain the distribution of minerals on Mars, a more profound excavation is essential. Preparations are underway for tomorrow's mission to send personnel to Mars to extract deeper soil and rock samples. With such a vast celestial body, I refuse to believe that we cannot uncover some rare resources, Li Fu muttered while issuing commands. Li Fu, a significant discovery, a monumental discovery. At that moment, Li Fu's mentor, Lu Yi, floated over in a state of exhilaration, his demeanor exuberant, almost dancing with excitement, his speech somewhat disjointed. "What is it, teacher?" Li Fu inquired. Astonished, Lu Yi, brimming with joy, had embarked on this journey with the intent of searching for extraterrestrial life. And the recent analysis of samples had left him beside himself with glee. "Have you discovered extraterrestrial life?" Louis asked, somewhat taken aback. "Not yet, but we are close." Louis's cryptic words left others puzzled. Lu Shuriying, unable to contain herself, interjected, "Old Lu, what exactly have you found? Speak plainly. Stop leaving us in suspense with your vague remarks." "Haha, I have discovered amino acids. Though they are exceedingly rare, I have indeed found them." "Amino acids? Do you understand what this signifies?" Lu Yi exclaimed, gripping Lu Shuriying's shoulders with palpable excitement. "Amino acids?" Upon hearing this, Li Fu could not help but raise his eyebrows in astonishment. As a scientist specializing in biology, he was well aware of what amino acids were. If amino acids were indeed discovered on Mars, it could only imply one thing: the existence of microorganisms on the planet. Was it possible that life truly existed on Mars? Li Fu found himself murmuring in contemplation. What? Could there really be extraterrestrial life? Beside him, Lu Shuriying was equally exhilarated, her eyes wide with disbelief. The prospect of discovering extraterrestrial life on Mars was astonishing. If life could thrive there, it would suggest that life is prevalent throughout the universe. And Earth would no longer be considered the singular cradle of life. While it was premature to draw any conclusions, the likelihood was substantial. I yearn for more data, preferably deep samples from both the North and South Poles. I suspect that beneath the icy crowns of Antarctica, there may still exist liquid water, which could lead to significant discoveries. Lu Yi wore a smile, radiating eagerness and impatience. Chapter 212, Unraveling the Mysteries of Mars, Part 3, would fundamentally alter humanity's understanding of the universe, life, and the origins of species. This revelation would signify that life is likely widespread in the cosmos, and Earth is far from being unique. At this moment, Lu Yi appeared exceedingly agitated, almost yearning to immediately journey to the polar regions of Mars to procure ice blocks from beneath the ice caps, as well as the potentially existing liquid water. "Teacher, there is no need to rush. We want to be departing any time soon. Tomorrow, we shall arrange for a team to land on Mars to gather more information about the deeper soil and ice," Li Fu remarked with a calm demeanor. He exhibited no surprise regarding extraterrestrial or even alien life forms, as he had already encountered countless alien species within the realm of advanced civilizations. Li Fu understood that life is ubiquitous throughout the cosmos. Earth is certainly not the singular cradle of life in the universe. However, this does not diminish the value of Earth-like planets. On the contrary, while life is abundant in the universe, planets akin to Earth remain exceedingly precious resources, fiercely contested by various civilizations. The ecological tapestry of Earth, cultivated over billions of years, is invaluable, teeming with countless species, much like an oasis in the vast cosmic desert, nurturing myriad forms of life, and, more importantly, fostering intelligent beings. The following morning, while Li Fu was still suspended in restful repose within his chamber, his teacher Lu Yi hurriedly roused him from slumber, unable to contain his anticipation. Although the experience of day and night in space is nearly indistinguishable, everyone's schedule still adhered to that of Earth. Louis had scarcely rested a wink throughout the night, overwhelmed by excitement. "Teacher, there is truly no need to rush. We have ample time. Moreover, The endeavor to land on Mars necessitates meticulous planning and cannot be approached haphazardly. Li Fu, feeling somewhat helpless, observed that Lu Yi's eyes were slightly reddened, making it difficult to find the right words. I am acutely aware of that, yet my impatience prevails. Should we indeed discover life on Mars, even if it is merely rudimentary microorganisms, it would undoubtedly rank among the most significant discoveries of this century, profoundly enhancing our understanding of the universe and the origins of life. Lu Yi remained fervently excited, having spent the previous night reanalyzing the samples collected from the polar ice caps of Mars to ensure the accuracy of his findings. Old Lu, why are you not resting properly at this early hour? Even the most monumental tasks require adequate rest to be accomplished effectively. Lu Shiying, squinting, clearly still in a state of drowsiness, gently pushed off with his hands, allowing himself to float effortlessly across the spacecraft. You dare to admonish me? I recall vividly how, during university, you dragged everyone into a frenzy to assist you in professing your feelings to your wife in the middle of the night. When you get anxious, you are more fervent than anyone else. Lu Yi playfully teased Lu Shiying, revealing tales from his youth, which elicited hearty laughter from those within earshot. Within the command center of the deep space spacecraft, there is a profound emphasis on the manned mission to Mars, which can be regarded as humanity's inaugural step onto another celestial body. The Moon merely serves as Earth's satellite and does not qualify as an independent planet. Technologically, there are no significant challenges. Although spaceplanes cannot land on Mars, traditional jet-powered landing spacecraft successfully accomplished this feat yesterday. The critical aspect lies in ensuring the utmost safety of the astronauts. A manned landing on Mars is inherently more perilous than an unmanned one. And even though numerous lunar landings have taken place, Mars presents greater hazards. The deep space spacecraft observes daily the planet-wide dust storms that sweep across Mars. The planet's unique geographical characteristics, significant temperature fluctuations between day and night, and its desolate surface all contribute to the prevalence of these storms. Once a storm arises, it is not a trivial matter akin to child's play on Earth. It can engulf the entirety of Mars. Fortunately, scientists have astutely noted that once a region has experienced a severe dust storm, there is little concern for another storm to follow shortly thereafter. By timing their operations judiciously, relative safety can be assured. Conversely, encountering a Martian dust storm would pose grave risks to the astronauts' lives. The principal remarked that the recent dust storm at Mars' South Pole has just passed, alleviating concerns for at least several days. Li Quanjing gently glided over, delivering the latest meteorological information from Mars. Accompanying the principal this time, he had learned a great deal and met numerous esteemed figures in the scientific community, each renowned in their respective fields. Thus, the tasks typically fell to the students of Sanjiang University. Splendid news. The tempest has finally passed. Before Li Fu could utter a word, the exuberant Lu Yi, unable to contain his excitement, burst into laughter. Yes, inform Luo Xiaoyao and Zhang Fei to exercise caution and prioritize their safety. Li Fu nodded gently and commanded the landing on Mars. Within the colossal interstellar vessel, the Ocean Voyager, two smaller spacecraft gracefully emerged from the vast hatch. Although categorized as small, they appeared diminutive only in comparison to the Ocean Voyager. Each spacecraft stood over 20 meters tall and boasted a diameter exceeding 50 meters, rendering them significant entities in the vastness of space. These spacecraft, meticulously crafted by scientists, were designed specifically for landing purposes. The previous day, they had successfully executed an unmanned landing on Mars, entirely reliant on computer control, with no issues arising. As the two spacecraft distanced themselves from the Ocean Voyager, they continuously adjusted their trajectories and angles in the cosmos. Soon, upon completing their orbital adjustments, the first spacecraft dove into Mars as if a duck plunging into water. Inside the number one spacecraft, Luo Xiaoyao felt an immense pressure, his demeanor resolute and determined. In his mind, the virtual machine relayed a myriad of information regarding the spacecraft. At this moment, the vessel was still under automated computer control, not yet shifted to manual operation. In the skies above the southern polar ice cap of Mars, the No. 1 spacecraft glided through the void like a celestial being descending from the heavens, tracing a graceful arc. Soon, flames erupted from its underside to decelerate, and a colossal parachute unfurled above, drastically reducing its speed as it began a gentle descent towards the Martian surface. As it approached the landing site, powerful gusts of wind whipped the ground's gravel and sand into a swirling tempest, momentarily cloaking the sky in a haze reminiscent of a fierce storm. Fortunately, the spacecraft gradually settled onto the Martian terrain, the engines silenced, and tranquility enveloped the scene. The landing was a resounding success. Whether it was the No. 1 spacecraft, the Ocean Voyager, or the soon-to-land No. 2 spacecraft, everyone aboard exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Although an unmanned landing experiment had been conducted the previous day, the actual manned landing still harbored considerable risks. After all, the Martian surface was laden with sand. If one were to inadvertently stumble into a quicksand-like area akin to Earth's deserts, it would spell disaster. Thankfully, scientists had previously utilized satellites to survey the Martian surface, gaining insights into the topographical distribution, ensuring that the chosen landing site was far from arbitrary. At the icy crown of Mars' southern pole, the hatch of the spacecraft No. 1 gradually opened, and an array of unmanned exploration vehicles began to emerge. Over 10 vehicles glided forth, initiating their meticulous surveys of the surrounding environment to ensure safety. The temperature registered at a frigid -20 degrees, with atmospheric pressure at 0.1 atmospheres. Illumination was abundant, albeit accompanied by intense ultraviolet radiation. Safety confirmed, you may proceed. Within the confines of the spacecraft, the data collected by the exploration vehicles was relayed directly into the minds of the crew via a virtual interface. With a graceful wave of his hand, the astronauts, already clad in their space suits, sprang into action. A camera positioned at the spacecraft's exit captured every moment of their historic descent onto Martian soil. The astronaut Luo Xiaoyao gently set foot upon the crimson terrain, leaving behind a distinctly clear footprint in the red soil. This moment was swiftly transmitted back to the vessel Ocean Voyager, and mere seconds later, it was broadcasted to Earth through its communication system. At approximately 10:34 a.m. on May 18, 2024, Beijing time, our astronaut Luo Xiaoyao successfully landed on Mars. Within minutes, major news outlets and virtual platforms across China reported this monumental event, showcasing the video of Luo Xiaoyao and his comrades landing on Mars, generating widespread celebration. Although humanity's first lunar landing was not a feat achieved by us, being the first to land on Mars is an indelible milestone, worthy of immense celebration for our nation. After a lapse of 55 years, humanity has taken another significant stride in the history of space exploration. The Chinese astronaut Luo Xiaoyao has successfully landed on Mars, marking a momentous advancement in humanity's quest towards the celestial realms. While foreign media may harbor a sense of jealousy, they are compelled to elevate this event to a matter of great importance for all humankind, as it undeniably signifies a significant leap forward. On the Martian southern polar region, Luo Xiaoyao and his companions remain oblivious to the reports emanating from Earth. Instead, they are engrossed in their meticulous observation of this extraordinary new world. Goodness, why is the sun blue? They exclaim in astonishment. Indeed, this azure sun is a sight never before witnessed. It is truly surreal, a blue sun. As the astronauts gaze skyward, they immediately discern a peculiar phenomenon. The sun, which is too brilliant to be viewed directly from Earth, can be observed here on Mars due to the greater distance and the filtering effect of their spacesuit helmets. To their amazement, the sunlight appears tinged with a bluish hue, not entirely blue, but captivating nonetheless, a sight unattainable from Earth. The Martian atmosphere is thin, with numerous and relatively large dust particles that primarily cause MEA scattering. The red wavelengths of sunlight, which correspond to the size of the dust particles, are scattered in the direction of their line of sight, resulting in the perception of a blue sun. The scientists aboard the vessel Distant Oceans swiftly discern the cause behind the phenomenon. The Martian atmosphere is rife with dust particles that are both numerous and substantial in size. capable of scattering the red wavelengths of sunlight. Consequently, the light perceived by the human eye appears bluish, analogous to the principles governing rainbows on Earth, which is fundamentally a matter of light scattering. There is no need for alarm. This is merely a manifestation of light scattering. Henceforth, should you encounter suns of violet, green, or cyan hues on other celestial bodies, do not be overly astonished, lest you be deemed unsophisticated. I had anticipated something more extraordinary, alas. It is simply a case of sunlight scattering, leading me to premature excitement as I fancied I had uncovered a new frontier. The first astronaut to observe the blue sun on Mars grumbled. Thanks to the global positioning and communication satellites established on Mars, the scientists aboard the distant ocean spacecraft can maintain constant contact with the astronauts, including Luo Xiaoyao, who have landed on the Martian surface. Amidst a world characterized by desolation, aridity, cold, and strewn with sand and gravel, Luo Xiaoyao and his colleagues wasted no time in commencing their work. A specially designed large engineering vehicle gradually emerged from the spacecraft, preparing to drill and collect subsurface soil, ice, and potentially existing liquid water. On the other side, the spacecraft number 2 commenced its descent towards Mars. However, it did not aim for the polar ice cap in the south. Scientists had previously utilized resource exploration satellites to survey the Martian surface, identifying regions that potentially harbored abundant mineral resources. The destination of spacecraft No. 2 was precisely one such area. After all, deploying both spacecraft to the polar ice cap was impractical. A single vessel sufficed for sample collection, negating the necessity for excessive manpower and machinery. Chapter 213: Extraterrestrial Life Upon the Icy Expanse of Mars' Southern Polar Cap. A large engineering vehicle traversed slowly. Despite its movement across the ice, the landscape appeared similar to other regions on Mars, dominated by red gravel and sandy soil, remnants of the fierce Martian dust storms. These storms had profoundly blanketed the southern polar cap. Otherwise, given the ice's efficiency in reflecting light, the brightness of the polar cap would be strikingly high. Yet, through the ages, the entire Martian surface had been enshrouded by these red sediments, including the ice caps at both poles. With a thunderous roar, the drill atop the engineering vehicle sprang to life, penetrating the surface with remarkable speed. Soon, the layer of gravel and sand was breached, granting access to the ice beneath. The drill was equipped with an array of sensors capable of measuring the surrounding temperature and humidity, while also possessing the ability to generate heat, facilitating a more expedient drilling process through the icy Martian southern cap. The history of the ice cap formation at Mars' southern polar region spans an incredibly lengthy period, measured in eons. Therefore, the ice layers at both the northern and southern poles of Mars can indeed be described as millennia of frigid ice and eons of iron ice. Utilizing a heat drill enables a swifter penetration of this substantial ice layer. The drill continuously descends, collecting samples approximately every 10 meters to facilitate scientific analysis. However, the responsible party, Luo Xiaoyao, begins to feel a sense of urgency. The depth achievable by the drill is rather limited, and should the ice layer prove too thick to penetrate, it would signify an inability to ascertain the presence of liquid water beneath. Having reached 50 meters, they are already at half of the maximum depth. Observing the ice blocks being extracted, Luo notices that they are not merely composed of water. They contain a significant amount of carbon dioxide. Following calculations and analyses, scientists have concluded that if the ice caps at the northern and southern poles of Mars were to entirely melt, it would not only provide a certain amount of water to the planet but also significantly increase the density of Mars' atmosphere. The abundant carbon dioxide within the ice caps could effectively envelop Mars in a thermal blanket, thereby greatly reducing its temperature fluctuations. Drilling depths of 60 meters, 70 meters, and then 100 meters have been reached, yet the ice layer remains unbreached. With a sense of resignation, Luo Xiaoyao announces the cessation of operations. There is no alternative, as they have reached the maximum depth without penetrating the ice cap of Mars' southern polar region, which is undeniably far thicker than initially anticipated by scientists. The Antarctic region of Earth experiences minimal snowfall, and investigations reveal that the average thickness of its ice layer is approximately 1,700 meters, with the thickest areas exceeding 4,000 meters. The total volume of the icebergs is around 28 million cubic kilometers, thus earning it the title of the world of ice and snow. In contrast, the distribution area of glaciers in the Arctic is significantly smaller, with an average ice thickness of about 24 meters and a total volume that is less than 1/10 of that found in Antarctica. It has been calculated that the total area covered by ice on Earth is nearly 16 million square kilometers, with Antarctica accounting for more than 4/5 of this expanse. Should all the ice in Antarctica melt, global sea levels would rise by approximately 70 meters. Scientists estimating the ice layers of Mars' South Pole have also referenced data from Earth, alongside results from various detection devices. However, they were astonished to discover that the ice layer could be several hundred meters thick, indicating the remarkable presence of water on Mars. Despite the substantial amounts of carbon dioxide present, Brother Fu, what should we do now? The ice layer is excessively thick. Chen Bin reported the latest developments to Li Fu, stating that there is only one method to penetrate the ice layer at Mars' South Pole, but this requires Li Fu's approval and authorization. Furthermore, it is essential to accommodate the scientists dispatched by the state. Let us employ focused light, but we must devise a way to ensure that it remains concealed. Li Fu pondered deeply for a moment before issuing a command. The spacecraft, Ocean Voyager, was equipped with the preliminary energy weapon known as Point Light, developed by Fuyun Group, primarily to ensure the vessel's safety. After all, Li Fu was embarking on a scientific expedition to various regions of the solar system. Naturally, this was all kept secret from higher authorities, as Li Fu did not wish outsiders to discover Fuyun Group's trump cards, even withholding certain details from the official Chinese government. Chen Bin nodded in agreement. This task was not particularly challenging. The majority of the personnel aboard the Ocean Voyager were scientists and astronauts from Fuyun Group, with only a handful dispatched by the Chinese government. They were required to follow Li Fu's directives, and since Li Fu and his team were in control of the spacecraft, it would be relatively easy to keep Lu Shiying and Lu Yi in the dark. The Ocean Voyager began to adjust its trajectory in the vastness of space, maneuvering to orbit near the Martian South Pole and preparing to penetrate the ice layer using the Point Light weapon on board. In the outer space surrounding Mars, the Ocean Voyager soared past the Martian South Pole at a velocity exceeding 10 kilometers per second. The Point Light, fully charged and under precise computer control, was activated to launch its attack. A crimson beam sliced through the void, swiftly reaching the predetermined area, which was modest in size, merely spanning a few dozen square meters. The gravel, sand, and other debris had been cleared away, revealing the hard surface of the ice layer at the Martian South Pole. A sound reminiscent of red-hot steel plunging into icy water reverberated through the air, while in the designated area, a thick mist began to rise, momentarily transforming the surroundings into an ethereal realm. Vast quantities of carbon dioxide and water vaporized instantaneously under the intense heat, filling the atmosphere. However, when Luo Xiaoyao and his companions maneuvered their engineering vehicle closer to the predetermined site, they collectively gasped in astonishment, for a gaping chasm, several meters in diameter and seemingly bottomless, had emerged before their eyes. At that moment, the true power of the pinpoint weapon was unveiled. Its velocity was so extreme that it left no time for reaction, and its precision was akin to that of a surgical strike, far beyond mere rhetoric. The astonishing force melted through several hundred meters of ice instantaneously, with temperatures soaring to hundreds of millions of degrees. If such an attack were directed at a person, it would obliterate them in an instant, leaving no trace behind. A chill ran down Luo Xiaoyao's spine. Such a terrifying weapon surpassed all imagination. Any missile or aircraft would be utterly doomed in its presence, with no hope of survival. Action! Luo Xiaoyao steadied his emotions and issued the command. The astronauts commenced their work around the several-meter-wide abyss, erecting supports and ropes, while others indiscriminately deployed various detectors into the deep void. including a biomimetic marine fish detector capable of swimming freely in the water. Beep. Liquid water detected. Soon, an array of probes cast into the Martian terrain began transmitting information, astonishingly revealing the existence of liquid water beneath the thick ice layers of the southern polar cap. Within this expansive world, the probes navigated through the liquid water, akin to an unfamiliar traveler wandering through an alien landscape, all meticulously controlled by scientists aboard the vessel via virtual machines, as a multitude of data flowed in continuously. The temperature of the water had risen remarkably, surpassing freezing point, a fact that seemed almost unbelievable given the frigid conditions on the Martian surface. The presence of liquid water beneath such dense ice was unexpected. The pH level was slightly acidic, suggesting that volcanic activity on Mars had not entirely ceased. There were likely signs of such activity beneath the thick ice. Meanwhile, on another front, Luo Xiaoyao began gathering data as ropes descended steadily, swiftly reaching the location of the liquid water. Samples were collected every 10 meters, with the presence of microorganisms being the scientists' primary concern. Each sample was retrieved using specially designed equipment with insulating properties. Otherwise, at Mars' frigid temperatures, the liquid water would have refrozen into ice before reaching the surface. At 380 meters, they had reached the bottommost layer. Whoosh! As the interstellar spacecraft, the Ocean Voyager, once again approached the southern pole of Mars, a brilliant flash illuminated the scene, revealing a seemingly bottomless abyss in the thick ice layer. The astronauts commenced their meticulous collection of samples from this newfound chasm, one after another, accumulating an ever-growing trove of data. After spending over 20 hours in the frigid Martian south, the latest report of a Martian storm arrived from Li Quanjing, who was monitoring the planet's meteorological conditions. Without hesitation, Li Fu issued a command for a return to their vessel to Luo Xiaoyao and the others. "This place undoubtedly harbors extraterrestrial life," he exclaimed. "Observe how the concentration of amino acids increases as we delve deeper. This indicates that they originate from within the planet rather than from external sources. The only conceivable source of amino acids within a planet is microorganisms. These microorganisms possess remarkable resilience. The tenacious water bear can endure temperatures as low as -200 degrees for several days, thrive in extreme heat exceeding 100 degrees, and survive in environments with radiation levels surpassing 5,000 grays. To put this in perspective, radiation levels of merely 10 to 20 grays are lethal to humans and most terrestrial fauna." Lu Yi, brimming with excitement as he analyzed the samples, found his voice slightly faltering due to his exhilaration. He had initially intended to conduct a gradual analysis based on sampling depth, but he could not resist placing the deepest sample under the microscope. Heavens! There truly are living organisms, and their numbers are astounding. These microorganisms exhibit cellular structures, albeit with some peculiarities. A multitude of microbial communities has been discovered, revealing a complete tribe of microorganisms, the largest of which boasts a remarkable size of 0.1 millimeters, representing a complex multicellular organism. This astonishing revelation has sent shockwaves throughout the entire Ocean Voyager spacecraft and the control center on Earth. The significant findings on Mars imply that life permeates the cosmos. Humanity and Earth are not isolated entities. Wherever there is water in the universe, the potential for life is exceedingly high. It is worth noting that beneath the thick ice layers on Mars, measuring several hundred meters, there exists liquid water. And within this liquid, extraterrestrial life has indeed been found. This discovery undoubtedly stands as one of the most monumental breakthroughs of the century.